Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Well, the possibility of a relentlessly stupid person becoming president of the United States has been underexplored by screenwriters. And then Donald Trump came along and went far beyond what Hollywood could ever imagine in the presidency. Prior to Donald Trump, the challenge for screenwriters and fiction writers would have been, first of all, how could a profoundly stupid person be elected president of the United States? And then, how could a profoundly stupid person get through a day on the job as president? The fictional president, played brilliantly by Martin Sheen on NBC's Emmy-winning series The West Wing, was a wise and carefully thoughtful president for whom I wrote several episode scripts over 7 years of that series. And if I were writing the character of a stupid president in a script, I would simply have had the stupid president completely rely on a smart White House staff and a smart cabinet and just hide behind those people. And absolutely, and I mean absolutely, never talk to the press, because a stupid president's stupidity would be immediately exposed. Imagine how stupid you have to be as president of the United States to think that when asked a question about something important that you're supposed to know, your answer is, I don't know. Why don't you tell me? There have been previous presidents who have been asked questions that they didn't know the answer to, which they should have known the answer to, and not one of them said, I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Because none of them are as stupid as Donald Trump. Only Donald Trump could do that.
Okay. No, we were just saying, the racism has gotten so just ridiculous and out front. We were saying Charlie Kirk blamed the black fire chief of Austin.
Yeah.
Which is nowhere near the flood zone. But they're like, it's like they have a melanin detector. Where's the nearest black person?
That's right.
It's
wow.
Mm-hmm.
It's proximity to blackness.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That's where things go wrong.
That's a weather event.
Mm-hmm.
If you're near a black person right now, that's why we're not at your house.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want you to have a sudden weather event.
I mean, we had Mayor Bass on this week, Frangela, and it just, I remember saying to her last time she was on, well, we know the fires happen because you're a black lady. I mean, they're so obvious. First of all, can we just say, because we live here, Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom had nothing to do with, the fire. We had a fire tornadoes here.
Yes. Yes.
And, we obviously all did the best we could with zero federal help at all, with them, in fact, taunting us. Right. Mm-hmm. Whereas in Texas, it is, John Fugelsang wrote a great piece. It is, sorry, white Republicans from the top on down, Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, Governor Abbott, all the way down, that are entirely to blame for this and the response to this disaster.
Yeah. Miss Kristi Noem, while the disaster is happening, saying, oh, we getting rid of FEMA.
Yeah.
We don't get rid of FEMA.
Yeah.
We can't have this.
She was 3 days late. She didn't okay the funds till Monday. when this, you know,
It was the
She
weekend.
didn't care. She
It was-
didn't care.
The weekend. Okay. That's when she gets her treatments and does her Instagram.
you know, and Corey Lewandowski,
Yeah.
allegedly.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, she literally was having a contest on Instagram for which cowgirl photo of me do you like best. You know, she was the one that canceled the contract for the early warning system. I mean, on the local level, the money that Biden and Obama gave them, because the black guy did it, they didn't want to use that. They gave it to the police. They didn't use it on an early warning system. So, you know, unlike California, they are entirely to blame for this horrible tragedy.
And the people voted for them. And they will again.
Yeah.
And
Like,
again
that's-
and again and
that's-
again.
This is the horror show of what racism costs us.
Yep.
Okay. It costs us our lives. It costs us our nation. It costs us just any ability to do well or survive, because there's no other reason.
Yeah. And they,
for,
by
for
the way,
this kind of crazy.
we've seen this play before in Hurricane Katrina, right?
Mhm.
They blamed state and local because, there's some brown people involved there, you know, when it obviously was the Bush administration's disastrous response that was largely to blame, right? It's the
Browning.
last true thing Kanye West has ever said is George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Well,
But you know what? He's close to being Dr. Martin Luther King now at this point. that calculus has changed dramatically.
I mean, wow.
Wow. He's the
I mean-
sojourner truth of the civil rights movement at this point.
Oh, he's
George
you know
W.
what? He's the president of the NAACP
That's
at this
what we're
point.
saying. Okay.
I think we still have that in our instant replay, don't we? Kanye West saying George Bush doesn't. Okay, just wow. I'm
The
having.
last time he made sense.
Oh,
too.
hang on. Here we go. Yeah.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
There he is. Martin Luther King of our day.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
That's
Poor Mike
You know, I
Myers.
didn't know we'd get here. I really
No. Never say never.
did. Never say never.
Yeah. So here's Ice Barbie, Christy Nome. Now
We don't make the decisions for the local communities. We shouldn't make the decisions for the states because every state is different.
Oh,
every town
God.
is different. What they need for sirens or sound alerts might be different based on their topography, on how the city is laid out. Being there to allow the state to run the emergency response, but we come in and support it.
And can I just say, Governor Josh Stein, of
Yeah.
Democrat of North Carolina,
North
had a really, really good response to that.
Here's the thing, we don't get a huge storm every year. The country does. It doesn't make sense for each state to have a fully staffed emergency response team because they may not have a storm for 5 years or 10 years, but we know the country will. So let's have that expertise in the federal government.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And by the way, she just wasn't just late. She also canceled the contract for the early warnings stuff. I mean, she's directly responsible.
Oh, yeah. And not to mention, I thought, then one of the senators from New Jersey made such a great point about all of this in terms of, not every state is going to have a major event or
Yeah.
major storm or disaster, but the nation will. But you think about something like COVID,
Mhm.
that was a 50-state problem.
Right.
That was everyone,
Well,
and
that's what they
you
said.
need that.
Oh, it's just the blue states. That's what Jared said. Why he didn't care
Mhm.
because they're so stupid. They didn't understand the wildly infectious nature of COVID. That of course it's going to be all the states eventually. I mean,
That's right. That's why you need a coordinated federal response, and it doesn't make sense to not have that. It's not almost like, it is exactly like, why do you think we became a country? Because everybody could have been their own country.
Yeah.
Okay. But let's just ponder, to do a little ponder.
that's me
on
pondering.
why.
Mhm.
Because it doesn't make sense, right? Like, you can't, it's better to operate this way as the United States. But I think their goal is to destroy to just get rid of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, despite the fact them playing favorites, I mean, their incompetence is hurting red states too, like Texas. But for months, Gavin Newsom pressed the GOP-led Congress to free up $40 billion in federal relief for swaths of LA consumed by devastating wildfires. Trump and other Republicans so far have withheld the funds, many arguing that Newsom and other Democrats have mishandled the fires. That's completely untrue. and should be forced to rescind liberal policies in exchange for aid. But now the deadly floods have struck Ruby Red, Texas. The Republican response is much different, with Trump and others promising unfettered and prompt federal support in the months and years to come. I mean, it's like they are trying for a civil war, right?
Absolutely. Daddy's playing favorites with the kids, okay? And he doesn't like the kids from the other marriage. We don't get dinner, okay?
Like, we get to eat in the basement whatever he throws down the stairs.
Yeah.
But you know what? California pays its debt.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the
nation.
That's right.
And yours too. We pay. How much do we fund of the red? How much do we subsidize the red states?
It's time It's time that they learn.
Yeah.
Okay, it's time that they learn.
By the way, it wasn't just Kristi Noem. Also missing in action, David Richardson is the FEMA director. He's been nowhere to be found in Texas. He has not been to the site of one of the nation's deadliest floods in the last 25 years. Oh, by the way, he was the one that said he was not aware there is such a thing as a hurricane season. That would be the head of FEMA. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Angela's face planting early in the hour. Okay. All right,
Jared. I don't know how we can get out of this timeline. I've been praying.
Can we get Brownie back?
Oh, he was such a good FEMA director.
The Arabian horse guy would be better. Jared Moskowitz, one left.
I feel like he learned a lesson.
No idea what she's doing. The best thing that she can do now is sponsor my bill, get FEMA out of Homeland, get it away from her. Okay, so that we can start reforming and rebuilding the agency. I mean, this is an agency that's literally responsible, right, for the contingency plans for government. God forbid we had a major disaster, a war, unbelievable event. Okay, and she's breaking it to the point where it can't function.
Yep. Wow. Who thought we would long for Arabian horse guy, right?
I know.
I mean, anybody. Ooh, I miss Ross Perot. I miss Dan Quayle. Oh,
Dan Quayle was amazing.
It turns out we should have let Ross Perot finish. Remember? Can I finish? Nah. Here's the deal. Can I finish?
I liked Ross Perot.
I miss Admiral Stockdale.
Who is I'm trying to remember? Dole.
Oh,
Bob Dole.
Bob
Dole. Remember that song? Bob Dole. No, from Main Stage.
Are you okay? No, remember he always used to refer to himself in the third person. Bob Dole thinks Bob Dole.
Yeah.
All right.
And he did a Viagra commercial.
That was most memorable.
Yeah. That's so quaint now.
That was a famous line from a Jim Ward sketch when he did Bob Dole. He said, "Hey, Liddy, you're going to need the Red Cross, and I'm done with you." That was a Viagra joke.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That was saucy back then. Now they're Nazis who have car sales on the front lawn of the White House.
Yes, they do. Well, this is all too familiar to me, right? You wake up with a scratchy throat, congestion, maybe a runny nose or a cough. You know your body. You know you're getting sick. So.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. That video definitely woke me up. Yeah, nothing like pointing out the stupidity of a stupid president. Let's see, what do we have? Make sure everybody hits the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips, John Galt and Portia's Clips channel. Also, please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's my personal channel at Stanley Cross 6000. Actually, we'll be releasing a clip from yesterday's show that was pretty good, actually. And I found myself recommending black conservatives that a young man should be studying versus like the Hodge twins. Hodge twins are like trash, and I'm not even sure they're conservatives. But this young man needs to be studying some Thomas Sowell or some Glenn Lowry, like real black conservatives. I will disagree with their politics, but I cannot say they're not well thought out people with good arguments. Anyway, it's a pretty good clip. It's a long clip, but I think it'll be worth your while. So subscribe to Stanley Cross at Stanley Cross 6000 to see it. Premieres sometime today. I haven't really selected a time. So I don't know. For some reason, 12th Man is obsessed with these two black women on the video I just showed. Can't figure out why. So let us move on to more Donald Trump news. And I'm sad to say that Trump's disapproval rating hits record for second term. I assume it's a record low.
Trump's disapproval rating hits record for second term. By Sarah Fortinsky. President Trump's disapproval rating hit its highest level since the start of his second term in office, according to the latest Economist/YouGov poll. The survey, conducted over the weekend, shows 55% disapprove of the way Donald Trump is handling his job, compared to 41% who approve. The most recent poll marks a slight shift from the prior week, when 53% disapproved and 42% approved of the job he was doing as president. The week before that saw the same results. Trump started his second term with 49% approval and 43% disapproval. Trump saw lower support in mid-June, when 40% approved of his handling of the presidency, but only 54% disapproved at the time, short of the record 55% in the latest poll. The overall dip in approval since Trump took office has been driven largely by falling support among Democrats and independents. In the poll conducted in late January, Donald Trump's approval rating among Democrats was at 12%. Today, only 3% approve of the president. A similar shift exists among independents, 41% of whom approved of the president right after he took office in January, compared to just 29% today. Republicans, meanwhile, see virtually no change in their level of support for the president. When Donald Trump took office, 94% approved of his handling of the job, similar to the 92% who approve today. The Economist/YouGov survey separates the self-identified MAGA Republicans from those Republicans who say they do not identify with the MAGA movement, with each group representing half of all Republicans surveyed. Among self-identified Make America Great Again Republicans, Donald Trump's approval rating has consistently hovered at around 98%. Republicans who do not identify with the Make America Great Again movement, however, began Donald Trump's term approving of the president at a rate of 90%. By mid-April, that dropped to 70%, and by the latest poll, that share is back up to 85%. The latest Economist and YouGov poll includes 1,680 U.S. adults and was conducted July 11th to 14th. The margin of error is 3.4%.
Well, that'll pretty much set the stage for where we're going today, as far as Trump and all the stuff that Trump does. So let's start with rising inflation. And we knew it was going to come.
Rising inflation underscores risks in Trump's new tariff threats. This article is by Tony Rahm and Colby Smith, and read by an automated voice. President Trump's steep tariffs have started to weigh on consumers' wallets, sending prices higher as the White House readies a more drastic and potentially costly expansion of its global trade war. The risks in Mr. Trump's economic strategy began to show on Tuesday with the release of data that found inflation had accelerated in June. Prices rose noticeably on appliances, clothing, and furniture, products that are all heavily exposed to the president's taxes on imports from Canada, China, and other major trading partners. The inflation report undercut Mr. Trump's continued assertions that Americans would not face financial repercussions from his increasingly aggressive trade brinkmanship. Since taking office, the president has imposed withering duties on allies and adversaries alike, with additional taxes on a range of products such as cars and steel. The latest reading of the Consumer Price Index recorded the first signs of what economists had predicted all along. with U.S. businesses and consumers shouldering a growing share of the burden from the taxes Mr. Trump has imposed on imports. The data also carried perhaps a new warning for the president, as he prepares another round of tariffs on dozens of countries in about 2 weeks, including a 30% tax on the European Union. Some experts said that an uptick in inflation could foreshadow more significant price increases later, especially if Mr. Trump proceeds as planned. Up until this report, you could have argued that inflation is on a journey lower, said Padraig Garvey, who leads ING's research team for the Americas. Now we are on a journey higher. The report released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics was not immediately damning for the Trump administration, Mr. Garvey said. But he added that the trend did not bode well for the White House and that it would become harder for Mr. Trump to deny his policies were affecting prices. The White House opted to try to downplay the latest inflation gauge, which showed that prices overall rose 2.7% from a year ago, the swiftest pace since February. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, focused on only one component of the report, a measure of consumer prices that excludes volatile products like food and energy, when she said on Tuesday that inflation had remained in line with analysts' expectations. The numbers were very good, very much inside the margin, Mr. Trump later told reporters. So we've had no inflation. All we have is, we're making a fortune. Economists have predicted for months that the president's tariffs could destabilize the U.S. economy, rattle financial markets, constrain the nation's growth, and upend a healthy job market, all while causing prices to increase. But Mr. Trump has repeatedly dismissed those warnings, while celebrating that his tariffs have helped to generate billions of dollars for the government. The prospect of severe blowback initially prompted Mr. Trump to suspend his first set of eye-watering tariffs days after he announced them in April. But the pause, which aimed to buy time for the administration to broker trade deals, resulted in few agreements. Frustrated with the pace of talks, Mr. Trump began to revive his tariff threats this month in a series of letters that set a new August 1st deadline. Along with the European Union, major U.S. trading partners could face sharp increases in taxes on their imports starting in a matter of weeks. Tariffs on some Canadian goods would rise to 35%, and taxes on select Mexican products would be set at 30%. Additional steep duties are slated for other countries, including Brazil, Japan, South Korea, and Thailand. Gregory Dacko, the chief economist for the consulting firm EY Parthenon, estimated that the average tariff rate could increase to about 21% after August 1st. That could result in a major risk for the economy, he said. On Tuesday, some of those risks started to become clearer. While overall prices rose only slightly last month, some of the increases were more pronounced for specific products that tend to be vulnerable to tariffs. Prices for household furnishings jumped 1%, significantly higher than the 0.3% increase in May. Appliance prices rose about 1.9%, up from 0.8%. Prices on apparel, which had been declining, snapped back and increased by 0.4% in June. Daniel Hornung, who served as the deputy director of the National Economic Council for President Joseph R. Biden Jr., said the data showed the, quote, clear initial signs of tariff effects. He added that, looking ahead, it's likely those impacts will grow. Analysts at Goldman Sachs similarly found this month that consumers could tolerate a greater share of the costs of the president's tariffs as they were fully carried out. By December, the trend could cause the inflation rate, as measured using a key gauge preferred by the Federal Reserve, to be a percentage point higher year over year than it would have been without steep taxes, according to the report. Mr. Trump nonetheless appeared to ignore that data when he took to social media on Tuesday to assert one point: consumer prices LOW. He coupled the comment with a renewed demand that the Fed immediately lower interest rates, which the central bank has left unchanged as it seeks to ensure the president's tariffs do not worsen inflation. The Fed has remained cautious in the years after the coronavirus pandemic, when inflation reached a 4-decade high of 9%. But the wait-and-see approach has enraged Mr. Trump, who has savaged the Fed's chairman Jerome H. Powell in recent months. The president repeated many of those attacks on Tuesday, telling reporters that Mr. Powell had done a, quote, terrible job as he demanded lower interest rates. Earlier in the day, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the White House had begun the process to identify Mr. Powell's replacement, even though his term does not end until May. Mr. Bessent is seen as one of the candidates for the position. Even some of the president's allies conceded that a rate cut seemed unlikely at the Fed's next meeting this month, now that there is evidence that Mr. Trump's tariffs have affected prices throughout the economy. Stephen Moore, a conservative economist and former advisor to Mr. Trump, said the inflation report was fine, but still showed that the fight against inflation isn't over either. Mr. Moore predicted that the Fed was likely to stand pat at its next meeting, a move that could anger the president anew. But Mr. Moore said the White House needed to tread carefully, since a further acceleration in inflation could leave consumers and investors nervous. I think Trump and this White House have to be totally attentive to making sure inflation doesn't go to 3 or 4%, or people will start to think, oh, these policies are a failure, Mr. Moore said. Alan Detmeister, an economist who was formerly at the Fed, said he expected price pressures to intensify through the summer, though he noted that there was always volatility in monthly data, like the government's regular inflation report. One benchmark of inflation, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index preferred by the Fed, was likely to eventually rise to about 3.4% once food and energy prices were removed, Mr. Detmeister said. But his projection assumes that Mr. Trump's tariff threats from the past week are not implemented. If those are indeed put in place, that could push up core inflation beyond 4% by the second quarter of next year, Mr. Detmeister warned. It could have a very big impact, he said, and it's likely to continue for quite a while.
I say let's go ahead and jump the gun and just call Trump's economic policies a failure now, and we can save the Christmas rush. So let's go here. Trump's $9 billion clawback. Basically, that's rescissions, I believe, from Doge, stuff that Doge cut or refused to spend is a better term. It says here, Senate Republicans moved forward with a proposal to cut approximately $9 billion in previously authorized funding, responding to Donald Trump's push in a narrow 51-50 procedural vote on Tuesday. By the way, that 51-50 means that there are some Republicans who voted against the rescission. The move followed earlier House support and efforts by the White House to win over Republican skeptics amid concerns over impacts on public broadcasting and foreign aid. The bill must go back to the House for a subsequent vote after the Senate makes amendments before it can potentially be sent to Trump for approval ahead of Friday's deadline. Senator Eric Schmidt called this a first step in a long but necessary fight, while Democrats warned the cuts could harm thousands of local media outlets serving millions. The passage indicates a partisan struggle over budget cuts amid a $36 trillion debt, with potential debate and further votes ahead, potentially affecting public and foreign aid funding. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes through. I think it will go through. I think the Republicans need this to happen just to justify the creation of Doge and the mission of Doge. And here, this video is Lawrence Summers. He's a former Treasury Secretary under, I think it was under Obama. If I can get it to play. Here we go. This is Lawrence Summers talking about the Big Beautiful Bill.
Not bad. What do you mean by that?
I mean,
Oh, sorry about this. I'm having some technical difficulties here. My computer wants to be slow this morning. All right, let's try this again.
A
11.8 million. That's how many people in the United States are at risk of losing their vital health insurance because of President Trump's new domestic policy law. And while he's insisted, quote, that it's not going to cause death, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers argues that it's a cruel law that pushes aside simple matters of decency. And he joins Walter Isaacson to explain.
Thank you, Bianna and Larry Summers. Welcome back to the show.
Good to be with you again.
You know, you wrote last week after President Trump signed what he called the big, beautiful bill on July 4th. You said, I don't remember any past July 4th being so ashamed of any action my country had taken. That was in a New York Times op-ed. What do you mean by that?
I mean that this was a shocking thing in its brutality. We've had budgets all the time. We've had changes in policy. The United States has never cut back its social safety net nearly as much in any action, not in Ronald Reagan's cuts in 1981, not in the budget, in the welfare reform bill that was passed in the mid-1990s, not in the aftermath of the financial crisis. Never have we had as large a cutback in the social safety net measured relative to the size of the economy as we did here. And the academic evidence, the studies of what happens when people are kicked off of Medicaid is very clear. They become a bit more likely to die. And over 10 years, this is likely to kill more than 100,000 people. So there's a kind of casual brutality about this that's not even being widely discussed, that is just on a different scale than anything our country has done before in all the various budgets that we've had. And then you ask, we're doing this to save money, and for what? So that people who now can tax exempt pass $30 million to their kids will be able to tax exempt pass $32 million to their kids, so that corporations will be able to continue to have tax rates that are lower than the ones they asked for at the time of the original Trump legislation. I just think this is our country getting its values altogether wrong.
Let me ask you the big philosophical question. There's certain things we put in the commons. Everybody has a right to, whether it's police protection, fire protection, defense, roads, things like that. Should healthcare be one of those things we should try to make sure is more in the commons so that we can protect a society that has disparities of wealth and make sure that everybody can survive in such a place?
Look, I'm a progressive, so I tend to think the right answer to that question is yes. But that is not what we are debating here. We are debating whether a parent who is taking care of a child who weighs 70 pounds as an adult, whose body is racked by cerebral palsy, is going to be able to get care at home so they can go out and earn a living to support the family. We are debating whether people who are discharged from the hospital have a place to go when they're not able to take care of themselves. We are debating whether aged people who need dialysis to survive, there's a way of getting them transportation to a hospital. So we can debate the extent to which we should provide for the same medical care for everybody. That's a hard and complicated question. I'm on the progressive side of it. But the most elementary kinds of decency, I'm sure there's some people who are against that, but I think the vast majority of the people, if the question were actually put to them, wouldn't want to see the kind of brutality that we are engaging in. And it reflects what we're seeing too much of. We're seeing it in the tariffs. We're seeing it in many policies. It's just a casual, what sounds good, without really making an effort to understand what's happening on the ground. That's how the Doge destroyed the ability of the government to collect taxes and to distribute efficiently Social Security benefits. That's how we're seeing deportations of people who are American citizens and haven't done anything wrong. This isn't a matter of, we can debate the long-standing questions between progressives and conservatives. That is not what is at issue when I criticize this bill. What is at issue when I criticize this bill is simple matters of decency about us as a society.
So what you're saying is it's a basic cruelty that's driving this.
It's a basic combination of cruelty and indifference combined with a single-minded focus on what should be tertiary objectives, providing tax benefits to people who already have the highest incomes and the greatest levels of wealth. So it's the wrong first priorities, the wrong complete indifference, and then a certain amount of gratuitous cruelty.
You just said that the Medicaid cuts would cause 100,000 deaths over the next decade. And you said not long ago on a TV show, that's 2,000 days of death like we've seen in Texas this weekend. You were referring to the Texas floods. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, said your comments turned a human tragedy into a political cudgel, was deeply offensive, and he called on you to apologize. What do you say?
Secretary Bessent can be offended by whatever he wants to be offended. I think
I was hoping he would say, fuck.
What's a political
Bessent.
cudgel is the policies that he and his administration are legislating that will, according to objective experts in both parties, kill people. And I don't apologize for making vivid that large a number by pointing out how it dwarfs the terrible, terrible tragedy that took place in Texas. I think Secretary Bessent, rather than attacking ex-officials who are using their free speech rights to make comments, would be better off asking the question whether perhaps it was such a great idea to slash the budget of the Weather Bureau, whether it was such a great idea to be in strong opposition to FEMA in light of what happened. I don't have any basis for knowing. I really don't. But after a tragedy of unprecedented scale that has taken place in the immediate aftermath of efforts to cut the protective mechanisms, that seems to me to be the question that a thoughtful, conscientious government would engage in.
When you were Treasury Secretary during the last years of the Clinton administration, I think you all produced balanced budgets. Compare and contrast the situation then with what Trump is facing now.
We tried to always be very careful to respect what the independent, nonpartisan people at the Congressional Budget Office were doing. Sometimes we found it inconvenient. Sometimes we wish they would do something different. But we understood that if there was going to be a process with integrity, there had to be an umpire, and the umpire's views had to be respected. As part of the same kind of general attack on knowledge and expertise that has led them to stop supporting vaccination of people and led the country to an unprecedentedly high level of measles. They're just attacking all of those procedures and making up their own rules and their own accounting. And I think it's very unlikely to produce any kind of favorable outcome on the budget.
I remember back then, though, that you argued that deficit reduction was not a big priority. But now it's, I think, going to be, according to the CBO, $3.4 trillion over the next decade. Is it a real problem now?
Oh, look, I did argue in an era in the decade of the teens. I was, for a time, unconcerned about the budget deficit. That's for two reasons. It's because the deficit was much smaller then than it is now, and it's because interest rates were much lower than they are now. So if you can borrow inexpensively enough, you have to worry less about borrowing. But I think the approach these guys are taking is reckless. It's reckless because we're facing unprecedented degrees of security threat, and there's a question about how long the greatest power, if the world's greatest debtor, can remain the world's greatest power. It's dangerous because when you're selling so much debt, there can come a day when markets just don't want it. That's what happened to England catastrophically and ended Prime Minister Truss's prime ministership. And we are taking more risk of that kind of financial crisis. And it's taking more risk because right now we don't have a recession. We don't have a pandemic. We have ongoing, but not a major new national security threat. And so this is the time when we should be rebuilding. This is the time when we should be filling up the coffers so that we'll be ready for the next emergency. Instead, we're borrowing like we've got an emergency right now. And that raises the question of what we're going to be able to do when the emergency comes. This is irresponsibility in addition to the moral irresponsibility. This is financial irresponsibility in terms of markets, and it is prudential irresponsibility in terms of flexibility, the likes of which I've never seen.
You've been very critical, of course, on the tariffs, and especially on the up and down tariffs, and opposing, then taking it back and pausing. But leave all of that aside in terms of how he's implementing it. Your push for free trade and globalization really did hurt, to some extent, the manufacturing base and some of the jobs base in America. Do you think you overdid that? And do you think there may be some room for some tariffs?
I think that we need to do some things for the manufacturing sector. I strongly supported the CHIPS Act that sought to revitalize our semiconductor industry. I think we probably should have done things like that sooner for manufacturing. I think the kinds of things that were done to support clean energy manufacturing, those should have been done sooner. So yes, I think there are things that we should have moved more quickly to do with respect to supporting industry. Do I think tariffs are the right answer? Almost universally, no. In many, many, many cases, Walter, they're actually counterproductive. Think about steel tariffs. 60 times as many people work in manufacturing industries that use steel as work in the steel industry. And so we're costing more jobs by raising input costs than anything we're saving in the steel industry. We're now in an electric economy, whether it's data centers, whether it's electric cars, whatever it is. The key to flourishing in that is to be able to move electricity around. There's an element that does that. It's copper. And the administration is talking about massively raising the price of copper. That's going to do more damage to manufacturing than any number of jobs that are going to get saved in the copper mining industry. We created jobs during the Clinton administration faster than they've been created before or since. And a strategy that recognized that an open global economy would do much, much more to help U.S. exporting than any losses that were suffered on the import side. That was the right strategy. And so this is a terrible strategy, even before what's going to come, which is that the other countries are going to retaliate. We're like a football team that can't run the play in practice when there's no defense without it backfiring. These are policies that even before the rest of the world responds are going to make us poorer in terms of less inputs. And the other part of it is when you think about workers, Walter, if you ask people right now, are they worried about whether they're going to have a job? That is a much smaller issue for people than the cost of living. And these tariffs at their current levels, the Yale Budget Lab says they're going to add $2,800 to the average family. There have been half a dozen careful, thorough statistical studies of the much smaller tariffs that President Trump imposed during his first term. They all found what common sense suggests, that those tariffs are passed on in the form of higher prices to consumers. And so, yeah, it's not because I don't care about American workers that I'm for supporting an open global economy. It's because I do care about American workers, and I want their paychecks to go as far as they can, and I want them to have maximum opportunity to do what America's best at. No free trader would ever have suggested that the role of American workers should be to assemble small telephones in the way that the Secretary of Commerce of the administration suggested was the central part of the current administration's economic strategy. So yes, we do need to be paying attention to manufacturing, particularly where it relates to national security. But no, tariffs are not the right way.
Larry Summers, once again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, Larry Summers has spoken. And I don't know, Daniel Nixon, I'm sure if Ryan comes around, you will be free to ask him any questions or to explain to you what Larry Summers said. But I think the bottom line takeaway is this tariff strategy that Trump is using is literally 19th century robber baron strategy. It failed at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. I don't know who put him up to the idea. So let's move on into more Trump administration news. Right here, it seems that the Pentagon is withdrawing about half the National Guard troops it deployed to LA. Probably because half of them were just kind of sitting around doing nothing.
You're listening to Pentagon withdraws about half of National Guard troops from Los Angeles, a news story written by Anumita Kaur, Angie Orellana Hernandez, and Neha Masi, and read by an AI-generated voice. About half of the California National Guard members deployed to Los Angeles last month are being released, the Pentagon said Tuesday, significantly rolling back the Trump administration's unprecedented military deployment to the city. Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell indicated in a statement that the administration had been successful in dispelling what it deemed violent dissent in the region. Thanks to our troops who stepped up to answer the call, the lawlessness in Los Angeles is subsiding, he said. As such, the secretary has ordered the release of 2,000 California National Guardsmen, 79th IBCT, from the Federal Protection Mission. President Donald Trump had ordered about 4,000 California National Guard troops and 700 active duty Marines to Los Angeles in June, in response to mass demonstrations opposing immigration raids across the region. State and city leaders have repeatedly called for an end to the deployment, which had been authorized for 60 days despite the objections of California Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat. It marked the first time in about 60 years that an American president made such a decision without a governor's consent. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, Democrat, on Tuesday credited the withdrawal of troops to the city's pushback against the deployment. This happened because the people of Los Angeles stood united and stood strong. We organized peaceful protests. We came together at rallies. We took the Trump administration to court. All of this led to today's retreat, Bass said in a statement. In a later news briefing, Bass, who had personally asked White House officials not to send in the Guard, again argued that the deployment was unnecessary. We are a city of 500 square miles. We had problems in about 2 square miles, she said. Bass suggested that ceasing the use of certain tactics during the immigration raids would have eased tensions. What we saw was masked men, unmarked cars, drawing guns, snatching people off the street. The Washington Post reported Friday that a federal judge temporarily blocked the Trump administration from conducting indiscriminate immigration stops in the Los Angeles area and denying detainees access to lawyers. The June protests drew thousands of people but were not especially large by Los Angeles standards. Videos circulated showing smashed cars and self-driving Waymo cars set ablaze, and Los Angeles police reported that some people threw concrete, bottles, and other objects. But the protests remained contained to a few downtown blocks, and instances of violence were sporadic. Trump repeatedly condemned participants as insurrectionists, looters, and criminals before deploying the military to the city. The move escalated Trump's ongoing feud with Newsom and other Democratic state leaders. California swiftly sued the Trump administration, arguing that Trump overstepped his authority by calling up the National Guard in defiance of the governor. A federal appeals court last month ruled that Trump could keep the Guard in Los Angeles as the litigation continues. The Pentagon released 150 National Guard members earlier this month in its first rollback, but about 4,000 remained on the ground, drawing ire from activists and city and state leaders. Newsom on Tuesday called on the Defense Department to send the remaining troops home. For more than a month, the National Guard has been pulled away from their families, communities, and civilian work to serve as political pawns for the president in Los Angeles, he said in a statement. While nearly 2,000 of them are starting to demobilize, the remaining Guards members continue without a mission, without direction, and without any hopes of returning to help their communities. As of last week, mass anti-ICE protests had given way to quieter, more methodical dissent as the agency continued enforcement operations across the region, recently showing up at MacArthur Park in central Los Angeles and at 2 California cannabis farms. Bass, at the news briefing Tuesday, sought to highlight the fear and disruption experienced by the immigrant community. Now, I'm hoping that people will feel that they can leave their homes and go back to work, that the restaurants that were on the verge of closing will now be able to be maintained, that the 4,000 independent businesses in the garment district will come alive again, because it's been a ghost town, she said.
All right. Well, I bet there's some happy guardsmen. You know, it is, I can't imagine what it's like just sitting around away from home, away from work, doing nothing. I did a story of I don't think it was last week, it was the week before, where they went in and tried to police MacArthur Park in Los Angeles. And it was so miscoordinated. Like the ICE was supposed to show up, and then the National Guard was supposed to support the operation by guarding the perimeter. And basically, it was so miscoordinated that, like, I think ICE showed up, but the Army didn't. And when the Army got there, ICE had left. And then they like arrested a couple actual American citizens. It was just a mess. So yeah, it's time to undo what shouldn't have been done in the first place. Let's see, what do you say? Stanley, you're telling a blatant fabrication. I give you clips to play and articles every time. I'm in the chat and you play none of it because it doesn't fit. Okay, well, you know what? Let me make amends to you, Ghetto. I think if you are an admin over in my chat, hop over there and post whatever you want to post. I think you're an admin. If you're not, let me know. I'll make you an admin. and you can drop whatever you want over there. So let's go ahead. This is Gavin Newsom reacts as Trump admin pulls some National Guard troops from LA. I'm definitely interested to know what the governor of California has to say.
California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom is speaking out after the Trump administration announced the partial withdrawal of National Guard troops from Los Angeles. Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell on Tuesday confirmed that approximately 2,000 of the 4,000 California National Guard troops deployed in the region would begin demobilizing. In a pointed statement following Tuesday's announcement, Newsom criticized the move as politically motivated. The National Guard's deployment to Los Angeles has pulled troops away from their families and civilian lives to serve as political pawns for the president, Newsom said in a statement. While nearly 2,000 of them are starting to demobilize, the remaining Guards members continue without a mission, without direction, and without any hopes of returning to help their communities. We call on Trump and the Department of Defense to end this theater and send everyone home now. Newsweek has reached out to Newsom's office via email on Tuesday afternoon for comment. Why it matters. Protests broke out in Los Angeles in early June after several ICE raids throughout the city. The National Guard deployment, which also included 700 active duty Marines, was initiated in early June and originally scheduled to last 60 days. The troops were assigned to safeguard federal buildings and support immigration agents during the wave of protests. What to know? Newsom had strongly opposed the federal move from the outset, filing a lawsuit to block the deployment. Although a district court initially ruled that President Donald Trump's actions were unlawful due to Newsom's opposition, a federal appeals court later allowed the administration to maintain control of the troops while the legal battle continues. The political standoff over the Guard deployments also highlighted national tensions between federal immigration enforcement and state emergency management priorities during California's peak fire season. Newsom and state officials have repeatedly insisted that the deployment leaves wildfire response teams critically shorthanded, with California National Guard fire crews reportedly operating at just 40% capacity. Earlier this month, the U.S. Northern Command announced a move to release approximately 150 firefighters from the federal protection pursuit in Los Angeles. Reacting to that decision, Newsom took a swipe at Trump, saying, "At real Donald Trump caved. Our firefighters are finally returning to fight wildfires. Better late than never. Now, send the rest home." Nearly 5,000 soldiers, including police, paramedics, and first responders, are still sitting idle in LA for nothing. What people are saying. Parnell said in a statement in announcing the decision, "Thanks to our troops who stepped up to answer the call, the lawlessness in Los Angeles is subsiding." Newsom, in a release forwarded by his office to Newsweek earlier this month, these men and women signed up to serve, not to be Trump's political props. Letting a few of them return to fight fires is a step in the right direction, but thousands of soldiers are still being blocked from their real work as police officers, paramedics, summer school teachers, and public servants. It's time to send them all home. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, a Democrat, on X Tuesday night, nearly half troops are, at last, retreating from LA. The Trump administration's cruel raids on our community have been a blow to the economy of Los Angeles, the second largest American city, the largest city in world's fourth largest economy. This has to end. Stop the raids. What happens next? It remains unclear how long the remaining personnel will stay in the region. Update July 15th, 25, 11:34 p.m. Eastern Time. This article has been updated with comment.
Okay, well, Newsom has pretty much reacted as I thought he would. Ryan, if you are in the country without a legal status, you don't get due process. It's the people that have a status that is being revoked. Those people are the ones who need due process. So a lot of times what people on the far right are doing is just saying everybody is here illegal. If you have a legal status and it gets revoked, well, all of a sudden you're here illegally. But to revoke the status, you need due process. And because Trump is declaring this some sort of emergency, he is trying to get around the need for due process. That's the problem. Okay. And I don't need to look up shit. I know it off the top of my head because I read the news every day. Maybe you should try it. And you and 12th Man won't seem so ridiculous in the chat. You guys literally just spout bullshit. And apparently you're used to dealing with people who don't know that you're spouting bullshit. Do better, Ryan. I expect better out of you specifically. 12th Man, not so much. All right, let's move on to Pete Hegseth. Apparently, I don't know anything about this story, but apparently Pete Hegseth is all belligerent. So let's find out why.
You're listening to Hegseth lashed out at Doge official in tense Pentagon confrontation. A news story written by Dan Lamothe and read by an AI-generated voice. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth lashed out at the Pentagon's top representative from Elon Musk's U.S. Doge service weeks ago in an angry confrontation arising from claims the Doge official had summoned law enforcement to remove a subordinate from the building, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. The tense encounter in early April occurred with Yinon Weiss, a tech entrepreneur and military veteran like the secretary who had just become Musk's team lead at the Defense Department. Raising his voice at times, Hegseth demanded that Weiss explain why he thought he possessed such authority, these people said, all speaking on the condition of anonymity to avoid reprisal by the Trump administration. The altercation, which has not been reported previously, was set in motion after a Doge lieutenant at the time, Justin Fulcher, stormed out of a one-on-one meeting with Weiss and went to Hegseth's office to complain that he thought Weiss had reported him to the Pentagon Force Protection Agency, an internal police and security force. It's unclear what triggered the dispute between Fulcher and Weiss, or whether law enforcement was ever called. However, the possibility that a Doge official had acted unilaterally to evict someone from government property upset Hegseth, who considered it an unacceptable overreach. People familiar with the matter said, "It is unusual for a cabinet secretary to engage so directly with seemingly minor disciplinary matters involving lower-level staff." The episode coincided with a tumultuous period for Hegseth after the disclosure in March that he used an unclassified group chat with other top administration officials to relay highly sensitive military planning for an attack on Houthi militants in Yemen. It also spotlights the friction that has sometimes existed between senior Pentagon officials and those assigned to Doge, whose mandate to dramatically gut the federal workforce and slash government spending has been complicated by national security concerns. While Hegseth has praised Doge's work in public, behind the scenes he has expressed frustration about some of the organization's actions and inconsistent communication, especially earlier in the administration, people familiar with the matter said. Still, Hegseth did not appear to blame Fulcher for those issues or for the April 4th showdown with Weiss. Instead, he provided Fulcher with office space, and days later named him a senior advisor. 2 people familiar with their argument said Weiss tried to explain to Hegseth that he had contacted another government official, not the Pentagon police, with his complaint about Fulcher. One person said that Weiss instead contacted the Pentagon Transition Office that assists newly arriving political appointees. The Pentagon declined to comment on the incident between Hegseth and Weiss, and has sought to downplay what Democrats and some Republicans say is an endemic dysfunction there under the former Fox News personality. Our senior advisors at the Department of Defense are unified and working together to carry out President Trump and Secretary Hegseth's agenda, Sean Parnell, a spokesman, said in a statement. When contacted for comment about the incident, Fulcher, who turns 33 next week, told the Washington Post in a text message that it is his understanding that no police were called and I didn't see any. He said, however, there was one person who was making claims that he was going to call PFPA. That was clear, referring to the Pentagon Force Protection Agency. Asked to clarify whether he was referring to Weiss, Fulcher stopped responding. Weiss, who departed Doge this month, did not respond to questions from the Post. The White House, which handles media inquiries for Doge-related issues, did not respond to a request for comment. Officials with the PFPA's communications office said they were not aware of a report involving Fulcher or Weiss, but would look into the issue. In the weeks surrounding Hegseth's confrontation with Weiss, his inner circle at the Pentagon was awash in controversy. Days before the Atlantic magazine revealed Hegseth's disclosure of the Yemen attack plans, the New York Times reported that his team at the Defense Department was preparing to provide Musk, the tech mogul who led Doge before a stunning fallout with Trump, with a classified briefing on U.S. war plans in the event of a conflict with China. An internal investigation into unauthorized communications with the news media soon followed, and Hegseth later told the House Armed Services Committee that while he had invited Musk to the Pentagon, it was not for a classified briefing about China. In mid-April, Hegseth fired 3 senior Pentagon officials and accused them of leaking to the news media. They, in turn, denied the allegation and accused Hegseth's team of slander. Other unflattering revelations followed, including reports about infighting among Hegseth's remaining team, his wife's unorthodox role at the Pentagon, and his struggle to find a new chief of staff deemed acceptable to the White House. No replacement has been announced since Joe Casper voluntarily departed in late April, citing a desire to return to the private sector. Fulcher, too, has been embroiled in more controversy, most notably after The Guardian reported last month that he told Casper and Hegseth's personal attorney, Tim Parlatore, that he knew of surveillance measures that could be used to find leakers at the Pentagon. Fulcher joined Parlatore, who has assisted Hegseth in the Pentagon as a reserve officer in the Navy, in the search. But administration officials at the White House and the Pentagon determined that Fulcher had exaggerated his usefulness, and the purported evidence he had alluded to did not exist. People familiar with the matter said, in light of that, some of Hegseth's other advisors have cast doubt on Fulcher's long-term standing.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it there. This is getting into some weeds we don't need to get into. You know, the bottom line is that Hegseth is apparently incompetent. You know, everything from that signal debacle, you know, the Houthis, luckily they don't have signals, so they didn't know we were about to hit their missile launchers. And then the Houthis, I think it's last week, just attacked shipping again. So whatever they did back in March, it's worn off, and the Houthis are brave again and causing trouble again. So I think Hegseth, is going to be the next to go. It's either going to be him or what's her name over at the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard. It's going to be one of those two. We're going to be the next to go. So let's move on to the next story. Ukraine. Republicans shift to backing Ukraine because Trump has switched to backing Ukraine. Where Trump goes, his sheep in Congress follow.
Republicans in Congress shift to backing Ukraine, matching Trump's reversal. This article is by Robert Jimison and read by an automated voice. Less than 2 years ago, House Republicans were so livid about the idea of continuing to aid Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression that they deposed their own speaker, Kevin McCarthy, in part to protest what they said was a, quote, secret side deal he had made to do so. Months later, Speaker Mike Johnson risked his own job to push through a funding package for Ukraine, with the majority of his members voting no. But now, more than 3 years into the war, many Republicans in Congress who have railed consistently against sending more money and weapons to Ukraine and clamored to end American involvement in the war are rushing to shift their stance, following the lead of President Trump. It is the latest evidence that Mr. Trump, whose America First foreign policy approach has upended decades of Republican orthodoxy favoring muscular U.S. intervention in conflicts around the world, holds an iron grip on his party. And now that the president, who once disdained American aid to Ukraine, has pivoted and announced a new plan to speed weapons to the war-torn country, some Republicans are contorting themselves to stay aligned with him. That has involved relative silence from some previously vocal opponents of supporting Ukraine and striking public reversals from some of Mr. Trump's closest allies, many of whom spent considerable time on Capitol Hill arguing against a policy they once called reckless, but now argue is brilliant diplomacy from a master strategist. Representative Derek Van Orden, Republican of Wisconsin, last spring savaged the Biden administration for failing to have a plan for further aid to Ukraine, proclaiming, quote, "We must stop entering into endless wars." On Monday, he endorsed Mr. Trump's announcement of more help. "I explicitly trust Donald Trump," he said in an interview. "I call him the peacemaker in chief. He knows what he's doing, and I trust him." Though Mr. Trump was quick to emphasize that the United States would not be paying up front for any additional weapons, he offered no detailed plan for how his plan would bring about an end to the war. Still, Mr. Van Orden professed no qualms. "He has my 100% absolute unequivocal support," he said of Mr. Trump. As a member of the Freedom Caucus, Representative Troy Niels, Republican of Texas, is part of the hard-right faction in the House that argued for withholding support for Ukraine over concerns about funding for security at the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, he supports helping Ukraine, but insists he has not altered his stance, noting that under Mr. Trump's proposal, NATO nations would pay for American weapons. "It's not a real change in position. Donald is the only guy that can stop that," he said in an interview, referring to Russian aggression. "But it's going to require Vladimir Putin to understand what the boss means by, 'Let's end this thing in 50 days.'" He appeared to be alluding to Mr. Trump's threat to impose tariffs on Russia if a peace deal is not reached in short order. Representative Warren Davidson, Republican of Ohio, a staunch opponent of aiding Ukraine in the past, told CNN that Mr. Trump's plan for doing so was the right approach. "The president really gets it right in saying, hey, we'll sell NATO countries these weapons, and if they want to pay for them, they can buy them," Mr. Davidson told CNN, adding, "This is not our war." The pivots have been jarring at times, particularly for those who made opposition to supporting Ukraine central to their political brand. As a senator from Ohio and a chief disciple of the MAGA movement on Capitol Hill, Vice President J.D. Vance was one of the most outspoken critics of aiding Ukraine. In an essay for the New York Times, he argued last spring that the war was unwinnable and that the United States could not supply what Ukraine needed to bring about its end. This week, he stood silently beside Mr. Trump in the Oval Office as the president announced the plans that would see additional American weapons on the front lines of the conflict. Senator Rick Scott, a Florida Republican,
J.D. Vance stood silently beside the president while the president told J.D. Vance what to think.
who once vehemently opposed U.S. aid to Ukraine, also spoke favorably about Mr. Trump's plan. "He's going to do everything he can to get peace, and I hope Putin takes him seriously," Mr. Scott said of the plan, adding, "I think President Trump clearly doesn't want to be in wars. He hates war." His stance marked a notable departure from just over a year ago, when he held up the Senate floor for nearly 2 hours denouncing a bipartisan military aid package for Ukraine. Senate Democrats and a minority of Senate Republicans chose to prioritize the national security of Ukraine over the national security of the United States, he said at the time. "Every American should be disgusted with what is happening in Washington." Mr. Trump has tried to make a clean break with former President Joseph R. Biden Jr. by asserting that new weapons for Ukraine are not meant to bring about victory by force, but to sustain the military there for long enough to bring about a negotiated resolution to the conflict. Still, some Republicans argue that the voters who delivered Mr. Trump a second term in the White House and granted unified control to Republicans in Washington are not on board with his change of heart on Ukraine. "The American people want us to fix problems at home, not do the bidding of neocons and warhawks," Representative Eli Crane, Republican of Arizona, said in a social media post on Tuesday responding to Mr. Trump's new Ukraine plan. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican of Georgia who sought unsuccessfully to oust Mr. Johnson last year for pushing through the Ukraine aid package, suggested that the president's plan was a betrayal of the voters who had elected Republicans in part based on their promise to end U.S. involvement in foreign wars. "No one's walking around thinking about Ukraine. No one's walking around thinking about Russia. They're just not," she said in an interview on Monday. They walk around and all they think about is their bills, their problems, and the road that may look like crap in front of their house. Or they can't buy a house. Though she says her tune has not changed, it is now discordant with many in her party who have shifted around her as they seek to stay aligned with Mr. Trump. The situation has left Ms. Green perplexed as to why she is facing criticism for adhering to views she once thought were broadly shared by those in her party. It's been wrong that I've had to defend myself. And I haven't pulled my support from the president, she said. This is what we campaigned on. This is what I promised also to my district. This is what everybody voted for. And I believe we have to maintain the course.
All right. So Ukraine is back in the good graces of Donald Trump and Putin. They're talking about doing sanctions against Putin. Trump is. So that is quite the reversal. But I think anybody could have told Trump, I told you so. Putin doesn't give a shit about Trump. Putin's in the driver's seat, not little Donnie Trump. You know, in that relationship, Putin is the beloved and Trump is the lover. So next up, been a few National Security Council people who are experienced, who are leaving. Two senior officials have departed the White House National Security Council recently, as reported by sources familiar with the moves. Ian Bennett is expected to move to the private sector, while Brian McCormick will become chief of staff for Republican Senator Bill Hagerty, according to sources. It says here, you know, just to note, few senior officials from President Donald Trump's administration remain at the NSC after staff cuts. And the NSC has begun to make new hires in an attempt to rebuild after recent departures, as reported by sources. I don't know what that means, other than I imagine what they're looking for are, you know, people who are not independent thinkers, but are extremely loyal to the president. And, you know, he is president. He can choose his own yes men. You know what, Bobby? There are videos. I haven't seen any more since yesterday, but if anything good pops up, I will definitely make sure I show them. And let's see, stand across just research words, ACLU, non-judicial removals. I don't care. I'll just have to take your word for it. And the reason I'm going to take your word for it is it just doesn't matter. Obama hasn't been president in quite some time. I don't know what it is with you far right people, Ryan. You love to do whataboutism. The first thing, you and 12th Man, you are bookends to whataboutism. Soon as I say something about Trump, the first thing you think is, well, Biden, well, Obama. It's really frustrating, you know, for someone like me who actually likes to talk about politics. The automatic whataboutism is so boring. So I encourage you to rethink how you talk about politics and not talk about the past so much, unless it's actually relevant. That Obama deported a bunch of people. One day you're praising Obama, the next day you're criticizing Obama. What do you really think about Obama's deportation policies? I have no clue. So Speaker Mike Johnson and other Republicans break with Trump over Epstein. Well, here's the deal. It's very easy to break with Donald Trump over this one because you're sticking with the base. If the base wasn't upset by this, Mike Johnson wouldn't even be, you know, displaying an attempt at it being an independent thinker. And by the way, Trump has kind of backtracked a little bit. So, you know, Johnson isn't in any real hot water with Trump. But let's hear this article. It's kind of long. If it's interesting, we'll listen to it. If not, we'll move on to the next article, which is related.
You're listening to Speaker Mike Johnson and other Republicans break with Trump on Epstein, a news story written by Mariana Sotomayor and read by an AI-generated voice. One of the leading Republicans on Capitol Hill broke with the Trump administration's decision not to release the files of deceased sex offender Jeffrey Epstein as the controversy deepened over the handling of an issue that has caused unprecedented division among the GOP base. House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican Louisiana, told right-wing podcaster Benny Johnson that he supported the release of the Epstein files days after President Donald Trump's Justice Department said the matter was effectively closed. Johnson is a close Trump ally and has never broken so publicly with the president on an issue. "I'm for transparency," Johnson told Benny Johnson. "It's a very delicate subject, but we should put everything out there and let the people decide it." Even as Johnson publicly called for the files to be released, he opposed a procedural motion advanced Tuesday by Democrats that would have set up a House vote to release them. On the podcast, Speaker Johnson said that Attorney General Pam Bondi needs to come forward and explain the confusion she has brewed after she said in interviews earlier this year that the purported Epstein client list was sitting on her desk for review, suggesting it would be released. Bondi and other Justice Department officials now say the client list, which some claim would reveal the names of powerful figures who allegedly participated in Epstein's crimes, does not exist. "I like Pam. I think she's done a good job, but we need the DOJ focusing on the major priorities," he said. "I'm anxious to put this behind us." The rift with the Trump administration over an issue near to the heart of the president's MAGA base suggests that the roiling debate over Epstein is far from over. Many of the president's supporters believed him when they were promised that once he was restored to the White House, his administration would release the files that Trump long claimed his predecessor was hiding. Now, they are angry. But Trump is backing Bondi and has called for his supporters to move on. On Tuesday, Trump said Bondi gave him a very quick briefing on the Epstein documents before baselessly blaming previous Democratic administrations for creating the files. "We've gone through years of attacks, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her," Trump said in defense of Bondi. "Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release." Johnson's interview was released Tuesday afternoon, moments after Democrats nearly won a significant victory on the House floor. If Republicans had not blocked the procedural motion, they would have been forced to vote on a measure to release the files that was sponsored by Representative Ro Khanna, Democrat California, and supported by House Democratic leadership. Hours later, Representative Thomas Massie, Republican Kentucky, signed on to Khanna's resolution and said that he planned to go around GOP leadership's wishes and force a vote on the matter as soon as next week. Massie must recruit 5 other Republicans to join all Democrats in signing a discharge petition, a procedural measure that would force the House to vote before the chamber adjourns for an August recess. "If your representative won't sign the discharge petition, ask why," Massie said. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat, New York, called for transparency on the issue Monday, saying the American people deserve to know the truth. "If you're not hiding anything, prove that to the American people," Jeffries said at his weekly news conference. "And if you are trying to hide something, as many of Donald Trump's MAGA supporters apparently believe, then the Congress should work hard to uncover the truth for the American people." Majority Whip Tom Emmer, Republican Minnesota, and his team were seen working to persuade holdouts from the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus, who appeared willing to join with Democrats to approve the Khanna resolution, which would have required the Justice Department to preserve and release all documents related to Epstein. Representative Andrew Clyde, Republican, Georgia, was seen yelling at Emmer's floor director before voting to block the resolution. Representative Andy Biggs, Republican, Arizona, chose not to cast a vote after Emmer spent minutes talking to him. GOP leaders immediately closed the vote after they notched enough Republican support to block the resolution, prompting Representative Becca Balint, Democrat, Vermont, to yell.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and stop it here. 12th man, Democrats are being highly disingenuous in bringing up Epstein. And the reason they're doing that is they are literally mocking See, you did when you mock somebody, a lot of times being disingenuous is part of what makes it funny. Of course, Democrats don't give a shit about Epstein, but the problem is Trump's base does. So all the Democrats are doing is egging on the base. That's part of the joke, 12th man. Democrats don't care. They want to be disingenuous to stoke up that base. They want to defeat MAGA, and they will use any tool to do so. I hope you get it now, 12th man. Jesus, dude, you are not on your game this morning. Hold on one sec, folks. My computer has seized up here. We'll give it a couple minutes to calm down. The deportation issue is more identity politics. Well, yeah, racists play identity politics. That's literally the core of what race is. It's identity. It's identity. So thank you for that kernel of wisdom there, Ryan. Oh, give it a minute, folks. My stupid computer, because I'm switching back and forth, going back and forth with these two MAGA bots in the chat. Hopefully I don't have to take extreme measures here. Let's see. Damn it. 12th man, let's see. 12th man says the joke is on you because we don't give a flying. Okay, 12th man. Yeah, the joke's on me, 12th man. I'm sitting here mocking you, but the joke's on me. I see. All right, well, that button's working. Why are the rest of these not working? There we go. All right, so let us move on to this. Let's see, Ryan, you say, I guess Obama was racist when he did worse than Trump. Absurd. I thought you were saying Obama did better. Which is it? Did he do worse or better than Trump? And no, I don't think Obama is a racist, but I do think Trump is a racist. I think what Trump has done is stoked up his racist base. Obama didn't stir up racists like Trump does. So you making the comparison if we're talking about race and racists, you comparing Trump to Obama, I'm going to give that an F for a grade. Do better, Ryan. All right, let's see. Where are we? Sorry about it. I had a little bit of technical difficulties here. There we go. All right. Well, this is Bondi basically should release whatever she thinks is credible. That's basically kind of repeating what Trump said. Let's see here.
The questions there, Karen, but he did talk about tariffs, Epstein files, Russia's war on Ukraine. Clearly, I don't know, you picked the headline, but he's frustrated with Putin. He's made that very clear, trying to do everything he can to get to a peace deal, hoping Putin will do something within 50 days. But also, was
Uh-oh. You know what? I thought this was on a Bondi story. Don't know why that is even here. But anyway, this reads, under pressure from MAGA supporters, President Donald Trump on Tuesday said Attorney General Pam Bondi should release whatever she thinks is credible on the Jeffrey Epstein case. So basically, Trump is doing a little bit of a backtrack, mainly because he's catching hell from the base. I suspect Trump, may be a part, may be listed on whatever documentation they're not releasing. And to a certain extent, I agree with 12th Man. No one should really be caring about this Epstein stuff. But for some reason, Trump's base is into this Epstein stuff. And I basically, my theory on it is the Epstein case is probably the only thing that Trump's base is capable of understanding. They don't understand, the deportation policies or, the ins and outs of foreign policy or, anything about the tariffs. I mean, all that stuff is just above their heads, but they can understand a pedophile. Trump's relationship with a suspected pedophile, that they can understand. So, we gotta help our brethren out, and we gotta give them something they can understand, so they feel like they're kind of a part of the so they can feel like they are a part of the American polity. So let's move on. Democrats. See, 12th Man, I told you, Democrats are trolling Trump and the GOP over the Jeffrey Epstein case. See, 12th Man, they're trolling. I guess you're that part of Trump's base that I have to explain what Democrats are doing as far as Epstein goes. On July 15th at the U.S. House, Democrats demanded release of Epstein's records, trolling Republicans on social media and news shows. After the Justice Department said last week no additional files will be released, Democrats sensed an opening and pressed Republicans by demanding file releases. To be honest, I'd probably roast Republicans too. It's all gonna, by the end of the week, we'll be on to something else. But, let's have a little bit of fun with politics. House Speaker Mike Johnson broke ranks with Trump, saying we should put everything out there and let the people decide. Oh, Jesus. Let them decide what? While House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries added, "You're not hiding anything. Prove that to the American people." A Republican-controlled House committee voted down Representative Ro Khanna's amendment on July 14th, and Trump attempted to cast doubt on July 15th about what the files may contain. I guess Ro Khanna, some bill to release the documents. House Judiciary Committee Democrats sent a letter to Chairman Jim Jordan requesting a bipartisan hearing on the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein matter, including testimony from Bondi and FBI officials. You know what? Congress needs to actually be doing something rather than, kind of talking about nothing. It's a distraction, and I guess, it's almost the dog days of summer. These folks need something to keep them amused. So let's see. What is Ryan saying? Ryan's saying black president deports people, Latinos en masse. It's not racist. White guy does the same. It's racist. Well, only a racist would think the way you're thinking, Ryan. I really didn't think Trump white guy deporting. I really honestly wasn't thinking that much about black guy and white guy as far as deportation policies. So I like your racist angle. Thanks for that. Let's see. 82% of Trump voters say they would vote for him again. Yeah, 82%, not 100%. Have you noticed? See, this is the weird thing. Like 100% of these people voted for Trump, but only 82% say they would not vote for him again. That is the problem. The problem is the 18%, not the 82%, 12th man. Let's think critically. 100% of these people voted for him, but not 100% would vote for him again. That is, what you fail to understand, 12th man. But, we're not going to call you the God's gift to critical thinking. Three most popular Democrats are AOC, Mamdani, Mamdani, and Sanders. They are ousting Jeffrey Schumer and the moderates. Good luck. No, we're not there yet, but I think if Mamdani gets into office and does well, that could change the landscape in the Democratic Party. But don't count your chicken in every pot before they're hatched, Ryan. No, Stanley, I think Democrats are morbid and they love focusing on the dead. No, they're basically mocking Republicans, 12th man. They're not necrophiliacs. They are just roasting because they see an opening to roast. Come on, 12th man. Stop overthinking it. Necrophilia is not a thing in the Democratic Party. It is not a thing in the Democratic Party. Not yet, anyway. All right. We're going to move on to the non-Trump news, though there is a Trump story or two out there somewhere. China is spending billions to become an AI superpower. I think we all know this.
China is spending billions to become an AI superpower. This article is by Mian Tobin and read by an automated voice. When OpenAI blocked China's access to its advanced artificial intelligence systems last July, Chinese coders shrugged. They would rely instead on open source systems, where the underlying technology is shared publicly for others to build on. At the time, that mostly meant turning to another popular American product made by Meta. But in the years since, there has been a major shift in the global race to develop advanced AI. Chinese companies like DeepSeek and Alibaba have churned out open-source AI systems of their own that rank among the world's top performers. China is quickly closing the gap with the United States in the contest to make technologies that rival the human brain. This is not an accident. The Chinese government has spent a decade funneling resources toward becoming an AI superpower, using the same strategy it used to dominate the electric vehicle and solar power industries. China is applying state support across the entire AI tech stack, from chips and data centers down to energy, said Kyle Chan, an adjunct researcher at the Rand Corporation, a think tank. For the past 10 years, Beijing has pushed Chinese companies to build manufacturing capabilities in high-tech industries, for which the country previously depended on imports. That approach helped China become the maker of a third of the world's manufactured goods, and a leader in electric vehicles, batteries, and solar panels. And it has also been applied to the essential building blocks of advanced AI systems: computing power, skilled engineers, and data resources. China pushed that industrial policy approach as 3 presidential administrations in Washington tried to hold back its ability to make technologies like artificial intelligence, including by restricting sales of chips made by NVIDIA, America's leading AI chipmaker. On Monday, NVIDIA said the U.S. government had approved sales, with a license, of a China-specific chip known as the H20, But with Beijing's backing, Chinese companies like Huawei have been racing to develop alternatives to NVIDIA's technology. Beijing's approach to AI is intended to help Chinese tech companies make advancements despite Washington's restrictions. In the United States, companies like Google and Meta have spent billions on data centers. But in China, it is the government that has played a major role in financing AI infrastructure and hardware, including data centers, high-capacity servers, and semiconductors. To concentrate the country's engineering talent, the Chinese government also financed a network of labs where much of its most advanced AI research takes place, often in collaboration with big tech companies like Alibaba and ByteDance. Beijing has also directed banks and local governments to go on a lending spree that fueled hundreds of startups. Since 2014, the government has spent nearly $100 billion on a fund to grow the semiconductor industry, and in April said it would allocate $8.5 billion for young AI startups. Local governments have set up entire neighborhoods that function as startup incubators, like Dreamtown in Hangzhou, a city in China's south that is home to Alibaba and DeepSeek and is known as a hotspot for AI talent. For the government to help us cover even 10 or 15% of our early-stage research costs, that's a huge benefit, said Jia Haojun, the founder of Deep Principle, a Hangzhou startup focused on using AI for chemical research that raised $10 million last year. Different city districts offer competing incentives to lure startups to their areas. Deep Principle received a $2.5 million subsidy from a district in Hangzhou when the startup moved to the city, Mr. Jia said. A local official helped him find office space and employee housing. American AI systems were built using information from all types of websites, including some that are inaccessible on China's censored internet, like Reddit and Wikipedia. But Chinese companies need to make sure that any AI products used by the general public comply with Beijing's controls on information. So the government has created data resources that contain approved information for companies to use to train their AI systems, like one based on state media articles, that is called the Mainstream Values Corpus. Chinese tech companies also have an enormous amount of data on how people use the internet, which has helped companies like ByteDance, the parent of TikTok, develop some of the country's most popular AI systems. Yet Beijing's industrial policy approach to AI has also been inefficient. An abundance of AI startups are vying for their piece of the cutthroat market, competing to offer their models at low rates to engineers. This top-down approach also makes it burdensome to shift resources quickly as technology changes. Chinese companies spent years working on AI technologies like facial recognition, but were caught off guard by the advances in generative AI behind ChatGPT. It can be difficult to figure out where to invest and allocate resources, said Mr. Chan, the RAND researcher. AI is not like traditional industries like steel or shipbuilding, where the technology is fairly stable. Much of the government funding has gone to China's leading chipmaker, Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, which manufactures chips designed by companies like Huawei and Qualcomm. SMIC has raced to produce AI chips for Huawei that are intended to compete with ones made by NVIDIA. While Huawei chips may be good enough for some tasks, they cannot do everything NVIDIA chips can do. Companies are also reluctant to make the switch because it is difficult for SMIC to manufacture them in large quantities. The idea is that in the event of being cut off, there is some viable alternative, even if it is lagging in performance, so China's AI industry can continue to make some progress instead of being stopped altogether, Mr. Chan said. Chinese.
Yeah, I'm going to stop this right here because I believe we get the gist. Ryan, if I recall, 2008 was the election year, so Obama didn't become president until 2009. So I don't really your time. I could be wrong, but I think 2008 was the election year. Presidents don't become inaugurated till the following January. In your point about illegals harm black wages, well, I would actually kind of talk about systemic racism here. Why are you don't illegals harm all people's wages, or is it just black people? This is where I start, asking you about, do you understand why you want to concentrate, or this report or people concentrate on just black people's wages? And the other question I have is, if it's only black people's wages that are affected by immigration, well, why is that? So, did Bush do the study or did Obama do the study, Ryan? Because Obama wasn't president in 2008. Can you help a brother out here? And the other thing, that immigration harms black wages, that's almost a separate show. Why is that? Why are blacks particularly vulnerable to illegal immigration? Does anybody ever ask that question? So anyway, we'll move on to the next story, which is going back to last week. We watched part of that pot farm that got raided by ICE and local law enforcement. And this is kind of a follow-up to it. Apparently the pot farm owner has ties to Gavin Newsom. And of course, Fox News is going to report it. Why wouldn't they? Good looking reporter here, or newscaster. Oops. We must hear her voice.
Scene of a massive standoff between ICE agents and protesters last week. Agents managed to apprehend over 360 illegal immigrants at the farm, including 14 underage minors. And now we're learning more about the farm's owner. Glasshouse Farms president and co-founder Graham Farrar has been called a pioneer in growing so-called environmentally friendly cannabis. And he has a history of donating to Democratic candidates and causes, including a hefty $10,000 donation to Gavin Newsom back in 2018. Meanwhile, Democratic California leaders are still working to oppose immigration enforcement however they can. That includes Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who's rolling out a new plan to give cash cards to families allegedly threatened by ICE.
But we also are going to have a reinstitution of the Angelino card, something that Mayor Garcetti started during COVID, that will actually provide cash assistance to people. Because, you have people who don't want to leave their homes, who are not going to work, and they are in need of cash. It's a couple $100. I don't know the exact amount, and this should be available in about a week.
Steve, so like we talked about, you are staunchly in the lead in California gubernatorial polls right now. So talk to us, how and why does your message resonate with the majority of Californians right now on these topics?
This is such a great, terrible example of what's been going wrong in California, because you've got people in charge who not only won't enforce the law, they undermine the law. And you're seeing it on this issue of illegal immigration.
After this story, Lupin, I want to concentrate on this particular comment that you have up on the screen, but I'm interested in this particular story, something about immigration, Newsom, and pot farms.
And it's playing out for the whole country to see. But we've also seen it on crime more generally, the way that retail theft, shoplifting's been tolerated. We've seen it on homelessness.
Or have they
It's
drifted away
illegal
from the
for
story?
these encampments to be there. They've been there for years, and these politicians have done nothing about it. Now you have federal law.
Okay. Yeah, this video has kind of drifted away.
And now we're getting
I think this is the one I
We're
want.
getting new details about the California pot farm, which became the scene of a massive standoff between ICE agents and protesters last week. Agents managed to apprehend over 360 illegal immigrants at the farm, including 14 underage minors. And now we're learning more about the farm's owner. Glasshouse Farms president and co-founder Graham Farrar has been called a pioneer in growing so-called environmentally friendly cannabis. He has a history of donating to Democratic candidates and causes, including a hefty $10,000 donation to Gavin Newsom back in 2018. Meanwhile, Democratic California leaders are still working to oppose immigration enforcement however they can. That includes Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who's rolling out a new plan to give cash cards to families allegedly threatened by ICE.
But we also are going to have.
Yeah, they're drifting away. Let me skip ahead. Maybe they get to it.
Of a long list of crimes. This lawlessness has to stop, and that's what I will do.
Those people who can't quite make up their minds, those undecided, you say there's about 30% of the electorate out there that hasn't made.
Ooh, Harris Faulkner is looking rough. My God. But anyway, they are drifting away from the headline here. And I was hoping they would concentrate on the farm and the ties to Newsom, but they're talking about Karen Bass and cash cards to illegals and just all kinds of stuff I'm not particularly interested in. Lupin makes a comment about most white folks are always crying foul when they are not the center of attention and are not able to exploit their WDEI programs, white DEI programs, I assume he means, or women's. White women probably benefited more from DEI programs. But here's the deal. This point about centering whiteness, I've been talking about it for the past few days. It's kind of a weird thing that white people just assume that white and European and Western culture is the standard. And, to a certain extent, it almost has to be a standard. There has to be a standard that, a playbook that everybody kind of goes by, or you wind up getting, wires crossed and, just mass confusion. However, I think the problem is not that there is a white standard. It's that white people don't know that there is a white standard and are unable to shift gears. If you know there is a white standard, you also know when the white standard isn't working or does not apply or just shouldn't be used in a particular situation. And that is the actual problem. Knowing that there is a white standard is how you fix. Nothing wrong with a white standard, but you got to know there's a white standard. And most white people, and this is just based on my experience, most white people just assume that everybody thinks in a quote white way. And this video that I was planning on premiering actually kind of makes the point that a lot of anti-black blacks, they may even know that there's a white standard, but they basically say, hey, black people, stop resisting the white standard. We basically need to succumb to it. And I had a guy yesterday, young man yesterday, basically say, well, and I've heard Glenn Lowry say it. I've heard a lot of black conservatives say, well, we better not piss off the white folks because if they all get mad at us, they could toss us out of the country. I'm like, you know what? White people aren't that organized. And most white people would do a double take at anybody suggesting something like that. And it hurts my feelings to see a young black man in his 20s scared of pissing off the white people. I'm like, what kind of fucking young man are you? Who cares if white people get mad? The MAGA base is not the majority of white people. That's what people don't seem to understand. The MAGA folks will have you believe that they have a mandate in the country. They barely won. the popular vote, and at this stage of the game, independents have swung the other way. Ryan, you're talking about an English standard. You obviously have no clue what you're talking about. The English standard no longer applies in America. We have literally taken the English standard from 400 years ago, and it is now a hybrid, which is an American standard. So don't talk to me about English standards. Economists or people who are economically inclined make horrible cultural critics. They want to turn everything into a cost benefit analysis. And sometimes that economic analysis of culture just does not work. And even if it does work, it's just generally off-putting. There is no English standard in the United States. Stop it. So anyway, I don't know. Do I want to play this video now? Because it is a long video. And I don't know. You know what? I got a bunch of news stories, but let's go ahead, since Lupin has opened the door and I get to show off a clip that I did. Let's go ahead and follow Lupin's lead here. And I'm not sure. The problem is I don't have control of it. There we go. So this is a clip from yesterday's show. It is a bit longish, but I'm gonna see if I can't play it. Hopefully the volume's not too low.
A bag of rocks. Wealth is created by owning assets that generate revenue, that appreciate over time, that in theory might even have tax advantages. So if you're going to close the racial wealth gap, you got to help more people of color own commercial property.
Tell me how the volume is.
Below Andre Perry, 81% of commercial property is owned by 1% of the population. And whether it's assets, could be homes and businesses, it's commercial real estate. So we now own 6 shopping centers in Chicago.
Here, let me address Ryan's point here. Nobody can explain the white standard. Yes, people can explain the white standard. Okay, it is basically a racist version of what would probably more correctly be called a Western culture standard. The white standard is created when people like Be Brave start talking about white culture and black culture. It's basically the racist explanation of Western culture and Western culture standards. That's the explanation, Ryan.
Hello.
Oh, sorry about that. I was on mute. I'm not a fan of, you'll almost never hear me talk about either of those guys.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I feel like a lot of the divisiveness comes from people that look like me, which is unfortunately the black people, because every time, I'm even my family or whether it's like, online or on TikTok, it's just like all this racial division, I feel like comes from a majority of black people because they're always playing the victim. They're always.
Now, this is where we're going to start locking horns here. This young man, good young man, Jay's a good guy, but I pick on him in the first part of this video, which is about 40 some minutes long, but I think we're going to at least get through most of it. Okay. He has been brainwashed by right-wing media. You'll hear that he's getting a lot of this stuff from right-wing media in America. He has been brainwashed into thinking that black people are the ones propagating racism in the United States. And I really did a double take when I heard this. And you'll see where my argument goes. So just a preview.
Bringing up the past, they're always, being divisive, and it's just like white people aren't doing that. Some of them are. Don't get me wrong.
Let me. How into American history are you?
I mean, I know my American history a little bit.
Okay, well then you know that white people have been doing it for centuries in America. So that black people are the only ones being racially divisive, I think that's easily disproven. The other thing
How's that?
I
How's that
personally,
disproven?
the other thing that I personally don't do is I don't even have a TikTok or, I have an Instagram account, but I don't really use it, for information or anything like that. So I think sometimes what
I
you
never
see,
said.
I
I never
no,
said you was on TikTok.
I'm going. Whoa! I'm going to finish, and then you go. I think sometimes that people kind of get a magnified or skewed view of reality if you're only looking at social media. And as far as proving, I mean, American history is literally chock full of white people being racial.
Well, first off, I mean, I never said you was on TikTok. I was just making a general statement.
No,
but
I
mean,
didn't say you did. You mentioned it. I'm saying if you are getting the racial division and all that stuff from TikTok, I'm saying you're getting a skewed version of reality. I didn't say I was on it. I said if you are getting your news or information solely from social media, you're getting a skewed perspective.
Yeah, but I think the problem is black people blame whites too much, and they blame them a lot that they don't even want to fix the issues in their own community, like black on black crime. I mean, high blood pressure,
Okay, well,
diabetes,
that's
fatherless homes.
That's an interesting point. Now, tell me how black people can solve crime.
Bringing up the past, they're always being divisive, and it's just like white people aren't doing that. I mean, some of them are. Don't get me wrong.
Let me. How into American history are you?
I mean, I know my American history a little bit.
Okay, well then you know that white people have been doing it for centuries in America. So that black people are the only ones being racially divisive, I think that's easily disproven. The other thing the other thing that I personally don't do is I don't even have a TikTok or, I have an Instagram account, but I don't really use it, for information or anything like that. So I think sometimes what you see, I'm going. This comment, and I guess I'm going to be stopping this video a lot as I look at what's coming around in the chat. This comment right here is basically proof of concept where, and I hate to pick on Ryan, but he's a big boy. He'll survive. Okay. So his question to me is, so the white Western standard is racism. Ryan, you didn't know this? Literally in pre-America, 1661 in Virginia and Maryland was either right around the same time. They literally enacted the first black code. So yes, the standard is race when you say, hey, if your mother's black, you are a slave for life. That's literally a standard, and it's in a country, well, it was England at the time, an English colony. So yes, one of the standards in Western culture is race. And if you take race and you put it into law, then it becomes racism. It's race it's race in a legal system. So yes, Ryan, you're getting it now. I can't believe how people who are like in their 50s don't know. Y'all, the white people in this chat, and I suspect most white people, y'all don't even understand your own culture. Like, be brave, This motherfucker wants to talk about white standards and he doesn't even understand his own culture, which he venerates. It is fucking amazing. That's why I love mocking y'all. In the anti-black blacks who want to glorify white culture, I argue that blacks actually understand white culture better than white people do. Now, that might be a hot take, but I honestly believe that. We have seen white culture from the good side and the bad side as, in a historical, from a historical perspective, as a quote people, as a demographic. Black Americans, the legacy Black Americans have seen the good parts of white culture in America and the bad parts of it. And I think we understand it better than most white people who have not seen the bad side of white culture. Well, there's not mass incarceration in the quote white demographic. There are, there's more generational wealth. So a lot of white people don't know what it's like to be really poor. There are really poor white people, but if you're gonna go by generational wealth and all that, it's a lot less prevalent in the white demographic. White people never get to experience the underbelly of their own culture. And if y'all can't figure it out, I see Pony Boy there acting like he doesn't know what I'm talking about. This is why I literally sit up here and, nobody wants to hear it. People leave and they go to their safe spaces on CT show, Ock Nation show, Bob's show. They go to their safe spaces where people don't actually talk about or do the heavy lifting of peering under some of these stupid ideas and attitudes in these black conservative spaces. The anti-black blacks are worshiping a culture and a people who don't even know their own culture. Hearing a 50-some-year-old white man tell me that act like he doesn't know that racism, and racists are the underbelly of white culture, but it is a standard. It's shocking. And I fucking want anybody to come up here and prove me wrong. It was white people who fucking invented race. It was Europeans who invented race. And now they want to act like it's not a standard. Oh man, y'all are a riot. Whoa. I'm going to finish and then you go. I think sometimes that people kind of get a magnified or skewed view of reality if you're only looking at social media. And as far as proving, I mean, American history is literally chock full of white people being racial.
Well, first off, I mean, I never said you was on TikTok. I was just making a general statement.
No, I didn't say you did. You mentioned it. I'm saying if you are getting the racial division and all that stuff from TikTok, I'm saying you're getting a skewed version of reality. I didn't say I was on it. I said if you are getting your news or information solely from social media, you're getting a skewed perspective.
Yeah, but I think the problem is black people blame whites too much, and they blame them a lot that they don't even want to fix the issues in their own community, like black on black crime. I mean, high blood pressure, diabetes, fatherless homes.
That's an interesting point. Now, tell me how black people can solve crime.
Well, first they can solve crime by asking for more police instead of trying to be stupid and defund the police. Because a lot of people was trying to do that in 2020.
This is 2025. Defund the police died a few years ago. As a matter of fact, defund the police died when Joe Biden came into office because he was not into defund the police. So it's been defund the police pretty much died in 2020. So
And
that's 5 years ago.
And also hold these rappers and these bad influences accountable, because it's clearly not as a good influence as it was back in the day. Because a lot of people look up to Sexy Red, they look up to Lil Durk, they look up to Chief Keef, these degenerates, these incels to society. And then when
Let me ask you, that's an interesting point. Now, do you expect Sexy Red to stop doing what she's doing?
Absolutely.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
So you expect her to give up her livelihood?
I'm saying she needs to change her image, because a lot of young Black people, especially my age, are looking up to that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you blame Sexy Red for these kids looking up to her, or do you blame the parents?
I blame both the parents and Sexy Red.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fair. I would tend to blame the parents. And as a parent of a 19-year-old, I was actually very aware of what my son listened to, the social media and all that. I mean, I really never censored it. I just kind of let him know what the expectations were. And every now and again, I'd go back and spot check. But I personally think that Sexy Red should be as sexy and as red as she wants to be. It's up to the parents to decide who that child gets exposed to. And I know you can't do it 100% of the time. But one of the things I caught a lot of guff from my son, he didn't get a phone until he was in high school.
Well, I did too. I can relate.
He had fairly limited access to the internet. Like, for instance, I can't recall, he didn't have a computer in his room. So, I mean, if he needed to use the internet, he either used it at school, or he had one of those Chromebooks that kids bring home from school. And the Chromebook actually had the security protocols. The school, has its own security protocols. And anything I needed to do on my end from the router, I know how to get in the router and, clamp down, the types of websites he doesn't need to be on. But that's me as a parent. And I kind of know computers. I can't expect every parent to be able to do that. But the bottom line is I am a huge proponent of parents uber alles. I'm not going to blame Sexy Red. I'm going to blame the parent who lets the kids play that stuff in the house.
I mean, yeah.
I'm also going to, one other thing, I'm also going to blame the parent who is playing Sexy Red.
I mean, true too, but I just feel like, Black people need to take more accountability, especially like, instead of blaming the white man, for every little thing.
I do not. I totally agree with that. Like I said, Black culture.
I think we owe the whites a little bit more respect.
I don't know white shit. However, I do think that Black culture starts within the four walls of the family. Blaming whites for everything, I agree, but we don't know white shit.
No, yes, we do, because they help.
We don't.
The Republicans freed the slave. The Republicans freed the slave. If all these white people was bad, he wouldn't be free. He wouldn't be free.
Once again, YNs don't know their history. Now, listen to this kid. Without white people, Black people would not be free. That is some bullshit. That is some subservient bullshit that has been learned in the far right spaces where this kid is being brainwashed. And it will, the reasons for my side of this argument are going to come up here pretty soon. But If black people are teaching their kids that we owe white people something because we wouldn't be free without them, well, we wouldn't be free if we didn't want to be free, for starters. SKC and I have had this argument, and the first step to being free is wanting to be free and realizing you are not free. That is step one. Okay. So, of course, there were white people who were instrumental in abolition and that sort of thing, but there were black people who were instrumental in it too. And we don't owe white people shit. We don't owe white people a debt of gratitude. We don't owe them. I hear the fucking anti-black pretend conservatives talking about, well, we should be grateful because otherwise we would be in Africa. You know what? Africans were perfectly happy where they were before the transatlantic slave trade. It's not like Africans were going to just cease to exist had they not been brought from Africa over to, the New World. The fuck are these morons talking about? If you can't miss what you don't know about or never had, it's retarded. It is literally capital R retarded, and you are retarding your kids if you're teaching them that tripe. So all of a sudden, people like Ryan don't understand what a white standard is. Okay, white people in these far right spaces, and black people too for that matter, are teaching this kid to center whiteness. Like we are a black planet orbiting around a white sun in this kid's mind. That we need to untrain that sort of attitude out of young black people and black people in general. And even Glenn Lowry or Thomas Sowell, they would never fucking say some shit like that. Well, Thomas Sowell might. I don't think. I have heard Glenn Lowry say we need to be afraid of white people because we might make them mad. So maybe I'm giving Glenn Lowry too much credit too. But the bottom line is, I think it is sad that there are black Americans out there who have a legacy in American history thinking we owe white people something. That is abso-fucking-lutely retarded. And I dropped the link. I dare a motherfucker to come up and argue this point. I will beat you down. We don't owe them shit. Because if you're gonna make that argument, if you want to talk about what Republicans did way back when, then you know what? You're actually making a reparations argument. If we should be thankful for something that happened 100 or 200 years ago, then they owe us.
How do they owe us?
I didn't hold on one sec. I didn't make this argument very eloquently. My point here is that if we owe a debt of gratitude to something that happened 150 or 200 years ago, that basically means what happened 150 or 200 years ago is relevant. Well, if you're going to make the past relevant, well, you know what? We were slaves in the past and we were freed. We went centuries of working without pay. If the past is relevant, then the reparations argument is relevant. And this young man doesn't seem to be able to comprehend that point. What's up, Ryan?
I'm probably going to regret coming up here. I already feel it.
You probably will.
All right, so listen, look, in all seriousness, I'm a pretty open-minded individual, right? I really am. I am.
I don't doubt you're open-minded. I'm kind of messing with you No, you're
Okay,
one
all
of the
right.
more reasonable people in this anti-black black space. I'm just
Um,
saying, I'm just saying that economists and people who are economically inclined, they tend not to be real good with culture critiques. Okay,
and that's I don't disagree.
when you ask me when I'm surprised you don't realize that racists and race is literally a Western convention and a Western standard.
I would say I totally agree if you look through the lens of history as you do, and Georgia, by the way. I think, though, that if you're 22, 25, if you were born in I mean, I was born in this 1970, the mid 70s, okay, and in a fairly mixed area, right? So I think,
Okay, hold on before you get too far down this road. Okay,
okay,
I'm not talking down on the ground everyday experience. Most black people on a day-to-day basis don't experience racism. The system isn't like it was 100 years ago, during Jim Crow. There, I would dare say there are people born today who
yes.
will go through their whole life, say somebody who's black, born today, probably go their whole life and maybe in their whole life may get, experience something that's kind of racist-ish. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And when I make these culture critiques, I'm literally at a concept level. I'm not particularly talking about everybody's day-to-day experience. And I think a lot of people don't really get where I'm coming from. Okay, I'm not saying the man has his foot on your throat. I'm saying in this system, it is still possible that that it can happen. What I want to see is a system where it like doesn't happen. I want to see a system where, even if it does happen, you're going to get all kinds of people going, oh, hell no, not in my America. We're not there yet.
But I do think
I'm making a systemic critique, and people seem to want to drag me down to their everyday experiences, and I'm not going to go there. I don't care what your day-to-day experience is, because I'm not making that kind of argument. I'm saying the system still allows, accepts, and sometimes embraces racists. And not only do we embrace them, we vote them into high office. In a system where a racist like Donald Trump can hold the most powerful office in the world, that is systemic racism. We shouldn't be electing racists to high office. And in a system that happens, it is open for my type of critique.
so. Okay, so I think the thing is, it was a Western standard, but I think the Western.
No. It is a Western standard. Okay, race in America is not a thing of the past.
I don't disagree that it's not a thing of the past. I think there's still racism and various other isms in our society, and I never disputed it.
Let's talk about racism. Don't bring in the other isms yet.
That's fine. So, I asked this question, and I've asked many times. Like, give me an example. I can give you one. So, like, if Joe Cool pointed this out to me, and I didn't think about it, and I know as a white person, it's a little different for me than it is others, right? I can speak to classism and that kind of shit, but racism, no. So ultimately, Joe said, if you go and look at the panhandle,
hold on before you go down this road. Why can't you speak on racism?
what I mean is I can speak on racism, but I haven't experienced as part of the larger group.
You know what? Hold on. You don't have to experience racism or racists to talk about it, to know that it shouldn't be. Why do you have to have experience to speak on race?
Actually, I I probably have experienced racism, but I'm not part of
Okay, I don't care about that. My question is, why do you even need experience?
I don't. So you mentioned systemic racism, right?
Right.
I'm trying to say, as a white person, I may not be able to see.
Okay, and my question to you is, why is that? Which is the crux of the point I'm trying to make. White people don't even know they live in a racist country, a racist system, because they are the standard. Okay, if
I'm acknowledging that. Okay, I'm trying to help.
Well then, why do we need to know what Joe Cool says?
I'm just trying to tell you a story.
Okay, but see, telling me
of where I had followed, like I made a mistake. I'm trying to like work with you here, and you're not even letting me say what I was trying to say.
Don't bother, just dude. Okay, all I'm saying is you don't need experience to have a racial experience to know that race is a problem in the United States.
Can I just finish what I was saying? Where I missed.
Why do you need to finish? What point? Let me ask you a question. Let's cut to the chase. What point will this story make?
The point was I overlooked something and didn't think about it, and he educated me on the topic, and I was like, hey, that's a damn good point. Maybe I am blind to certain things.
I don't need if he told you that, oh, hey, there is race in America, then I get it.
He pointed to something that showed some systemic racism that I didn't see because I was right.
I don't need to know the point as long as you agree that there's systemic racism.
Yeah. Okay. There is an amount of systemic racism.
Okay. No. It's immeasurable.
That I think is extremely overstated. And I think there's now
extremely overstated. Okay. You folks, you and Palomino Ponyboy and others think it's overstating it if it's just merely pointed out. Me talking about it is overstating to someone like you and Palomino Gelded Boy.
I typically point out when I see it. I pointed out when I've been fucking racist by over tipping a guy.
Look, you don't have to do the white guilt thing. I'm not.
It's not white guilt. I don't feel guilty. I don't feel guilty. I don't feel guilty. But I think that my perspective and where I come from is different than yours in terms of.
Okay, but let me tell you, the perspective doesn't matter. Okay, what matters is that we all know that we swim in a racist American ocean. Your perspective on it really doesn't matter as long as we can both agree that it is there and shouldn't be. My larger point is you might be one of the rare people in this space who thinks it exists at all. There are Black people in this space who don't think racism is a problem in America.
Well, I would argue against that with them openly. I mean, I listen, I try to be fair, balanced, point like, hey, I did miss that joke, Cole. Yeah, you make a good point. So I'm a pretty reasonable person, and looking at it from my lens, my life experience, I think that there's been a lot of corrective actions to fix historical things that have occurred. I do think that there are a percentage of people that think they are kept down currently, like literally, like the foot's still on the throat. I think that's delusional, right? So I'm arguing that the Western standard was taking people into captivity, okay? And the Western standard now has largely tried to correct a lot of the things with various programs.
But see, the problem you're having, you're confusing effort with results. Okay, so you're saying that we're no longer making slaves, therefore problem solved, let's move on. And I'm saying
I didn't say that.
The problem was deeper than taking Africans captive.
Well, various other groups too. Like whites were pretty shitty in Europe.
Basically, we stopped making African slaves, but we still have the attitude. Okay, I'm saying that we solved the material problem, but we still have a lot of people who think Africans should be slaves.
I don't know if it's a lot of people. I don't think
I hear no. I hear it all the time in this space. I've heard black people say that slavery was a positive good.
I think slavery's terrible.
And my point is that we solved the slavery problem. Now our biggest problem is the attitude problem, the belief system. There are black people who still think. I've heard black people on this channel say, let's bring slavery back. Okay, the attitude is the problem.
Do they mean
that attitude is literally part of the system I'm talking about. If you think black people should be slaves or slavery was a positive good, then that is evidence of systemic racism.
And I just asked a question. They mean specifically black people, or they mean just slavery in and of itself?
I don't give a, you know what, whatever the race. I said racism, not anti-black racism. I'm just talking about racism in general.
Okay. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is, and I was just giving you the history with the whole slavery thing, right?
I know the
Western standard was that. The Western standard has become a DEI program, affirmative action program.
You're absolutely wrong about
government contracts.
I just told you what the problem is. You want to talk about DEI. You want to talk about slavery. I want to say that the attitude, the orientation, the philosophy is
but some people are trying to embrace multiculturalism.
Okay, I need you to just stop and listen to what I'm saying. I don't care what the program you implement is. What I'm saying that someone thinks there's a need for this program. That is a problem. That anyone would even think that suggests that there is a large population in this country who thinks we need to even the playing field.
And that was voted on and enacted in 1960.
I don't care about any of that. I'm talking about the attitude. See, I don't seem to be able to get through that. I don't care about the physical, the material stuff. I say as long as there are people who think there should be programs like this, that suggests that there is a problem. There are people who think slavery was a positive good. There are people who think that black people are genetically inferior. Genetics is the cause of the crime in the inner city, etc. There are a ton of bad and racist ideas out there. I'm saying that's the systemic part. Be brave. When you hear Be Brave go on and on about black culture is going to crash America, that is literally a systemic.
I argue with him, by the way, about that.
I don't care that you argued. I just care that he is a good example of what I'm talking about. It's the attitude. It's what's between America's ears. That is the systemic problem. That this young man thinks that black people in America owe a debt of gratitude to white people for freeing them. That is systemic racism. That is a product of systemic racism.
Okay, so you're saying white people, black people, we're being very general here.
Okay, you know what? Let me address this comment right here. It says, Palomino, Stanley lives a great life in a white neighborhood. Dumbass, I live in a mixed neighborhood. Once again, some racist, probably John Galt, convinced you that I live in a white neighborhood. And motherfucker, of course I'm gonna cry about racism. It's a fucking problem, moron.
I think that when you speak of Western culture and you want to go into history, there is a history that's true, right? We know it. But I do think that Western cultures largely, at many levels, tried to make a multicultural, and the evidence there is.
Okay, so what? I mean,
that's now, and you're talking about
okay,
fucking the 50s and shit.
Ryan, my response to that is keep trying. One day Western culture will get it right. You are confusing effort with results.
Okay, so what if their effort's not getting the results? What do you do? What do you do?
You keep trying. You don't just pretend that, oh shit, it's too hard to do, let's stop trying. You don't pretend that, gee,
I don't
we
think
made the
that's
effort. I'm not talking about you specifically, Ryan. Stop centering. Stop. You know what? You're not a racist. You're a Ryanist. You want to place yourself. You want to place yourself in the center of every argument I make. I'm talking about people in general. And by the way, I'm not just talking about white people. There are plenty of black people in this anti-black sector of YouTube who think that the effort is good enough. I'm not one of them. Just because you make an effort, if you don't get the results, you keep trying, you try something else, but you keep trying.
I think that I'm always trying to learn, and especially like I was told years ago, like, hey man, you might have a blind spot to this. And I'm like, okay, well, let's address that because I'm trying to be a better person. And I pointed to
let me interrupt you right quick, and then you keep on. Ryan, don't single yourself out. Stop putting yourself in the center of this. You are normal.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you're normal. I mean, you don't get it. I would say 98% of Americans don't get what I'm trying to say. So don't feel bad. I'm just saying that getting rid of slavery, that was a great thing to do, a necessary thing to do, but that's not mission accomplished. There's more work to do.
I didn't just mean slavery. I was trying to give historically, this is how the Western philosophy has changed. Now, Stanley, I want to say this. I also heard a woman stating that being tardy was a Western thing. You obviously believe that's a foolish statement, right? Being tardy to a meeting. She said, well, that's just how the Western philosophy.
Okay, but not only do I think it's foolhardy, I think she is a victim of what I'm talking about too. That she thinks it's a white thing. We, America, Western culture, it's the standard. You heard me say that race is a standard. That presumably she was a black woman saying that being on time is a white thing. Perfect example of how race as a standard has warped people.
Okay. So where would be a non-Western standard for?
Who gives a fuck about that? What I'm saying, I'm describing the system. I don't care. All I care about is she's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Race as a standard has warped, brainwashed, or whatever the term you want to use. It's warped us all into racializing everything. Racializing being on time for work is a symptom of systemic racism. We look at everything through the lens of race in America.
Yeah, and again, I think that I think what she's saying is wrong. I think it's just a universal.
Once again, you want to drift on to what she said and you seek an alternative to correct her. I don't care about any of that. I care that she made the statement and why she thinks that way. That's my focus. I don't care.
What's it have to do with
I don't care
anything?
about changing. I don't care about changing her mind. I want to know why on earth does she think this?
I don't know because she was arguing with all black
Right.
people.
I know you don't
It's fucking
know.
dumb.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, but I enlighten me then. I mean, come on, Stanley. You're not being reasonable.
I am being very reasonable. I'm telling you, you want to focus on correcting her. I don't care about correcting her. I'm more interested in the system that convinced her to think this.
She was upset about.
Okay, you want to concentrate on her. I want to concentrate.
So if you just say there's a larger system, then there just is one.
I literally am interested in why the psychology of why she thinks this. I don't care that she thinks it. I care why she thinks it.
I think she thinks it because she just wants to get there whenever the fuck she wants to get there.
Right.
And make excuses for bullshit.
You want to concentrate on how fucked up she is. I want to concentrate on the system that convinced her to think like this. We're focusing on two different things. You care about her. I don't care about her. I care about her training. I care
I'm just
about
one examples of a system.
I care about this. Dude, this is not
Give me evidence. There's a system.
This isn't Be Brave's panel. Okay, we actually will be constructive here.
Yes.
I'm more interested in her schooling, in her parenting. What got her to today thinking this? I don't care about her, personally.
Listen, all I'm saying is, I want to see evidence or something concrete that says this system exists. And examples
I
thereof.
literally you just presented the evidence. She thinks being on time is a white thing. That is literally evidence of systemic racicism.
She's claiming it's a black thing.
Motherfucker, stop interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead.
She literally is racializing time management. That is a symptom of a racist system. Something in her background, in her training, in her rearing as a child has convinced her that even being on time is a race thing. A system that produces someone who thinks like that has problems.
I guess I just, I don't know.
You are not getting it.
I'm not.
I do not care about her. I care about the system that created her.
Yeah, I think that I don't know what the solution is for any of it. I don't know. I don't think there is one,
care what
honestly.
the solution is. You gotta know there's a problem before you can come up with a solution, and not enough people.
I haven't heard any solutions presented.
Okay, I do not know why you keep interrupting me.
Go ahead.
You have to know there's a problem before you can come up with a solution. Not enough people think there's a problem. Not enough people seem to realize there is a problem. Now, you are a perfect example of that. You want to say this woman is fucked up. I'm saying whoever taught her to think like this is fucked up.
I'm assuming it's her parents.
I don't care whether it's her parents. I don't care whether it's her teachers. Something in the system that produced her way of thinking is a problem. And I'm saying,
I think she was just making excuses of being late.
I am calling that problem systemic racism. She was trained to think like a racist.
No, I think she just was making excuses.
She was trained to racialize shit. That is a definition of a racist.
So I guess my problem with it is first off, I'm operating within the system, right? Which means I'm not really responsible for anything at all, other than saying, well, I mean, I'm kind of an innocent victim here, right?
Okay,
I didn't create the system.
No, innocent victim. That's a cop out.
Be Brave would be operating within the same system.
Well, Be Brave isn't bright. Okay, let me tell you my thoughts. Let me tell you my thoughts about the victimization thing that you are trying to push. Your only responsibility is to at least realize that there's a problem and that to train yourself to understand the nature of the problem. Okay, be brave isn't that bright. Most people aren't that bright, apparently, in this anti-black space. Okay, you have to realize that there's a problem. You have to ask a whole lot more why. And if the answer to your why is black people are fucked up, well, then I'm just going to laugh and I'm
Do
not.
you think
gonna
that's who
call
I
you.
am?
Okay,
Do you think
motherfucker,
that's who I
you're
am?
interrupting me.
Go ahead.
If your answer is black people are fucked up, which is Be Brave's answer, then you know what? That is literally a bottom feeder of thinking.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's it.
Can I respond?
If you're not asking why does this person think this way, then you are Be Brave.
I know why she thinks that way because I watched the video and she was getting beat up because I mean I don't want to get into the video because it doesn't matter, but ultimately, I guess I've heard about this systemic racism, the cops, blah blah blah. My thing is, I just want to know how to fix it. What the proposal is that, other than talking about it and saying we have a thing.
Whoa. Fix what? Her?
Fix this system, the Western system of
Okay,
systemic
well, let
racism.
me tell you
How
what
do we
the
fix
first
it?
step is. I already told you what the first step is. Acknowledge there's a problem.
And I've largely and have said, hey, we got some racism going on here.
Okay,
in the country.
I don't think you understand the nature of the problem.
Okay. And then the means that have been
I
forward,
think you're not very good at thinking conceptually outside of economics.
yes, and most of fixes applied have all been economic, right? They've all been economic.
And it's bigger than economics.
Well, I guess that's the issue because from what I see, we have a pretty good multicultural, very diverse country. I know there's difficulty. I know there's history.
Okay, I'm going to agree with the far right on this. Diversity isn't the answer.
So is it separation? What's the solution then?
Nope.
Okay.
It's realizing there is a problem at the nurture or conceptual level. There is a culture problem. Economics isn't going to change people's attitudes. And it may just, you know what? There may not be a solution except, give it 100 years and maybe things will change. There may not be a solution. But just because, hold on. Just because I think too many people are willing to say, well, there is no solution. We should just stop trying and accept the status quo. I'm not one of those people. There is a solution to every problem. We just haven't found it yet.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I know that a lot of people.
I don't think anyone does.
I think a lot of people in the country, white, black, Latino, try to have a multicultural country.
Okay, again, trying to have a multicultural solution or multicultural society has not worked.
Okay.
And I don't think it's having a bunch of dumb white, black, and Latino people isn't a solution. Having a bunch of dumb people that are multiracial, that's not a solution. I'm literally saying most people don't even understand that there is a problem. And if they think there's a problem, first thing they want to point out is, they want to take it down to the personal level. Black people are fucked up. Nope, that's actually not the problem. The problem is we don't even realize there's a problem. When I start talking, this young man thinking someone has convinced him that we owe white people a debt of gratitude, that is a problem. And it's because we think that a lot of things are predicated on race. And I don't think the problem's fixable because it is in the fabric of Western culture. If you grow up in Western culture, you have no choice but to be a racist. And that's white. The only thing that's truly multicultural in America is everybody's a racist and everybody's affected by racism?
I think once you hit a certain age, and by the way, it's not first grade. It's not first grade, because I will tell you that can I tell you a funny little sidebar story, and which really educated me on race? It's interesting. My favorite book that I then in turn, the only book I fucking remember from elementary school was called Snowy Day. Okay. I just recently pulled up that book on the internet, and the character in the book was a black kid. I was like, fucking A. I was ecstatic. And what I learned from that was this. I didn't see that in first grade. And that's fucking cool, I think, right? I didn't look to the kid as a black kid. It was just a kid. And this kid, it was a Caldecott Award-winning book. I love the book. I told my kids Snowy Days, because it was about, getting off for a snow day. And the book must have been written in the 70s. But I didn't realize, register, or acknowledge that the kid was a black kid in the story. It was fucking awesome, right? So that tells me in first grade, I was unaware that there was race. But I don't know how you escape that there is race in America and characteristics.
Well, you can't. That's my point. It's woven into the fabric of it. You can't escape it.
But if we recognize race, it doesn't always mean that the deck is stacked for or against a group.
I'm not making that kind of argument.
Well, that's what I hear when you say it.
Okay, well, you see, you hear everything but what I'm saying.
And it's possible. I'm not saying it's not.
I
learn things every day.
All I'm saying is that most Americans, 98% of them, don't even realize that there's a problem. So many people, especially on the right, want to say there is no such thing as systemic racism. They are wrong. They don't even recognize there's a problem. So how can you fix a problem that you won't acknowledge exists? I take people at their word. They truly don't think that there is a problem. So, the thing is that you can't convince. You're not going to be able to convince them. And I think that's why this will just keep perpetuating, if there's even a solution at all. I think in Western culture, we have introduced a mind virus that will not go away. There's really no way to fix the racial fabric of Western culture. It is literally ingrained. I think the best we can do is recognize that there is a problem, and we just try to deal with it as best we can. Okay, but having kids telling their kids that you should be thankful for white people for being free, that is literally a perfect example of systemic racism. Somebody has convinced this child that he should be thankful to white people. And you'll hear later in the conversation, he didn't learn this in school. He learned it online in online right-wing spaces. There are literally right-wing spaces that are brainwashing young Black people and not just Black people, but young people that they should be thankful for these things.
So look, can I just expand this conversation?
Hold on. 12th man, I see you in the back. You just hold your horses.
Don't bring him up. We're having an intellectual
no. I want to bring him. I'm going to bring him up eventually because I hear a beat down coming.
That's fine.
I do need to be.
So would you say that Americans, and listen, I've never said.
Hold on one second. Let me address old man Lou here. He's asking, what's the point of focusing on a problem that you say can't be solved? Well, the reason I'm focusing on it today, I can't guarantee I'll be focusing on it tomorrow, is because of this particular interview, Free Zone. Talking to this young man made me think about it. That's why I'm focusing on it. It's not going to be the focus of my life. But today for this show, it is content. It's interesting content. That's why I'm focusing on it. It's not a forever focus, Lou. Sorry about that, Ryan.
That's okay. So I thought that, sharing that story about first grade, I thought that was really awesome, but I don't know how you escape it. And I don't think it's a Western thing.
Well,
I think,
no. It is a Western concept, and by now, the whole world has been exposed to the West. So, I mean,
but you don't,
I guess
okay, so
maybe
you don't
you
think
could
there's
be right.
historical accounts of China, of various groups that are in groups, right? In religions, within a certain group, treating outside groups poorly prior to, hold on,
but you know
let
what?
me just finish what I'm
Number
saying.
one, no, let me cut you off because you don't need to go farther. I'm not an expert on Asian cultures. I don't know that race would be what you call excluding outsiders. There's such things as xenophobia, which doesn't necessarily have to be racial. Race is a Western concept.
Okay, so there are historical accounts in China and South America.
Okay, once again, you're introducing something that neither of us are expert in. You don't know that the Chinese excluding foreigners was race. Race is a Western concept. You're trying to do a cultural comparison, and you know what I think about cultural comparisons. I think they only go so far. Saying that the Chinese, essentially what you're saying is the Chinese were racists too. I don't buy that argument.
The Chinese use identification.
We don't know that it was race. That was why they excluded barbarians.
The Bible has examples.
Who gives okay, again, the Bible did not introduce the concept of race. It is a Western concept. Bringing up the Bible has no effect on my point.
What I'm saying is, for human history, there's been identifying markers, blue eyes, red hair.
Jesse Lee, tribe and race are not the same thing. They're not even close.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is humans have used identifiers, blue hair, red eyes.
Okay,
I'm sorry, red hair, blue eyes, identifiers.
Your argument is
race is skin color. Their skin is different, right?
Again, the cultural comparison is falling flat with me. Okay, bringing up historical China and them keeping out, people they considered barbarians.
Yes,
that's not proving that they were racist. It's proving nothing.
Racism was built on difference in skin color.
Race is a Western concept.
Okay.
Ancient China was not part of the West. We don't know. Maybe someone can explain it to us, but neither you nor I are that level of expert. I am reluctant to draw the parallel because I don't think race was why the Chinese built the Great Wall.
The Huns, the Mongols.
I don't think race was a factor in building the Great Wall of China.
Well, it was to keep
I could be wrong, but you're
out.
not an expert. I'm not an expert. I'm making an educated guess.
I'm not saying race or not. What I'm saying is,
then why are we talking about it? We're talking about race in America, and all of a sudden we want to introduce China.
The idea was European, without a doubt, that they said, hey, we look like this, they look like that, therefore they're a different group, and we're going to treat them as
it was a bit more complicated than that, but go ahead.
We're going to treat them accordingly, right? We're going to treat them the way we want to treat them.
I think you're simplifying it almost to I don't even know what you would call this kind of simplification. Again, bringing up China just isn't doing it for me.
The humans from the dawn of time have used identifiers.
And that means nothing. That means all you're doing is saying everybody does it.
Listen, no. What I'm trying to say is,
I don't buy that. I don't.
We talked about solutions.
I don't think there's a solution.
Well, there is ultimately one solution when the world
And
is
you're
all
not
one
talking solutions.
color,
You're just pointing.
flavor.
You aren't talking solutions. You're pointing out other problems.
I'm asking you what the solution is. That's what this is. I said to you.
I don't know. I don't think there is a solution. Maybe there is, but I don't know that there is one. It is ingrained in. It's almost to a point to where, and this is my personal opinion, you can't be an American and not be racist. I think race is a fundamental part of being an American.
So I have an idea, right? I think when the message is we live in a racist country to a young person, I think it's discouraging. And I think it makes them feel in such a way that they can't excel and be the very best of them.
Gotcha. And I think you're wrong. I think you tell kids the truth and you teach them how to cope.
I think telling kids you got the deck stacked against you when they may not.
Whoa. See, now you are putting words in my mouth and substituting ideas for what I'm really saying. I didn't say that the cards were stacked against you. I said race exists in America and it is a problem. I didn't say you could. I've said plenty of times that there's really no absolute barrier to anyone being successful in America, but I think you're forearmed if you know what could happen. Okay, if you know America, it has some problems with race, then that might forearm you and make you more successful. The truth shall set you free. So you worry about little Johnny's fee wings. I think you get little Johnny when he's young, you teach him the truth, and you spend the rest of your time parenting, teaching him how to deal with the problem, how to succeed in spite of the problem.
Okay. I got a call and had to kill that. So, all right, I'm back. I missed some of that, Stanley. Can you repeat? Sorry.
I don't stop worrying about kids' feelings. They're resilient. You tell them the truth, and then you teach them how to cope with the truth. This thing about cards and decks stacked against you, no, I don't buy into that. You just need to know what the problem is.
And I do think largely that, historically, your forefathers and my forefathers, it was fucked up. It was terrible. It was egregious what these people did.
Okay. You don't need to tell me the history. What I'm saying is there's still some fucked upness. Okay. We are not out of the fucked up woods yet. Too many people think we are. That is my point.
Yeah,
we're not out of the woods. It's way better than it was today. If you are, and this young man brings it up, this victim mentality, that is prevalent in the Black community. And I say poppycock. Okay. You shouldn't let this systemic racism keep you down. You could be a billionaire in this country. You just need to know that there are problems out there and how to navigate.
You might have a few more challenges. Yes.
Yeah. And so what if you do?
I think
now,
if you,
I can make the argument that those obstacles shouldn't be there. That's part of my argument. However, you got to know if you know they're there, you can deal with them. Now, and that they're there at all. Yeah, I'll make that argument forever, but it's kind of like pissing in the wind. They're going to be there because it is literally part of the American landscape.
And I do point to where, in business dealings, right? I'll say there's a flooring contractor I deal with, and I'm like, listen, dude, you need to go get your MBE, Minority Business Enterprise, and register because you're going to get last look on contracts. I point to where, hey, look, structurally, they're trying to fix stuff. And this is at your advantage if you get your MBE license, which means minority business enterprise.
Well, you want to take
there's
it back to economics, which is your comfort zone, and I understand that, but you don't need to do that. It's not really furthering your argument or mine.
I think economics currently, the laws have been fixed to make things equal. I think that there are issues economically for sure, and I do think that there are. To right the wrongs, affirmative action was implemented. Unfortunately, it was rolled out to Pakistanis.
Well, you know what? Affirmative action, it's kind of a different argument. I think that it was easier to throw out affirmative action than to actually, re-architect it. I have a whole argument about how lazy America is. It could have been fixed, but you know what? We'll be fine without it.
Well, it was ruined by letting every fucking person in it. It was to correct historical wrongs.
That's part
not
of
Pakistanis.
That's part.
Okay.
It was nobody wanted to fix it. It was just probably better to throw it out. We'll be okay without it.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is they did institute certain things, and I'm not saying they should have got rid of DEI. I never make that argument. I do think that's been expanded.
You know what? We might as well get rid of DEI because it's been demonized to a point to where, you know what, and that's part of why you demonize a program. You just render it inoperable, and it's of no use to anyone. Might as well get rid of it. We'll think of something else.
I do think that it was convoluted to the point where I'm a candidate. For the shit, right?
And the problem is we beat that dead horse. Why even talk about it?
It was a business thing that was, hey, they did a study, it made sense.
That's right. But it is done. We might as well move on. If anybody wants to hit the link, go ahead and do that, and I'll go ahead and play this video. And I am going to premiere it on my channel later because it is about 40. It's like 48 minutes. It is very long, but part of the title is going to be play it all the way through. Cause I think it was actually a good conversation and it actually ends well, believe it or not. And it's gonna, for someone like Blacks Who Defy, I hope he's pleasantly surprised at how the conversation ends. I think Blacks will be proud of me. Which is my only reason to be on panel today, is so Blacks Who Defy can compliment me.
So Stanley, listen. Oh Jesus
What's
Christ,
up, man?
All right, hey, I got to get back on this call. You guys rock and roll.
Well, it's good. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I agree, Stanley. It always is. See you, buddy. Right.
What say you, 12th man, and make it quick so I can get back to this video.
Couldn't get back to it. Like, I don't want to talk about race or nothing.
Well, good. Well, then you can just watch the video because that's what this video is more or less about. And if anybody wants to hit the link, I don't think Portia pinned it in John Galt's chat, but come on up. And again, let me just kind of go back to where this video is. I think that there is systemic racism. I think too few people are either willing to admit or even realize that there is a problem. The problem is cultural. It's in the fabric of American culture. I don't think it can be fixed. The best we can do is, it's kind of like a chronic illness. You just treat it with medication and, try and survive as best you can. I don't think there's a problem telling kids about, what America is. Now, it needs to be age appropriate. You don't want to be telling your 1-year-old all this stuff. But at some point, kids need to know the country that they're going to try and be successful in. And the more you know, forewarned is forearmed. So that's where I am. And this video, we're at a point to where this young man, Jay, is basically saying that black people owe white people a debt of gratitude. And you can imagine what my reaction to that is.
Oh, yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah, well, you won't have to imagine much longer because I say it several times in this video. Of gratitude for being freed from slavery. Well, they owe us a debt for putting us in slavery in the first place.
Look,
I
I'm not
don't
saying.
agree. I don't agree with either of those. I don't think we owe white people shit. And you know what? I'll just say, hey, you know what? White people don't owe us shit either. And call it even.
Sound like good
Look,
deal.
I'm not
to
saying
me,
that whites
Stanley.
never had us in slavery. They did, but let's not forget that
Okay, well,
all
no,
these
no,
black
no.
people,
What I
sold us
need,
out
no,
too. Let's not
I've
forget that.
already. Let's not keep repeating what I've already said is bullshit. If you still think that blacks ought to be grateful to whites for freeing us from slavery, well, they didn't do it yesterday. They did it 100 years ago. I don't know them shit. Just like their families didn't put me in slavery, their families didn't free me from slavery either.
I get what you're saying, but the point is, I'm saying the point is that we shouldn't be anti-white when at the end of the day, like we all need to work together. And I feel like the FB.
I agree. We should not be anti-white. I 100% agree with that. As a matter of fact, black people should never be racist because we know what happens when people are racist. Black people should be the last people to be anti-white.
So now
We know the consequences.
I'm just saying.
Okay, what the fuck are you talking,
back to my
dude?
original
Why do you
statement, like when I
why
came
do
up
you
there, when I
insist
came
on
up here, I'm
talking
just
over
saying it
videos?
seems like
What's your question?
Okay. My bad, Stanley. I thought
Okay,
that
we're
was
not
someone
talking.
else
This
talking.
video, we don't talk about tethers, and I'm not changing the topic to what you want to talk about. We can get to tethers
No,
once
it's
this
all
is
good.
over, but I doubt we'll get to tethers. And maybe you weren't here at the beginning. This is a young man from the Be Brave universe who came up to the panel. He graced the panel and had a very substantive conversation with me and CKJ3. His premise: black people should be grateful to white people. And I'm like, nope, we don't owe them shit. So that's where we started. We do end up in a good place, which is a good thing. But tethers don't come up in this conversation, and quite frankly, they probably won't come up in today's show.
like the racism and the prejudiceness mostly comes from the blacks. That's just what I feel like.
No, and I disagree. I think
How do you disagree?
whites in America invented racism. They put it into law. They taught blacks how to be racist. House slaves and field slaves.
You gotta be
taught us
kidding
that.
me.
Whoa! Whites taught us that shit. It's in the history books.
I don't think they did.
Oh, you need.
Who's to say? Hey, who's to say?
You need
Who's to say the history? Who's to say the history even true?
Hold on. You need to crack open a history book. You know, when that massa, when Thomas Jefferson got Sally Hemings, pregnant 5 times, his kids got treated special. Just read the history of Monticello, Thomas Jefferson, and Sally Hemings as one example of the masses' offspring being treated better than the field slaves. Where do you think black slaves learned who the master's favorite was and who wasn't?
I mean, look,
Don't say that black people taught themselves how to be racist. It was the racists who taught us to be racist.
No, that's not true.
It is 100% true.
That's your opinion.
No. It is not my opinion, son. Thomas Jefferson was real, son. Sally Hemings was real, son. It's in the history books. My opinion is formed off of certified, bona fide, verified history. Yours is
No,
not.
no, you're
No,
you're
you
based off. You're
literally,
doing things.
you
You're saying
literally
things based
do,
off your opinion. That's what you're.
you literally
You're
do not
saying
know
things
what
based off
you
your opinion.
literally do
You're
not know
saying
what you're
things based
talking
off your
about.
opinion.
I am literally telling you you are ignorant.
No, you're
You
ignorant,
you
bro.
don't you
You're
do not
ignorant.
know enough. You
You are
don't know
ignorant.
enough. You do not know enough to make these
That's why you
arguments.
be ducking. That's why you be ducking. Be brave.
Nope, I'm telling you, you don't know shit. I literally
No,
just
you
taught
don't know.
Thomas.
No, you
I
don't know
literally,
anything.
I
You're speaking.
literally
You're
just
speaking your
taught.
opinion.
I
No, you're
literally
speaking your
no,
opinion.
nope.
You're just
Well,
speaking your opinion. You
you
want
know
to
what
say
my
things that
opinion
fit
is.
your narrative.
You
That's what you
know
do.
what you know.
You want
What
to
my
say things that fit your
motherfucker.
narrative.
You will let me
You want to
talk,
say things.
or you
You
will
want
be
to
in the
say
back.
things. You want
No,
to say things
motherfucker.
that fit your narrative.
You need to calm your young ass. By the way, Jesse Lee says slavery existed in many African societies long before European contact. Irrelevant to my point. I don't do whataboutism. Save that shit for your show, Jesse Lee. That argument, that whataboutism bullshit, does not work here. It's down. My opinion is you don't know shit, so you get to just spew your ignorance, and I'll listen.
No, you're speaking your opinion. You're saying things from your point of view, bro. You're not speaking facts. And the facts is that white people are not the enemy. That's the facts. Now, yes, did they do things back in the day that wasn't so good? Yes, I never said they did. But the point is that if all white people were bad, then we wouldn't be free. So that's why we own.
And you know what? It took a goddamn war to do it. They didn't do it out of the goodness of their hearts.
How did they not do it?
No,
the goodness of their heart?
No. Now you.
How did they not do it? The goodness of their heart.
Okay,
how did they not do it? How did they not do it?
They motherfucker. Didn't they teach you about the Civil War in high school? Is the Civil War my opinion too? The fact is that slavery ended, and it took a civil war to do it. Now, fucking tell me that's my opinion. There's nothing worse than an ignorant YN, in my opinion.
Look, the Civil War is not your opinion. I never said that. What I'm saying, matter of fact, didn't blacks fight in the Civil War? Didn't we fight in the Civil War?
Okay, dude. The Civil War happened no matter who fought in it. What does black people fighting in the Civil War, how does that change the fact that it took a civil war to end slavery?
I mean, it did, but at the end of the day, it still was whites fighting to abolish and get rid of slavery. That's
blacks
fact.
fought too. You literally just said it was blacks who fought too. So you're saying are you saying the blacks were just there to fire a couple bullets, or did blacks fight to end slavery too?
No, I'm saying yes.
Okay, I need you to answer my question. Did blacks?
That's I just said. I just said yes. I just said yes.
Okay, well then, what is your argument?
I was just saying. I think we owe whites a little bit more gratitude.
And I think we owe whites not a goddamn thing. We fought to end slavery just like the whites did.
Yes, we did. You're right.
Okay, so why do we owe them gratitude for something we fought for?
Because this is a majority white country, right?
Okay,
this is
so
like a country that's.
I got you. So you're just into worshiping whites.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're twisting my words.
Sounds like.
I'm just saying.
Whoa. Hey, before you go on, I'm gonna twist the shit out of your words. You better make sure they're untwistable, because I will twist them.
No, you like to twist.
I will literally.
No, you like to twist people's words.
I will literally.
You like to twist people's words.
I love twisting.
You're not slick.
Words.
You're not slick.
You will be surprised at how slick I can be.
You're not slick.
Hey,
you're not
here
slick.
is the
Be brave and put me on to you. You're not slick.
Okay. Once again, you want to talk constantly. This gish gallop isn't going to work. I will take your word. You better just make sure your words are good words and are untwistable, or I'll twist them just like Be Brave. I twist Be Brave's words all the time for the fun of it. I will take your words, I will twist them, and I will laugh at you when I make a fool of you.
Now back to what I was saying. No, I'm not worshiping the white man. I'm not bowing down. That's not what I'm doing.
Well, you know what? You keep talking about my opinion. My opinion is you're worshiping the white man. And the reason you're worshiping the white man is because the white man made sure you weren't taught.
God
American
damn it.
history.
That's not true at all.
You don't think so? I can't tell.
And who's to say that, I mean, the history, I mean, could have been a lie. I mean, a lot of things were a lie. I mean, who's to say history wasn't a lie? Like, we don't know.
Who's to say it's not a lie?
I'm just saying at the end of the day, none of us was alive for things going on back then from 20 years ago. So again,
none of us
we don't
were
know.
alive. If none of us were alive, what makes your version of history better than mine?
I didn't say mine was better. I just said at the end of the
I
day,
didn't
you
say
never
you
know.
said it. I just asked you a question. You keep saying that none of us are real sure about what actually happened. My question, if I'm going to buy that argument, what makes your version of what happened any more valid than mine?
Look, I'm just saying you never know, but I was just speaking.
Well, you
about what I
never
learned
know
about.
either. See, that's the funny thing.
I was just speaking what I learned in high school.
If what you're saying is no one knows, then we are both equally ignorant. Your argument is no better than mine.
I'm just saying, look, at the end of the day, I'm just saying, back to my original point, because I feel like we keep, drifting off and getting away from that.
Keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words. To remind everybody, we don't owe white people. We do not owe white people shit.
Yeah, I'm about to leave because you just keep twisting my words.
That is probably
you
wise.
just keep speaking your opinion,
We
bro.
don't owe
But I'm gonna say.
I am so glad that I didn't raise a son to worship whites and think they owe something to
I don't worship. I'm not worshiping. How am I worshiping them?
At a minimum,
How am I worshiping them?
You are grateful that the white man freed you.
Well, last time I checked, it's a white country, and you need to be careful because if they really wanted us gone, we will be gone.
It is a white man's country, but the white people running it are nothing like your daddy. Be brave.
That ain't right.
Okay, be brave.
At least if white people are going to run the country, there's some smart white people, unlike Be Brave, who is a goddamn moron. And a racist moron at that.
Look, Be Brave is not my dad.
Be Brave is not running the white man's country. So stop worshiping.
I didn't say I'm not worshiping him, bro. You know what, bro?
You love you some Be Brave.
I've been on this channel for like a month. I mean, he be speaking facts.
I will take you. I hope I get you and Be Brave up on a panel so I can twist both of your words. It'll be a twofer.
We'll be, me and him is like a dynamic duo. All right.
You know what?
We would tear you up.
Dynamic. By the way, let me address this point. Jesse Lee, we don't owe America shit either. Okay, I'm not that kind of patriot. Black people fought in the Civil War for their own freedom. We don't owe white people shit. We don't owe America shit any more than any other America does. You know, the normal patriotic, gee, I'm glad I'm in America because it's a great country, better than anywhere else. We don't owe America a special debt of gratitude. And if you think that, come on up so I can beat you, so I can add you to the heads on my. Excuse me.
America doesn't know all these illegal immigrants. And
okay, I'm not. That's not the topic.
You know,
don't move. Don't move the goalposts.
We don't know.
Again, do not move the goalposts. Sorry about that.
Do we owe South America something?
Okay, no idea what you're talking about, 12th man. Let's get back to the video. duo of hayseeds.
What I'm saying, all right, look. What I'm saying is that black people need to take more accountability and quit blaming whites for everything.
I agree.
At the end of the day,
Yes,
because at the end of the day, all the
J Dub, yes, he is an ignorant YN. I'm going to stick with that.
at the end of the day, like I said, the racism is coming from the blacks. It's not coming from the whites. You know what I'm saying? They donated to Shiloh.
Come from white people. White people taught black people in America how to be racist.
A young N-word.
Okay, I do not know why.
They teach us
Hold
how to
on one
shoot
sec.
up
Let
each
me
other.
pause this. What do you have to say, 12th man?
Is that a young N-word? A YN? I'm just asking a question, Stanley.
Yes.
Damn. Why are you so
Dude,
aggressive
whoa.
tonight?
You know what? I don't owe you grace. Okay, you've been up here many times being disruptive. I don't give you the benefit of the doubt.
What do you mean disruptive?
Okay, I mean exactly what I said, 12th man. I don't mean to get into a long,
we were
extended.
friends,
I don't
goddammit.
I don't want to get into a protracted conversation over this. Let's get back to the video.
Did they teach us how to join
They
gangs?
taught- hey,
Did they teach us degeneracy?
Were black people speaking English when they were brought over as slaves?
I mean,
Probably not.
No, were they or not? They were fresh off the boat from Africa. Who taught the slaves English?
The white people did, because they English.
Okay, so you know what? Stick with me here. So if white people taught blacks English, they certainly taught us the word racist. What evidence do you have that African slaves didn't learn racist behaviors and racist words from the racists who were their slave owners?
Because I'm saying, look, at the end of the day, black people are racist because they want to blame whites for everything. That's the truth.
Well,
they don't ever want to take accountability.
At the end of the day, ignorant YNs who don't know their American history would be seduced, if not psyoped, into thinking that. At the end of the day, you really don't know your own arguments, because if you actually knew American history, you wouldn't be arguing this tripe, and it is tripe.
No, I'm speaking facts.
You are speaking what you know, and you don't know a lot.
I'm speaking facts, all right? And the facts is
you are speaking
blacks kill other blacks in the street. Black communities are worse.
A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and you have a little knowledge, but not a lot of knowledge. That's why you're speaking the facts you know.
They're producing degenerate characters like Lil Durk and Chief Keef and all of them, and they're not taking accountability for it. That's the problem.
People are.
They're producing. The black community is producing degenerates and incels.
J-Dub, let me address your point right here. J-Dub says he has seen ignorant YNs, and this young man definitely isn't that. Good job, Jay. Stay on course. Well, J-Dub, you have you're in the military. You've seen the same YNs I have. Here is my point of view on this. You are ignorant to come up and talk history when you don't know history. That is more than ignorant. That's almost reckless. So that's why I'm calling him an ignorant YN. Don't come up and talk shit you don't know. Okay, you know what?
Messing everything up. They fuck everything up.
That may well be, but degeneracy is a different argument than racism. You're moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalpost. That's not what I'm doing.
1 minute we're talking black people are racist, and the other minute you're saying they're degenerates. I'm saying they're two different arguments.
I'm saying some black people shouldn't be racist because the white people
I
are
think
giving them
what you're saying
opportunity.
is you just think black people are trash.
That's not what I said. See, you're twisting my
Oh
words.
no!
That's
I'm
not what I said.
translating. I didn't say you said it. I'm saying, I'm translating. You think? Yes, 12th man.
Why are you picking on that young dude, man? That ain't right.
Fuck being
Something
right.
about that
If you
run,
hey,
neither
if you come up to this panel, it is literally called Stanley versus the World. Take your chances. And stop
Well, you
taking up for
shouldn't be.
stop taking up for him. He was capable of defending himself. He doesn't need you. He does.
picking on that
Motherfucker, don't
young
you
boy.
ever tell me what I should and shouldn't be doing. Who are you, my mother?
Well, I'm kind of your brother in a little bit.
You're not
man.
kinda. You are not kinda my brother.
Pick on someone
You
your
are
own
not.
age, motherfucker.
You are not kinda my brother.
I'm your age. Why don't you pick on me, motherfucker? Don't pick on
Dude,
some
you know
young
what?
kid,
I would
motherfucker.
just as soon put you in the back as pick on you. Picking
I know
on
you
you,
would.
picking on you in your current state is unfair. Jay was perfectly sober. Black people
That's
aren't worth a
sadder.
shit,
That's
and we
even
should be
sadder.
worshiping whites, and we'll be on the road to actually being decent human beings.
That you're
I'm saying
sober and you're
that's
picking
not
on
what
a
I'm
young
saying
kid.
at all. I'm just
Well,
saying
I told you I'm going to twist your words. I warned you.
that's what you're doing, man. Because you're an idiot. Okay.
I warned you, and I'm going to keep doing it. See,
The
when
point-
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, it just makes it easier for people like me to twist your words. You got to know something. You got to know what you're talking about, and I won't be able to twist it.
No, you're twisting my word. You're choosing what words.
I am choosing. I am
You're
twisting.
choosing what to listen to. That's what you're doing.
Mangling.
That's what you're doing.
I'm taking
That's
your
what you're
words
doing.
out of context. I'm taking them out of context. I'm making it up as I go along because you don't know shit.
No, you don't know anything.
Literally,
You don't know anything.
I'm surprised Be Brave didn't warn you that coming up here, I would just crush bad arguments. He didn't tell you
man,
that?
I don't need.
Why
look,
do you think Be
I don't-
Brave never comes up here? Why do you think Be Brave never comes up here? Because I do to him what I just did to you.
No, I'm taking you on by myself. I don't need.
Oh,
him.
motherfucker!
I don't need him over here. I don't need him. I don't need him over here.
You are not taking me on. You are you're having a mud hole stomped in your argument. Your argument is ignorant.
I'm beating you in the argument. No, I'm beating you with facts. You're speaking opinions. You're speaking opinions. You're speaking opinions.
You literally think black people should be thanking white people because we're free.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
You know
100%.
You know
100%.
I'm telling
no
you
doubt
right
about
now. I'm telling you right now. If you knew a little bit of American history, you would know how ignorant you sound.
No,
It's
you're
sniveling.
the
You
ignorant.
sound-
You're the
you
ignorant
sound
one.
like-
That's what you is.
You sound like
You're the
you are
ignorant
a
one.
scared, tired, cold former slave.
No, you're the ignorant one. That's what you is. You're the
No,
ignorant.
I'm afraid not, son. I'm afraid I'm not ignorant. I'm afraid, as usual, when
You one of these FBA. You probably one of these FBA Americans that play victim. That's what you is. You was the FBA.
You know what you are?
You're just another FBA.
You
You're just
are
another
a
FBA.
Jesse-
That's what you is.
You are a Jesse Lee Peterson.
You're just
doesn't know.
How am I?
doesn't know
Wait, I
shit.
don't even watch Jesse Lee Peterson. How am I Jesse Lee Peterson? I don't even watch him. I'm not subscribed to him.
Well,
I don't
you know
watch
what?
him.
You know what? If you watched him, you would know what you sound like.
I don't even watch that dude. He's a troll. Jesse Lee Peterson is a troll. Like, what are you talking about?
Stanley.
What's up, CK?
Jay's trolling.
Do you come to save this young man from himself?
Yeah, he's from Northeast Ohio. He's trolling Stanley.
Oh, is that right?
How am I, wait, CK, how am I trolling? How am I trolling?
Jay, I know where you from, man. You trolling, man.
How am I trolling?
The school you went to did not teach you what you're saying right now.
No, let me tell you. No, let me tell you about my life story. Cause I learned this stuff. Cause I learned this stuff the past 4 years. But
You did not learn
yes,
that.
I grew up. I grew up around. I grew up around whites, right?
Yeah, in Twinsburg, right?
Yes.
Right. That school did not teach you what you're speaking right now.
Well, I learned what I'm speaking from the past 4 years watching right-wing conservatives. All right.
Oh,
Like-
okay. Well, that explains a lot then. All right. Well, yes. Let me he literally says he learned over the past 4 years from right-wing conservatives. That is the crux of his problems. And those right-wing conservatives told him that he should be thankful or grateful to white people. Now listen farther, listen to the right-wing conservatives he's talking about. And by the way, the people he mentions are not conservatives. You got a lot of work unlearning what you learned.
But even back then, before I was watching right wingers, like I never really played this victim mentality. I never was anti-white.
Okay, well,
I never was.
You need to wait. I agree that black people should not be blaming white people for everything. As a matter of fact, I would almost go even farther and say black people shouldn't be blaming white people for anything these days. If you can't make it in 2025, it is not white people's fault. Generally. Now there are maybe exceptions, but by and large, 99% of the time, blaming white people in 2025 because you can't get a job or something like that. But outside of the two of us, well, hold on, he'll be back. Outside of you and me agreeing on that part, it's paused.
I was wanting to ask you what the exceptions are.
Exceptions to what?
Exceptions to being able to blame all your problems on the white man. What are the exceptions?
There are problems caused. Okay, well, hey, let me ask you a question. Do white people cause problems for black people in America?
I don't know.
Let's start with the 94 crime bill. Would you say that was a problem caused for black people by Hillary Clinton? And I guess Biden had something to do with it. Last time I checked, okay, motherfucker, I will put your ass in the back. What you're gonna do, you asked me a question, I'm answering it. A good example, 94 crime bill, 2 white people were behind it, Clinton and Biden, and it caused problems for black people. Is that a good enough example for you?
Yeah, and plus the CIA.
Okay, motherfucker, I don't care about all the slurring and shit. Let's keep it crisp. You asked for an example, I gave you an example. That is a problem by white people that caused problems for black people. There's your example. Let's continue. And low-key, hit the link. Imagine someone like yourself thinking that history isn't taught in books. Where else do you learn history from, ma'am? You can always hit the link so I can do to you what I just did to Jay and what I usually do to 12th Man. Hit the link, ma'am. I'm hungry. Let's have some stupidity for breakfast. We don't agree on American history. I think black people owe white people nothing in 2025, and they don't owe us anything.
Stanley, I think.
Yeah, true. But CK doesn't know what he's talking.
What 12th Man? What is it now?
The white people do owe the black community over what Clinton and Bush did.
Okay, I don't. You know what? It's It's par for the course. I disagree that white people owe black people anything.
Well,
Okay, dude, I'm not interested in it. Can we get back to the video, please? Maybe what you can do is write down all your comments and we can talk about it after the video. How about that?
Well,
Said I learned this stuff from school. I don't know why
I wouldn't be fucking with the admiral like that.
No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I never said I learned this stuff in school, so I don't know what he's talking about. But the fact is,
that's another. You have this weird tick about you didn't say something. No one's saying you said it. We're telling you what you mean. Okay, just because you didn't say it doesn't mean you don't mean it.
now CK, now if he's just scared of white people, he can just say that. But I grew up in white space. I grew up in white spaces, and I don't have no issues.
Both of us were in the Navy. We know white people well enough to know that you don't need to worship them or thank them or anything else. They're people just like you and me.
But I was just saying, like, back to my original point when I can remember. I just feel like the division, the divisiveness and stuff has came from the FBAs, like the Umars. I like the Tariq Nasheed.
Okay,
I know you don't watch him. I know you don't watch him.
Well, let me go farther than that. Not only do I not watch them, I don't think they have the influence. Now I could be wrong because I'm 60.
Can you hear me, Stanley?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't get out in these YouTube streets that much. I don't get out in the streets that much. So maybe Umar has more influence, and maybe CK would probably know better than me. From where I sit,
you talk about Umar Johnson.
Umar and
he has
Tariq Nasheed.
He has no.
I mean, if you're listening to those guys at all, you're being led astray. There's almost nothing that I've come across, and I do see a clip every now and again. I've literally heard nothing that they've said that that would help me in a historical or race or political argument. They're really like candy. You know, it sounds good, you know, maybe makes you laugh, but there's nothing of value I would go and have some debate with.
Yeah, I agree. Umar, someone that would make me puke.
First thing you need to do is stop listening to those two.
Stanley, Jay grew up in a good neighborhood. He went to a decent school, and I know that school did not teach him what he is speaking right now.
Well, no, he said he learned it in the last 4 years.
Stanley, he only what, 22?
I don't know. He sounds young. I don't know.
He's young.
Really?
Yeah,
oh,
he only like 22 years old. He's a kid.
Oh wow. Jay, you still there? he's probably sucking on his bottle.
Yeah, he's a kid. So Stanley, if he didn't learn it in high school, I know
he said he learned it from right-wing media.
Okay.
I mean, you shouldn't be learning any history from the media. I mean, every now and again, you know, some historian will be given an interview or something, but you really, and I know it sounds old-fashioned. Hell, I got a Kindle. You know, I read almost like 99.9% of my books are on a Kindle, but I'm reading books. I don't go to really any sort of visual media. And even if I do, it's usually like something that, you know, is on a topic that I've read about. Yeah, but Tariq Nasheed or, you know, like a Charlie Kirk or something, if you're listening to them and taking their historical points, please don't do that. Do yourself a favor.
Stanley, all those guys are grifters. Umar, Charlie Kirkland, what's the other guy name? Tariq. They are all grifters. They just grifting. Yeah. That's it.
No, and I wish Brian Nichols would come up, because Brian Nichols is my age, basically, saying we need to be thankful to white people. I'm like, you know what? If we don't have to, you know, if they don't owe us reparations, because it was a long time ago. Well, the slaves were freed a long time ago. Why should we still be thankful? And the other thing is blacks fought in the Civil War, so they fought for their own freedom. So I don't get this argument. Jay, you there?
Yeah, my bad. I
That's
had to take a call.
That's all right.
Yeah, back to CK, man. Yeah, I never said I learned this stuff in school, so I don't know what you're trying to refer to.
Well, he's just saying that you couldn't have learned it in school. Who would you say is your major right-wing influence?
Officer Tatum.
Fuck no. Oh,
and-
that's even worse.
and there
That's
you go,
even
Stan.
worse than
And there
that's
you go,
worse
Stan.
than Tariq Nasheed.
There you go, Stanley.
How's Brandon Tatum bad?
Man,
How's
you get
Brandon
your
Tatum bad?
information from grifters, man. You get your
Well,
information
let me
from
put it
grifters.
to you this way. This dude hasn't been a police officer in a decade or more, and he's still calling himself officer. Dude played football. I don't even know that he finished college. The dude is back in the day when I was in high school, we would call people like him muscle heads. It's like he doesn't have a brain. He's a football player, he's a jock, and God gave him a muscle for a brain, but not a real brain. Dude is a moron.
Jay, how old are you? You like what, 22?
No, I'm 23.
23?
24 in August.
Yeah, man, you need to go join the military or something.
Oh,
Go see the world.
Who else I watched? I watched the Hodge twins. I watched Anton Daniels.
Yeah, stop, Jay, stop.
Well, let me.
What's wrong with Anton Daniels?
Jay, I need to be
fast.
I need you.
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
I need to take care of
and these are gonna be black conservatives, like Glenn Lowry, or even somebody like John McWhorter. Go read Thomas Sowell. Go read Walter Williams. Go read Jason Riley. There are a lot of smart black. I need you to go on YouTube. Look up Wilfred Riley. He is the smartest black conservative I can think of. And I don't agree with his politics a lot, but he is whip smart. You need to read him.
I'm gonna head back to the text, Danny. I gotta head back.
Okay. All right. Take it easy, CK. Don't be going to the Hodge twins or any of those guys. Go to actual smart black conservatives. I don't agree with their points of view, but I do agree that they can at least make good arguments that I can't defeat. At least most times I can't. And if me and a Glenn Lowry, if I were even in his league, if he and I were debating, we would probably agree on some things, not agree on others. But what we would agree on would just be like our interpretation of facts. It might be a glass and I say it's half full. He says it's half empty, but at least we would agree that it's not a full glass of water. We might debate why it's not a full glass of water, but we agree that the glass isn't full. You really, and I'm not a conservative, but I need you to go and I need you to wean yourself of Tariq Nasheed. I need you to wean yourself of Officer Tatum. You need a Glenn Lowry in your life. You need a Wilfred Riley in your life. You need Thomas Sowell in your life. You need Walter Williams in your life. Please, if you're going to do black conservative, go to actual black conservatives who many of the times they have the book.
I mean, okay, I can understand like sometimes the High Twins and Brandon Tatum, they may say things that that it may go a little too far. But how do they? But they be speaking facts. They be speaking facts.
They are no. Look, they may be. Look, there's facts, and there's why the facts came to be. Okay, why are blacks primarily in inner cities? Okay, the fact is they're there, but aren't you curious as to how they got there? Why they continue to be there? Why
because
there's so many
they
problems
don't work.
there?
They
That's
don't work
that's
hard.
no. That's what a Brandon Tatum. That's the easy answer. The hard
Come
the
on, man.
hard answer is going to take some work to know. And look, as an older black guy, I'm not a conservative, but you can do better than Brandon Tatum. You need a Glenn Lowry. You need a Thomas Sowell in your life. Please. If
All right,
you
what
gotta
about
be
the
if you gotta be a black conservative, at least be a black conservative who knows what he's talking about.
all right, do you at least respect Anton Daniels? He's like pro-black, ain't he? You don't respect
No,
Anton Daniels?
I respect him
He's in
more than
Detroit, like he's from the inner city. He's from Detroit.
I respect him more than I would someone like the Hodge twins.
All right, I mean, I can respect that. That's a fair point. That's a fair
But
point.
Anton Daniels is a YouTube content creator. He's not a historian or an economist or a linguist.
Wouldn't you consider yourself a YouTuber since you're on
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yep. And I'm not an academic. Most of the guys that I talked about were academics. But I also will say that, I didn't major in history, but I read a lot of it. I actually, if I want to know an answer, I don't generally go to YouTube to find it. I may use YouTube to reinforce it. But if I want to know American history, I will go and read an American history book. I will read several American history books because there are historians who will write about the same event and have different interpretations of why it happened. But you don't just read one history book, you read a bunch of history books. That's the other recommendation. But dude, go to the classics, go to the professors, go to the black conservatives who have been being black conservatives for 30, 40 years. Even I respect Glenn Lowry. And by the way, by the way, I read black conservatives too. I don't just limit myself to one side of the aisle. I read everything. As a matter of fact, it's sometimes better to know your opponent's argument better than he or she does. It just makes your argument stronger.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm gonna get off. I gotta
Okay,
I gotta
and the
go. But
one
you know,
thing,
be
the
brave.
other
Be
thing,
brave. Still my man. Though. He's still my man.
right? But well, that's fine. I mean, I like Be Brave. I just think he's a racist. However, but let me make one other thing, and you've probably heard Be Brave and John Galt. They will just poo-poo like, I don't need to read a book. You need to read a book. Okay, Be Brave, bright guy, good guy that he is literally unknowledgeable. He does not know what he's talking
Oh,
about.
come on, man. How is he
No,
unknowledgeable?
he doesn't. This 70% bullshit. You do realize that he and I have actually sat down and had some form of debate, dude. He talks a good game, and he is telling his truth. But the bottom line is, he is cotton candy, and what you need is a good, solid meat and potatoes meal. And I'm making that analogy to knowledge. Be Brave is a Brandon. He's in the league with an Anton Daniels or someone of that ilk. If you want deep knowledge, you don't go to Be Brave or Anton Daniels. You hit the books. You put in the work.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying, I was just making, a point for whites. I guess because like in high school and like throughout my life, like I didn't have like good experiences with like other blacks, especially in high school.
Well,
I
let
didn't
me
get
tell
treated
you
by them the
something.
best.
I grew
I
up.
got treated by whites the best. in my life.
Well,
I'm
well,
not.
let me tell you my background. I grew up in a black neighborhood. I was talking to Dave, first through sixth grade, went to an all black Catholic school. Up until seventh grade, I never even had a white friend because I didn't go to school with whites, didn't live in a white neighborhood. Seventh grade on, yeah, I had white friends because I was in mostly white schools. Um, I have lived in a black world, grew up in that black world. It wasn't the hood. It was actually still a pretty nice neighborhood in Savannah, Georgia. Um, but I know both sides of the coin. Hell, I married a white woman. So, I mean, I, her side of the family, my son's grandfather, he's got one white grandfather, he's got one black grandfather. So I have straddled both worlds. I can tell you right now, white people are no better than black people, and vice versa. We're all
All right, see you
people.
later, Brian.
But the bottom line is America has some problems, and it takes some work to not be affected by those problems. You will have to work hard to stay above the fray and be as objective as you can. All right, so that's pretty much the video I'm going to debut at some point today. But I thought it was an important point, given the conversation I was having earlier with Ryan about there's some problems. There's some problems that a lot of people don't realize. In the fabric of America, there's pretty much no way you can grow up in America and not be exposed to racism, racists. Um, I mean, maybe the only way you avoid it is, to grow up somewhere like Idaho where there really isn't, that much of racial diversity. And you know what? A lot of people won't agree that there's systemic racism, and that's fine. But I think there's pretty ample evidence if you are open to looking for it. And I don't know. I don't know why. Why would you think I'm gay? What's out there on these YouTube streets? But anyway, we can go back to the news. Since it came up, since systemic racism came up, I thought that gee, black people owe whites a debt of gratitude in 2025. I thought that's like a prime example of systemic racism, and that this kid learned history in a good school, but yet 4 years of listening to right-wing media brought him to these conclusions. In my opinion, what right-wing media did was basically turn this kid against himself. I mean, he was never a slave. Why should he be thankful for people who never thankful to people who never enslaved him and their families weren't enslavers? I don't get how that can possibly happen. But I will say the how it happened is a perfect example of how America has a problem with race, and it is a cultural problem. Culture is a system. It is a systemic problem. So I don't care if you don't agree with me. You haven't read what I've read. You haven't experienced what I've experienced, and I'm open to the conversation. But I'm gonna be blunt in the conversation, and I just might hurt your feelings. And you either deal with it or stay your ass in the chat where it's safe. So let us move on. And hit the link. Don't be afraid to hit the link, folks. And I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come up. 12th man has left the building. And I don't know why. But oh well. Probably better for him. Let's see here if I can bring this video back up. All right. Well, we will sally forth with the news. Let's see. Well, free zone. I think it's safe. It's only words when I type it in the chat. This is interesting. Palomino thinks I need to be humiliated with my performances. Wow. All right. So let's see here. And by the way, I actually really enjoyed that conversation with Jay. Hopefully, he is always free to come back. And you know what? If you tell me that Thomas Sowell said this, I might still, mock you for saying it. But if Thomas Sowell says it, I'm going to treat it with I'm going to actually think about it. If Thomas Sowell says it, I'm not just going to automatically shit can it. So here's where we are. Trump administration fires 17 immigration court judges. Now, this is interesting. Immigration courts are part of the executive branch. While you're firing a bunch of them, it seems like that would kind of slow down the process. But this is from Ground News. It says 17 immigration court judges were fired without cause in recent days across 10 U.S. states, including California and Texas. Wow. The firings follow a series of prior dismissals and voluntary exits under a program called the Fork in the Road amid a Justice Department push to speed deportations. Oh, wow. A union representing immigration judges reported that these judges were employed in courts handling a case backlog approaching 4 million. Union President Matt Biggs criticized the decision to dismiss many immigration judges without justifiable reason, especially as Congress has approved a total of 800 judges. The firings risk worsening court backlogs, and Senators Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey urged EOIR to base judge conversions solely on performance, not loyalty to administration agendas. So they're basically saying these judges, I guess, weren't MAGA. So Trump is definitely making waves in the world of immigration. That is for sure. Transgender asylum seeker released from ICE custody following order from federal judge in Oregon. This is interesting. A transgender asylum seeker from Mexico, identified as OJM, was released from an ICE detention facility in Washington State on Tuesday following a federal judge's order in Oregon. OJM had been held for over 40 days after being arrested in Portland's immigration court and was found to have been deprived of liberty without due process. Wow, he must have been here legally. Guillermo Medina Reyes, an activist and tattoo artist based in San Jose, is dealing with felony vandalism charges as well as ongoing legal proceedings concerning his immigration status and the risk of deportation. Reyes' attorney, Victoria Sun, argued that ICE cannot unilaterally revoke his release, while U.S. District Judge Rita F. Lynn extended a temporary restraining order blocking his detention. These cases highlight disputes over immigration enforcement, due process rights, and community activism amid broader public debates on deportation policies. I want to reemphasize the story I did earlier. Trump's immigration policy approval ratings are going down. So, apparently his base is not going to be enough to, to counter any popularity with or lack of popularity in the independent or Democratic voter ranks. The MAGA base is not the majority of Americans. So let's see, what else have we got here? Oh, this is an interview with Tom Homan that happened a couple days ago that we probably, this is This is an ICE raid led to a death. I think this is in California, and this is CNN Dana Bash interviewing Tom Homan.
Here with me now is President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, sir. I do want to start with that ruling. The judge ordered the administration to stop making indiscriminate immigration arrests in the Los Angeles area and denying detainees right to legal counsel. She wrote that, quote, roving patrols without reasonable suspicion violate the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, and denying access to lawyers violates the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution. Will the administration comply with this order?
Look, we're going to litigate that order. I think the order is wrong. I mean, she's assuming that the officers don't have reasonable suspicion. You know, they don't need probable cause to briefly detain and question somebody. They just need reasonable suspicion, and that's based on many articulable facts. So unless she's in the officer's mind, I don't know how she make that, decision that, well, they're not using reasonable suspicion. How does she know that? I mean, every officer has to, bring articulable facts to raise reasonable suspicion, and then they can briefly detain. Well, I don't know how she knows that, but I don't think any federal judge can dictate immigration policy. That's a matter for Congress and for the president, and I know the Department of Justice is going to litigate this. We want to take it to the appeals court.
Let's talk about that reasonable suspicion and what it actually means on the ground when it comes to ICE detaining people. You said in an interview this week that reasonable suspicion can be based on, quote, the location, their occupation, their physical appearance, their actions. What about an individual's physical appearance would give immigration agents, quote, reasonable suspicion that they might be in the U.S. illegally?
Well, first of all, let me be clear. Physical description can't be the sole factor to give you reasonable suspicion. As I said in the interview, it's articulable facts with an S. So appearance can be just one. For instance, if someone has an MS-13 tattoo on their face, that may be one factor to add to other factors to raise reasonable suspicion. I want to be clear about that again because my words are taken out of context. Physical description cannot be the sole reason to detain and question somebody. That can't be the sole reason to raise reasonable suspicion. It's a myriad of factors, and I could sit here for the next half hour and give you all the factors. So every officer, every situation is different. But I can tell you this: every ICE officer goes through Fourth Amendment training every 6 months and reminded what their authorities are for arrest, detention, and questioning. So the officers are very well trained. So I look forward to DOJ litigating this judge's decision because I think she's making a decision while knowing what that officer knows when they get out of that vehicle to question somebody.
So what that judge, same judge in the case, said is that an individual's race or ethnicity, the language they speak or their accent, their presence at a particular location like a bus stop or a work site, or the type of work they do does not qualify as reasonable suspicions.
Well, like I said, these are factors that lead to reasonable suspicion. There's a myriad of factors. Every case is different. I'm not going to disagree with everything the judge has said because, a location alone shouldn't have reasonable suspicion. It's a combination of articulable facts that an officer, determines before he, detains somebody for a short period of time and questions them. So again, every case is different articulable facts from different people in different places. Yep. So I look forward to litigation. I think we will win this on appeal.
Okay, so obviously you're appealing, but until that happens, the administration will comply with the judge's order?
The administration is never going to go against the judge's order. We'll litigate it, we'll win it,
Okay.
then we'll get back to doing what we're doing.
I just want to ask more broadly and a little bit of a different sort of question here. One thing I have heard over and over anecdotally is that people who are in the United States legally are scared about getting swept up in all of this because of the color of their skin, because they speak with an accent, because of the location where they might be going. And they're not going out. They don't want to be detained by mistake, have their kids or themselves traumatized. Are you comfortable with that?
If they're in the country legally, they got no reason to be afraid. ICE is looking for those in the country legally, and we're still prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. That's the priority. But like I said, We do have collateral arrests in many areas because we're out looking for those public safety threats. But we're going to enforce immigration law too. I mean, it's not okay to be in this country legally. It's not okay to enter this country legally. It's a crime. But legal aliens shouldn't, and U.S. citizens should not be afraid that they're going to be swept up in a raid. We know who we're looking for, and that's what the agents are out there seeking. And they use a lot of information. Most of the operations we conduct are targeted enforcement operations. When we go out, we know exactly who we're looking for. Most likely, we'll find them. Many times, we have a criminal history and immigration history when we go out looking for that person. So, if you're in a country illegally, you shouldn't fear ICE. But what you should fear is the criminal aliens walking the communities in sanctuary cities.
Well, but you just said that there are, quote, collateral arrests, and that is sparking fear in communities where people are again scared to go out. So I guess my question is, do you have compassion for those people who are seeing what's going on, hearing you speak, seeing what's happening in their neighborhoods, shouldn't have any concern, but do just because of the reality of what they're seeing?
You know, Dana, the bottom line is, if you want less collateral arrests, and let us in the jail. I mean, we want to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, but sanctuary cities release them into the community, which means we got to go to the community and find him. And when we find that bad person, many times, whether it's at a work site or in the community, they're with other people in the United States illegally. And we're going to let ICE enforce the law, uphold the oath they took. We're not going to be like the last administration who told ICE, instructed ICE, you can't arrest somebody for simply being here illegally. They got to be convicted of a serious offense. That's not what the law says. We're enforcing the law. But look, immigration enforcement, I'm going to be clear, immigration enforcement has always been emotional. It's always been controversial. I've been doing this since 1984. I get it. Mm-hmm. And I understand why people want to come to the greatest nation on earth. I get it. But if we can't send a message to the whole world that it's okay to enter this country legally. Don't worry about it. Even though it's a crime, come and enter legally. And when you get order removal from a judge, you don't have to leave. You can become a fugitive, and we'll never look for you. Mm-hmm. We got to send a message to the whole world. There are consequences for breaking laws. And I think that's why one of the reasons we have the most secure border in history of this nation today. It's just not because we got boots on the ground on the border, not because we end in catch or release. A lot of it's consequences. You're watching what's happening. We're enforcing the immigration law. And I think that consequence has a lot to do with having the most secure border in history of this nation.
Let's turn to the raids this week on two cannabis farms in California. ICE says more than 200 undocumented immigrants were detained. The United Farmers Workers Union says multiple workers were critically injured. One, 57-year-old Jaime Alanis Garcia, died after falling 30 feet from a greenhouse roof while fleeing ICE agents. That's according to his family. What's your reaction to that? Somebody losing their life running from ICE?
It's sad. It's unfortunate. He was in ICE custody, and ICE did not have hands on this person, but it's always unfortunate when there's deaths. I mean, no one wants to see people die. And, they were doing the job. They were serving criminal arrest warrants. I mean, the criminal search warrants. And I see the media saying, well, it was an ICE raid. No, they were serving criminal search warrants as part of a criminal investigation involved with child trafficking and child labor. I think it was total 11 children that were found on that farm. And now they're being interviewed, forensics interviews, find out, are they victims of trafficking? If so, who is the subject of that trafficking? And let's hold some people accountable. So it's unfortunate when anybody dies.
I do want to turn to what is going on in Florida, and that is what the administration, what you call Alligator Alcatraz, was visited by Democratic members of Congress yesterday. They were given limited access, and this, of course, is a new detention facility set up by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. What these Congress people described was sweltering heat, bug infestations, meager meals. They say they heard detainees crying out for help. The wife of one man detained there said he's not been given access to a lawyer. He's been in detention for about 2 weeks. Is that acceptable to you? And is that what you're seeing when you go?
I have not been there yet, and I doubt a lot of that's factual. I mean, bottom line is, from the day one, I've been doing this job since 1984. Detainees complain about the conditions of detention. And I said this many times, you can simply go to ice.gov and look at the detention standards ICE has. They have the highest detention standards in the industry. But these same congressmen are complaining about alligator Alcatraz. You didn't see them complaining about, under Biden administration, people being held in a Border Patrol parking lot surrounded by a fence in the sweltering heat. Not a word. You didn't hear a word about 500,000 children being trafficked in the country and them not being able to locate 300,000. President Trump, this administration, is finding thousands of those children. So, they have a lot of anger under President Trump on how we're doing business, and they ignored 4 years of open borders, historic migrant death, historic Americans dying from fentanyl, historic numbers of women and children being sex trafficked, historic number of people on terrorist watch lists coming across the border. Silence, because they're complicit because they didn't take the administration on and ask them to secure the border. You can't have strong national security in this country if you don't have border security. We got to know who's coming and what's coming and where it's coming. But instead, they kept silent and they kept feeding the American people, we have a secure border, and we did not.
Okay. Mr. Homan, I know you have to go to catch a plane. Thank you so much for being here this morning. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, Dana.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. Lot of whataboutism there at the end. So next story, they beat me like a slave. Signs of violence in sheriff's office dated back years. I suspect this is going to be one of those stories that we will thank white people for setting us free for.
They beat me like a slave. Signs of violence in sheriff's office dated back years. This article is by Nate Rosenfield and Mukta Joshi and read by an automated voice. For nearly 2 years, the embattled sheriff of Rankin County, Mrs. Salas, has tried to distance himself from brutality in his department, saying he was unaware of assaults like those carried out by deputies who called themselves the Goon Squad. But department records and interviews with a former FBI agent reveal that the sheriff, Brian Bailey, had evidence of his deputies' violent acts going back to his earliest days in office. In 2012, the year Mr. Bailey became sheriff, the department and the FBI had reviewed video footage of a deputy ramming his car into a teenager, fleeing arrest, and threatening to kill him. 8 years later, a man sued the department claiming that deputies hit him with a metal rod and shoved a gun in his mouth while he was handcuffed. Then, in 2022, a deputy was caught on video using his taser to shock a handcuffed man in the back of a patrol car. The Rankin County Sheriff's Department confirmed that it had investigated all 3 cases, and so had the FBI. One of the deputies involved was suspended, and another was reassigned, but none of them were fired, and none faced prosecution. Several were later tied to violent raids by the Goon Squad, or were convicted for their roles in torturing 2 men, Eddie Parker and Michael Jenkins, in 2023. The handling of the 3 earlier cases reveals how the Sheriff's Department allowed officers accused of serious violence to remain on the force, and that federal authorities chose not to act, despite strong evidence supporting the allegations. Jason Dare, the lawyer for the Sheriff's Department, defended its handling of misconduct investigations, saying the cases show that the department worked with federal agencies to promote, quote, constitutionally permissive policing while keeping crime in check. He said that each of the cases had been investigated by the FBI and that none of them resulted in a finding of impropriety. The Sheriff's Department came to national attention in 2023, when 5 deputies were charged with breaking into a home and then handcuffing, beating, and sexually assaulting Mr. Parker and Mr. Jenkins. At the time, Sheriff Bailey expressed shock that deputies he trusted could be involved in such brutality. "Never in my life did I think it would happen in this department," Mr. Bailey said during a press conference. In an article that year, Mississippi Today and the New York Times detailed the allegations of dozens of people who said they had witnessed or experienced similar assaults at the hands of Rankin County deputies, many of them assigned to a patrol shift that called itself the Goon Squad. Months later, the Justice Department opened a civil rights investigation into the department. This year, during depositions taken as part of a lawsuit, Sheriff Bailey said he had no reason to think that the violence was widespread, although he acknowledged that the department did not have a centralized system to track the complaints it received. He said the FBI never indicated that there were problems at the department, but the FBI and Sheriff Bailey were aware of allegations of misconduct by Rankin deputies, including some who would later be sentenced, along with members of the Goon Squad. In 2 of the 3 newly revealed cases, video taken by cameras mounted in patrol cars supported allegations of excessive force. In one of those cases, 2 officers also said in 2012 that they had held down a robbery suspect while another deputy beat him, contradicting their initial reports on the use of force, according to Jeffrey Artis, the FBI agent who investigated. Mr. Dare said the FBI never informed the department of its findings. Mr. Artis, now retired, had been assigned to civil rights violations in Mississippi for nearly a decade. He said video taken from a patrol car showed Daniel Warren, then a deputy in Rankin County, who was not associated with the Goon Squad, ramming his car into Justin Archie, a teenager who had run from the police after committing an armed robbery. Mr. Artis said the video also showed Mr. Warren shouting that he was going to kill the teenager. He said the video evidence alone showed 100% unnecessary, excessive force. 2 other deputies involved in the arrest told Mr. Artis that Mr. Warren had used a slapjack, a weapon typically made from leather and filled with metal weights, to beat Mr. Archie while they held him down and tried to handcuff him. In 2013, Mr. Archie, who is black, filed a lawsuit laying out the details of the beating and accusing Mr. Warren, who is white, of shouting racial slurs at him during the attack. Mr. Dare said he could not locate the video from Mr. Archie's arrest, which he noted occurred 14 years ago. Mr. Dare said that a previous lawyer for the department was present during 2 interviews the FBI conducted with the deputies, and that the deputies did not admit to misrepresenting facts during any sessions attended by the department's lawyer. After Mr. Artis turned his case over to federal prosecutors, they did not seek to indict the officers. The U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of Mississippi and the Justice Department declined to comment. Even without criminal charges, Sheriff Bailey could have fired the deputies involved, but they kept their jobs. Mr. Warren was reassigned to animal control, according to Mr. Dare. Mr. Warren continued to work for the department for more than a year. Then, in 2013, a jail inmate on work detail found Mr. Warren's car unlocked with the keys and a gun inside and used it to escape, department records show. Mr. Warren, who did not respond to requests for comment, was terminated the next day. After Mr. Warren's departure, and years before the public first learned of the Goon Squad, Dorothy Johnson said she called the FBI to report that her son, Carvis Johnson, had been beaten by Rankin County deputies in 2019. In 2020, Mr. Johnson sued the department. His lawsuit accused a group of deputies, including Brett McAlpin and Christian Dedman, who became central figures in the Jenkins and Parker case, of beating him with their fists and a metal rod during a traffic stop. As in several assaults that other victims later described, a deputy put his gun in Mr. Johnson's mouth while he was handcuffed, according to the lawsuit. "They beat me like a slave," Mr. Johnson wrote in his complaint. Although deputies did not mention any use of force in their arrest reports, a photo taken of Mr. Johnson while he was in jail shows his face bandaged and swollen. Again, FBI aid.
Well, let me take that comment back to Jay, and we should be thankful for white people. They beat this guy like a slave. You know what? I wish Jay were in the audience to hear that comment, because I would be curious to know what his reaction was. Well, J-Dub, the reason it's funny is I literally heard yesterday that black people should be thankful for white people in America because they freed us. Well, they freed us, and some of us occasionally get beaten like a slave. I guess, that's really no reason not to be thankful, right? So I can't help bringing up that point. It's just too sweet. So let us move on quickly because I do have a few videos to show, which will be boring and hopefully piss some people off. FBI captures that former Marine reservist. Didn't realize he was a Marine reservist. He shot at ICE officers at a Texas detention center. A former U.S. Marine Corps reservist, Benjamin Hanel Song, was arrested for allegedly shooting at ICE officers at a Texas detention center on July 4th. We heard about that. Juan told us about it. Song and others are accused of ambushing the Prairie Land Detention Center, where an Alvarado police officer was shot in the neck. Song is charged with attempted murder of federal agents and discharging a firearm during a violent crime, and is linked to purchasing guns used in the attack. So, I just wanted to follow up since we talked about it way back on July 4th. They did catch the guy. Next, the federal grand jury has indicted the man accused of killing former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman. This is more or less a follow-up to that guy, and I bring this up, and I'm being biased here. That guy was a Trump voter who basically had it out for Democrats. And, it is what it is. Really not much bias needed here. It is what it is. So under federal law, murder counts could carry a federal death penalty, and the decision on seeking it rests with Attorney General Pam Bondi in consultation with the local U.S. Attorney's Office. So I'll keep up with it once the trial starts, especially. And this is actually the last news story for now. It's actually it's kind of a news story, I guess. Who will be in Trump's hero garden? If you haven't heard, Trump wants to spend like $45 million to build a garden of statues. And these are some of the people, I guess. Supposedly there's a list of nearly 250, which includes the famous, the obscure, and in some cases, the intentionally controversial. And let me skip ahead here. There are activists, Sojourner Truth, Crispus Attucks, Harper Lee, Booker T. Washington, James Audubon. Some other people: astronauts, explorers, pioneers, Amelia Earhart, Sally Ride, Daniel Boone, Columbus. They're going to put Columbus in there. Wow, that is controversial. Let's see. TV, movie, music, and sports stars: Billie Holiday, Kobe Bryant. There are others, I guess. Those are the two that I see. Let's see, who else? Alexander Good, no idea. Jimmy Doolittle, the General. Bessie Smith. Cy Young, Annie Oakley. Buffalo Bill. A few immigrants, a lot of New Yorkers. People like Frank Sinatra, Lou Gehrig, Walt Whitman. Alex Trebek. They're going to put Alex Trebek in there. Wow. Phyllis Wheatley. So I just thought it'd be interesting just to see who might go into the garden of let's see, he's going to call it the National Garden of American Heroes, a park Trump first proposed during the racial justice protests of 2020, when many Confederate and other monuments nationwide were being toppled. So if anybody wants this article, I will be willing to drop it. You can find out who might wind up in Trump's garden of heroes. So next is a video by Professor Black Truth. We cannot have a day without some Black Truth. At least I can't.
family and fellow soldiers. I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. I'm sure that a few of you have already seen this story. It's been making the rounds through the algorithm. Our brother Tarian Rain did a nice in-depth piece about this, and if you haven't seen it on his channel, you should. And
Let me correct Jesse Lee here. No, that guy did not work for Tim Walz. Tim Walz did appoint him to some commission, but it was a reappointment. The connection isn't there, folks. But I'll let you guys stew in your own conspiracy theory juices. But no, he did not work for Tim Walz. Nice try, though. What is it with you far right people who believe it? I just literally told a budding young black conservative not to go and get your history from the media without double checking it. And lo and behold, what happens? Do better, black conservatives. Do better, please.
under the circumstances, I decided that I should go ahead and throw in my 2 cents about this. Now, you got an organization called the Daddy Stroller Social Club. It was started by black men largely to bring attention to some of the mental difficulties and issues that go along with being a new father.
Calvin Bridgewater is the man who started it all.
I started around 3.5 years ago. Started based off of experiencing part of the person as a dad. Not having those resources, not having those communities. So I want to thank y'all again for coming out here.
But it turns out these men were not as alone as they thought.
Started at 4 dads, and now we're sitting at 75 dads.
The club is also expanding to 7 cities, including Atlanta, Memphis, Oakland, and Seattle. And in every city, these meetups feature a daddy-baby stride.
What made you say, I've got to do this?
Moved here to Cleveland, had my baby about 2 months after that. Didn't know anyone, and I was kind of going through the baby blues a little bit myself. I was like, I don't feel normal.
Scrolling through Instagram one day, he came across a guy group in Dallas, the Daddy Stroller Social Club.
Just a bunch of dads that got together, and I said, I think that's the community I need.
That's how the Cleveland chapter was born.
The reason that I show up and the reason that I organized this was just to make some dad friends. Plain and simple.
He started by setting a date and finding a place to meet, but then he had to find the dads.
Literally, if I was just out on my normal routine, going to the grocery store, and I'd see a dad there with his child, I'd go up to him, hey, we got this thing going on at this date, at this time. You want to come through? Feel free.
He says the first stroller stride had a handful of dads. Now their largest so far, about 50.
What they decided was that they would actually lean on each other. And of course, that's something that black people need to do because that's what actually works. The founders of the Daddy Stroller Social Club also decided that they should come together in order to push back against the negative stereotypes and images of black fathers that the white media persists in putting out there. Now, you have fathers, by some accounts numbering in the hundreds, pushing strollers with their adorable babies and even with their children, some of them teenagers, in tow. A mass family outing is what it is. This is a reinforcement of the institution of the family, which the white right in particular tells us every moment is under attack. Fox News and the Newsmaxes and other white supremacist sock puppets are always talking about how the family is not being supported by the culture and that we need to bring attention to families, especially those black people. They don't know what family's about, especially those black men. Okay, well, you had dozens, if not hundreds, of black men with their babies and children in tow in public, a mass demonstration, and Fox News didn't even speak about it. Here's some real men doing what the conservative pundits never could, putting on a mass demonstration of fatherhood. These are true champions of the family, not fraudsters like the Palins or the Bidens or Trump. Fathers as a group pushing baby strollers and telling the world how important fatherhood is. Who could possibly have a problem with that? Well, as it turns out, a lot of people, starting with the white right. You had a number of them attacking and bad-mouthing these black men. You had some of these creeps saying that this was just the bare minimum. Bare minimum? Well, that begs the question, have any of these armchair Aryans done anything even remotely like this for their own broken community? First of all, these right-wing nut keyboard warriors, most of them don't have any families, thank God. When people talk about incels, who do you think they're talking about? These fools. Incels are practically always some frustrated Fox News buffoon or a Charlie Kirk wannabe, men who women avoid and they can't figure out why. So fortunately, a lot of them will never get to further pollute the gene pool with their clearly defective DNA. But of course, no filter is perfect, so what about the racists who do manage to get some sow pregnant? Well, predictably, these internet loudmouths haven't even tried to put on an event like the Daddy Stroller Social Club, because when it comes to the white right, when they have children, they usually run away from them, and the ones who don't, they usually wind up with some sort of restraining order against them. Gee, can't imagine why. Let's be honest here, if they did try to put on their own little event like this, there's no telling which one of them would be the mass shooter. The Daddy Stroller Social Club, even with the meager amount of attention that they got, it was still more than enough to have these right-wing nuts mega triggered. Clearly, when these reprobates talk about family, they mean only the white ones. Well, black men, as usual, outshined them, and they just couldn't take it. They hate it whenever black men are getting attention, especially for something that happens to be what they consider to be their own private preserve. It goes against the lies, and that's the part that hurt them the most. The Daddy Stroller Social Club event in Dallas got some of the white media's attention, though not nearly enough. What they're doing is not some minor local event and shouldn't be treated like it. Their operation is already spreading to other major cities. Yet, even though the Daddy Stroller Social Club event in Chicago happened not long after the one in Dallas, the white media decided, well, we've already covered this in Dallas, we're not covering this again. And we all know why that is. Stories like this go against the white media narrative. They only want black people on the screen if it's to say that they committed a crime or if they're cheerleading for some white interest group or another. The white media has a vested interest in burying or even attacking any story or event that disproves their anti-black narrative. Demonizing black people is what justifies harming black people in the interest of maintaining white supremacy. And you can't justify harming black people when images of black fathers doing something positive, something that their white racist counterparts aren't doing, are being put in front of people's eyeballs. Now, if it was black men doing some sort of march to support abortion or to support some pet issue of the white left or the white right, that would have gotten plenty of coverage from the major networks. Fox News would have been there, MSNBC, the major networks, the New York Times, because they could use it as a way to bring attention to what matters to them. But this was something that black people and black men in specific were doing in their own interest. And they weren't sock puppets for some white dark money organization like She the People or Black Pac. This was grassroots, and that's what angers them the most. This was done without the permission of the white powers that be, which also means they can't control and can't intimidate them, and they don't have the ability to cut anybody off. That's one of the things they like to do. You need to go to find yourself some white dark money donors. That way they can let you know that they're going to cut you off if you do something they don't like. They bypass the white gatekeepers. But this was all put together by black men to push back against the white media, and they know it. So after that first story about the Daddy Stroller Club in Dallas, they decided that they were not going to cover this again no matter what. And certainly not in Chicago. After all, Michelle Obama is in Chicago, or at least that's where her mail gets forwarded to. And she lies through her teeth about black men needing to do better, quote unquote. And her henpecked beard does the same. Well, you certainly can't prop up the black men are all deadbeat fathers and they need to beat men and go home and raise their families narrative when you have hundreds of black fathers out in public pushing baby strollers. The same way the white supremacists feel compelled to attack these black men, to attack their black families actually, is the same reason these bootlicks like the Obamas and the white media are intimidated from even acknowledging this. Black fathers making it a point to be publicly seen as the head of their households. This is what scares them. Black orthodoxy, the family, which is the building block of any community, being put on full display for everyone to see with black men at the head of it. Because black men leading their families are also black men who will seek to lead the society too. But the visceral and hostile reaction merely to black fathers doing the most harmless and innocuous thing on earth, pushing baby strollers, it's the symbolism of it. That's the part that they hate. As far as they're concerned, oh, you're going to be putting black men on a pedestal like this? You're going to be heaping praise on black men? You can't do that. You can't say anything good about them. It just goes to show that this society absolutely hates black people and is determined to destroy black families. In order for these white supremacists to be a threat to us, they need guns, tanks, they need to saturate the society in anti-black propaganda, they require an overbearing military apparatus, prisons, and to use the most sophisticated forms of surveillance and control against us. But in order for us to threaten these anti-Black racists, all we need to do is merely live our lives, which is why their number one priority is to disrupt that by any means they can. And when something comes along that they can't disrupt, they just lose it. The dominant society knows that they're no match for our dominant genes. When they see a Black baby, that reminds them that there will be a future for our people. Meanwhile, other people's birth rates are absolutely plummeting. Perhaps if they spent more time actually trying to build families and less time trying to tear down Black families, they could change that. But then again, leopards don't change their spots. Dr. John Henrik Clarke said that the white media is out to control image, particularly our image. Because when you control what people see, you control how they see themselves. Well, in this case, Black men took control. Self-determination is the foundation of empowerment. When Black men took over the narrative on this one, the online racists were marginalized. They were forced to sit on the sidelines, simply sitting there griping and complaining. The white media, on the other hand, just had to slither away altogether. So we see no difference between the attitude of the online bigots and their broadcast counterparts, many of whom are one and the same. Every time people see stories like this, it makes it that much harder for the white media to go back to the same old anti-Black propaganda. The job of the white media is to control people's minds. The job of the Black media is to teach you mind control. And by that, I mean to control your own mind. That starts by not accepting the lies told to you by the white media. It's not Black dysfunction or ignorant behavior that frightens them. Black normalcy is what they fear. Merely Black people living their lives. Black men taking their children out for a stroll, people establishing families, raising their families, enjoying the company of other Black people. That's what terrifies them. When they see Black people acting ignorantly, that reassures white supremacy. White supremacy is about insulating those classified as white from having to compete. And people who are mired in ignorance or in dysfunction, they're not competitive. On the other hand, Black people who are focused and organized and active, now they are able to compete. They are a threat. White supremacy makes it a point to look at the horizon all the time to see if there's anything that even could remotely constitute a challenge to them. And whenever they see it, they have to attack. They don't have a choice. So the forces of anti-Black racism are doing what they're going to do, which is making as much noise as possible or being silenced altogether. And I say let them. Let people see the contrast between us and them. The babies in those videos were very well behaved, and that makes sense. They left the crying and the whining to the racists. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Connie Beasley, Leonard Cottingham, Starlet Thompson, James Green, and Abram Pruitt. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for
There's a video I'm going to show that kind of loops back into a point Professor Black Truth makes at the end of this video. So let's do this.
I'm so tired of taking these plan B's. This nigga won't stop nothing me. Soon I had his baby, he gon' say I drive him crazy. Nigga, please stop nothing me.
This is exactly what happens when we let dysfunction go unchecked and we allow people like Sexy Red to become a household name and to be inspiring to other girls. And let's just call it what it is. It is prostitution music, and it is put there very strategically to control the mind of your children for God knows what agenda. Make it make sense. Like either we're for degeneracy or we're for improving our culture. Pick a side.
So I'm just saying, how long on my platforms have we talked about the normalization of degenerate Black behavior? Degenerate, destructive, unproductive Black behavior is being normalized and also being labeled as authentic Black culture, when it does not represent authentic Black culture. It represents authentic nigger culture. Like I always say, the nigger with the hard ER and the A was white America's, white supremacy's greatest invention. They created a destructive individual, individual who's destructive to themselves and everything around them, and they only lift up and get behind degenerate and destructive things. That song's stupid, and the person who making the song stupid too. You could tell them I said it. It's stupid, but the fact that that type of music and those cultural traits, those subcultural traits are being praised and romanticized and lauded. And I'm so glad that a black woman is standing up and saying, this is not us, this is not it. I'm so glad that a black woman is doing that, because they try to make it seem like this is what authentic blackness is now. And authentic blackness has nothing to do with stupid behavior and unproductive behavior. That's not black culture, that's nigga culture. And it's a difference.
All right. Well, I guess the first point. Hey, Wale, how you doing?
Hey, real good, man. Excellent day to you.
You too. Here's
afternoon.
Going back to Professor Black Truth's point about the white media. I think there's some good points. There's some bad points in both these videos in their commentary on the media. I think that blacks being portrayed basically the weakest link in the black culture chain tends to be displayed by the white media. That part I agree with. Basically, all the black demographic in the United States is basically being judged by the worst elements of the culture by, well, I'm just going to call it media. We can assume it's white media because blacks don't own a large chunk of the media in the United States. However, I disagree with the second guy's assessment that, there's black culture and there's nigger culture. No, it's the same culture. It's just one part of the culture is, kind of toxic or has a kind of a I guess the word would be malady. Okay. The need to divide one side of the culture from the other culture is literally the same thing that a Be Brave does by cleaving black culture from American culture. Okay, essentially what you do is you divide the culture, you talk about the differences, it absolves the responsibility. Okay, hey, this is a black culture problem, black people need to fix it. Hey, it is a nigger culture, therefore they need to fix it. That is not a solution. It is making excuses. Be Brave and the culture this guy is talking about in that last video, they are one and the same. They're doing the same thing. And you don't fix problems by isolating it and ignoring it. You fix problems by fixing problems. And no one or very few people in this space will agree with me on this. Doesn't matter. I'm right. They're wrong. There's some things that you just know are right. And basically, saying it's not us, it's them is a very, you go back and you read E. Franklin Frazier talking about the black bourgeoisie. That's exactly what this guy just did. He basically the respectability politics that he's trying to adopt and talk about. It's exactly what E. Franklin Frazier talks about. You can't, if you believe that there is a black culture and it's monolithic, you're not going to solve it by cleaving it apart. Any comments there, Wale?
Yeah, man, because I'm glad you broke back around to that, because I agree with you. That cleavage he did, talking about there's blacks and there's niggas. He's not only that, he's accepted
Exactly
the characterization of niggas, which was formulated by by other people, and then he's now going to ship it back out and distend it, and then excuse himself from that categorization. Yet that's what I keep asking the other boy, John. He say blacks do this and blacks do that. Is he saying he ain't black? I don't understand. This boy is doing the same thing. He said, oh, that's niggas. And he ain't no nigga? I don't understand. Oh, no, because I think this way. I think, like you say, it's all nigga shit. I mean, stuff anyway.
Well, but let me propose another kind of a parallel. I mean, you know what? Say this was a family, they're going to be black sheep in that family. If a family member commits some sort of crime, are you going to say that person's not a family member, or are you going to condemn the behavior? Condemn the behavior, but you really can't change the family tie.
I think that's why I be talking to you. You have a broader palette. You can paint more colors on, put more colors on the canvas than most people. Most people they paint in black and white. There's not much to that kind of painting to me. But what you just did allows me to see that you put more colors on the palette, and then you got more opportunity to create not only a broader picture, but a more accurate picture by doing it.
Well, I appreciate that. Coming from you, that means a lot. I try to, there's some things, I'm sure I'm pig-headed about, but, I think it comes with age, though, because you have just seen more stuff. I mean, when you're 60 and you're even more senior, when you're 60, there are more colors than black and white because you've lived it.
There you go. Only if you lived it, but some people who are 60 may not have lived or I say experience more than age. Experience to me, because you can be anyway. I'm not. I haven't had a lot of experiences than even John has had, but I've had different experiences. There we go.
So, I may know more about a certain aspect of life than John, and definitely vice versa. So, but the one thing I can say though, I was talking yesterday. Believe me, I did not grow up around white people. I grew up around black people. So I never doubt that I'm black. I may not have, every experience, in the total black experience, but I have no doubt that I'm black. And you know what? That's why I am so comfortable calling out a racist when I see one. It doesn't matter whether the racist is black or white. I will call you a racist, and I don't use the word a lot. I use it accurately, and I'm not afraid to call it out.
You know what, Stan? I had a conversation with a guy yesterday that was relative to that thing you did about the family members. That's why I was like, wow. Mm-hmm. It's because he was telling me about Burkina Faso and the young man over there, Traoré, right? And he was talking about the language and stuff. Oh, they're making the one language, they're getting rid of the French. And I checked it out. I Googled the place, right? They have three major languages. Mm-hmm. In that 14. I think it's 14. It's not even. It's about 14 million square miles. It's the biggest of one of these states over here, right? And in there, they got three different major languages besides French. Now I ain't including French, because French is the colonial language. So all the business, all the education, and all the administration is done in French.
Mhm.
All right. However, the people themselves have three major languages. All of this, imagine all this. Where you live, what state you in?
I'm in Georgia, outside. Well, actually, I'm in Savannah this week, but I live not too far outside Atlanta.
Well, let's say Texas. Let's just pick Texas because Texas is bigger than Georgia, and I don't want to. I know sometimes when we look at the map, the continent of Africa is not shown in its actual size relative to the rest of the countries or the rest of the map. So I must say Texas. It is a country the size of Texas. We all know Texas big as heck, right? All right. In that Texas, they got three different distinct languages that are major languages. Okay. Now listen to what the description that I'm saying inside this landmass that we equate to Texas. Then they got over 60 more languages that are not nationally known. It's just like, okay, if you in Houston, you speak this language, or that kind of thing. They got 60 more. The guy said, the AI said around 60 more other languages besides the big three that they already got. And we didn't throw out France because the boy said he want to go with his own stuff, right? He ain't going to use French. And they got over 60 languages. This is what I'm saying. When we talk and that's just in Burkina Faso. That's not even no other country in Africa, no other country at all, no other, just that one country. Ethiopia is the same way. They got over 50 languages in Ethiopia that most people don't even know exist. But them people that live there, they speak it every day. This is what I'm saying. When we talk about this black monolith, it does not exist anywhere in the world. You understand what I'm saying? It don't exist in that little place that's smaller than Texas. It's 50 languages and it's and ethnic groups to match the languages. They're different ethnic groups. They ain't just languages like my brother speaks Twa and I speak Swahili. No, they have ethnic groups to go with each language.
Right.
So me and my brother speak Twa, but them people over there, they speak Swahili. And the ones over there, they speak Golof. And you know what I'm saying? And it's right in that small space as big as Texas. We got 3 or 4, I'm going to say at least 15 ethnic groups. Are you listening? And yet we try to throw black paint over all of us and make us all black. That's crazy. That's absolute insanity.
Well, let me ask you a question though, because I kind of found the same thing. You weren't around. I clipped out a portion of yesterday's show where I was talking to a young guy. Turns out he's 23, and he, has heard some stuff from right-wing media that he's kind of absorbed and adopted. And he and I had like a 40 or so minute conversation yesterday. And I guess what he made me painfully aware of is how little people know. And I'm not even just talking about young black guys. I talked with Ryan earlier today, and it's just shocking how people don't know how to think. I'm talking about a concept, and he wants to keep going back to personal behavior. And I'm trying to tell him, yeah, I acknowledge the behavior, but I'm more interested in why the behavior is occurring. So you can deal with the person acting that way. You can say, hey, this is how you correct the behavior. Well, I'm not interested in the individual's behavior or even the individual. I want to know what in the system, in the education system, in the parent rearing system, what in the culture made her think like this? It's two different things. I know what the behavior is. I know she behaved like that, but I don't care about that. I want to talk about why she thinks or acts this way. And I just could not get through. We're talking two different things. He wants to talk about the person and why she's a bad person and the racism and all this stuff. I'm asking, why is she thinking this racist thought? And we couldn't seem to get on the same page. And I think that happens a lot on this channel, and just in these race culture discussions, people are talking two different languages sometimes.
Almost all the time, but it's not just online.
Mm-hmm.
I have found it to be in other areas as well.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time when I see that's what's going on, I kind of back away because I know it can get explosive real quick. When a person's paradigm is destroyed, they can become very violent. I destroyed a man's paradigm before, and he pulled a machete on me. I thought he was going to get a gun. He said, "Stay right there. Stay. Don't you move." And I didn't move because I wanted to see what was. I didn't, he didn't say he was going to do something. He didn't say anything verbal that was offensive. He just said that. I saw it in his face, though. And I stood next to some concrete wall, just in case he had a gun. He came back with a machete. And I'm like, okay, he got a knife. I expected a weapon because he would have tried whatever he going to try without it. And by using a knife, I thought to myself, I said, okay, just to me, personally, he's scared of me. So I didn't do anything when he came. I just laughed and talked with him.
Well, I mean, people, and I guess I can understand why, but the thing, look, if I'm talking to a 23-year-old who, may not, have the background or anything like that, the experience or what have you, that's fine. Okay. But what really disappoints me is when I'm talking to an older educated person and they can't seem to break out of their paradigm. Okay. This is we get so stuck in wanting to deal with, look, that kid who was just talking about the N-words and the black people. Well, he wants to talk about, why some people act this way, why other people don't act this way. He's dealing with the people and kind of insinuating that the people are bad for whatever the reason is. He's not asking why they're acting that way.
I get what you're saying. He said, like, inherently.
Yeah, like, we know they're simply red.
I went through some I like how you deal with concepts, because I went through some conceptualization of let's say they say that people running around in the bush naked, right? But it's 90 degrees. Why are you going to have all them clothes on? That's my first thought. And then I had to contemplate it. I said, okay, not to say that Big Red and all that stuff, not to deny none of that, but I'm saying we have come to a, how do you put this? We have come to a perspective in this paradigm that's been built for us to where we determine what's right and what's wrong for other people. I just like I did just now, I was talking to you about President Traoré over in Burkina Faso, and I referred to him as a boy. In my conversation with the guy I was talking to yesterday, he's your age, 60. He saw himself, he felt that he should reprimand me for referring to him as a boy. And I said, man, he's younger than my youngest child. He's a boy to me. You know what I mean? So he got upset and told me I was just wrong for that and la-di-da. And then I said to him, I never gave him permission to decide what's wrong for me to do. Right and wrong for me to do something is my prerogative only. Now, if it ain't right for him, then he should not do it. But if he's telling me what's right and wrong for me, you wrong for that. I say, whatever's right and wrong for me, that's my determination. I don't give you that prerogative. I don't give you that right to say what's right for me and what's wrong for me. If you disagree, well, then you're just a guy over there disagreeing. Ain't no problem. And this is what I'm saying. The whole thing has to go like, we have to be able to allow people to have a difference of perspective without saying they are wrong or evil or, all of them. Because we have been taught the right and wrong of it all, the black and white of it all. But he who has more paint on his palette knows that it's more than just black and white. And it ain't all gray either. Gray just another way to say black and white still run stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, what about red? They don't even want to include that. Well, what color gray is red? See, they don't, it's still black and white. They just mixing black and white up. So there's no change. Talking about difference. Gray is there. That says black and white under another, what do you call it? Trick. It's a trick. So I'm agreeing with you that we have to look at more facets. We have to look at life even through more facets than just, oh, he did that, he's wrong. The guy say, well, what if somebody kills somebody? Is that right or wrong? It depends on the circumstances, doesn't it? So, in as much as you say that, you also remember when the so-called blacks now were calling themselves black and looking down on the word Negro. Oh, you a Negro. Remember that? It's the same thing that boy just did with nigger. Oh, you a nigger. You a Negro. See how that demarcation and degradation is hoisted on us by our own people. That nobody can do us to. That guy, what his name with the reflective glasses, he can talk about niggas all day and he can't hurt nobody's feelings. But when a nigga joins him, like that boy John helps him out, now he can get in, he can cleave in our chest. You understand what? Only a nigga can hurt a nigga. A cracker can't really hurt you.
Right.
He can talk bad about you and you will put up your guard. Your guard just goes up.
Yeah, you know what? That is exactly it. And Wale, I have said several times that you know what? The worst thing, if you want to think of Black Americans, the legacy Black Americans I've started calling them, Black Americans with roots in American history, the worst thing is the internal rot. It's the blacks who want to, on one hand, call out certain behaviors while acting the same way. That internal problem, the internal problem is bigger than, some white racist, off in the country somewhere. White racism has way less impact in 2025 than the internal racists do. Okay, and I call them the anti-black blacks.
I call them niggers with a low opinion of niggers.
Well, that's another term. That's funny. So I want to show this video. Someone asked me about this. This is a woman that I showed the other day. She was talking about Toni Morrison and writing. And this video just dropped today. And folks either loved her. Most did not love her, but I think she's awesome.
Oh, this woman here?
Yeah, she's an artist, like a multimedia artist, I guess. Oh, and she said some things the other day that some folks in the audience did not like, but mostly she said, you know what? If you're Black, you need to be yourself, and that's that. Stop trying to be performative for white people or just whoever. Just be yourself. Now, don't be toxic. Don't be a criminal, but be yourself. If you're different, oh well. And I think a lot of people have problems with Black people being truly free. And this is another thing. Okay, you know what? If someone wants to tell me that I have to be on a code, I get a lot of, well, Stanley, you're not on code.
Oh yeah.
I write my own code. I'm like,
You know what, Stan? Check this out. I get that too.
yeah.
And you know what I tell them? I say, oh, well, I have a constitution. Tell me yours and I'll tell you mine.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I got a man should have a constitution. He got to have something he stands on. If he don't have no constitution, what is he? He just out there. No, that's a child to me. A man should have the discipline to hold himself to his own determined constitution.
Well, I think a lot of people say they do, but actually don't.
I have a fixation on ancestral power through speaking truth. Mm-hmm. The reputation, the worldwide reputation of our ancestors was that when we spoke, we always spoke truth.
Right.
Worldwide, I found that to be our reputation. In America, starting in America, that reputation has been sullied. Really? And it is being sullied mostly at this point by us performing what's called regression. I think it's regression. There's repression.
Do you think it's self-repression?
I think that's what it goes like this. Repression, when somebody is oppressed, they are oppressed by an outside force, which leads to suppression, which they suppress their inner being. They can't be
okay,
themselves.
well, that's an interesting point. Now,
I hadn't finished, but go ahead.
Well, no, I want to ask you if you say suppression, would you say that respectability politics is like a form of that suppression?
Okay, I don't know. That's actually a whole
finish what you're saying, and then I'll come back and tell you why I asked the question.
I understand there's 4 forms of depressions. The first one is oppression, usually done by outside force. And then there's suppression. Also, it's shared by either the inside force or the outside force. What I mean by the outside force is the oppressor will also suppress until you suppress yourself. That's what I mean by the inside force. Now you're suppressing yourself. I ain't gonna do this around him because I know how he gonna behave. You understand? That's called self-suppression. And then there's depression. Because as long as you are suppressing yourself, you will automatically go into a depression. As much as you suppress your own self, is as much as you will go into a depression. It's actually physics. Like the bigger the impression, the deeper I mean, you know what an impression is? When you push something down.
Right.
The bigger the impression. The bigger the bigger the cut you make. It's like how do they say when you have something stand off the page, you have to make something be underneath. You have to create 2 different levels. Right. And each level will be relative to the other one identically. Are you recognizing what I'm saying? If you raise something a foot off the ground, then it's a foot higher than the ground. And it's a foot off the ground. So their relativity is a foot. I mean, either way you look at it, it's still going to be the same foot, though.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying about depression and suppression. Now, the thing about the animal inside is once, and you could do this with gears too. It also worked with gears. You could do it in mechanics anyway. Once you get the being and the depression, they're suppressing themselves and going into severe depression. Once they get into severe depression, which is usually caused by trauma, right? That's why people say, I ain't gonna do that. I know he's coming because the oppressor creates the trauma, so that the suppression will kick in into the mind of the person, and they'll stop themselves from being themselves while that person is around, or whatever the outside thing is. And then the depression will set in. When the depression sets in, the thing about people, though, is they have children, and that's when repression come in. They have relationships. That's when repression come in. They'll tell you right away that most of the cops that are on the beat their wives up when they get home, because they are repressing their what's that called? Their internals to kill something, and they ain't kill nothing today. So when they get home, they're gonna beat up on their wife. I mean, that was put out in the 60s. A study was done.
Right.
And the same thing about anybody. You walk a guy walk from his house, and any guy that beats up on his wife, for the most part, you're going to find because he's suppressing himself at work. The boss calls him names and he can't do nothing about it. This and that and the other. So he beats up on his own children and his wife. He's disappointed. He can't do nothing. He started taking alcohol and stuff. Now we're getting into severe depression, alcohol and drugs, that's severe depression now. And that's going to come back around to where he's going to offend the people closest to him because he's afraid of the oppressor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suppressed himself in the beginning and caused the chain of pressions. I call it it's the chain of pressions. Oppression leads to suppression. Suppression leads to depression. Depression leads to repression, where in deep repression, you are committing the same suppression on someone else. Like they say, hurt people, hurt people, hurt people, hurt people. You get it? Right. It's the same thing. It's the same dynamics. It's the same physics. It's all physics, actually. Hurt people.
Well, I was, your point about the suppression and, the self-suppression. That, again, I guess I've been reading too much E. Franklin Frazier, but that point about respectability politics, which is essentially, I'm going, basically that guy talking about, the rappers, the Sexy Red, that is an example of respectability politics. Basically, I'm going to call out Sexy Red for being herself. I'm going to call out Sexy Red for her right to be Sexy Red because it's embarrassing in front of the white folks. That's essentially what he's saying.
Exactly. And by him doing that, he's committing repression.
Right. And you know what? If he had said, my kids are young black kids, and I don't let my kids watch Sexy Red because it's inappropriate. I wish we had more artists who would be doing stuff that would be uplifting to black kids. I can live with that. Okay, but essentially, calling out Sexy Red because it makes black people look bad. I think this is not 1935. This is 2025. And Sexy Red has a right to be Sexy Red. She has a right to be as raunchy as she wants to be. You can turn the TV off, or you can take the computer away from the kid. Don't give your kid, your 8-year-old, a phone with open access to the internet. And you, as a young parent, don't be playing Sexy Red at home. The kids are going to find out about it. So I just think it's what he did, wrong framing. Sexy Red is free to be Sexy Red. And this, hey, if you are famous, you need to be a credit to your race. That's way too 1950s for my taste. You are literally repressing somebody else's right to be who they are.
I agree, and the conversation reminds me of what I learned about the Indian culture of India.
Mm-hmm.
The guy said, as far as they have over 4,000 what they call gods. You know what y'all call gods?
Yes.
They have 4,000 of them. And the guy said, tomorrow, the lady next door to you come up and want to worship her salt shaker. Won't nobody even blink. They just be like, oh, okay, go do your thing, honey. Because nobody has that judgment that the Catholic Church has stamped on our people's consciousness. This judgmentalness.
You would
I
be
can
surprised, though.
Which part am I be surprised about?
Well, I grew up Catholic, and at least the Catholics I knew were about the least judgmental. It just depends. I think there is such a thing as Catholic guilt and Catholic repression and all that, but it's somehow or another it didn't take on me. I somehow or another.
It didn't take on you, but I said Catholic because that's the original Christian.
Right, exactly.
And that's why I said Catholic.
Oh, no, I'm not offended. I'm just saying, I skipped that part of the Catholic upbringing then.
No, I'm saying I wasn't saying Catholic versus Protestant or something like that. With that kind of thought in mind.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'm saying the root of it all, as it were. And do you know that the Catholic, the root of it all, as it were, are Hebrews?
Oh, yeah.
The Pope and them.
Well, yeah. All those new Christians were former Jewish.
Oh, okay. I thought they were adopted. I thought the whole thing was the adoption.
Well,
adoption.
Jesus was a Jew. His disciples more.
Yeah.
Most of them were Jews, not all of them. So, essentially, they kind of formed a new thing.
The first thing I put on your show today was all religions are a matter of ancestor reverence and cultural, cultural something. I put customs or something, traditions. Yeah, tradition, ethnic traditions. That's all religions. And you just called out a whole name, a plethora of ancient. They call them ancient, but of someone's ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, Moses, all them guys. That's that ethnic ancestry. No problem. But I understand that I'm gonna go back under this kind of terminology that the what did they call them? They used to call them anyway. You'll know what I'm talking about. The people that they were converting, they called them by a particular name, and that name is. I want to keep that name. It'll come to me. But the people who convert to their religion under Jesus that's an adoption. They are adopting them into their ancestry. And now, as like anybody else, if I adopt you at my house now, I still got my ancestor altar. What you gonna do? You're gonna go to my ancestor altar and say your prayers, right? And bring offerings and stuff to my ancestor altar. Why? Because I adopted you. Yes, you agree with that part. I'm just trying to get it so you can understand what my thinking is. Not that you have to agree with my thinking, but I want you to understand what I'm thinking, right? So that's why I'm going through that part. So now, when they adopt Moses and Abraham and the rest, that whole line of ancestors as their line of ancestry, and pretty much dismiss their own line of ancestry. Heathens, pagans. Was it pagans? I think it's pagans. They had a name anyway that they wanted to get rid of: the heathens, the pagans, and somebody else. I forget the next name. But
Gentiles.
Oh, there it is, Gentiles. Thank you, Gentiles. I'm not a Gentile. First of all, I'm a heathen, I'm a pagan like that, but I'm not a Gentile. They were willing to adopt the Gentiles. And that's why you say that's their heritage, because they were adopted through Jesus.
Okay, well, give me one sec here. We'll play this video, which I'm eager to satisfy. Was it J-Dub or Dave? I can't remember. One of those two lusty fellows wanted to see this lady. and I am so happy to oblige them.
I like the other guy you had on, something black, you said his name was? When I
Blacks Who
came
Defy?
up, I don't know. He was saying that
Today?
being yourself is the danger that they're afraid of. Us being ourselves, us speaking the truth. They got to tell us that we
was
lie,
Blacks Who
steal.
Defy.
They have to put that reputation out that we lie, steal, cheat, and steal. And then we follow the reputation instead of following a young girl about 15. When she was caught stealing in a supermarket, I saw the guy taking her to the manager's office rather roughly, and I said, "What's going on?" She got caught stealing. I knew the girl. I said, "Wait a minute, what's going on? You stole something?" She said, "Yeah, Mr. Wale." I said, "Why did you steal something? You got money." She said, "Yeah," and she had a lot more than enough money to buy what she stole. She said, "Yeah, but they were looking at me like I was going to steal something. So I stole something."
They looked her into criminality.
No, the whole world has pushed her, the whole society has pushed her into that thought concept pattern. It wasn't just that minute. It was all the stuff she's heard to get her to that minute, like her mother calling her father a no good nigga, or, that kind of stuff, like they be hearing. They hear that stuff, going to school talking about Abraham Lincoln and all the other crackers. Then we as slaves, we don't know nothing, and we didn't never know nothing until then. You understand what I'm saying? This is the society that she grew up in. She was groomed to take that thought. It ain't her thought. I knew her. She wasn't a thief. Just like they talk us into being liars. We are not liars. Our ancestors are known worldwide. That's our power. But when we do what our ancestors did, they're going to ridicule us and try to beat us out of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, what you just said actually reminded me of something. I showed this clip, and I'm going to premiere it tonight, I guess. I basically said that we know how America is. It takes a lot of work not to fall into, I can't think of a better term, but it takes a lot of work not to fall for the traps that American culture will try and get you with. Like this girl, with plenty enough money, but somehow or another she believed the hype that say blacks are criminals. Okay, therefore she kind of I don't know, suppresses herself or whatever the term would be. Like, hey, if they expect me to be this, then I'm going to be this. My response to that is it takes a lot of work to resist a lot of the cultural traps that American culture is full of. You literally have to know the traps are there to avoid them.
See, this is what I was saying about Burkina Faso. It's about as big as Texas. Yet they have several ethnic groups who live by several ethnic societies. You understand? Because what we're talking about is a monolithic society with this black and white thing. First of all, that's why I brought that to you. But also, the way we are approaching it is in that same monolithic consideration. In order to pick, you can't, I don't see how you can use that to get out of it. You have to stand out of it. But I do understand what you're getting at. 100%, I do understand that part. So I want you to go on because you threatened to play this video 3 or 4 times.
Oh well, yeah. I wanna because I like this girl.
My name's Lisa Renice, and I'm so glad that you are here. Today we're going to talk about being multi-passionate. What would it look like to lean into the chaos of being a fully multi-passionate creative and artist? I want to talk about that today because I think for a lot of us who are multi-passionate, a lot of our suffering comes from trying to make sense to other people. A lot of our suffering comes from trying to fit ourselves into boxes that don't fit us well. And a lot of our suffering comes into trying to be marketable, right? Trying to be understood, trying to make sense to people instead of spend all of our energy trying to make sense to people and get it, like, so that they can understand that we do more than one thing, which is not a hard concept to grasp, by the way. We're going to get into that in a second. But like, we spend so much of our energy trying to validate ourselves to other people that we leak our energy that we're supposed to be using to create. Right. And so I want to reference Toni Morrison here. She's talking about racism specifically, but saying that racism, the whole point is to distract us from the work that we're supposed to be doing. Right. And I offer that anything created by white men in a white supremacist system, right, in a white supremacist, the way that it functions, it's supposed to funnel all of your energy towards them. And so as creatives, that is no difference, right? As creatives,
Wale, we had this conversation, Ryan and I, this morning. And you know, it's just the way the culture works. I don't know that there's a way to avoid it, but it is so funny that white people don't realize that whiteness is centered in this Western culture. I told Ryan that, and it was like I was speaking Japanese to him.
Let me ask you to put the link in the back chat to this woman's video so I can hit the like button over there.
Okay. Yeah, she is. This is only the second time I've watched her video. She gets it.
Western culture is what Trump said when they asked Trump, was he, before the election, was he a racist? He said, no, absolutely not. And he's not. He said he was not. And he went on to say that he's a Western cultural supremacist. He said those three words in that phraseology himself out of his own mouth.
I know there are people that basically they are what do they call themselves? There's another term for it. They are Western chauvinists. That's what they call themselves as well.
That's even a different thing. But watch, yeah, I mean, as well, I'll go with that as well, because he's also a Western chauvinist. But he said he was talking about racism in terms of racism. Some people think in terms of racism. That's why I say stop thinking in terms of racism, because this black and white is pure racism that came into being in the 1800s. To take that out of account and deal with yourself and your natural relationship, dude. In America alone, whether you say you came from Africa, where they got 50 doggone tribes in Texas, in a landmass the size of Texas, or you say, oh, I was already here, like some dudes do say, niggas were already here in the Americas, right? And in America, when they got here, the Westerners got here. The Westerners, I'm trying to use terms that are socially acceptable. When the Westerners got here,
let me put it to you this way: on this panel, you say what you want to say. It doesn't have to be acceptable.
Yeah, well, I want to make my verbiage acceptable, Stan, because I want it to be popularly available.
Okay.
So then, the Westerners, before they came here, there were over I say like here, I'm talking about the Americas, in North, in this part that's dealing with this. There were over 500 tribes here. Are you recognizing what I'm talking about? They talk about
you mean 500 Native American tribes?
No, they talk about the 5 civilized tribes. That's all you ever hear about. But when you read,
okay, yeah, I get what you're saying.
When you read up on the whole thing, how did this come down to be?
Now, were they tribes or bands? Because within a tribe, you could have bands. You know what I'm saying? There were like almost like sub tribes.
Let's say you got a place like Florida. I mean Georgia, because you're in Georgia. Then you got Atlanta, and then you got Mobile. Are them 2 different tribes? I mean, if them 2 different people speaking 2 different dialects, and I call them dialects rather than languages because it's easier for me to use dialects.
Now, are you talking I mean, I would say they're different. Atlanta is in Georgia, Mobile is in Alabama. So you could say, hey, these are Georgians, those are
Okay.
Alabamians, or what do they call them?
I even go with that. And even at that, it's 50 of them states like that, 40
Mm-hmm.
something.
Yep.
That's more than five right there.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't even go to 500,
Mm-hmm.
which is what I read when I was studying about that kind of thing, that it was 500 excuse me, the paper read it was over 500 tribes.
Mm-hmm.
And they condensed it down to this five civilized tribe. And the civilized tribes are the ones who are willing to work with the Westerners. The other ones were called uncivilized tribes. Are you following me here?
Yes.
Okay. And the Westerners are what I normally call crackers, on a regular basis. But I don't want to be offensive. So, because I say niggas and crackers, that's the old school term I'm comfortable with. In that book, 18, yeah, you might even have the access to Oxford University. In 1804 Cambridge. Cambridge or Oxford? I think it's Cambridge, though. Cambridge is older than Oxford, right? Anyway, whichever one is older. And their 1804 dictionary, the original American is referred to as a nigger, Nigger, right to this day. 2 years ago, before they took it offline, it was on Google. You could actually Google that information. And then they took all of that stuff offline. You have to pay a fee to be able to get to them old books.
Okay, let me address Brian right quick. Brian, I don't think you're right. Brian says one set of beliefs, values, and worldview must prevail, or you have division and destruction. No, I don't believe that at all, Brian. I think there's plenty of room. As a matter of fact, you go back and you just look at history. I think you have division and destruction even within one set of beliefs, values, and worldview. Otherwise, you wouldn't have civil wars. Civil wars happen. I don't think this point is as strong a point as you think it might be. It doesn't do the heavy lifting. And your next point here, were those tribes at peace or frequently warring? What does it matter whether they were frequently warring? That's I don't even
That's the
understand. I don't even
that's the
understand asking the question.
that's the narrative that they're running around with and that they have been taught. However, the logistics and the statistics generally overrule the narrative. As you said, most people don't know how to think; they just learn what to think.
Well, I'm
And
trying to fit. That you say there are 500 tribes, and he asked, "Well, were they warring or not? What does it matter? There were still 500 tribes." The question, the question has nothing to do with your point.
even now in Burkina Faso, there are approximately 60, let's say 30, break it down to 15 in that little space. That's smaller than Texas. There are over 15 tribes that speak over 60 languages in that small space, and three of those languages are everybody know those three major languages because it's more regional. The major languages, though, and meanwhile, it's about the size of Texas or smaller. And so, even now in 2025, those people live there in a tribal manner as they see it, and they are not frequently warring. They had to come in there with the Muslim rifles and guns and all of that stuff, and the French and all that to start all that war. And the people were living there doing business with one another like they still doing today. Nothing really among the people who are not up in the game, up in the colonialism, has really changed for them. They're still living by their tribal ways as best they can under the circumstances. Cousin, hey, all you got to go and do is Google Burkina Faso
Well,
language.
Brian, what exactly I mean,
I don't know.
well, he says Wale has little knowledge of this subject. Okay.
He must say that. And I'm saying only a little is what one needs. Just go to Google, put in Burkina Faso, see what the languages of Burkina Faso, what's the major language. They'll tell you all of the stuff I just said. And you could do that. And la-di-da. You'll have a little knowledge too.
Oops.
They want us to funnel our creative energy.
Oh, but I want to go back and make that point about whiteness being centered. Now I'm not saying it shouldn't be centered. I think my main point is most people don't realize it's even centered, and least of all, white people realize what they think is normal is a white standard. What they say when they say, well, Stanley's a normal guy, what they mean is they're judging me by a white standard. And I'm not even saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying most people don't even realize that that is the standard and it's centered. And when you ask them about it, they get all defensive because, like, I think Americans have been trained to a point that if you point out something that's racial, they automatically think you're a racist. That's what Donald Trump, MAGA, and a lot of people in that sort of, mindset. If you mention race, it's racist. And that's how weird these people have gotten. And there's a reason
But
that they
I agree
want.
with that, Stan.
Yeah, that there's a
You
reason they
mentioned race,
want.
you started
They
racism.
do not want. They do not want the very fabric of what America is to be revealed, because if you get too many people realizing this, people are going to start asking harder questions and they're going to want to be making changes. They're not afraid of kids' feelings being hurt. What they're afraid of is kids asking hard questions.
Have you seen the very first World Fairs in America?
No, I probably read about them at one point in time.
Well, right now, a lot of the footage is available.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Actual footage is actually available. Moving sidewalks in 1900. You know about that?
No.
Stanley, check out the World's Fair, and they had other fairs like that, big fairs. I think they call them all World Fairs, the biggest ones I know about, I've heard about.
Call
Check them.
Expositions?
Yeah. You can Google this stuff I'm talking about. It's not difficult to get to. That's something hiding somewhere.
All right. Well, let's see what this young lady has to say. What else she has to say.
Our hopes, our dreams. They also want us to submit our art to them, almost like asking permission to take up space, to be an artist, right? They want us to go through all these gates to verify that we have what it takes to be an artist in their mind. So I want to read to you something that I wrote about being multi-passionate because I was really frustrated of trying to make sense to people. So I made this instead. So here we go. And I hope you resonate with it. What would it look like to lean into the chaos of being multi-passionate? What would it look like to be free from expectation of order and logic and reasoning? What if nothing is wrong with you? What if we're missing our magic by not stepping into all of it? What if we're the ones who get to live multiple lives at once? What if doing something for the joy of it until you're no longer enjoying it is fine? What if you're not scatterbrained? What if it's delusional to think that we should all be doing one specific thing forever in the first place? My sin isn't being too much. It's being born into a realm where people are unrealistically expected to force themselves into categories that don't even exist. Something random made up from a violent man's imagination. Let me be free. Let me be real. Let me be honest. Why would you want me to lie to you? What are the benefits of being multi-passionate? You're killing each one of those off when you try to conform and contort yourself unnaturally to please people you don't want to be anyway. What if nothing is wrong with you? What if it's the system that's wrong? It is unnatural to quench passion, to snuff it out. What would it look like to be all of yourself as an act of self-love and rebellion? You've been queer. You may as well lean into it. The box is the distraction. Those that get it will get it. Those the ones. But first, you. Yes, I write and photograph and speak and sing and dance and play. And it's insulting, even to my audience, to assume humans can't understand that. It's natural. People have multiple interests. The issue is the powers that be. The issue is the algorithm. Computers do not understand creativity. They don't have a soul, but you do. You're not broken. White people are just afraid of self-expression. So then we flatten ourselves to be fed to computers, to be understood by something unfeeling. The algorithm thinks pretty lowly of humans, and honestly, their goal is to train people to buy, to consume, to vote, to act, or not. The algorithm is looking to control people. You cannot judge your genius using their lens. They create no art, they just steal and gatekeep it. Our soul wishes to express itself, and it does that through many avenues. Being multi-passionate just allows you to express yourself more freely. It is an unnatural expectation to expect people to do the same thing for the rest of their lives. These monsters are trying to industrialize art to control your passages through mediums, and so that they can keep tabs on all of us. You're only allowed to go this far, they tell us. What if I'm here to be all of myself? What if by listening to these people who tell me to choose one thing brings my soul so much turmoil because she knows that's how she suffocates and dies slowly? The problem is not my multiple interests. I'm actually an asset to myself, my community, and by being that, They are trying to strip me of my divinity. I exist beyond their wildest imagination, and that scares them. I am a spiritual being, and they're trying to kill my soul. They're trying to get me to trust them more than I trust myself, more than I trust my spirit. I am this way, and it is a joy to be this way. Let me say that again. I am this way, and it is a joy to be this way. My only crime is being born into a country that does not have the range, a country that can't conceptualize, anything but industry and ownership. Stop trying to control your genius. She wants to play. She wants you to be free, and she wants to play with you. Do you enjoy your process? How do you know that your process and inclinations and nudgings are wrong? Who told you that? What would it look like for you to follow your intuition for real? To allow her to take the lead, to allow joy to light the way. So that's what I wrote about being multi-passionate. Those are things that I feel. I don't think anything is wrong with people who are multi-passionate. And a lot of my suffering as a multi-passionate artist came from trying to choose one thing, trying to make sense to people who are not going to get it, who don't understand, people who aren't artists, right? Or people who are people who want me to survive and to thrive. And they think that in order to do that, I have to put down myself. I have to be half of who I am, you know? So I want to read you something else that I've been chewing on about being multi-passionate from the Black Girl Creative Notebook that I've been writing my thoughts. And I was really chewing on being multi-passionate and trying to figure out, like, at what point did this become bad? I want to actually look up a quote that we often misquote. The way that we understand this quote, we only hear it with the first line. And the first line is so condemning, and it's used to shame people into, I guess, like, compliance. It's meant to shame people who are multi-passionate, or people who jump from one idea to the other, people who think differently, people who create differently. It's made to make them think that there's something wrong with them because they cannot conform. They can't conform. But what if their inability to conform is their gift, right? So this is the whole phrase. So the phrase that we know is a jack of all trades.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually go back to something that Brian Nichols says, and I'm not sure that he's wrong. That's the problem with monologues. Sometimes there's not even creative pushback. I kind of agree, because it looks like she's going to start talking about jack of all trades. I'm curious if she gets into the rest of that little aphorism. Jack of all trades sounds good until you add the second part, which is master of none. So this is sounding good, but in my opinion, there's no real depth to it. yet. Maybe she'll get deeper, but so far, I think Brian might have the upper hand if you're gonna, kind of do a critique here. Multi-passionate is female logic. I don't agree that it's gendered at all. Inability to stay focused on task, that is a concern. First part, female logic, that's all red pill bullshit. The last part of it, inability to stay focused, I'm wondering if she addresses that. I mean, that could be a problem. I wonder if she addresses that potential problem. Female logic based on feelings. I'm gonna have to tell you, Brian. There are plenty of men who succumb to their feelings. So I'm not one that buys into, female is this and male is that. There's plenty enough overlap. If you want to make generalizations, fine. I think sometimes generalizations can be a little bit female as well.
So the first thing I concurred with her was the concept of multi-passionate, whatever she said. What was it? How she put it?
Well, she's a multi-passionate artist, which I guess she means she works in different media.
That's what you had said, different media.
Yeah, she writes, she paints.
Yeah. Well, I do that myself. I operate in different media. I make media actually to operate in. I told you I make paper, right? I make paper. I make clothes. All my clothes. I only wear my clothes. I'm about to throw some away. I got so many I've made. I make all my clothes, but they're winter clothes, and I'm not in the winter weather, so I'm gonna make a new wardrobe. And then I buy shoes from people who make shoes for me. You know what I mean? Because I'm into making things. We have to make our own stuff. And by making our own stuff, we is doing what she suggested. We coming out, we're exposing our own spiritual aspirations, and they no longer are depressed or suppressed and able to exist outside of ourselves. And we come out of depression and repression like this guy is trying to do. Oh, she this, she that, whatever. I don't even care. But meanwhile, she's doing her thing. And apparently, when a person's doing their thing, like he's doing, who is his name? Brian. He's doing his thing, which is whatever that thing he's doing. And you're doing your thing. And I'm about to do my thing, which is breakfast. So I'm going to put on mute for right now. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Trades is a master of none. That's all. That's where it ends. That's usually where it ends. People usually say, okay, that's where we stop. So it says a jack of all trades, is a master of none. And usually people take that to mean that, if you do a multitude of things, right, you'll never be a master at one thing. But we never finish the whole sentence. Let me read you the entire quote. Ready? Here we go. A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. A jack of all trades is a master of none. That's the one we hear. And this is the one that's added. This is the whole sentence. But oftentimes better than a master of one. Isn't that freeing?
No, it is not freeing. And you know what? I don't know why you would think that is. A jack of all trades is master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. I don't agree with that.
I would say this by being a master of more than one trade, that once one becomes a jack of a trade is just what you might think. They're not a master, but a jack. What is a jack? What is that position? A jack means they have worked around, you know what I'm saying, the actual definition, right?
Well,
Not what
an actual jack, and I'm taking a guess here, it's someone who was self-taught.
Okay, let's look it up, may I? Because I don't recall that being the answer, but I'll look it up.
Okay. I like I said, I'm guessing. But I can tell you right now, if you're talking modern times, doctors, are masters of a particular specialty, and you know what? They make a living doing it. There are a lot of practical examples that disprove what Shakespeare is saying here.
Oh, that's Shakespeare.
Yes.
Oh, well, then he's talking about it depends on the situation.
Right.
I
I
didn't
mean,
know.
it's not. I wouldn't take this quote as like a life philosophy.
Oh, it's not. No, it ain't no philosophy, but it's part of a situation that he's creating.
I
And
could,
so
I
in
could,
that
I could. You
situation,
know what? And that's what
yeah,
she's missing
okay.
here. There's a
The
don't make this your
context.
life philosophy.
Yeah. But what I have found out is this. May I say this part about it? Is this. Once one becomes a master of one, what they say, trade, it's so easy to become a master of others. Once you gotta
Yes.
take that
Yes.
step. You gotta
Right.
cross that abyss. Once you cross that abyss, it's like, oh, I didn't know all you guys were around.
See, you bring up a very important point. Don't just stop at being a master of one thing. Move on and master another. So
Uh,
your point is the best point.
and that's what you were saying. She hasn't reached it yet. And I said, good. He said, yet. When I was hearing you talk, you say
Yeah.
she's got some points, but she hasn't reached whatever yet. And I say, right, she need to go further. She's going, but like you say, yeah, it's good.
And I think, if you're going to be an artist and you have several different interests, there's nothing saying you can't master painting, master writing, etc. I just think she needs a lot of caveats. And she is adding some caveats, but I wouldn't sit my son down in front of this video and go, hey, you need to listen to her and follow her advice. I would be adding a whole lot of caveats.
But oftentimes better than a master of one. Isn't that freeing? Isn't that relieving? Doesn't that give some sort of like, wow, like I am an asset. I am an asset. I'm not a liability. I'm not broken. Like there is a need for me. Whenever I think about multi-passionate people, I think about, and I can never, Swiss Army pocket knives. You know, those Swiss Army pocket knives, they have scissors, they have a little mini knife, maybe a screwdriver, a wine opener or corkscrew or something like that. It's a compact knife that has multiple uses. And it's good because it can help you in a bind. It's not necessarily made for like hard, intense cutting or hard, intense, cutting like scissors or cutting like a knife or hard, intense. Like it's not just for the purpose of a corkscrew, right? It has multiple purposes, but it's in one thing. I like to imagine that multi-passionate people are the same way. Even though they might not be a master of one thing, they are oftentimes better than a master of one thing because they have a lot of knowledge about a lot of things. I pride myself on saying, and I say this often in my journals, I know a little bit about a lot. I might not know a lot about one thing, but I know a little bit about a lot of things. And that actually helps me more than being, I guess, just like disciplined in one thing, right? And I'm not saying like there are people who are disciplined in one thing and they're geniuses in their own right and they do amazing things and that's awesome. I'm not necessarily talking about those people, nor am I talking to those people. I'm talking to people who have multiple project ideas, multiple ways of expressing themselves. For myself, I sing, I write. Those are my main two things. I take pictures. I'm a photographer. I'm leaning more into personal projects now, but I used to be a portrait photographer, and I took pretty good portraits. Actually, I love my portraits. I am easily inspired. I pick up things easily. I learn things quickly, and I find use for them as I want to use them, and then I put it down when I'm done. Now, the world will tell you that there's something wrong with you because you do that, right? You don't finish things to completion. You don't finish the project. But can I offer that not every project needs to be finished? I know. As a recovering perfectionist, it was really hard for me to actually sit with that. Every project does not need to be finished. Hard stop. Every idea that you come to is not necessarily to be seen to completion. Sometimes you're brought to a journey or a road to get what you need from that journey and move on. I think a lot of multi-passionate people do themselves a disservice when they're trying to be who they think they have to be taken seriously. That's what it really is. It really is the fear of people not taking you seriously. We know what works for us, but working in this world as an artist, in this world of capitalism, of basically being worked to death, like having one resource being drawn out, right? Like drawn out to death. And we're going to get to that in a second. That is the norm. Working something to death is the norm. Working something until it has no more nutritional value in it is the norm. Yeah. We never really check in with the health of what we're doing, nor the health of ourselves. And we don't really check in with ourselves. Do I still like doing this? And I think that sometimes we stay on the road too long because we're afraid of other people calling us failures or quitters. And I have a podcast in the Black Girl Creative Podcast, and I'll share it in this description for you to listen to. But quitters are actually winners. You do win by quitting. You have to put down some stuff to win other things. And to keep this journey light, you can't carry everything out. You can't carry everything out to completion. And we have to unlearn that shame, because every season is not, some things are just for a season and some things are not just for the rest of your life. You know, I'm gonna leave that there, but I want to get into some examples that Mother Nature gave me to support this idea of being multi-passionate. Do you realize that humans are nature, right? Humans, we are nature. I know that seems like we're separate from it, but we are nature, right? I often like to think of myself as I'm made up of Mother Earth. I am made up of Mother Earth. And if I pass away, should I pass away? Hopefully no time soon. I'm going to go back into Mother Earth, right? Like, so I am nature. I'm a part of all of this. And so my body, right? My cells will be fed to something that will go into the soil, that will help bring me into the soil, that might become fertilizer to help something else grow. Like, we're all connected. We're all connected. And I like to go to Mother Nature to think, to breathe, to be, but also to learn. She has a lot to teach us. Growing up as a Christian, like this idea, there's this idea that wisdom was at the foundation of the world. That's like one of the scriptures. It's like, with wisdom, the foundations of the world were created. With wisdom, the foundations of the world were created. The foundations were created. Yes. Okay. So English. So the foundations of the world were created with wisdom, right? And so if that is the case, when I think of the foundations of the world, I think of nature. I think of the ocean. I think of land. I think of trees. I think of animals. I think of ancient animals that have been here longer than I have. Nature has a lot of wisdom to share with us if we would just be quiet and listen. If we would just witness and listen, okay? And so I want to talk about farming in terms of being multi-passionate, because if you look outside in your window, if you look into nature, nature is multi-passionate. Let nature do what it does naturally, not man-made things, right? Man-made things are very like one-dimensional, one-time use, right? Nature uses everything. Nature grows multiple things at the same time, sometimes on top of each other. Nature coexists with each other. They collaborate with each other, right? In the best circumstances. Yes, sometimes animals and nature competes with each other for resources, but oftentimes when you see plants together, they're working together, right? So I was researching Spanish moss because my grandmommy, who has passed away, she loves Spanish moss. And I got to interview her before she passed away. And one of the things that she was talking about was a book that she bought because the cover had Spanish moss on it. And so because my grandmommy loved Spanish moss, I started to research Spanish moss. Come to find out, Spanish moss, likes to lay on oak trees or whatever, but it's not a parasite. It's not a parasite. They work together. The oak trees and the Spanish moss work together. Everything in nature is multi-passionate. Everything in nature is diverse, is collaborative. Humans are very, in their human logic, in the West specifically, we compartmentalize everything. We feel the need to separate everything from everything. Like the spirit is different from the soul, is different from the body, is different from the world around us, when really everything works together. And so when you leave nature alone to do what it does, nature will show you the way that you're supposed to go. So when I was looking for examples about being multi-passionate, this is what came up for me. And I want to read you my notes from what I was studying and researching, because I like doing that. Okay. That's another thing. I like researching and studying things. Okay. Being multi-passionate. So I said, many people believe that something is wrong with them, that their multiple passions are wrong. It reminds me of gardening and farming. So for context, my mother has a green thumb. My grandmother had a green thumb. I love nature. I don't know that I necessarily have the green thumb yet. I think my green thumb needs to be cultivated. I need some training. But I love watching my mother and I loved watching my grandmother tend to their plants in their garden, right? So my mother, she would have a garden every year. I would help her set it up, plant the things, and she would be so excited about it, right? And in her garden, there would be multiple things. There would be multiple things planted. But the first example I want to give is called crop rotation. We're going to talk about diverse planting later, or friendly planting, but we're going to talk about crop rotation first. So the world forces us into one thing. I love being multi-passionate though. We're forced into one thing to determine where you should go and where you should work. And I really think that's really what it is. It's really about finding what discipline you're good at so that you can be good for capitalism. A lot of the things that we think are wrong with us is really because we are not good capitalists. We're not good at this, right? Because it's not normal, it's not natural. I don't know that anybody is supposed to be good at exploiting other people and other resources, right? But like, because we're not good at capitalism, i.e., because we're not hustling and grinding, because we're not working above everything else, because we're not putting our family, our friends, our art, our creations above money, right? Because we're not putting money above our creations and our art. People think that we're bad capitalists, we're bad businessmen, but we're not businessmen. We are artists. We are artists. It is only because we are not supported. It is only because we live in the West that we have to figure out how to make money as artists. And I don't mean that artists never figured out how to be taken care of. But the thing is, artists were valued. When artists are valued and they're able to do the work that they're supposed to do without being exploited, right? You'd be able to create the art that you want to create without worrying about gatekeepers, without worrying about, does this make sense to other people? Because really, art is an expression of your soul. And for a lot of our art, it doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but it's not meant to. It's meant to make sense to you and the people who get it. But because we live in the West, where everything has to be about performance and everything has to be about, I guess like permission, getting permission from the overseer, right? We have to make sure that what we create is legitimate, whatever that means. Is legitimate, is a money maker. If it doesn't make money, it doesn't make sense. That mentality we adopt because we have to survive. But we are forced, never forget, we are forced into one thing. For people who are multi-passionate, it is natural for you to have more than one dream, more than one passion, more than one interest. But because we live in a world that forces us to conform for our safety and our provision, our eating, our daily bread, because we're forced to cut off half of ourselves, put down our blackness, put down our creativity, put down the parts of us that the world finds ugly and unproductive to be seen as a valuable member of society, we pretend, we shrink, we pretend to be someone that we're not, and that causes us harm and suffering. So yeah, they're just trying to figure out where you go. Are you a factory person? Are you a teacher? Are you a blue collar worker? Like, where can I put you in this category of worker? Under capitalism. Under capitalism, no one is a human being. No one is a person. Nothing is sacred. Nothing. Everything is for sale, including your time, including your genius, your IP, like including all of that. Everything's for sale under capitalism. Nothing is seen as sacred, but that's not your fault. That's not your doing. It is the world that we're born into, right? So how we do things here in the West is abusive and it exploits, even towards our gifts. We choose one thing and ride it out until it about dies. Then we curse our gifts for not producing for us. But what have we done to nourish our gifts and love her well? It's hard to do that. It's hard to do that when you have just one thing. There are so many benefits. Let me start off by saying this. I didn't even define being multi-passionate, but I'm guessing if you click this video, you already know what that is. If you're an artist that has more than one interest, if you're an artist who has seasons of singing and then seasons of dancing, if you're an artist who is easily inspired, who picks things up and puts them down and picks it up again and puts it down, naturally, if you follow like the seasons of your life, if you follow your passions that speak to you in the moment, you're probably multi-passionate. If you have more than one thing, if people,
I think one of the amazing things is that she can go on for an hour, and I get bored with myself after too long. And she is going on and on and on. That part I have to agree with Daniel Nixon and folks about. Let's see. Let's skip to the point to at least a portion of the end here.
Where we're supposed to go, what we're supposed to try, all the knowledge, all the wisdom you gain from even trying that in the first place. You have left something you quit more equipped for the life you need to live than what you didn't have. Excuse me. You leave that situation more equipped than you were beforehand because you went through that experience. Sometimes you go through an experience not to finish it to completion, but to get what you need and get out. To get what you need and get out. So maybe it's time for you to rotate your crops. Your multiple passions pour into one another. They replenish one another, even if you can't see how they relate. They relate because they belong to you. They bring you joy. Filling you with joy and enthusiasm is the point. Sometimes the point is not to make money. Sometimes the point is not to gain new subscribers. Sometimes the point is not anything you can quantify. Sometimes the point is just the joy that you get from doing the thing. And that is worth more than money. And I know it's hard to conceptualize because we live in capitalism. We live under capitalism, I should say, under a capitalist society, under a capitalist system. Because we live under under capitalism and white supremacy culture, and just like these abusive systems, we think that we have to be productive. And if we're not productive, then what we do doesn't matter, doesn't count, right? But what if bringing yourself joy is productive? What if that is the investment? What if your joy is a worthy investment? You know? What if enthusiasm is the point? How can you live without enthusiasm as an artist? How can you create? I don't know. I have mixed thoughts about people who say like, oh, well, you got to keep showing up even when it's hard. I don't know. Me, myself, personally, I'm not going to muscle through something. Just unless I have to, right? Unless it's for a project or someone else is depending on me. I have learned that sometimes when I feel uninspired, it's time to take a break. It's time to do something else. It is not time to muscle through, because muscling through will get it done. But what is the cost, right? It exhausts me. Maybe I should just listen to my soul and my body and say, when they say, I'm not willing right now, I'm not ready to yield right now, I'm tired right now, I need joy right now, I need play right now, I need pleasure, I need rest, I need friends, I need love right now, I need to be a human being and not to belong to an industry right now. Sometimes that is the point. And I offer to you that your creativity is for you first, before you create for anybody else. It's for you. It's for your joy, your pleasure. I believe that even the process should be enjoyable. There are times when I'm creating and it's difficult or it's challenging. I don't want to say hard. I think there are difficult parts, but I do things with joy. And if I'm singing a song and the song's not coming to me right now, I shut it off. I'm not going to use this sacred opportunity to beat myself up, to abuse myself when myself is not ready to create, you know? So I get it, productivity and discipline and all that great stuff. It has its place in time, but I don't necessarily know if it has its place in time in a creative practice for yourself. I think if you're going to do it for yourself, it should be fun. It should be spirit led. You know, that's when that's when the stuff is good. And sometimes you got to work through, obviously, the uninspired parts, but I feel like I can't give a blanket statement like say, yeah, just muscle through and hustle. No, I don't believe in all that. I believe that your spirit is smarter than me. You know, your spirit is smarter than me when it comes to you. You know what's best for you. You know your limits, you know? And I feel like because we live in the West, we are so used to pushing ourselves beyond our limits, beyond when our soul and our body say no. We don't even know what our limits are. Do you? I don't. I'm still learning to believe my body the first time she says she's tired, to believe my body the first time she says, I don't wanna, to believe my soul the first time she says, I'm not feeling it today. I think because, again, capitalism and the fear of poverty, really, the fear of being caught not working, that fear and that trauma that Black people carry with them everywhere, the fear of being called lazy, the fear of being caught resting. That's a real fear that we have. That was also, made illegal. Black people resting was made illegal, right? And if we look at the society we live in now, we're very hostile to people who are trying to rest, right? I think of people who are unhoused, who just want to lay down on a bench and take a nap. How they build benches that are inhumane that people can't lay on, right? Like, we villainize people who rest. We villainize people who honor their boundaries. We call them lazy, uninspired, undisciplined, when really they're on their own journey and it's none of your business anyway, right? So that's why I say I'm not going to give no blanket statements when it comes through muscling through. I think that myself personally, I think that if your soul says pause, trust it. Stop being your own enslaver, right? Stop being violent towards yourself. This is something I am learning as I'm on sabbatical. Just as an aside, and I want to make a separate video about the sabbatical. Shout out to Stephanie Perry and the Vacarians and the Vacarian Fund. I am so grateful. I am resting. I am able to rest because of them, because of Black women coming together and helping me to rest. So shout out to y'all. I really appreciate you. I have been able to confront a lot of my fear on sabbatical. I am afraid to rest. And it is a deep fear of mine. And I didn't realize how deep it was and how much I was bringing that fear into my creative process, because in some ways I've been trying to outrun I've been using fear as fuel to outrun poverty and outrun shame, outrun the judgments of other people, right? Outrun the judgments of myself. I've been relearning myself and my own rhythms. And I never actually considered, I have my own way of doing things that might not actually be what people recommend on YouTube or whatever productivity podcast I'm listening to that week, right? Okay, back to the notes. So they relate. The things that you create relate because they bring you joy. Filling you with joy and enthusiasm is the point. You are the soil. When you are well and replenished, you create honestly and passionately. Sometimes rest is not enough. You need joy. You need nourishment. You need play and interest and intrigue. You need exploration and a change of perspective. You need time to mess around and allow inspiration to find you fulfilled. Sometimes that is what you need. So we've kind of broken into talking about being multi-passionate. This is just a part one. Next time we're going to talk about companion planting and some other resources for people who are multi-passionate. But either way, I just want you to feel free. The whole point of the series is to help people who are multi-passionate, people who think differently, move differently, create differently in the world, people who are just different, people who are trying to find their place, who cannot find their place. Your place is with you. You are your safe place. And I hope that this can be a safe place for you as well, because I get it. I see you, Black woman, multi-passionate Black woman. I feel you, and you are a gift to the world. I am so sorry that we live in a society that has convinced us that we are the problem, that something is wrong with us, that we just can't get it together. My heart breaks for all the projects I threw away because I thought, oh, well, I put it down. I can't do it now. And I realized I don't actually, the way my time works doesn't actually work like that. I've been following some amazing people on YouTube, specifically Got to Be Oshun. Got to shout out Got to Be Oshun television. She was talking about how time is not linear. Like we're not on a timeline that's the same timeline as white people, right? Our time is cyclical. I cannot say that. It's cyclical, right? But it's circular. I'm mixing two words together. That's what happened. Okay. It's cyclical and it's circular. and I think about that and it's like, you know what?
Oh my Lord.
Whenever I do put down a project.
Yeah, this is a problem that I was fussing about earlier. All of a sudden, time is racialized. Being on time for work is a racial thing. America's got it bad.
Project to work on something else, I do come back around eventually. And I come back around enriched and excited because I was able to play and do something else. And I have that energy, right, to approach this with a different set of eyes now because I have a different experience under my belt. Do not discount what may seem like deterring from the path, right? Like all of this is your path. Everything is included. Everything is included. Nothing is lost. Like nothing is lost. And this is something that Gatsby Oshun said to me recently. Nothing is lost, right? But also like in your creative endeavors, nothing is lost. Nothing is lost. Like
well, this
we
is
are
an
so
interesting
creative
point, Dave.
that everything gets used. Just like in nature, nothing is wasted.
I actually think YouTube is your friend, and quite frankly, I've been on this show for over 6 hours, so I might be part of what you're talking about.
In nature, nothing. When you really think about it, right? If an animal passes away, there's an animal to come around and eat it. There is fungus. There are living things in the earth to come and decompose that thing, right? And then what is decomposed, what is left after the decomposition is something fertile, something beneficial to be used for nature to be used again. Think of trees and leaves. I find that fascinating. Trees, right? The leaves fall in the fall, and we humans, we're like, oh, it's unsightly. Let's clean it up. Also don't clean it up this year. Leave it alone. Why? Because oh, my battery's dying, so I gotta go. But why? Because the leaves create insulation for the insects to live in during the winter, right? But also eventually those leaves become compost for the tree to use. So in the same way, don't fret if you no longer feel inspired by a project. You might not feel inspired by it right now. Trust the next inspiration, and trust that if it's meant to be completed, you will come back around to it. That's what I'm trying to say. So I hope that you were able to get something from this first entry into the Multi-Passionate, a series for Black Girl Creative. I'm so excited. If you did get anything from this, let me know. I hope it was helpful. I'm leaning into who I am, and I'm learning more about myself, and I'm really excited because I realized I was never the problem. I was never the problem. Even how I do my videos, right? Meandering and conversations, and I'm realizing all of this is adding to the beauty of who I am. It's important to who I am. And I think that we spend a lot of our time fighting who we are when we should learn to embrace her and to love her because she got our back. You know what I mean? Inspiration got our back. Our spirit got our back. She knows what she's doing. Trust her. Trust yourself. You know what you're doing. You got here. You got here. That's a lot of work to get here, you know? So keep creating, y'all. Keep making things. I love you. I see you. I see you. I honor you. I celebrate you, even if nobody else does. I celebrate your quirkiness. I celebrate your inability to stay on task. I celebrate your being easily inspired. I celebrate you hopping from one project to the other. I celebrate your scatterbrainness. I love that. It's beautiful. Not everybody's mind works like that. It is a work of art. You are amazing. There's nothing wrong with you. You are not a problem. You're a blessing. Okay. So until next episode, y'all, keep creating, keep making, because what you make and what you create, it matters so much. You matter so much beyond that. Okay. All right.
I kind of wonder if this is like some form of self-hypnosis. If she says she's okay enough, will she actually be okay? What's up,
She's working through it. Actually, it's like a doc. It seemed like how you said she's documenting her growth, as it were.
Can I ask you guys a question? So
here, and she's saying is actually her talking.
Are you going to say hello first, Lasagna?
Oh, sorry about that, Stanley. Hello, Stanley, and hello, Wale.
You were here.
Oh, Wale.
You talked to him the other day. Remember?
You mean like 2 days ago?
Was it 2 days ago?
Might have been 2 days ago. But, you know, my bad, Stanley. You see, I grew up in the West Coast. You probably have like that, you know, Southern gentleman type shit. Like, so I'm not used to like, you know, oh, every time you go into a room, you have to like say hi to everybody, which I mean, it is your panel. So I didn't grow up like that. So, you know, it's
well, that's all right.
Strange to me. Well, I want to ask you guys a question though. When I see this woman, right, it's like the first thing I see and the first thing that I try to like see where she's coming from. It's like she has no hair, right? I think even as a guy, having no hair is it's like very hard and a big deal, let alone for a woman. Like, is this like when you look at a girl like especially that has no hair like this? And I'm not trying to be racist when I say this, but I've only seen this with like black women, where it's like sometimes they just shave their whole hair.
Have you ever heard of Sinead O'Connor?
I mean, the name kind of sounds familiar, but I can't put it.
Okay, well, hold on one sec. Let me look her up for you, so I can help you out here. What's up, Dave? Hold on one sec here. Give me a second here. Here we go.
I missed the part where Lasagna was saying about not having any hair.
Well, good. Then you can learn too. This is Sinead O'Connor. Well,
okay, I know who she is. Well, Stanley, I was talking to.
Okay, well, no.
Let me finish
what I'm going to say. You want to go all racial. and it kind of loops back to a conversation of sporadic conversations I've had all morning. America has a huge race problem, and it is almost like a reflex.
Yeah, well, that's obvious.
So, well, no, what you're going to do is let me finish, sir. You very validly said you don't mean to be racial, but why, something about you only see black women with shaved heads.
The majority.
Here is at least one example.
Yeah,
and
that's
you know
rare.
what?
That's rare.
You know what? I don't think it's as rare as you think it is.
Okay, if you're honest with yourself, Stanley, do you think more?
No. Don't tell me don't ask me if I'm being honest with myself. Don't propose that I'm not being honest with
fine.
myself.
Just,
I would literally not be saying this if I wasn't being honest
so who do you
with
think
myself.
Dude,
don't get impatient with me, son.
Oh my God. So per capita,
take a deep breath and calm down.
So per capita, who do you think has
I don't give a shit.
Black women, it's obvious. Like
it is not that important for me to do a whole statistical analysis.
Yeah, because you're not in.
You know why they have to have short hair, lasagna?
My only point, fellow misogynist.
So they could be battle ready.
Okay, what I need you to do is hold. Okay, dude, I'm gonna put everybody in the back if I can't get to say what I'm gonna say. Bottom line is, here is at least one example to disprove your I don't even know what to call it, uneducated, inexperienced black women. There are other types of women who shave their heads. Here's one example. That's really my own point. I don't care to do a statistical analysis. So
what is your point, Stanley? I'm trying to figure that out.
He said he only sees black women who do this. I'm saying there's at least
it's like the majority.
There's at least one woman who isn't black that I know of off the top
Stanley,
of my head
be right back.
who has a shaved head. That's my only point. See, folks don't like being either proven wrong or contradicted. The show is literally called Stanley versus the World. Expect to be contradicted if you come up to a show with the word "the" as in versus in it. And CKJ3 brings up Britney Spears. It's an ignorant thing to say in the first place. Why make it racial in the first place? Why come up here and say, well, I don't mean to make it racial? What makes people do this? It goes back to the conversation I was having with Ryan this morning. Why do people come up here and the first thing they want to do is some sort of racial analysis? Can anyone help me?
That's the part I missed when I came.
My explanation is America is fundamentally a racist country, and systemic racism is in the culture. We are acculturated to racialize people. I think America makes sure that people born in America, one of the first things they learn when they get to kindergarten is to racialize people. No comment?
Stanley, usually I'm tired when I read, but have you ever read something and you go back to the same line as you're trying to read along?
Yes.
And you read the same thing over again? You only do that when you're tired, right?
Or you don't understand what you're reading.
Yeah. I've done it to the point where I read the same thing 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Yeah. And just to get a clear understanding, because that's the whole point of reading.
In reference to what your statement was, Stanley, I would say definitely it's called socialization. A lot of people say that's why they send their children to school, because they can get socialized. And that's part of the
but I mean, there's more to socialization than racializing people.
I know, but I'm saying it's part of the socialization, I said.
Well, yeah, and that's, I think, one of the problems. And you know what? It is here. It is a problem. Like I said, it's easy enough in 2025 to kind of navigate the problem, but you got to know the problem's there. And I just think what's fascinating me today is that you will mention this to a white person and they just get all discombobulated.
Oh, okay.
Like he comes up here. See, this is what Lasagna expects. He expects to come up on a panel and make a statement like that, and everybody just either chuckles or goes, "You're right." He wasn't expecting me to confront him on that.
The
That's
hairpiece?
why. No. He thinks he can come up and go, well, hey, I don't mean to make this racial, but the only women I see doing this are black women. Well, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. But the minute I don't go, well, Lasagna, you're right. You might have a point. The minute I go, well, do you know who Sinead O'Connor is? Here is an example of someone who's not black who did the same thing 30 years ago. All of a sudden, he becomes all unraveled. Why is that? Why is it when when you come up to this panel and I go, nah, I don't think you're right on that point. Here is what I think. Here's an example. People get all discombobulated. Any ideas?
My bad, I got called in.
I think it's
I got called
because
to do
people, especially in this John Galt universe, if you make an anti-black point or something that's just kind of like ridiculous, but it's a racial point, like only black women shave their heads. Why is that? Well, black women aren't the only women who shave their heads. Now, all of a sudden you want to go, well, oh, per capita, black women do it more. Who gives a fuck? My point is that black women aren't the only ones who do it. If you want to start talking per capita, which is CKJ3 is talking about that in the chat. Okay, so I proved black women aren't the only ones who do it. Now you want to say, well, more black women do it. See how you're moving the goalpost? People don't know how to think, and when they meet somebody who does know how to think, they get all squirrely. So I'm done with that point. Lasagna, it's not only black people who do it. Thanks for playing. Yes, I remember. I was watching Saturday Night Live when it happened on it. And look, I don't mean to make a big deal out of it. All I have to say is if you come up here and you want to make do a hot take, don't expect me. I might just go, hey, that's a brilliant point, but I might not. Don't come up here if you don't want to be challenged. So where I was going to go after this was actually this video. But Dave, what have you got to say? You came up.
I was going to ask about the hair thing, but I didn't hear what Lasagna had said before it came up. It took forever to load up to get in here.
Apparently, he thinks only black women do it.
I mean, you could almost say it's at a point where you can say, it's usually. But I'm gonna say it's all only or 100% or there's no definitive answer.
I mean, he's young, and I think that he may not have a whole lot of experience, and I mostly see black women who do it, but I'm old enough to know that they're not. I mean, when you look at YouTube or TV or whatever, you aren't seeing a broad spectrum. Okay, you're seeing, it's almost like, people make the point that you're seeing what media wants you to see. To a certain extent, that's a valid point. You're not seeing a broad spectrum of people when you watch TV or see or watch YouTube videos. Stop assuming that what you see on YouTube is some sort of universal. It's not. And Be Brave is like the biggest culprit with that. And I think John Galt and some of the other anti-black blacks are like that. They will sit here and they will go, well, this video proves what I'm saying. No, it doesn't prove anything. It's an example. It's an anecdotal, it's an anecdote, but a YouTube video doesn't prove shit. And people want to come up here and propose that it proves something. No, actually it doesn't. And they're not used to people going, no, it doesn't prove shit. It's an anecdote. So anyway, if no one has anything to add, this is one of my favorite people, Rebecca Watson, who I don't watch as much as I used to, but her like little moniker or nickname is Skept Chick, as in skeptical chick. The Trump Epstein story is not a conspiracy theory, and I have no idea what she means, but let's find out.
A year or so now that the Republican fascist plan detailed in Project 2025 was to purposely overwhelm Americans with so much bad news that the average person just gives up on trying to fight it. And to me, that just means that we as individuals should acknowledge that it's going to feel overwhelming. We can't necessarily keep up with everything. We can't necessarily give everything as much energy as we might want. And so we should focus on the ways that we can protect ourselves and our loved ones while keeping ourselves safe and healthy. Unfortunately, a lot of other people take a very different path and declare that every new scandal or administrative overreach must be a distraction. Like threatening to revoke Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship was a distraction from the Epstein files, which was a distraction from the failed trade deals, which was a distraction from banning transgender people from the military, which was a distraction from shipping people to El Salvador. Here's the thing, none of that is a distraction, which implies, the word distraction implies that this is something that isn't that bad and that they're only doing it to divert your attention from the one thing that really is bad. But that's not it. It's all bad. Yes, even the Rosie O'Donnell shit. And it's all stuff that they really want to do. And perhaps most importantly, they don't give a shit if you're paying attention or not. They are saying the quiet part loud because there are no adults in the room stopping them. It's bad enough to see this distraction talk on social media, but it's also getting into mainstream media, like this stupid piece in Mother Jones. Stop taking the Epstein bait, Dems. Democrats don't need conspiracy theories. There are more than enough real Trump scandals. In that piece, senior reporter Dan Friedman argues that not only is it a distraction for people to highlight Trump's failure to fulfill his promise to release the Epstein documents, but that it's also an unfounded conspiracy theory that Trump is withholding these documents because he is implicated in them. Both of those arguments are complete bullshit. If you're new here, let me just say up front that I do not hold back from criticizing conspiracy theories when they come from Democrats or those further left. No, Trump did not fake an assassination attempt. No, there's no evidence that Trump won the 2024 election through massive vote rigging. No, federal workers aren't communicating in code on social media. And no, there's still no evidence that Trump won the 2024 election through massive vote rigging. So I'm not dismissing anything here because it contradicts my political beliefs or desires. And there definitely are some silly beliefs concerning Jeffrey Epstein. Just after his suicide, people suspected he was actually murdered. And even after an investigation found no evidence for that, a lot of people continued joking that the Clintons definitely killed him to stop him from implicating Bill. And a lot of people weren't joking. And I get why. It's a little silly, but this is the most famous sexual predator of our time who spent a lot of time cozying up to wealthy and influential people and who, without a doubt, trafficked underage girls so rich, influential people and he could have sex with them. And yeah, the authorities gave this man a sweetheart deal in his Florida case. And even today, the only person suffering any consequences who did anything wrong is the one woman involved, who, to be clear, absolutely deserves that punishment. But there's no question that there are powerful men out there who breathed a little easier once Epstein was dead. And so that's just the most out there conspiracy theory, that Epstein didn't kill himself. Like, it's still kind of understandable why people are a little doubtful of the official story. But the conspiracy theory that Donald Trump is hiding evidence that he is implicated in the Epstein files, I don't think it's fair to call that a conspiracy theory at all. That's just a rational conclusion to come to based upon all currently known evidence, which includes the fact that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein have been very public, very good friends going back to the 1980s, that Epstein is on tape saying that for 10 years he was Trump's closest friend, and that Trump first had sex with Melania on Epstein's jet plane. Teen girls in Trump's beauty pageant said he walked in on them changing their clothes. Many women have accused Trump of sexual assault. He was found by a civil court to have raped at least one. Another one was a girlfriend of Epstein who said that Trump groped her in front of Epstein. At least one of Epstein's victims was trafficked from Mar-a-Lago. Previously released documents show that Trump rode in Epstein's jet frequently. And of course, Elon Musk has stated that Trump is implicated in the files. All of that has been well publicized, so much so that it was kind of grimly funny to watch MAGA idiots fall over themselves bragging that Trump was going to finally release the Epstein files to punish the Democrats, despite the fact that Trump himself has been trying to pump the brakes on that actual conspiracy theory for years. With this interview probably being the clearest example of Trump trying to gently signal to his cult members that actually, no, you would prefer to not release those files. Thank you very much.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It'd be interesting to find out what happened there, because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. The other stuff I would.
And so anyone with functioning neurons was unsurprised that the Trump administration has announced that there is no client list, which no one with functioning neurons ever thought there was one tidy list of names sitting in a folder somewhere. Epstein definitely died by suicide, and they will not be releasing the rest of the documents after all. Does all the smoke mean there's fire? Not necessarily. I can think of some other reasons why Trump wouldn't want to release the last of these files. Perhaps they implicate someone else close to Trump, or someone who Trump owes a favor to. Perhaps Trump's brains are pudding and he thinks he's implicated even though he isn't. Perhaps, I know it's usually good to have like 3 examples of something, but those are literally the only hypotheses I can come up with. So no, I don't think it's a crazy conspiracy theory for people to ask what's going on. And this is possibly the worst incident to hand wave away as a distraction, because for the very first time, MAGA morons are reconsidering their membership in the cult, and it is clearly driving Trump even more insane than he already was. Like, did you see the Truth Social post from Sunday? What's going on with my boys? And in some cases, gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over.
Yeah, Trump didn't write this. Like, it's like his PR group. Like, Trump does not talk this way. He probably has like some 20.
Okay, wait, hold it. You say Trump didn't write it?
Yeah, no, he probably.
Okay, well, let me ask you. Number one, how do you know this? And number two, why does that matter?
Okay, I have a father that's around his age, and like they don't talk like this.
Okay, your father is not anywhere near what Donald Trump is. So try again.
What I'm saying, the lingo is very youthful. So
okay, but let's go to number two. At least I understand why you don't think Trump wrote it. Gotcha.
Okay.
It's written on Trump's account, right?
Okay, and
well, it's as if Trump wrote it. Okay, I don't know. You've never been in the military or anything like that, but a captain is responsible for everything that happens on his ship.
I want a
Donald
private
Trump.
school, Stanley.
I want to finish. Donald Trump is responsible for everything that is written under his name. He wrote it for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, I get that, but any
Okay.
person with
that's
two
the crux of
brain
my
cells would
point.
know that.
It does not matter if he wrote it or not. It appears under his name.
Yeah, I get that.
Therefore,
I agree.
let us assume that it doesn't matter whether he wrote it or not.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that point. Yeah. But what I'm just saying that any
And
person
over again.
with two
Why
brain-
are we giving publicity to?
Hold on one sec. There's more.
I'm just saying any person with two brain cells would know that he didn't actually write it. But obviously he wrote
Okay,
it.
and any person with two brain cells in any sort of adult experience would know it doesn't matter whether he wrote it or not. It's appearing on his account
Well,
and
Stanley,
under his name.
I agree, but
he
you're
is the president of the United States. If it's released under his name, it does not matter whether he wrote it. The president is responsible for it. It's as if he wrote it.
Okay, I agree with that sentiment. Go ahead. Even though I don't like the delivery.
Files written.
Okay, you got to have the last word. Go ahead and have the last word.
No, you can have the last word, Stanley. You're my elder.
Oh, I don't care about it. I'm just saying, it doesn't matter whether he wrote it or not. He wrote it.
By Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with the Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more. They created the Epstein files, just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. That is a bonkers thing to post, even for Trump. He says that the Epstein files do exist and they do implicate him, but only because they were written by Barack Obama. Okay, sure, Jan. He then goes on to say, why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? Funny enough, that's the same argument used by Friedman in his piece for Mother Jones. It's unclear why the Biden administration, which controlled the DOJ for 4 years, would have participated in this supposed cover-up. Really? Is it unclear? Like, think really hard about this. We can't think of a single reason why the Biden administration would have been just as reticent as Trump to release fully unredacted documents of an investigation into which rich and powerful people were raping children with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, come on. So, I'm in no way insisting that everyone must assume Donald Trump, an adjudicated rapist who for a decade was best friends with a pedophile running a multinational child sex trafficking ring, engaged in the rape of any trafficked children. And I'm not even saying that you have to believe that he did that and that the administration has evidence for it. But even if you sincerely think that the evidence doesn't convince you, then at the very least, I hope you can accept two things. One, that it's understandable if other people are convinced by the existing evidence. And two, that at least keeping the known facts in the news cycle is driving Trump insane and fracturing MAGA in a way that no other scandal has so far. Those known facts do not require any guesswork. Many voters elected Trump because they believed he would release these documents, and Trump has just announced that he will not. Even if you are absolutely positive that Trump is not implicated in Epstein's crimes, you can still keep your intellectual purity by pointing out that very obvious contradiction.
I agree with whatever she's saying. Like, this is obvious to me. Like,
well, I mean, in the end, it's all really a distraction. I think the most interesting thing about this is the reaction of the MAGA base. So Vice President Vance is supposed to be speaking. So I'll start
Stanley,
something else.
Can I have your opinion? Okay, because I had an opinion on this, right? So CKJ3 says, Lasagna, every president give the people promises. And I responded, yeah, but every president wasn't like Trump is the only president within the history of the U.S. that was born like with parents that were like not just multimillionaires, but like you would say like billionaire status. Like
A, they weren't billionaires, and B, you are absolutely wrong.
There's a difference between having
The
$10 million.
Kennedys, President Kennedy's family was rich.
Yeah, but what do we have
let's
to
talk about
rich,
Thomas Jefferson. Most presidents have been wealthy.
But we're talking about two different types of rich, right? We're talking about like if you have like $10 million versus
Okay, I would venture to say
it's like a huge
that the Kennedy family was not only richer, they were better connected politically, and they had a lot more influence. Also, let's also talk about the Bushes. The Bushes, well connected, they were a political dynasty way before George Bush, even George Bush the first was president. Donald Trump, not an exception.
Okay, agreed. I agree within that sentiment.
See how powerful history is?
Yeah, Stanley, you might want to finish eating what you're eating.
Hey, it's Chex Mix.
How's your son doing, Stanley? How's college life for him been going?
He seems to have taken to it.
That's good. Did he choose a major yet? Did he choose a? I know he's
these days in college, you have to declare your major right on the application.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. When I did it, I didn't have to do it until like at least a year after. I had a leniency, right? They'll ask you, but you don't really need to like make a choice until you.
Well, you can change it, but when I applied to college, I mean, there were plenty of people who didn't declare a major till their junior year.
Exactly.
But, not anymore. Exactly. But I mean, he's always wanted to be a software engineer, like literally since he was like 7 or 8. So that's what
he's
doing.
into that like AI shit because that's what these motherfuckers.
Yep, they Georgia Tech offers a minor in it.
Where's Georgia? Is Georgia Tech in the West Coast or is like in the Midwest?
No, it's in Georgia. It's
Georgia
in Atlanta.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's more or less Midtown Atlanta. So let's see where we go from here until JD Vance starts speaking.
You see, okay, wait, Stanley, I want you to know, I don't see one black person within this. Oh, never mind.
Do you go looking for black people in crowds? That's interesting.
Republican crowds, yes, Stanley. Because Stanley, it would be so. Stanley, I would love for you to talk to. I wouldn't want to say a friend, but an acquaintance. His name is Andre. He's very, very far right. He actually I think he went to the January 6th thing, and he actually has his own like YouTube channel, and he talks about very far right politics in the sense that like the reason why.
What's the name of his channel?
I think let me go on this.
I take it you never watch it.
I do. I was on the panel actually. I am.
World War II. When the
well, yeah, I'm definitely interested in his channel. Let's see here.
Join us on Patreon and become part of our journey to uncover history's untold stories. Your support helps us create in-depth content, bring hidden narratives to life.
Stanley, you don't have
history
YouTube
alive
Premium?
for everyone.
What the fuck?
The Thunder.
Well, yeah, I have YouTube Premium. See
it's
right
not your
there?
main account. This is not your main account. Okay.
Yeah, it's my main account. You see the premium right there? I don't like commercials.
Yeah, I hate commercials.
Thunder of armored engines roared across Europe's cold soil. Shells shrieked through the skies.
I don't
like
think you should
steel
have a
banshees.
YouTube show without
Amidst
YouTube
the cacophony
premium.
of World War II,
Yeah,
when the
that's a great
world
point.
teetered
I
between the
100%
death
agree with
grip of fascism and the promise of liberty, history chose its victors, but not all of them. There exists a story so powerful, so overlooked, it borders on the deliberate. Buried beneath the dust of post-war parades and whitewash documentaries lies the tale of one of the most valiant, strategic, and transformative contributions to the Allied victory. A victory won by black soldiers whose names were seldom spoken and whose triumph was buried beneath the color line. This is the story of the 761st Tank Battalion. And it's a story they never wanted you to know. The 761st Tank Battalion, famously known as the Black Panthers, was one of the first African-American armored units to see combat in World War II. The battalion's motto, "Come Out Fighting," wasn't just a call to battle. It was a declaration of identity. For these men, the war was being waged on two fronts, one against Hitler abroad and another against white supremacy at home. In a military still segregated by race, these soldiers were forced to prove again and again that they were not only worthy of serving their country, but capable of excelling far beyond what racist institutions predicted. Trained in the sweltering heat of Camp Claiborne, Louisiana, the 761st was composed of hand-picked volunteers who underwent grueling drills, extensive armored training, and psychological evaluations. Yet, the physical challenges paled in comparison to the emotional toll of fighting a war for a country that treated them as second-class citizens. At the time, U.S. Army leadership, under General Leslie J. McNair, remained skeptical of African-American soldiers in combat roles. Most black servicemen were relegated to support duties, loading cargo, building roads, or driving trucks. Yet the 761st broke that mold with discipline, courage, and steel. Their combat debut came during one of the most brutal chapters of the war, the Battle of the Bulge. In November 1944, the 761st was attached to General George S. Patton's legendary Third Army. Patton, despite his own problematic views on race, famously demanded their inclusion, stating, "I don't care what color you are as long as you can kill Germans." What followed was a baptism by fire that saw the 761st push through Nazi lines with unmatched ferocity. Over 183 continuous days of combat, the 761st Tank Battalion spearheaded attacks, liberated towns, held defensive lines, and survived counteroffensives. They fought in Lorraine, France, driving back German panzer units. They battled through the snow-laden Ardennes forest. They liberated Gunskirchen, a subcamp of the notorious Mauthausen concentration camp. These men not only faced the German Wehrmacht, they fought head-to-head against the elite Waffen-SS and came out victorious. In battlefield after battlefield, the 761st proved indispensable. Their tanks opened roads for infantry, smashed fortified enemy positions, and secured strategic crossroads that became arteries for Allied advancement into Nazi territory. Yet, when victory was declared and celebrations erupted across Europe and America, the Black Panthers were given no seat at the table. No parades, no front-page stories, no immediate medals of honor. Their sacrifices were brushed aside by a military machine that had exploited their bodies and then discarded their achievements. For decades, their contribution was a footnote in history books that mention it all. America, in its obsession with upholding white heroism, chose to forget the black warriors who helped secure its most celebrated military triumph. The racism did not end when the battlefields fell silent. Many veterans of the 761st returned home to face the same discrimination they had left behind. In Jim Crow America, black veterans were still expected to enter through back doors, forbidden from voting, and excluded from GI Bill benefits that helped their white counterparts gain homes and education. Some were lynched while wearing their uniforms, a grim reminder that fascism hadn't truly been defeated. It had simply changed uniforms. Only decades later did the truth begin to claw its way out of obscurity. In 1978, the 761st was finally awarded the Presidential Unit Citation by President Jimmy Carter. But by then, many of the original tankers had passed on, their heroism never fully recognized during their lifetimes. Individual members like Staff Sergeant Reuben Rivers, who single-handedly took on German anti-tank guns while wounded, were later posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Still, such acknowledgments were too few and too late. The erasure of the 761st Tank Battalion from popular memory is not accidental, it's structural. It reveals the broader way America has sanitized its history, celebrating victory while suppressing the names and faces of those who made it possible. It speaks to the deep unease with acknowledging Black agency and excellence in a narrative long dominated by white protagonists. And it underscores how history can be manipulated not just by what is said, but by what is left out. The story of the 761st is more than a tale of Black military achievement. It is a testament to resilience, to unshakable will in the face of betrayal, and to a quiet dignity that refused to be broken. It challenges the way we define patriotism and forces us to ask who gets to be called a hero. These men fought not for medals nor for glory, but for a deeper, more elusive dream, a belief that one day their children would live in a country that didn't see their skin color as a battlefield. The history of World War II is incomplete without the 761st. It is a story that should be inscribed in textbooks, immortalized in cinema, and etched into the collective consciousness of a nation still grappling with the ghosts of its past. For every inch of ground they captured.
Yeah, I'll stop it there. You know what? Let's see. CKJ3, are you still in the chat? My response to this video is I agree with Jay. Black people owe white people a debt of gratitude.
No, what do you mean? Like if it wasn't for this what was it, like 721st regime or whatever, like America probably would have lost World War II. Again, black
It's a
Americans
joke. You would have
okay.
had to have seen the clip earlier.
And this is one, I've had discussion with other people before. It's just like, obviously there's a higher standard for like Black Americans than their counterparts, and all you're doing is just propagating. If you hold a higher standard, you're just going to eventually propagate people from a different culture that are better than you. Obviously there's going to be, like, let's say if there's 1 million Black people, and then only 1,000 of them are able to meet that standard, but those are strong 1,000 people, right? Whereas, like, I don't know if you've ever been to Wisconsin, Stanley, but there's a lot of meth addicts and drug addicts in Wisconsin. That's a predominantly like white state, and the problem is that there is no standard in these states, right? So I'm kind of I'm kind of being an asshole without like trying to be an asshole. I think being really, really hard on Black people, it's kind of like going to be a detriment to if America wants to be majority white, it's going to be a detriment, because you're just making men that are going to be stronger and more like versatile, and they're going to eventually take over. You're just like breeding strong people. You know what I mean? If you were to hold these same standards to like white people, then it would be fine. But if you're just doing it towards Black people, you're just going to create like ubermensch Black people that are going to eventually overtake America. Like,
okay, well, let me just tell you that white people have been thinking that definitely since like Thomas Jefferson's time and before. Thomas Jefferson kind of says something like what you're saying, and white people have been afraid of slave rebellions since they've had slavery in America. And I think it's actually telling. White people know that they've been assholes, and that's why they're afraid of the repercussions. So thanks for confirming that.
well, that's what I'm saying. Not only that,
And
but if you make
TKJ3, I know around the mid 60s, I think my father, who was in Vietnam, was eligible So I know it was at least by the mid 60s, but I don't know the exact date. What were you saying? Before we go to Kelly Loeffler, who used to own, I don't know if she still does, she used to actually own the Atlanta women's WNBA team. I think her husband might have actually owned the Hawks.
Okay, well, just
drill. He stood up to decades of failed trade policies that sent our jobs to China. He delivered the One Big Beautiful Bill, which is the largest tax cut for hardworking Americans in our nation's history. It's a Main Street bill. It's for workers. It's for families. It's for seniors. It unleashes a new era of growth and prosperity for every single American. And I've traveled across this country nonstop for the last 6 months. I've seen it firsthand. This bill is rocket fuel for small businesses. They need it. They deserve it. I've talked with waitresses who are excited about taking on more shifts now with no tax on tips. Yeah.
That no tax on tips has a cap at $25,000, so it's not unlimited.
Let's hear it. Former waitress right here for 6 years. I know what that means. Mechanics and welders who are no longer penalized by taxes for working overtime. 63% of overtime workers are here. I hear from defense manufacturers equipping our warfighters that they are spring-loaded to buy more CNC machines. I've heard that they're going to expand their shops thanks to 100% expensing, but most of all, I hear that Main Street is grateful because President Trump is the greatest small business pro-worker champion in American history. Now, this bill is generational. It will create 1 million jobs across Main Street, bring $750 billion in economic opportunity. It secures our border. It stops taxpayer benefits from going to illegal aliens, and a major new tax break for seniors, parents, and students. In just 6 months, this is one more win that President Trump and Vice President Vance have delivered for the American people, even with every single Democrat voting against them. Well, the Democrats want to relive the last 4 years, but we want to make America great again.
Stanley, can I pause real
And
quick?
thank you. And it's now a great honor to introduce.
When you play these, are you trying to prove a point? Because like when I hear this, I just hear Muppets, puppets, stupid rich people that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars trying to tell poor people that it's their America. It's look, anybody, if you're poor, it's not your America. Like it's America belongs to like the uber rich. Like, you think she cares about a waitress? The fuck are we listening to right now?
Oh, hold on one sec. All right. Let me enlarge this for you, if I can. See this part right here? Let me highlight it so you can see it.
Just news, politics.
Here. Yes, just news, politics, culture, and thoughtful conversation about life. So you asked me if there was a point. That's my point. She's opening up for JD Vance, the vice president, to do a speech. That's why.
Okay, let me find you a clip, because most of the clips that you post are just like right wing.
Okay, let me re-emphasize what I said. It's about politics and the other stuff. That's the reason I'm showing it. The vice president speaking, it satisfies the politics.
I have a clip. It says MAGA men use religion to excuse his bigotry. I feel like that's a good clip.
No idea what you're getting at, but I'm sure I care.
Okay. Post it in there.
Let me see, because this thing wants to malfunction here.
Fuck
There we
JD
go.
Vance.
Businesses like that Hamilton tool was not doing too well because what the Chinese and other Asian, primarily Mexican manufacturing economies were doing is they were stealing American jobs. They were making it easier to undercut. Lost a lot of great, big, beautiful factories during that period, thanks in large part because of bad decisions made by American leadership. And to have a business like
All right,
this,
Stanley,
in
thanks for
northeastern
this. Is so
Pennsylvania, I'm
uber
sure it hasn't
gay.
been
You know,
easy.
fuck this
We've got
guy.
36 employees here, and I know every single one of them work hard every day. But this is a great, great company, a great American success story. And while you guys thrived with bad policy coming from Washington, D.C., I think that you're going to take off into a rocket ship with good policy coming from Washington, D.C. under Donald J. Trump's leadership. And my dad's name was Don. This is Don's Machine Shop. So I think it's appropriate to be here and to Don, Dave, and Dan. That's tough to remember, trust me. Thank you all for building a great business here in northeastern Pennsylvania. And thank you all for having me and all these great people here to celebrate the accomplishments of the last 6 months. Now, I know we're here to talk about the big, beautiful bill, and we're here to talk about American manufacturing, but I thought it'd be okay, especially since Kelly Loeffler, our great SBA administrator, she's doing a hell of a job. Kelly, thank you for being here. Thank you for doing everything that you do. And, you know, Kelly did such a good job talking about what the big, beautiful bill would do for all of you. I don't think I have to talk about anything except for what I want to talk about. So we'll get to that in a second, but I don't know if you all saw this headline, because I know every single American here cares about border security. Is that right? And I think it's one of the great things that we've done in this administration is we kept our promise that we're going to close down the American southern border, shut off the flow of fentanyl, and start prioritizing American workers over Mexican drug cartels for a change. That is a great accomplishment. Now, it turns out the New York Times is not the biggest fan of what we've been doing at the border under the Trump administration. So they had this headline. I'm not kidding you. This is not a joke headline. I'm going to read you verbatim what the New York Times said just a couple of days ago. And I quote, "I was one of Biden's border advisors. Here's how to fix our immigration system." What would he know about fixing our immigration system? It was the Biden administration that broke our immigration system. So we've been having a little bit of fun around the office. So the Department of Homeland Security, their take on this was, "I was Humpty Dumpty. Here's how to sit on a wall." But be careful what you wish for. Now we're in northeastern Pennsylvania. I assume that this is Eagles territory. Is that right? Okay. Some dissension here. We've got a lot of Eagles fans, but not 100% Eagles fans here. But congratulations, by the way, on last year. But this is what a buddy of mine sent me. He said, "I'm a Cincinnati Bengals player. Here's how you win Super Bowls." And that cut a little deep. For the football fans out there will know that was not a cool thing for that guy to say. But this is what we're dealing with, my friends. We're dealing with a new administration, a new day, and a president who is fixing what was broken during the last administration. I think we're all proud of that and proud to be here to celebrate it. And here's what I am most proud of. What I am most proud of over the last 6 months, the border is important, and it's great, and it's incredible that we were able to go from the worst open border to a closed border in just a couple of weeks under President Trump's leadership. But you know what I'm really excited about? I'm really excited about the fact that for the first time in a very long time, workers' wages are rising faster than inflation. You're able to buy more, you're able to do more, and we're just getting started. For decades in this country, the story was that blue-collar workers in particular, they might get a little pay raise or they might not get any pay raise at all, but it was never enough to keep pace with inflation. No matter how hard you worked, no matter how hard you came to work every single day, no matter how many overtime hours, for example, you put in, you were falling behind. Way too many good Pennsylvania families were falling behind. And under just 6 months of the president's leadership, we've got inflation is coming under control and blue collar wages are rising faster than they have risen in 60 years. That is a testament to great presidential leadership and the great American people. And we're just getting started, my friends. The passage of the big, beautiful bill. Now, of course, the mainstream media, the corporate press doesn't like what we accomplished. It doesn't like what we did. But let me just talk a little bit about what this bill, about what this legislation means for you and your family. And there are a few different things, a few different ways in which I think this will be transformational for the American people. You heard Kelly talk about this a little bit. How many, Don, of your 36 employees are putting in a lot of overtime every single week? I bet a lot of them are. You told me you got projects coming in so fast, they're struggling to get people in to do all the jobs that are necessary. Well, now, thanks to President Trump's leadership, if you work overtime, the federal government is not going to take a dime of that overtime. You earn that money. You ought to keep it in your pocket. And while we're on that topic, why is it? You know, the big, beautiful bill was about taxes. It was about spending. It was about investing in America's future. But one of the most important things the president's doing and working on, it doesn't get nearly the headlines, is asking, why is it that we force every single young person to get a big chunk of debt at a 4-year college or university? Why don't we give our young people more options? Because if we did, a lot of them would come and work at Don's machine shop. And that would be good for them, and it'd be good for American workers. You know, we think it's fine. If you want to go to college, go to college. There's a lot of opportunity out there. But if you want to work with your hands, if you want to build something, if you want to build a house, build a bridge, make one of these incredible orders that comes into this small business right here in northeastern Pennsylvania, your government should not be forcing you to do what elites in Washington want you to do. You ought to be able to chart your own course and your own career path, and the Trump administration is going to fight for that. But, you know, here are just some of the other things that we're doing with this one big, beautiful bill. You know that we are creating the biggest tax breaks maybe in American history for investing and building in the United States of America. So if you're a small business, if you're a medium-sized business, if you want to invest in American workers, we are going to make it so you pay less taxes. Invest in Americans and your government ought to reward you. Isn't that common sense? But the crazy thing is, for years, our government has done the exact opposite. We have rewarded people who shipped American jobs overseas and penalized the great small businesses who invested right here in America, right here at home. And the President Trump's leadership, we're flipping that on its head. If you're building here, if you're making here, if you're working in the United States of America, we just gave you a big, fat tax break. But if you're going to ship American jobs overseas, thanks to Donald Trump, you're going to pay a big, fat tariff. It's time to invest in our own country and our own people once again, and we're doing it. And here's the crazy thing. While we worked so hard without a single Democrat in Congress supported this legislation, we worked so hard to get this legislation passed, to cut your taxes, to prevent big tax increases, to make it easier to save and invest right here in this great country that all of us love. Would you believe that the Democrats, they are attacking us every single day? And you know what their big line of attack is? Their big line of attack is that Donald Trump dares to put tariffs on foreign countries who try to bring their crap into the United States of America. And that's interesting to me, because Democrats seem to like everything that increases taxes. If you've got a healthcare problem, they'll say, well, just raise taxes, right? Healthcare costs in this country, we're working on it. They're way too expensive. Democrats will say, well, just raise taxes. We got not enough people working. Democrats will say, just raise taxes. That's their solution to every single problem. But you know, the one group of people in the entire world that they don't seem interested in penalizing, it's foreign countries that take advantage of this country, and that's got to stop. Part of part of the big, beautiful agenda is saying that if you're going to build something in the United States of America, we're going to reward you and we're going to fight for you. But if you want to build something overseas, you're going to pay a big fat tariff before you bring it back into the United States of America. And that's exactly how it should be. For the first time, really in my lifetime, I'm 40 years old. I turned 40.
What happened? Looks like they've got a video issue here. Well, non-ed factor, the problem is, you know, the part about the I know, for instance, the no taxes on tips. I know there's a cap at 25,000. I haven't gone back.
Politicians in Washington ought to manage their budget in the exact same way.
I haven't gone back and checked to see if there's a cap on the overtime wages. I'm sure there has to be. All this stuff that he's saying is with caveats. You know, if wages are up compared to inflation, well, let's wait till the end of the year. Inflation is up 2.7% compared to this time last year. Inflation is rising because of Trump's tariffs, and it's possible that wages won't be able to keep up with inflation. So there are a lot of caveats.
And as Kelly said, and the president says all the time, after 4 years of broken energy policy, we are finally going to drill, baby, drill, and invest in American energy workers. And I know you all love that. And the thing about drill, baby, drill, it's not just about the energy workers as much as we love them. It's about consumers who are paying less for gas and energy than they have in 4 years. That's a big deal. We bring in energy costs down, and it happened very quickly. And here's the other important thing. You know, one of the great advantages that we have in this country, I think we've got two great advantages for our American manufacturers. First of all, we've got the best people and the best workers anywhere in the world, and we're proud of them. That's the first big advantage. The second big advantage is we can produce energy more cheaply in the United States of America than anywhere else in the world. You look at some of these other countries, you look at China, you look at Mexico. Biggest advantage we've got is that we can produce with American workers energy far more cheaply than they can. So why did we have a president for 4 years who said we're going to buy oil and gas from anybody else? We have a president now who says we're going to buy oil and gas from Americans, from American workers and American families, and we're going to build great things doing it. And I want to say just two more things about this big, beautiful bill. Number one, didn't get that much headlines, and you probably won't even be aware of it for 10, 12, 14 years down the road. But in the big, beautiful bill, there was $1,000 for every newborn Americans to create a savings account and try to build some wealth for the next generation of Americans. And I think that's a very big deal because you're going to have a bunch of kids who, of course, aren't aware of it today. And this is a good argument, honey, for how to so that when they're ready to start off on a new life, when they're ready to come to Don's Machine Shop, when they're ready to start a small business or to go on to higher education, they've actually got real wealth built right here in the United States of America, and that's thanks to the one big, beautiful bill. Now, it's interesting, my friends, that the Democrats, we couldn't get a single Democrat to vote for that bill. Couldn't get a single Democrat to vote for $1,000 for every newborn baby in the United States of America, and I realized the problem. If we had made that $1,000 accessible, not to newborn American babies, but to illegal aliens, presidency of Bill Clinton, who had a lot of problems, let's be clear, But Bill Clinton was not the modern Democratic Party when it came to these wide open borders. He was not encouraging violence against our immigration enforcement officers. He was not voting against legislation that would help American citizens build wealth. Because whatever you want to say, today's Democrats are not the Democrats of the past. We just finished one election in 2024, and of course it went the right way. But what we're getting ready to do over the next year and a half, is to talk about these big wins. Because if we don't talk about them, we know too many in the fake news.
And this is annoying.
Does for America's citizens. Because we don't want to wake up in a year and a half and give the Democrats power back and realize that they're going to take $1,000 out of our hands to give it to illegal aliens. We're going to invest in American workers and American families every single day. And that's my solemn promise to every person in this room. And I want to close here because I know, we're be represented by some high quality leadership. And I'm going to give a shout out to Congressman Brejnahan. I think he's here. Congressman, thank you so much for everything that you've done. This is a fun job, my friends. Being the Vice President of the United States is the greatest honor that I've ever had in my professional life, and it's all thanks to you that I'm here. But it is a hell of a lot more fun to do it with somebody you love by your side. So, Usha, thank you for everything, and thank you for making this possible. But I know a lot of us just celebrated, hopefully all of us celebrated the July 4th holiday, the independence of our And I'd never been in North Dakota before, and I was there, of course, with Usha and with our 3 kids. And my little 3-year-old daughter, she brought me this dandelion, and she it was one of these dandelions where her little 3-year-old lungs just couldn't blow these seeds all over this beautiful Badlands hills. And I'm looking out there, and I see the American flag, and I see these beautiful hills, and I help her out, and we see these dandelions floating over this beautiful American scenery. And I think to myself, my God, what a beautiful country we have. And how lucky it is that our forefathers gave us this land to carve out a new nation and I think a new civilization. And what I realize is, in all of our jobs, whether you're working at Don's Machine or whether you're the Vice President of the United States, we're worried about the day-to-day. We're worried about the orders that come in. We're worried about, clients that we've got to serve. We're worried about, getting the big, beautiful bill passed and counting votes. That's what I was doing a lot in the last few weeks. But I realized that it's all in the service of something. It's all in the service of giving our kids the incredible opportunities that we've had. It's in the service of watching a child's face light up when she sees America's beauty. And I saw it on her face and in her eyes for the first time, realizing what a beautiful landscape this was. It's about the cookouts. It's about seeing our kids grow up and learn something that they have a passion for. It's about believing that the next generation is going to have a better life than we had because we worked our tails off to give it to them. That's the American dream, my friends. That's what it's all about. And when I think about what this administration has accomplished over the last 6 months, but more importantly, when I think about what all of us as one big American family have accomplished over the last 249 years, all I can think about is it's time to keep building, it's time to keep working, and it's time to make sure that these beautiful faces, these beautiful kids that I see in this audience, that they're going to have a better life than we had. That is the promise of America, and we will never stop fighting to give it to the next generation. God bless you all, and thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Hello, Detroit. All the workers, let me thank you for your time. You work for 40 hours.
Any comments there, Wale?
I mean, I probably got a lot of comments about all of that stuff, and a lot of it is assumptive thinking. You know about assumptive thinking?
I think
Are you
I do.
familiar with? You know about it? Okay. What's assumptive is that everyone is Western. First of all, I am not Western at all. That ain't part of. That's why Trump talks about Western superiority, because the West came here and they brought their socialization practices with them. All right, and they merged them into the stuff that was already here and got people thinking that this is the West when it is not. The West came here. Just like doggone Palestine is not Israel. Israel went there. You know what I'm saying? And took it over. But that don't make it Israel. That just make it Palestine under occupation. And then if you do it long enough, people will think it was all, oh, Israel always been here. No, it hasn't. Came there in the 1940-somethings. They were going to put it in Kenya. You heard that? They were going to put it in Kenya. They had offered to do it put Israel in Kenya.
No, I never heard that.
You should look it up. All the places that were listed that Israel could be relocated. Kenya was one of the places. One of the places was Trinidad. Trinidad was also one of the places that was suggested. You should look into it. Since you don't know about that kind of stuff. There was other places too.
Right.
Pretty sure Stanley would know about it if that were
true. No, that's not necessarily true. I don't know that much about.
Let's Google it.
I kind of know the basics, the ball four basics, but no, I don't have any deep knowledge.
Places offered for what for Israel colony. Let's just go Israel. You know, Israel is the son of Israel, right? Israel.
Yes.
Colony. Okay, let's just go with colonies.
Oh, there's diamond.
What was offered? Oh, here they go. What were other options for Israel? In 1905 and 1925, the organization explored options for far-flung places like Libya. Oh, it's Libya. I thought it was. Angola. That's maybe what I was looking at. I know it was East Africa. Libya is West Africa. Iraq is another place, and Honduras. That was between 1905 and 1925. Between 1907 and 1914, the organization was also involved in the so-called Galveston scheme that aimed to bring Russian Jewish immigrants to American Midwest. So that's another place they were. Right. So where did they actually go? Because you'd be surprised. The third biggest population of Hebrew, or however you want to call them, Israeli, is in South America. I think it's Argentina. But I mean, you can just Google stuff like that. If your mind runs upon it, Google it, see what it says. You know what I mean? It's easy.
Right. Let's see. Where are we gonna go? You bought you bought one of those pillows, huh?
Well, I mean, I just said something about Israel, options for Israel, and I Googled it real quick to find them. And I know a lot of people say, "Oh, that means, he lying, because everybody expect a nigga to lie." So it's kind of like when a person got a disease, all you got to do is sneeze around them, they'll get sick. When their immunity is low, so you can just make suggestions that they'll get sick, because the immunity is low.
Two of those pillows, and they're the best. Can't go wrong with my pillow.
So anyway, that's how I just wanted to verify that information about Israel before it went to Palestine, because people think that's where it ain't always been like that. That's just something that came through. Palestine was under England, and they were dealing with the Rothschilds, so they had to pay them off, and so they gave them Palestine. Call it the Palestinian Mandate. You know about the Palestinian Mandate, Stanley?
It was right after World War I, right?
But you know what the Palestinian Mandate is, right?
No, I don't know that much about that part of the world. I've heard of it, but I don't know the details.
Okay. I just happened, one of my favorite teachers was Palestinian. Taught me basic Arabic back in 1980. Yeah, 1980. The Palestinian Mandate refers to the period from 1920 to 1948, when Great Britain administered the territory of Palestine under a mandate from the League of Nations. This mandate incorporated the 1917 Balfour Declaration, which aimed to establish a Jewish national home in Palestine, while also safeguarding the rights of the Arab population, where they failed terribly in that part. The mandate period was marked by growing tensions of conflict between Jewish and Arab communities, ultimately leading to the end of the mandate and the creation of the State of Israel.
It's pronounced Israel, and would you agree that they've been killing each other for over 2,000 years, and there's nothing that anyone is going to do to stop it? I mean, we can have our little peace deals here and there, stop killing each other for 30 days here and there, but they are going to continue to kill one another. Is that not true? Yes or no? You read the Bible?
Oh, you're asking me?
No, I was asking the gentleman on the panel, Stanley.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
So you gotta
let's
admit,
see, what else have we got here?
they've been killing each other since Cain killed Abel. You're not gonna stop it. Nobody's gonna be able to stop it. That's all they do. That's all they've been doing for over 5,000 years. So you're not gonna stop that. I mean, that's all they know how to do, is kill one another. It's born in their veins.
Well, let's see here. What have we got?
Actually, in Palestine, in Palestine before the period of 1917, the Balfour Declaration, there were very little. There was very little problem between the Jewish. It's also a Christian. It was a equally Christian situation there. There was Arabs, Christians, and Jews living in Palestine in a fairly decent, how do you say, nonviolent situation. Only the Arabs were in control of the situation because it's an Arab place. No, it's an Arab place. Like now, the Jewish people have come in and with the help and aid of the Americans have destroyed Palestine and created Israel.
Yeah, Israel's been there just as long as Palestine. So
Israel, according to the paper I just read, was the creation of the state of Israel, 1948. Google it. I'll Google it for you because you seem to be kind of slow in that area. But you can always just Google that and see when the state of Israel was the creation of the state of Israel. At the end of the mandate, and it was in 1948. There's not no always. That's what they wrote in a book. And I saw a book where they said they were always a lot of stuff. Don't mean it's true. It's just a book and your story in a book. It's a story in a book.
The Bible is just a book.
It's a book put together, a lot of stories put together from a lot of different sources. And they put them together to try to chain up a comprehensive narrative or a fairly comprehensive narrative. And then they just served it out as a mandate. And people ate it up because they had to. Dude, the Bible didn't come out talking about, read us, you can see how great we are. No, they came out with the Christian crusades and the Arab jihads and stuff. They didn't come out sitting about, oh, we so sweet and lovely. Get the heck out of here. They came out with the Christian crusades. They killed anybody that didn't bow to their little bookie. And their ancestors.
Actually, Islam attacked ancient Europe first, and that's where the war started.
Ain't no Islam attacked no ancient. Islam taught ancient Europe. Ancient Europe wasn't even taking baths until Islam went there. No, come on, dude. Where did you do you read your history from Superman or what? I mean, the fact is, there's a queen in the 1500s. They tell you about. Google this stuff, man. Read your own history. She was reputed as being sainthood because she never took a bath. What kind of that was what Europe thought was sainthood, never taking a bath. There's a saint. I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe you used to talk to people.
Bathing actually originated in Asia.
Who didn't originally? Who did originate in Asia? Who did not originate in Asia, sir? Hello? Who did not originate in Asia?
Just like gunpowder originated in Asia. So you could say that's where all the war started, too. That's where gunpowder is from.
Yeah, gunpowder, as you put it, is not from there. Explosive powder is from Asia. Gunpowder, however, is not. Explosive powders, yes. Alchemy, as it was called, is from Asia as far as it's going to Europe. That is true. What you use it for is up to you. Now, when it reached the western coast, where you call it Europe, that's when they started saying, you know what, we can kill more people with this stuff. Because why? That's what they do, kill people. And that's what they did with it. It could have been a scalpel and say, man, these people use this scalpel for surgery. What a waste. We could use it for murder, because that's what they do. They murder stuff. Look at the genocide that's being carried out in Gaza right now. Hey, dude, look at the genocide that's being carried out in Gaza today, yesterday, the day before, and the week before that, and for the past almost 20 years. And it has been going on today, this morning. It's been going on. The same genocide has been being carried out right in front of our faces. And you would tell me, oh, man, come on. I don't have time for, like, ignoring reality. I'm not going to do that with you. So if that's what you want to do, maybe you can find some people who will do that with you, man. I ain't saying you can't do it. I'm just saying I'm not going to do it with you.
No, I actually finding very interesting. I'm surprised Stanley don't chime in on some of this history and stuff you're talking about.
Nope, I'm an American history guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like American history myself. But when I told you about the guy that had the school in 1812, you didn't know about that, did you? And that was in Georgia.
I don't know every detail of.
Oh, okay. Well, what about Coffee?
Everything?
Coffee school up in Massachusetts in the early 1800s.
That I did. I was familiar with Paul Coffey.
Okay.
Wasn't there a war going on in 1812, like between Canada and the United States? It's called the War of 1812.
Britain and the United States. So Britain and the United States was pretty hot. They tried to burn down the White House.
Yeah.
It was around the time of the War of 1812. See, a lot of the stuff that they talk about, like the War of 1812, and Britain was doing this and they were doing that, they never mentioned what the niggas was doing. I noticed that, like, we don't even exist. I noticed in their whole historical content and construction, they ignore us like we don't even exist. And then when we say, well, what did, oh, you being racist? No, I'm just saying we have a story. We hear your story. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm ignoring your story at this point. I'm giving a fuck what I don't care what Britain was doing, actually. All I'm saying is we have a story.
The problem is we black people weren't involved in politics.
That's untrue. That is untrue.
Actually, it is largely true.
Okay, largely true versus untrue.
Okay, there are always, you know what? Let me put it to you this way. There was so little of it, it might as well be ignored.
So what time period are we talking about?
I'm talking pretty much from year 0 all the way up to, let's just say 1866. The first black politicians that were hold on.
Okay, go
First
ahead.
black politicians that were of note, politicians on a national scale, didn't happen until Reconstruction. Okay, I don't know every little hamlet in on the East Coast whether they had blacks in politics or not. I'm not a professional historian. I don't study history in detail. I'm just kind of an amateur.
Oh, good. So am I. I just run across things because of my curiosity. Usually when I look up a word, I wind up looking up 5 words because of whatever I see trying to tell me what a word is. So my curiosity is strong like that, which puts me in a realm of a lot of places that people don't necessarily go because of my curiosity. And my curiosity leads me to certain items that people don't necessarily come across. And that's just some of the stuff I come across. That's all. It's just a little different. Like you say, everybody have experiences. This is just mine. And over here is yours. I get that. I'm not saying you are remiss for not knowing this or remiss for not knowing that. I'm just saying there may be things.
Oh, well, hold on. I have a sense of perspective. I know what I know. What I don't know, I don't know. So I don't get wrapped around the axle. When people say, have you ever heard of it? And I say, no. I can't know everything.
There we go, my man.
However, speaking of history, here is my favorite male historian.
Who that?
Gerald Horne.
Oh, really? Let me see what that looks like. Because I have no favorite historian. I have a favorite storyteller, yeah. Historian, I don't deal much in history.
His work focuses on race, capitalism, imperialism, and the African diaspora, particularly the global impact of white supremacy, colonialism, and resistance movement. His scholarship often challenges convenient historical narratives and provides a radical critique of the U.S. history, capitalism, and the intersections of race and class struggle. Professor currently holds the John J. and Rebecca Moore Chair of History and African American Studies at the University of Houston. His academic credentials include a bachelor's degree from Princeton University, a Juris Doctorate from the University of California, Berkeley, and a Doctor of Philosophy and History at Columbia University. He has over 47 publications, over 100 scholarly reviews. Some of his most notable ones are The Counter-Revolution of 1776, The Apocalypse of Settler Colonialism, The Roots of Slavery, White Supremacy, Capitalism in the 17th Century North America and the Caribbean, and Black and Brown African Americans and the Mexican Revolution, 1910 to 1920. So with that, Dr. Horn, what I wanted to first ask you about is what is the future of Black liberation, especially in this world of authoritarianism with Trumpism?
Well, it's problematic at best, in part because of the process by which Jim Crow began to retreat in the 1950s, whereby the internationalists amongst us, led by the late great Paul Robeson, were tossed overboard, ignoring the lesson, that is to say, the leaders who accepted that Faustian bargain, ignoring the lesson that what had rescued us from slavery and Jim Crow in the first instance was precisely internationalism. And so we're faced with a real dilemma with regard to Trumpism. I take seriously the fact that he got 77 million votes. I think too many of our friends on the left make excuses, weak excuses, for the 77 million who voted for him. I heard a chap say the other day that when they voted for Trump, they thought they were voting for a reduction in the price of eggs. They did not necessarily expect mass layoffs, complicated relations with NATO allies, so-called, et cetera. I find that irresponsible, but it's typical of the kinds of excuses that are made for the Trump base, and also for folks on the left. It's rather extraordinary that they ignore the concept of settler colonialism. How else would you explain the system that befell North America some centuries ago with the uprooting of the indigenous population, not unlike what occurred in Australia, New Zealand, historic Palestine, Algeria, Kenya, South Africa. In fact, there's a prize-winning book, an edited collection on settler colonialism by a prize-winning scholar that deals with settler colonialism all over the world, except the United States of America. And so, it's just like, for example, to give another example, in Australia, left, right, and center, there's this process known as land acknowledgements, where spokespersons before audiences, before meetings or commence, they talk about whose land this originally was. Land acknowledgements are not even common on the left in the United States of America. And I think it has something to do with the overestimation of the so-called revolution of 1776. Now, we know that there has been an explosion of literature on 1776 by the late Tyler Stovall, one of the most garlanded historians in the profession. His book, White Freedom, the late Charles Mills, the former Northwestern philosopher, his book, Racial Contract, Ishmael Reed, the dean of Black intellectuals, and his spoof and send-up of the Disney come Broadway extravaganza Hamilton by Lin-Manuel Miranda, Raoul Peck, who might be the leading filmmaker on the left, although, of course, naturally, since he's Black, most people in the left in the United States have never heard of him, despite his really stirring docudrama, The Young Karl Marx, not to mention Lumumba, and of course, with regard to settler colonialism, his HBO special, Exterminate All the Brutes. Now, when I mention HBO, our sectarian friends on the left feel that's a way to discredit him, and of course, they don't. Obviously, they haven't seen The Young Karl Marx, for example. And of course, it's part of this underestimation of our struggle. I've heard folks say that DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, is some sort of gift from the ruling class to divide the working class. In fact, you've had a leader of the New York-based weekly The Nation not to mention a close comrade of Bernie Sanders, take that wrong-headed point of view, instead of seeing DEI as a democratic demand coming from the grassroots to circumvent the class collaboration that inherits in settler colonialism. But because folks don't understand class collaboration, they don't understand settler colonialism, that leads them to these sorry capitulations to the most backward aspects of US culture. So the sum and substance is, what is the future for Black liberation? I would say right now, for me, it's unclear.
What would you recommend we do?
Well, organize, obviously, organize in the workplace, organize in your residences and for your renter in particular, organize on campuses if you're a student, for example, student unions, hook up with like-minded forces overseas. One of the contradictions of Mr. Trump's policies is that he's created a many antagonists, not least across the border in Canada, where we don't have, the left generally doesn't have adequate bilateral relations with, say, the New Democratic Party, which is a socialist-oriented party that rules a good deal of this northern neighbor. So what needs to be done is obvious.
Should Blacks organize among themselves, or should we organize across racial lines?
Well, I think we should do both. I mean, for example, in September 2025, there's a meeting of the African Union having a face-to-face summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, with the Caribbean community, CARICOM, Jamaica, Barbados, etc. Heads of government, heads of state will be present. It's a very important meeting. The African Union has a special slot for Africans in the diaspora. It would be missing the boat if we failed to attend that meeting in mass on some sort of wrong-headed idea that, we Black people shouldn't meet together because people on the left think that that's a faux pas. Well, people on the left have led us to the brink of fascism, so I'm not sure how much we should regard their thinking. And of course, if you're in the workplace, and it's an integrated workplace, obviously you're going to be organizing across racial lines. I mean, that's an easy question to answer.
Okay, I just want to answer that because a lot of people have questions about that. But I agree.
Well, usually they're talking about in the abstract. I mean, that's the problem. People talk very abstractly. They don't talk concretely, say about African Union CARICOM meeting at this place with representatives from the diaspora invited. They just speak abstractly. Oh, Black people organizing amongst themselves is separatism. I mean, please, let's move on.
Can you talk about the origins of white supremacy versus the invention of the white race versus racial oppression? Are they connected? Are they separate issues? And I'm sort of asking this rhetorically.
Well, I think that they're connected ultimately. I think that all of these different tropes seek to answer the question on how and why it was that at a certain point in history, Europeans descended upon this continent and uprooted the indigenous population, generally liquidated the indigenous population, and then began to import enslaved Africans across the Atlantic to work for free. Now, as I tell the story in my book on the 16th century, it has a lot to do with religion. That is to say, 1492 was followed by 1517 and the secession of Martin Luther from the Vatican, from the Catholic Church, taking London by storm by the 1530s, leading to a round robin of religious sectarian conflicts, London almost being toppled by His Catholic Majesty in the 1580s, London wanting to get in on the colonial feasts inaugurated by His Catholic Majesty in the Caribbean shortly after Columbus's voyage, having not the sufficient numbers to contest the Catholics. They're the Protestants, the scrappy underdogs. So they move to incorporate those with whom they had been warring, the Irish, the Scots, the Welsh, into this new identity politics of whiteness. Interestingly enough, some of our so-called friends on the left, they oftentimes invoke the term identity politics as a way to defame the Black liberation movement and the struggle of the descendants of the unpaid sector of the working class. That's identity politics, not the construction of whiteness, for example, not Zionism, for example, a system based upon an exclusive ethno-religious descriptor. In any case, back to the thread, whiteness eventually is expanded to include others who have been warring on the shores of Europe. That is to say, British versus German, German versus Pole, Pole versus Russian, Baltics versus Russian, Serb versus Croat. The list is endless. Magically, once they cross the Atlantic, they're rebranded as, quote, white, unquote. The system is so elastic, or to put it another way, the system is so desperate to recruit those to combat the indigenous and uproot them from their land that ultimately they include the melanin deficient who are Christians from Lebanon, from Egypt, etc. So that's my take on the construction of white supremacy. Of course, my take in my book goes back to the Crusades 1100 years ago, but of course, one could probably go back earlier than that.
Interesting. Can you say a little bit more about the Crusades and possibly going back a little further?
Well, the Crusades, that is to say, this attempt by Western European Christendom to reclaim what they call the Holy Land from the Muslims, leads to centuries of conflict between Muslims and Christians. And in fact, when Christopher Columbus sails in 1492, this is in the wake of the ultimate expulsion of Muslim rule from the Iberian Peninsula, Spain in particular. At the same time, the Catholics in Spain are moving towards the Inquisition, that is to say, torturing and killing the Jewish minority until and unless they convert. And there's evidence to suggest that there were Jewish people fleeing on Columbus's vessels when he was sailing in 1492. Now, of course, you may be familiar with the work of the late Howard University classicist Frank Snowden, the book Before Color Prejudice, where he suggests that this anti-Blackness that lies close to the root of white supremacy is a relatively recent invention. Others are not necessarily in accord with that particular thesis, but in any case, I mentioned the Crusades and the conflicts between Muslims and Christians in particular, because as I say in my 16th century book, and it's important to say that what I'm talking about, I've written about. So go back and look at what I've written. Don't just listen to what I have to say and reject it or accept it. Go back and look at it, check the sources, check the footnotes if you're serious. And what I argue is that in some ways, what happens, particularly if you look at the Jewish population of England, which is expelled in the late 13th century, by the 16th century, you see the kinds of negative tropes that had once been applied to the Jewish minority or transferred to Black people, for example, in terms of supposedly having tails, supposedly having a special odor, banning intermarriage, etc. And that's what I mean about the religious roots of racism and white supremacy, which is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to extirpate, not to mention the religious roots as noted in the aforementioned conjoining, or I should say conflicts between Protestants and Catholics, where at one point, one is burning the other at the stake, but 300 years later, they're joining hands, conjoining, and burning Black people at the stakes, for example. Therein, you see the roots of white supremacy. You see how religious conflict is transmuted into a so-called racial conflict. But alas, with the triumph of the Haitian Revolution, 1791 to 1804, a successful revolt by the enslaved or the unpaid sector of the working class, which I'm afraid to say many of our friends on the left have paid insufficient attention to, although supposedly they're all in favor of workers' rights. And somehow that didn't come to include the Haitians and their successful revolt. That inaugurates the class era, which leads to a general crisis of the system of slavery reconciled with its collapse in United States, 1865, Brazil, 1888.
Right. So just going back a little bit to the Crusades and the Iberian Peninsula, were they Moors and Berbers that had established themselves in the Iberian Peninsula, meaning, and were they people of African descent and with darker complexions? And does that, in addition to the religion, did that play a role at all?
Well, to a certain degree, but don't try to impute contemporary thinking back into the late 15th century. But certainly, I mean, if you look at your map, obviously there's about 7 miles separating the African continent from southern Spain, and it's just a hop, skip, and a jump across the Mediterranean from Morocco and Algeria, for example, into southern Spain. And of course, with the victories of the Arabs reaching from the Arabian Peninsula, heading westward, you had many of those folks as well becoming involved in these European conquests.
Got it. And so the other point before I move on to the future, can you talk about the Irish and how they were oppressed and how this model that we have, this settler?
I'm sorry, what?
I say, should I keep notes or something so we can go back over them, or you just passing through this stuff and kind of like, okay, or just leave
well,
it alone?
I mean, I've read, I'm really more or less watching this just so anybody in the audience who's interested. I mean, if you want to keep notes, your point about, well, what is your point about Asians realizing they're not indigenous to the United States or to North America?
Okay, this is the deal. The deal I'm saying about this guy on the tape, right? Everything, all his reference points are European. All his
So okay, is it what's the problem?
Hold on, man, I can't hear you.
What's the problem with that?
It's unilateral.
Right.
So it's not it's not homo. It's not what they call it. It's not full. It's not full. It's unilateral. It's from one perspective only. That's not as useful. It's like that thing you were saying about jack of all trades and master
Okay, well,
of one.
what I need you to do is connect Asians not being indigenous to the United States to what he is saying. His purview is literally slavery, basically the intersection or the interaction of Europeans interacting with Africa, the creation of the slave trade across the ocean to Brazil and into North America. That's what he writes about. He writes basically about European history as it intersected with Africa and then across the ocean into mostly North America, but a little bit of South America. That's what he writes about. So who else's perspective would you write from?
Okay, this is what I'm saying. First of all, his perspective is skewed. First, in 1880.
Okay, and you will have to explain why. No. What you need to do is take it one point at a time. If you think why do you think his viewpoint is skewed?
All right, and I'll go on. Because in 1833, Ethiopia.
Okay, he doesn't write about Ethiopia.
No, wait a minute. I'm telling you parts of Europe. I'm naming parts of Europe.
Ethiopia isn't in Europe.
Okay. I'm telling you what was considered Europe.
Ethiopia was not considered Europe in 1833.
Okay, hold on a half a second. I'll read it off to you from the.
There were Italians. I mean, there were Italians, and it had. Okay, dude, I'll put both of you in the back. Okay, I'm not in the mood. Ethiopia has never been considered part of Europe. Let's just start with that. Prove me wrong.
That's right.
I'm working on it now, man.
Okay.
I don't.
What's up, Stan? How you doing?
I ain't gonna just come at you like that because you subject to say, "Hey, man, I don't like you're doing." Being objective.
Well, I mean, Hey, if you can prove that Africa was part of Europe, I'm more than willing to hear this.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it. Just give me a few more minutes.
But please don't start talking about Pangea.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna tell you what I'm talking about. I just have to figure out how to locate the information, dude. I got you. I'm not gonna.
Let me know when you do. I will go
None
ahead
of
and.
Africa was ever a part of Europe. I agree with
he
Stanley.
may be making a conceptual point. So I will give the great Wale a few minutes, and we'll just listen to this till he's ready.
Colonial model. It's just a social construct. It's a tool of the ruling class to use power, and that they have various tools. Like what they've done in India is different than what they've done in America. But what's done in America was very similar to what was done in Ireland.
Well, Ireland's often spoken of as England's first colony. The conflicts stretch back centuries, some would say 800 years. And the conflicts continue to this very day, albeit in a muted fashion, muted compared to what was happening at the apex of this conflict. But as noted, there's a kind of reconciliation between English and Irish once they crossed the Atlantic. I always found it striking that you had these Irish American politicians like the late Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who always liked to tout their so-called Irish credentials. And at the same time, they were big-time anti-Black racists, particularly Daniel Patrick Moynihan, the former senior senator from the state of New York. And of course, it's not only in North America. You had an Irish migration to Australia, an Irish migration to Southern Africa, Scottish migrations at the same time. And in fact, you can make an argument, and actually this argument is represented in my book on the 17th century, that when you have the coming together in 1707 of the various constituent elements of the British Isles, that it's not coincidental that happens in the context of the expansion of settler colonialism, because in some ways, these so-called minorities, if I can use that term, like the Scots and the Irish, many of them, in a sense, are being bought off by being able to participate in the colonial feast. That is to say, the colonial feast in North America. The research in the United States.
Yes, sir.
Do you think colonialism ended up being better for the world, or are we worse off for it?
Well, I mean, there's really no way to know or the answer to that question. I can only point out that for everyone who thinks that colonialism is good, I will point to King Leopold II and what he did to the Congo. It's hard for me to believe that we could have done better. We could not have done better.
Interesting.
It's not interesting. It's history. You will never be able to convince me that he will never be able to convince me that King Leopold taking over the Congo was a good thing for the world.
No.
Oh, no. Now, there was plenty of rubber for tires.
Okay. Well, Stanley, I'm going to put this in the back chat where I'm referencing the information from, because I just found the page. I haven't located the paragraph and stuff, but I know you are astute. So I put it right in there. Maybe you'll get to it before I do. Now I'm going to go back to the page and, try to get the rest of the information. If you see it before I do, it's okay. I don't even remember see where I was. Yeah.
No.
What I did was a Control F to find Ethiopia. Okay, it says here. Can you see it on the screen? Let me see.
Okay. Not really. Go ahead and just read it, Stanley. I can't.
Says nothing is known about the middle part, which you see on your map called Ethiopia. The south part of Africa is called the Colony of the Cape, It is inhabited by a number of different tribes who are very stupid and ignorant. The south part of it has been settled by Europeans. Okay, I don't see anything about
South part
Ethiopia
of what?
being part.
The south
I'm sorry,
part of
what?
what? The south part of what? You say the south part of it
It says
being.
the south part of Africa is called the colony of the Cape.
Oh, okay. I didn't quite make out the words you were saying, man.
Okay,
You,
well,
you, you are on edge
let
right
me
now.
enlarge them
You
for
are
you.
on edge, seem like, man. You, like you say,
Okay,
maybe.
here we go. I've
Like
blown it
you're.
up so you can see it and highlighted it. That's about the best I can do.
Okay.
Nothing about Europe in this paragraph.
What paragraph is that?
The paragraph that I've highlighted on the screen.
White people were there, but that don't make it part of Europe.
Well, I mean, you could actually say a colony is part of Europe, but not geographically.
Right.
I'm trying to see where she gave up the information that I'm looking for.
No, what I think a lot of people conveniently overlook is that.
Oh, you're doing my page. Okay.
The people that were already here that immigrated from Siberia, which were, I guess they were Asian, right, Stanley? Right. No one wants to talk about the natives, what colonialism did to the natives. You know, I think that was pretty horrible too. So yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Stanley, that colonialism was probably no good from get-go, but you're not going to stop people from traveling and emigrating.
Oh, there it is. I see it now. You got the thing I sent you, Sam? Right above it says lesson 13th, and it goes down and you'll see something say 40, like page 40, and then read the part that says right under page 40. And I will also read it as this guy
Okay,
suggested.
this is I clicked the link that you gave me.
Yes, sir.
So where am I? Give me a word I can search on. Right here where it says 40.
Okay, 40. Yeah,
41.
that's the paragraph I'm referring to right now. When I was
here.
referring. Uh-huh.
Okay, so it says here, let's see. Oops. The white people in America. Here we go. The white people in America belong to this class and came originally from Europe. Okay, there is, however, a difference in the complexions of this race. The natives who live in the south part of Europe are darker than those that live in the north, and those in the Barbary states and in Egypt are darker than those in Europe. Here are pictures of a European, and European and an Asiatic. Say anything about Africa?
Oh no, not in that.
Sure.
Like I said, I just found the page that I know I got the information from. I'm looking to see where the information resides on the page.
You could put the link in the back, or just hit Control F if you've got it in a browser. Hit Control F, and you can search on a word.
Yeah. Control F. Let me try to.
The F stands for find. Control find, basically.
Okay. I see a little thing came up. Thank you. What am I looking for? Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. Here we go. All the people in Europe excepting in Lapland and Finland, belong to the European race. The people in the western part of Asia, as far as the river Obi, those in the Barbary states in Egypt, and in Abyssinia also belong to this race. They have far complexions. I think they should be fair, but they have far complexions, and their features are more regular and beautiful than those of any other class. That's the second paragraph of the link I gave you. And it claims that those are the people of Europe. And it was written in 1833. Of course, all of that has changed in the perception of people today. I agree.
Okay, again, nothing about Ethiopia suggesting it's in Europe.
Nothing about what?
Ethiopia.
Okay, that's why I had to get the thing. So you're correct.
Okay,
don't
so
say
you're not you are no longer claiming that Ethiopia was in Europe or is in Europe, correct?
I can only claim that what the source reads.
Okay, and the source does not read that. The source does not read. The source doesn't read it. It doesn't suggest it.
Do you know where Abyssinia is?
Abyssinia was in the neighborhood of Ethiopia.
That's
Abyssinia is even the Abyssinians were not considered European.
I'm just saying, according to this thing, cousin, I'm not making this up. Is all I'm saying. I got it from this.
Wale.
Okay, go ahead.
So my suggestion is that you read before you pronounce. That way, we don't have to deal with this sort of thing.
I'm reading it now. I can read it again. All the people in Europe, excepting Lapland, belong to the European race. The people in the western part of Asia.
Well, let's start with there is no such thing as a European race.
Okay, well, if you're gonna do that, man, I'll just close up the link. I can go home.
This might be the first time in my 60 years I've ever heard European referred to as a race.
Okay, I can dig it. So that means it doesn't exist. I get you.
No, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It means I've never heard of it, and it would be nice if you had something I could refer to or something like that. I see where it says.
I gave you the doggone link. I gave you the extra link.
Here, listen to this. It says these classes are. It doesn't even say these races are.
Huh?
Okay.
Oh, go to the top line to get the classes. You're talking about the classes. That's at the top line.
The inhabitants of this world are different in their appearance according to the country they inhabit. Some are white, like the people of America. Some have a dark yellowish complexion. Some are copper colored, and some are black. They are therefore divided into 5 classes according to their appearance. These classes are the European, the Asiatic, the African, the American, and the Malayan. Those are classes which I honestly have never even heard the European class of people. Nothing in here suggests that they're considering any of these a race. And the problem with using races and classes and ethnicities,
about it. Okay, hey man, the papers.
You are tiring me out. Here's the second. Here's the second paragraph. All the people in Europe, excepting in Lapland and Finland, belong to the European race. First time I've ever heard of the European race. People in the western part of Asia, as far as the River Obi, those in the Barbary states in Egypt and in Abyssinia also belong to this race. The European, they're saying that people in Egypt and Abyssinia belong to the European race. Nothing about Abyssinia being in Europe. When you say Europe, like Ethiopia is in Europe, I'm thinking geography, not race. And one of the problems with these sorts of analyses, if you can call them that, is that all these words are so fluid. That's funny. So anyway, let's get back to to this. And by the way, that other link you put in there about the original inhabitants of North America, are you one of the people who believes that Africans somehow or another occupied North America before Asians? Basically, Native Americans, the Indians are not the original or Aboriginal people. Africans are.
Oh no, I wouldn't say those. I wouldn't say those words to you. I would say simply niggers are.
What?
Yes, niggers are the Aboriginal. Africans,
Okay.
that's something else. We would have to discuss what that
So
word
you're
means.
using the N word as a race? Is it a race of people?
No, it's an ethnic group.
Okay.
I don't think has been adequate insofar as plumbing the ethnic roots of many of the so-called founding fathers of the United States of America, in terms of were their roots in Ireland, were their roots in England, were their roots in Scotland, for example. This helps to underscore the point that many of us make, that some on the left refuse to engage, which is that history is an ongoing debate. I get the idea that some people on the left see history not as an ongoing debate, but as spouting settled postulates. And then if you contradict those settled postulates by digging up new evidence or coming across new perspectives, it can lead to your being called a fascist, for example, which is one of the descriptors I just saw recently applied to myself.
Wow. And can you talk about racism as being a core or fundamental piece of capitalism and how that's started and how that's being used today? Many of us talk about capitalism, but we sort of don't include the race part as being an integral component of it.
Well, as I tell the story, and once again, it's embedded in my 17th century book, and it's also reflected in the works of the Nigerian scholar Joseph Inakori of University of Rochester, and embedded in the work of the late Caribbean scholars Walter Rodney and Eric Williams. Eric Williams, Capitalism and Slavery. Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. As I tell the story, what happens is that at a certain point, you have a beheading of the monarchy in London, which is taking place at the same time that their successors, led by Oliver Cromwell, or ousting the Spanish from Jamaica. And at the same time, in Brazil, you see another Protestant power, speaking of the Dutch, being ousted from their temporary sojourn in Brazil, with the Portuguese Catholics making a comeback in their colony. And what happens is that many of those who had been in Brazil, who happened to be Jewish, by the way, who had been involved in sugar production in Brazil, flee en masse to Jamaica, because as noted, with this concept of whiteness, the Protestants, the scrappy underdogs, were able to incorporate many of those who happened to be Jewish, even though, as I said, with regard to London, they'd expelled the Jewish population centuries earlier. With those folks migrating to Jamaica, you have the rise of the sugar boom, so-called, which leads to fabulous wealth, because sugar is seen not only as a way to sweeten one's tea, but as a kind of miracle drug, creating enormous wealth that's then poured into shipbuilding, which is used to transport more Africans across the Atlantic, more settlers across the Atlantic, producing a working class of shipyard workers, leading to this circle devoid of virtue, involving production of great amounts of wealth being poured into production, and therein you begin to see the seeds of capitalism. And I should mention, of course, that in my book further, I talk about how that leads inevitably to an expansion of the African slave trade with the rise of the Royal African Company in the 1670s. And then the bourgeois, or the merchant class, I should say, make another comeback in the 1680s, because recall that Oliver Cromwell's tenure was rather short-lived, and the monarchs make a comeback. And then by the 1680s, their wings are clipped, creating this present monarchy where they have incredible wealth, but are not necessarily ruling, speaking of today's King Charles. And what happens is that the Royal African Company, which had been under the thumb of the monarch, you have that disrupted with the era that I call in my book free trade in Africans. That is to say, with merchants entering the African slave trade in great numbers, with return on investment of an eye-watering 1,700% in some cases, which creates more wealth, involving more enslavement of Africans, more ships, etc., in this circle devoid of virtue. And therein you begin to see the rise of capitalism. You begin to see also the rise of slave revolts, particularly in the Caribbean, which, as I tell the story, leads to the great trek from the Caribbean to the North American mainland up until about 1750. London sees the Caribbean as more valuable than the North American mainland, and even after 1750, for that matter. And of course, coming to the mainland brings no surcease. There's still slave revolts. 1712, New York City, 1739, South Carolina, 1741, New York City. Of course, the settlers try to do an end run around this process by establishing a so-called all-white colony in Georgia in 1733. But alas, that doesn't work because it basically imports class contradictions between and amongst Europeans across the Atlantic. These settlements were supposed to be a way to circumvent class contradictions, not recreate them in the new world, so to speak. And not to mention the fact that South Carolina borders Georgia, and many of the settlers were slyly importing African labor, even though they were not supposed to be doing so. And ultimately, of course, we know the story, since per the 2010 census, Georgia had more Black people than any other state in the USA. So obviously, creating the all-white colony did not work, so to speak. But in any case, this leads to an attempt by Spain in the south and Florida, the French in the north and Quebec, to overthrow the rule of London in the so-called colonies. But that leads to the so-called 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, where London is able to deliver a knockout blow to the French in Quebec and to the Spanish in Florida. But then this is where the traditional narrative kicks in, and also usually where our friends on the left arrive on the scene. I mean, they're not too conversant with any history before 1756. That seems to be the starting point. That's where they pick up the story. With the 7 Years' War, and then the English or the Londoners ask for more taxes. The settlers, as they are today, don't like to pay taxes. I guess they're too accustomed to people working for free on their behalf. And that plants the seeds of a revolt, helped along by the fact of the so-called proclamation line, where London expresses displeasure at continuing to move west, attacking Native American nations, and so that land speculators like George Washington can prevail. In my fall 2025 book, The Capital of Slavery, Washington, D.C., 1800 to 1865, I'm able to get a peek at the last will and testament of George Washington, which I quote at length. And you won't believe the amount of land that this one guy, for example, I mean, makes Donald Trump look like a piker. by way of comparison. His lineal descendant in more ways than one, or his lineal ancestor in more ways than one, to put it another way. In any case, that and increasing reliance on Black troops in the British Empire. You might be familiar with this Denzel Washington movie made early in his career. I think it's called For Queen and Country, where he plays a Black soldier in the red coat, for example. It's worth seeing. In any case, that leads to contradictions along with a mass movement in the British Isles against slavery. That plants the seeds for the revolt of 1776. And as I said before, it's not just Gerald Horne and Nicole Hannah-Jones that have been raising questions about 1776. Although, interestingly enough, it's been mostly Black intellectuals, for whatever reason, with the so-called white left counterattacking vigorously. In some ways, de facto supporting the 1776 commission of one Donald J. Trump.
Can you talk about Marx's analysis of capitalism and how that's valid today or relevant?
Well, sure. I mean, obviously, class struggle is a concept that's highly relevant. Class collaboration is a concept that's highly relevant. The theory of surplus value, that is to say that workers do not necessarily appropriate all the value that they create, that you have this parasitic class. So I wish Noam Chomsky well. I understand he could be in better health. Obviously, he's made significant contributions to intellectual discourse in this country, anti-war opposition during the zenith of the tragic and genocidal war in Indochina. And I wish him well as he moves towards recovery. With regard to the music industry, you know that I did a book, Jazz and Justice, which implicates the role of organized crime in the rise of this new music, which by many accounts has its roots in New Orleans in the late 19th century as a result of the post-Civil War dispensation, whereby the Union soldiers leave instruments behind that are picked up by the formerly enslaved population, with New Orleans also having a pre-Civil War history of a thriving music culture of various sorts, and these various streams and strands integrated with African percussion brought across the Atlantic by the enslaved, that helps to create a new music that initially is associated with bordello culture. And then at a certain point, around the time of World War I, there is an attack on bordello culture, and you see a diaspora of musicians moving to various sites, including St. Louis, up the Mississippi River, and then westward to Kansas City, eastward to Chicago. That's the traditional story.
Hold on a minute,
although,
Stanley.
like most historical.
I was wondering if he's talking about jazz, like the old Louisiana jazz. What was that, like the first American black music? Because I know blues came.
Why would jazz?
No,
jazz was not the first American black music.
Well, what kind of music is he talking about?
Well, I think he wrote a book on jazz.
Yeah, well, he was saying that, like, after the Civil War, or somewhere around there, like, all these Yankees left their instruments, and then they picked them up and started playing them, or something like that, right? So
okay.
I'm wondering, like, what kind of music was that?
Well, I don't know. You want me to find the name of his book? I think it's been written. I'll go ahead and finish playing this, and then I'll find the book for
counts. Here's another word to our friends on the left, that history is not necessarily settled postulates, as some would like to think. In other words, part of the reason we tell this New Orleans-centric story is that archivists and interviewers at Tulane University at a certain point began to interview Black musicians in New Orleans, and that's how they got that New Orleans-centric story. You have folks now in the city of Memphis, also on the Mississippi River, who would like to tell a different story about Memphis being the seedbed of this music, but not having a university like Tulane with oral historians and interviewers and archivists taking down the stories of the musicians, for example. St. Louis also makes a similar claim, for example. But New Orleans has the advantage in the sense that it's close to the Caribbean. We already know that there's a Caribbean stream into the creation of this new music. There is a Mexican stream, and of course, New Orleans is closer to Mexico, and particularly Veracruz and Tampico than Memphis or St. Louis. But the bordello culture aforementioned is heavily tied to organized crime, which gets in on the ground floor of this new music. You know that I also wrote books about boxing and the film industry, and organized crime is also essential to those two popular culture branches of the United States of America.
And if I could interject for 1 second, can you also add how drugs and heroin and cocaine, follow this narrative of music and organized crime as you continue?
Well, that's particularly the case post-World War II. As you know, during World War II, U.S. collaborates with post-1945 fascists and fascist elements in Italy in particular. And that leads to a kind of devil's bargain as they begin to accelerate the exporting of drugs into the United States, particularly into Black communities. And oftentimes you have unscrupulous record producers and record company executives who intentionally try to hook, if you like, musicians on drugs, because then they don't have to pay them as much, for example. And then it spreads like wildfire through various communities, for example. You have a similar phenomenon in the boxing industry as well, with the rise of organized crime, and of course, as aforementioned, the film industry.
Do you want to talk about gangster rap, and is there any complicity between the government and the CIA bringing drugs into Black community?
Well, as I said, you have organized crime being an essential element of capitalism in the United States of America. To a certain extent, you could see the slave trade as an early expression of organized crime, because when the United States takes over the captaining of the slave trade, it's mostly against the law, for example. In the United States, for example, it's against the law circa 1808 or so. Although we know, as I point out in my book on Brazil, The Deepest South, that U.S. nationals were in the forefront of enslaving Africans in Angola and dragging them to Brazil, dragging them to Cuba. So organized crime, and of course, I will not object if you allege that capitalism itself is a form of organized crime, but organized crime and gangsters have been essential to the political economy of capitalism. Particularly,
did he just say that
sinking its claws
is organized crime? Well, I
He
guess
said
that
he
could
wouldn't.
be argued.
He said he wouldn't argue if someone suggested it.
Yeah.
Into the flesh of major cities, New York and Los Angeles and Chicago.
I'm sorry, what?
That could be argued. I mean, the way they wanted total control over
and then
basically
there's
everything.
turf wars. Yep, a lot of comparisons.
Chicago in particular, and part of the contradiction is that this is a kind of class mobility for those who oftentimes were on the bottom rungs of whiteness. I'm thinking of the Italian American community, for example, which was subject to lynching in New Orleans in the 1890s, the Jewish American community, the Irish American community, and of course, there have been films devoted to their ascension in the ranks of organized crime, State of Grace with Sean Penn, for example. And so this also operates as a kind of class mobility because in a generation or two, you see these organized crime families migrate into so-called respectable capitalism. If you look at the Bronfman family, which was involved in bootleg liquor when there was prohibition, and then migrates into the film industry, migrates into DuPont Chemical, for example. The family is still with us, playing a central role in the political economy, not only of capitalism, but interestingly enough, of the Zionist movement as well. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, thanks. So any suggestions for how we, as we move forward with our activism to deal with organizations like COINTELPRO?
Well, first of all, I should say with regard to Freeway Ricky Ross, you can go to C-SPAN and watch the hearing involving former CIA Director John Deutsch, D-E-U-T-S-C-H, as I recall, speaking to a Black community in Los Angeles at the height of the crack epidemic. You can look at the investigative work of then Senator John Kerry, K-E-R-R-Y, with regard to the same question, particularly involving the Contras, the counter-revolutionaries of Nicaragua, for example. With regard to the counterintelligence program inaugurated by the FBI in 1956, ostensibly to monitor, surveil, if not crush, the Communist Party of the United States, quickly migrating into attacks on the Black Liberation Movement, the anti-Jim Crow movement, the movement led by Martin Luther King Jr., for example. How to combat it? Well, I'll return to first principles, which is that given the oftentimes adverse correlation of forces that Black people face in the United States of America, we have to internationalize our struggle if we plan to make progress, if we plan to make advances. And if we don't internationalize our struggle, it seems to me that we're handicapping ourselves.
Gotcha. So listen, you've taken more than enough time, and I definitely appreciate it. Is there anything you'd like to tell the audience that we haven't talked about?
I think we covered the waterfront.
I think we covered everything. This is like so rich. I'm so grateful. So I'll be in touch with you, and as soon as I get this edited, and I'll send it over. And again, anything you need, just let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Take care. Bye.
That was a great interview, Stanley.
Yep. Like I said, Gerald Horn is probably my favorite male historian.
This is what they voted for.
And the only reason I say male is I have a favorite female historian. Maggie Muffy Merkin.
I didn't know if you want to go into hypotheses and about.
No, I've seen that video before.
Oh yeah, I haven't.
Yeah, you have. We watched it months ago.
About the Solutrean hypotheses.
Yes.
Arctic Bridge.
Yep. Believe me, I remember it. We went round and round about it.
Pictured here fits this description of a Black American who is a poor example of what her office ought to represent. Karen Bass is an example of with American politics.
So California Mayor Karen Bass reportedly is offering cash assistance to immigrants that are affected by the ice raid.
Uh-huh.
This is the same same mayor who a few months ago was in Africa reportedly attending an African president's inauguration while skipping her own country's inauguration. She was in Africa while her state was burning to the ground. And many of those citizens that lost everything due to those wildfires only received $700, but now she has money to give to immigrants. This is also the same mayor who reportedly was behind a plot in the 1980s to blow up the Capitol and was given a pardon by none other than Bill Epstein Clinton. Yeah, so I would say by now, you guys, that it's clear as day what this Democrat Party is all about. They are anti-America. The only thing they push is for men to be women, women to be men, racism when they are the party that's behind it, and abortion. I would say that they should just go ahead and secede from the union because there's no unity. It's no United States of America as long as you have red and blue, in my opinion. They might as well just go ahead and succeed from the union because I guarantee you if they succeed from the union, they will fail quickly once they...
Well, the one thing that black conservatives share with the niggers is bad English.
Realize that they won't get far without the American workers' tax dollars.
She can't.
Well, I think it's safe to say that she's not a Karen Bass.
Come on, man. You don't agree with her?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't. To be honest,
You saying I have bad grammar, Stanley?
no. I'm saying the one thing.
About the girl on the video.
The one thing that black conservatives share with the people they criticize is they don't have a strong command of English.
Oh, I heard you say niggers. You say they share with niggers.
She keeps saying that somebody needs to succeed from the union.
Succeed.
That's SUCCEED, not SECEDE. So if you're gonna be a black conservative, go all the way and use correct or proper English. That's my only insistence.
Oh, okay. I thought the first time you made
more information about her belonging to a group that was trying to blow up the Capitol, and that she was pardoned by Bill Epstein Clinton. I guess y'all got that, but I couldn't verify that. According to the co-pilot, that's not true. She did not do that. She has been in California politics for a long time. She was in the United States House of Representatives for several years, and then she decided to run for mayor of Los Angeles, and she won. And as far as I can see, I don't live in California, but I have family members that live in California, in Orange County, and in Los Angeles. So nobody that I know is impressed with Karen Bass. I spoke about this before when it was known that the ICE agents were coming to arrest the illegal immigrants in her city. Instead of her anticipating that there might be an uprising because the tensions were so high, because those people really believe that law enforcement is wrong. That even though they came into this city or they came into this country illegally, what ICE is doing to them is wrong. They're not the ones that's wrong. Law enforcement is the one that's wrong. And Karen Bass did not seem to prepare the people of Los Angeles for what was going to happen. Donald Trump had to call in the National Guard and the Marines for her to declare a curfew on the city. That's poor leadership right there. And now she has managed to dig up money to give to the undocumented migrants who are afraid to come out of their house and go to work because they're afraid they're going to be picked up by ICE. So now she has magically come up with money to give to them. Now, what's ironic about that to me is that black people in California are trying to get reparations for slavery. They are not there illegally. ICE is not looking for them.
I'm sorry, what?
Where'd she get that money to give them what do they call it? An Angelino card or some shit like that.
It's to be honest, I'm vaguely aware of the story. I don't live in California, so I don't know the details. And
I
quite
wonder
frankly,
where that money's coming from.
that's a California problem, not mine, not a national problem, to be honest.
Well, I find it interesting though that suddenly she got all this money to give out to illegal immigrants affected by ICE.
Yep, I agree. It's interesting.
And they need their money too. The least that she could do would be to speak out on behalf of the reparations task force and make the case of why those black people in California should be given reparations. She hasn't said anything about reparations as far as I know.
Oh, this is
and she
funny.
certainly has.
Oh, damn it. Oh my boy, you are just full of them today, aren't you, Nonit? Well,
that Karen Bass, she's a laughing stock, man. Of
guess
America.
I'm gonna have to use this as as a show title. I can't resist it. That is funny.
Spoken out in support of it. And those black people in California are not illegally. They're not talking about giving money to illegals or undocumented people. And the main thing about it was that California was not even a slave state. But when those people from the South moved to California with those slaves, they still held those people enslaved. And their descendants need to be paid for that. She has now decided that she's going to raid some kind of local fund that they have. It sounds like an emergency fund for the people of Los Angeles. She's going to take that money and give it to the people who are afraid to come out of their house. I believe that it is unlawful for her to be doing that. It's like she's harboring criminals. She's supporting criminals, helping them to evade the law. I believe there's something wrong with that. Matter of fact, I thought she was going to get arrested when she tried to stand in the way of ICE arresting those illegals. Because here's the thing, they have a reparations in California. And she has not said anything about that for her own people, but she's out there basically breaking the law for the illegals, giving them money that should go to the people of Los Angeles. Los Angeles has a serious homeless problem. The people in Los Angeles are already saying the rent is too high, food is too high. The people of Los Angeles need that money for what it's for. And then he earlier in the video, the lady said that the people that were victims of those fires that were burning out of control when she was in Ghana to the inauguration of the new president of Ghana, they only got $700. That money needed to go to those people. They needed more assistance than $700. The people of Los Angeles need help. And that's her primary responsibility to all of the people of Los Angeles, not just undocumented workers. Here she is trying to give some kind of justification for why she's giving these people that money.
In our community development programs, there's resources there in our family resource centers, but we also are going to have a reinstitution of the Angelino card, something that Mayor Garcetti started during COVID that will actually provide cash assistance to people. Because, you know, you have people who don't want to leave their homes, who are not going to work, and they are in need of cash. You know, I have met with family members who they needed two incomes in order to make the rent. Well, one income was lost in a raid when someone was detained, and this woman with her children now is concerned that she might face being evicted and being homeless. And so it's that type of emergency assistance, and we're fortunate that there's a lot of philanthropic partners who have contributed, and many more I hope that will join in and contribute.
Those people are in a bad situation. Some of them, I'm sure, came here with their parents illegally and have lived here for many years, have made their life here, built their families here, but they were always illegal. So the question is it wrong? Is it wrong to send them back to their original homeland? That's a question. It is a question. But the fact of the matter is, she also has people who are citizens of that city who are in need. And I'm going to just throw this in. For Karen Bass, it may not just be political. Karen Bass was married to a Mexican man from 1980 to 1986. They had a daughter. Her daughter and
Oh, here we
son-in-law were
go.
killed in a car accident in 2006. Reportedly,
Mm.
Karen Bass and her divorced husband stayed on good terms. He went on to have 4 other children with some other relationship, Mexican children. And she has apparently embrace those children sort of like as her own. So she calls that her Latino family. So it's not just political with her, it's also personal. I have seen
Yeah.
pictures of her with these supposed stepchildren, but I haven't seen her with any black family. So this may be her family. So you do have to look at it from that point of view too. And some of them might be undocumented for all we know. So the oligarchy keeps on rolling. This woman is suggesting that these politicians are not using the money for what they say they're using it for. They're saying they are using it for one thing, but they're actually pocketing the money. That would not surprise us. It would not
Damn.
surprise us. But I do know that as far as I'm concerned, Karen Bass
That's a high
is
crime and
what's wrong with
misdemeanor,
politics.
Stanley.
She doesn't even seem like an honest broker to me. The way she's moving in Los Angeles, it's like Los Angeles is separate from the rest of the country and that they don't have to follow the rules and that she can just make up the rules as she goes. I think it sets a terrible
Yeah.
precedent for young people in this country who would like to go into politics for the right reason. But we shall see how this all turns out. But it just seems to me like what she's doing is not quite on the up and up. But let me know what you think about
Stanley,
this.
this
Thank you for
reminds me of
listening and
some
have a good
Portia.
evening.
Portia would say something like, just like this lady. Portia would probably say the same thing.
Yeah, well, you know what? I would say the same thing to Portia that I will say to Lady Boulay. You don't seem to know a whole lot about this. There's a lot of conjecture there, and you're basically being no better than a MAGA commentator in this case.
Hmm.
Something doesn't smell right, but that that little report that she did is very light on details.
Can you put her link in the back, Stanley?
Lady Boulay's link?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir.
There we go.
Yeah,
All right. Well, this
You say you might look at that Asian link I sent you later or something. Not at all. I'm just curious.
Well, I asked if you wanted to talk about it tomorrow. I guess we can look at it before we do this.
Okay. This was just the first one I found. I had found one I thought was better, but this was the first one I found, and it still has the same information in it. It's just it's put on by a different person.
The GOV is trying to say that birthright citizenships of Native Americans isn't a real thing. That we were not here, and so it's not all right just to be a citizen of America because.
Okay, well, she's starting off badly.
Why is that? Why is that
birthright if you go back and you look at the 14th Amendment, the problem with birthright citizenship, they were basically considered semi-sovereign or sovereign. Okay, they weren't technically citizens of the United States because they didn't pay taxes and they were kind of citizens of their own little, whatever land the government gave them. It was considered semi-autonomous. So that's where the complication is. Native Americans are not going to be tossed out. If Trump is able to get rid of birthright citizenship, and I actually don't think he will be able to, they're not going to be dispossessed. So she's starting off wrong. She's starting off wrong. The birthright citizenship for Indians back in that time was complicated by the fact that if they didn't pay taxes to the U.S. government, they were probably citizens of whatever tribe or whatever tribal land they were on.
Okay, this statement, I think the statement that she was making came out as a result of ICE raiding.
Okay, and the problem is she is wrong.
ICE is raiding Indian.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying, because I'm not talking about ICE. I literally said the 14th. I literally said the 14th Amendment. I didn't mention ICE. Her history is wrong. That's my statement. Don't even know about ICE raiding the res.
Now I'm hearing because we actually came from Siberia and we weren't always here.
Birthright citizenship has nothing to do with where her ancestors came from.
Trump out here doing his big one, huh? Okay, let's get into it. I know everybody's talking about this, right? The birthright citizenship of Native Americans, because you can't be a citizen and indigenous all at the same time.
I was trying to avoid this.
Actually, you can.
You know who signed that act into existence? Okay, let's go to their daddy. In
Go ahead. It's all good.
Kelvin Cool.
Did somebody say something?
That was the one I wanted. I see this not the one I was looking for, but it's all on here anyway. Go ahead.
Okay.
Rich is the reason why the Native Americans got Indian citizenship. Okay. And let's remember, all this right here was not for political reasons. This was for personal reasons because he was tied to the Native Americans. So what he did was he just signed that shit into law while he was president. Like, fuck it, you're gonna be a citizen today. Okay. So if this is your land already, right? Why the hell you need citizenship? That don't even sound right, bro. I guess we know why they did it, right?
Man, get in here. It just got juicy. So in case you ain't heard, they've been having these birthright 14th Amendment secret meetings. And you know me, Yeti had to get in on it and why it's so secretive, because you haven't been hearing about it, right? They use some phrases in there like Aborigines, African descent, right? Now I go look it up. And guess who are the Aborigines? You and I. But it gets a little more deeper. Let me show you these receipts. Let me show you these receipts, baby. The truth is coming out. Now, the Supreme Court had ruled that nobody, literally nobody, and I marked it in yellow, is not a citizen of the United States. All the immigrants are considered citizens of Washington, D.C.
Bullshit.
So they've been using us all along, right? Because I'm going to show you the word Aborigines, where they took out the 14th Amendment in a minute, but they've been using us. And this is what I mean. The 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendment are considered the second constitution for so-called African Americans. So we have our own constitution. Right. So what they've been doing, they've been using us, piggyback off of us. Well,
you know what? I got to stop it here. The stupidity is giving me a headache. Is he saying black people have their own constitution? Can somebody help me the fuck out here? Who are these people? No.
saying,
No. If you have to translate what he's saying, then dude, if you have to decipher or translate his English, why do people do that? Either you
he's
make your point.
The 14th Amendment was specifically for slaves and black people,
and he would be wrong. He would be wrong. He would be wrong. Clarence Thomas says the Constitution is colorblind. So which is it?
Well, why was the 14th Amendment written, Stanley?
Okay, you know what? I think I am getting tired because I've had to deal with this sort of retarded version of I think I know American history for damn near 9 hours now, and I'm getting real exhausted. Okay, Donald Trump, motherfucker, you know what? I'm about to put your ass in the back. Just be quiet till I'm done. Donald Trump says that it's for black people. Clarence Thomas says that, oh no, the Constitution is colorblind. So we have a failure to communicate within the MAGA party. The reason there is a 14th Amendment was because of Africans and slavery. However, it is not just for Black Americans. The reason it exists is because of Black Americans, but it's not just for Black Americans. Can you understand the difference?
I think so, Stanley.
Okay, because there's a whole, number one, blacks weren't the only people who weren't considered citizens. There were some Indians, not the ones this Indian chick was talking about. There were also, there was a group of gypsies, believe it or not. And there was like a colony of them who had intermingled with black people down in the New Orleans area. So there was some gray area with the Romanis in right around the New Orleans area. There were also Chinese that were somehow or another mixed up. And I just haven't had a chance to go back and look at the actual deliberations before coming. They were debating the the 14th Amendment. There was a version before the 14th Amendment actually became the 14th Amendment. There was language to the effect that it would be for just black people. I think that's how it went. The final version. Okay, don't tell me about the pre-14th Amendment writing. Tell me about the 14th Amendment. And the 14th Amendment does not specify black people for a reason. And that reason is they didn't want it to apply just to black people. People need to fucking be able to figure this part out.
So
it is so annoying that the Constitution doesn't say anything about black people in it, at least in the 14th Amendment. However, all of a sudden, the 14th Amendment is for black people. When they were debating affirmative act, okay, dude, don't interrupt. When they were debating affirmative action, it is literally in Justice Roberts' majority opinion, and Clarence Thomas added his own opinion to join the majority. They both said that the 14th Amendment was colorblind. So all of a sudden, it's not colorblind. MAGA is inconsistent on this point.
I agree with you, Stanley. And if you look at the last time the Supreme Court ruled on the 14th Amendment, it was about an Asian guy that was born here and then had to go back to
the birthright citizenship part of the 14th Amendment is more than just about more than just
And
about birthright
food.
citizenship. But yeah, he was Chinese. By the way, he wound up moving back to China because every time he came back from China, they would harass him, even with that
Really?
that Supreme Court ruling. Yes, he wound up leaving the United States permanently. The 14th Amendment, there's the due process clause that's been used several different ways. Bottom line is, I don't want to hear about black people in the 14th Amendment because Clarence Thomas has said, or I'm pretty sure he said it as well as Chief Justice Roberts, that the Constitution is colorblind. All of a sudden, it's not colorblind. Which is it?
Stanley, I didn't think you'd be a fan of Clarence Thomas.
Okay, I'm not a fan of Clarence Thomas. I'm telling you what he said. That just because I'm quoting him doesn't mean I'm a fan.
Well, you are right now.
No, still not a fan. I'm just, Donald Trump says it's for black people. Clarence Thomas, who probably voted for Donald Trump says it's not.
Stanley.
So which is it?
Trump is wrong.
Well, you know what? It's refreshing to hear you say that. But in any case, this dude basically coming, I don't even know, is this dude even speaking English? Where is he getting that black people in America have their own constitution? Where's he getting that?
I don't know, Stanley.
Wait, I gotta go back. Let me rewind this because I gotta hear it again.
Rewind that shit.
Aborigines, where they took out the 14th Amendment in a minute, but they've been using us. And this is what I mean. The 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendment are considered the second constitution for so-called African Americans. So we have our own.
No, it's considered this. I think they call it the second revolution, not the second constitution.
Constitution. So what they've been doing,
I'm sorry, not the second revolution, the second founding.
Using us, piggyback off of us, tells them, well, we got citizenship too. But no, they only got citizenship in Washington, D.C. Now, this receipt I'm about to show you, keep in mind that no Native Americans became citizens until 1924. So keep that in mind. Now, take a screenshot. Take a screenshot because this is very important. Take a screenshot. Now, take a screenshot again because I had to cut it down. Before the 14th Amendment explicitly, right, excludes Aborigines. Who is the Aborigines? Who? Understood as the indigenous peoples of the Americas. And those of African descent from citizenship. Now, hold up. If the Native Americans didn't become citizens until 1924, well, then who's the Aborigines then? You and I.
Where is he getting this from?
I don't know, Stanley. I don't remember in American history have we ever called them Aborigines. I thought that was an Australian.
Okay, well, you could call them Aborigines. They were basically the original. It's a fancy word for the original inhabitants. They're First Nations. There are all kinds of names for Indians.
Oh, right, yeah.
Anyway,
just call them natives or something.
Native Americans, Aborigines. I've called them I've called them American Aboriginals before. There are a lot of different names you can call them. Bottom line is, how is he figuring out that if the Aborigines are Indians and they got citizenship in 1924, then we were the Aborigines because we got citizenship before them. I think that's what he's saying. I don't. You know what? Let's just go to something that's easier to understand, and that's racism. I've been wanting to show this I've been wanting to show Amy Wax in her native state, and this is an interview. I think it's a college student or
Stanley,
something.
you're the most terrible racist I've ever known.
You know what? And this is the other thing I talked about this morning, pointing out instances of racism. People seem to think that makes me a racist. If I say that America is fundamentally a racist country, that makes me the racist, right?
I think you might be historically correct, Stanley, on that.
Okay, well, the bottom line is people, you know what? I might actually go back and clip today's show as well, because Ryan and I just had a very blunt conversation. I may go back and clip it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on. You've been kind of a controversial subject in some circles recently. You are currently in a dispute with Penn Law School, as far as I understand. What is this dispute about? If people don't know about this, because I'm sure a big chunk of my audience knows what this is about, but I would just like to catch everyone, the stragglers, up to what exactly the matter of this dispute is, and then we can move from there.
Well, I'm not in a dispute with Penn Law. They're in a dispute with me. So all the disputation is coming from their end. I think it, really started back in 2017, the Penn Law's dissatisfaction with me, and I am a tenured law professor, so I do have some status there, when I published just a very innocuous op-ed in the Philadelphia Inquirer, our local city paper, with a colleague from San Diego, Larry Alexander, in praise of bourgeois values. It was really a little piece about how so many of our problems in the United States would be alleviated if people stuck to a code of conduct that was more front and center back in the 50s and early part of the 20th century, that exemplified what you would call, I guess, the Protestant virtues. And in the course of that op-ed, we did say that not all cultures are alike, not all habits and behaviors are equally valuable. In our culture, which we described as a technological first world culture, and that some habits and behaviors made for a more successful and better life. And so we kind of rejected this all cultures are equivalent multicultural dogma that, seems to prevail in some quarters. Anyway, it shouldn't have been controversial.
I meant to preface this video with, she is what Be Brave wishes he could be. She's just as racist as Be Brave is, but she's better able to justify some of her racist beliefs. She's eminently smarter. I mean, she's got an MD.
She articulates it better.
No, she literally understands her own arguments. And just, as an aside, it doesn't particularly mean anything, but she's got a Harvard MD and a Columbia JD. She was a neurologist way back in the day. So the woman is drop dead smart. However, she is just different. But what I'm saying is that she will make a lot of points that Be Brave does. She just, articulates them better, of course, but she actually understands the roots of her argument. Be Brave just watches a video and just kind of, he gets his facts from videos. She gets her facts from books, and she actually understands her arguments. So she is a better racist, and she is what Be Brave wishes he could be as a racist.
Controversial, but some people at my school, some students and professors.
I wonder what?
I wonder why she got into neurology, because she wanted to see into people's brains or what? I have my own neurologist, so.
Okay, well, she went to college and wanted to be a doctor. Why do you think? I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, why did she become a neurologist?
I don't know. Ask her. Why do people become obstetricians? I guess she liked neurology.
Professors objected to it. One professor ginned up a statement condemning me. It was very vague what they were condemning me for. My dean also issued a negative statement about my opinions and my positions and my politics. And a number of student protest groups lined up behind him, or perhaps one should say ahead of him, since he tends to follow opinion of our least tutored members of our university, which are the students. So that dean, my dean's name is Ted Ruger. But just not to draw this out, it followed condemnation of a number of statements I made in podcasts about affirmative action, about immigration, about Western civilization, all of which are in tension with the zeitgeist, the woke zeitgeist, that the progressive tenets and principles that seem to now be, the dominant ones on campus. And there was sort of wave after wave of criticism from my dean, from various student groups, from politicians. I've just been subject to multiple instances of condemnation for my positions that I've expressed extramurally outside the school. And now this has all come to a head because a few months ago, my dean filed formal charges against me. He initiated a disciplinary proceeding, which now has gone to the university faculty senate. All of the protocols are laid out in the faculty handbook, and they are now considering a whole laundry list of complaints against me, infractions I have supposedly committed against.
By the way, this back and forth with her and the law school dean, this is like a 10-year-old. This has like been going on for 10 years. And finally, they just, they've been going for 10 years. Amy, you need to do better. Please stop pissing off the students. And she intentionally pushed limits. And finally, they're just like, you know what? You've been doing this for 10 years. It's time to do some disciplinary action. And it's been to court. She has intentionally made this bloody, and now she wants to pretend that she is the victim. 10 years.
The mission of the university, the core values of the university, and this includes accusations of racism and sexism and xenophobia and white supremacy and all the usual
and this,
labels.
by the way, this video is 2 years old. I think she's between the 2 years and now. I think she's actually been suspended. And again, she's a tenured professor. She was a tenured professor. Now she's had a cancer. She is in her 70s. She should be retiring, but she's a tough old woman, and she wants to be right. And what she's saying is very much from her perspective, but no, there is another side of this story. And I've known about her for 5 years. Because first time I knew of her was on Glenn Lowry's show about 5 years ago. And she is just fascinating. I hope she gets into some of her thoughts on immigration. She will make Donald Trump look good with some of her viewpoints.
That are put on people who express unpopular views. Views that are not popular in the academy anyway. So now I am in the middle of trying to protect my job, defend myself, and the like. This is a kind of long, convoluted story, but Alex, what it really boils down to is an attempt to discipline me and perhaps even fire me for unapproved positions that I have expressed. And I consider that a very ominous development because it just betokens a broader trend of higher education trying to force out people who do not adhere to this narrow band of dogma. Once again, this kind of far left progressive woke dogma about a whole host of topics. I think there is a trend on to purge higher education of dissenters, to make it a bastion of one point of view that is educationally disastrous. It is disastrous for scholarship, for the telos of the university, which is the search for truth. This is not a positive trend. So as a result, I am fighting for my job and for my rights as a professor to hold and express my own opinions. And that's really what this case is about.
Yeah, I always found it very interesting. And whenever you come up, even in kind of more dissident podcasts, I mean, maybe a bit less dissident to this one, but, you know, the anti-woke podcast, even friends, people who are kind of friendly and open to your positions are like, oh, I don't agree with most of what Professor Wax has to say. But, you know, there's always kind of this preamble, this hedging, this, but they never really say what exactly it is that you are supposed to have said that is incorrect, or they don't really attack you on your position, or not actually attack, but they disavow, you know, your very being, like you're some strange, you know, black hole that travels through the world that needs to be, you know, people need to insulate themselves from you. I mean, how have you felt this? Because you've gotten open letters from people who I suppose were your colleagues, who some of them you were close with. I mean, how has this felt on a personal level to be ostracized just like that?
Well, first of all, let me say about this kind of ritualistic litany that always accompanies any mention of my name, even on the right. It's this interesting kind of runaway phenomenon, and it's very typical of our internet age that, you know, this habit will form. Everybody needs to disavow me and the substance of my positions, even if they defend my right to say it. And it's curious because if you ask them point blank what exactly I said and when I said it and what point I was trying to make, they couldn't tell you. It's just a form of kind of, you know, luxury gesturing, of showing that you're a good person somehow now equates with condemning what Amy Wax says. And it's mindless. I mean, it's totally mindless how people become radioactive like this, even on the right. I mean, the right, you know, is very much into policing their own, which is a habit that I think they should probably drop for all sorts of reasons. So I just, you know, it's very frustrating to now become this outcast, even, you know, at the far ends of the political spectrum. There are people, you know, who are like that. I mean, Jared Taylor is one, Charles Murray. Often, Alex, I think it has to do with the topic of race, which is really radioactive. It's a third rail. And if you say the wrong things, even on the right, about race, if you're an overt so-called race realist, for example, and, you know, I can explore with you what that means, that is even verboten on the right. But what does it feel like for me? You know, I'm a target of the so-called cancel culture. It means that I'm a pariah in my own institution. No one will really stand up and defend me, partly because they're cowardly and they don't want to get in, you know, be bothered, partly because they're afraid that they will be targeted as I have been targeted. And even if the administration gives them a pass, the students are basically little tyrants. I mean, they have learned to be big bullies because the system empowers them. they have a megaphone in the internet and, the media. They can gin up any sort of condemnation you can imagine. And those events and labels and gestures stick. They really do stick. And it's very hard to, go back from them. I have lost friends. People have ghosted me, but I've made new friends. There are a lot of people out there very sympathetic, not just to my right to speak out as an academic, but also to the substance of some of the things I've been saying, which, have very little foothold in the university. Once again, just for examples, realism about race, restrictionism on immigration, a behavioral emphasis for getting ahead, a rejection of the pervasive power of structural racism, the defense of Western civilization and its outsized achievements. All of this kind of rhetoric has a very sympathetic hearing outside the academy. In the real world, I guess, there's many millions of knuckle-dragging deplorables who talk about this stuff all the time, but not in academia. So really, I've had to seek friends outside academia. And here's what I've learned. There is a lively, intelligent, nuanced community of people, highly informed, very well-read, very thoughtful, who exist outside the academy today. And the academy, as far as I'm concerned, is kind of a dead zone in a lot of ways now.
Okay, again, I've been following this woman, and believe it or not, you'll never believe this. Her demeanor, like her manner of speaking, actually reminds me a lot of my mother-in-law.
Oh,
However, well, my
she
mother-in-law was Eastern European, so she had kind of the dark features, like this woman does. What she means by race realist essentially is that there's a lot of biology involved in her arguments. She is one who looks at IQ. She thinks a lot of the problems that Black Americans have in the US are basically based in biology. She believes that race is real. She's an MD. She has an MD, but she believes that a lot of the differences in race are biological, even though there's science out there basically contradicting her. And she is a trained scientist. She still believes it. So that is her definition of race realism. Jared Taylor is another one. And I suspect, and I don't know how the two intersect or interact, but I would almost guarantee you that people like Jared Taylor shun her. The reason she's been in trouble with the university is she has made the statement that, she personally has never had a Black law student at UPenn. UPenn is an Ivy League school. She's never had a Black student that she knows of that's been like a top 10 or top quarter of the class. Now, the bottom line is how she doesn't know this for a fact, but she pissed. Now, if you're a professor, and no, she hasn't said any of this on campus, but she has said it, at different conferences and stuff. And all this stuff gets back to the student body. She literally, at one point in time, they banned her from teaching first-year law students. She was just, they wouldn't let her teach freshmen or 1Ls. I also know at one point she was only teaching, she taught conservatism and the law, those sorts of classes. She was she was basically teaching conservatism. She had Jared Taylor. She had Jared Taylor there to talk to her law classes. She's touched a lot of live wires. And then she wants to play victim. Okay, you bring an avowed white supremacist to your class to talk conservatism in the law. Yeah, you might get in a little bit of hot water. But she wants to say, hey, this is academic freedom.
That was my main problem with her, Stanley. She likes to pull that victim card.
Yeah, exactly.
I disagree. I disagree with both of you. I agree
Who
with her
gives a fuck?
academic freedom.
You know what? I'm just
I
going to say,
do.
you know what? I'm not going to even debate this with you.
I know, Stanley, but you got to be able to see the other side of it.
The race realism alone is enough to just kind of call her a crank and move on. But you go ahead, Dave. I know you are lapping this up. You are lapping this up like a kitten with a kitten and cream.
No, I do.
I'm saying cream because it's white. You're lapping it up.
Well, you can stack up all the assumptions you want against me, but
no. These aren't assumptions I'm making.
Yeah, they are. But I think she should be allowed to. She should be allowed to have academic freedom.
Okay.
Jerry Taylor,
And you
I
know
don't think
what?
they have the
And
same.
you know what?
I don't think they have the same
Here
philosophy.
is the deal. She has had academic freedom. She intentionally goes out and pushes the boundaries. Okay, at some point in time, you've got to stop worrying about your academic freedom and start worrying about whether she literally wasn't allowed to teach freshmen. Freshmen would not take her class. Okay, when does academic freedom start working against the benefit of the school and your peers? Okay, if people aren't coming to your law school because Amy Wax teaches there, that is bigger than her academic freedom.
That's so dumb.
How is it dumb? How is it dumb?
So people avoided the school because Amy Wax taught them?
See, of course, you're not going to concentrate on the crux of it. She is driving people away. It's like, hey, if this racist works there, it must be a racist school. I don't want to go there.
You didn't see that, Deacon Dave?
I think both of you are absorbed.
No, what it is these people like Deacon Dave and Amy Wax don't care about other people. Okay.
I don't. I think
okay, don't interrupt. Let me finish describing you and your Bride of Frankenstein, Amy Wax. Y'all don't care about other people's freedoms as long as yours are preserved.
That's right.
I think this special victims unit that you like to tether yourself to is on any type of movement. It doesn't matter if it's
all
gay.
I have to say
Excuse me.
Amy Wax is the one playing victim.
Yeah, she's doing a good job without actually whining without a cause. She has a cause. She's keeping to.
Oh wow!
She's keeping to her academic integrity. And at some cost to somebody's emotions, well, I don't see why she can't.
See, this is the amazing thing. If you are causing other people strife, whether it's emotional or anything else, if you are affecting the school, if you are affecting your employer, even if you look, she represents that university as a tenured professor. Okay, whether she likes it or not, the professors, the faculty of an institution are a reflection of the institution. And she doesn't seem to understand that or care as long as she gets her academic freedom. Penn is an Ivy League school. A lot of the students that apply to Penn have other choices.
I'd say let them go. I mean, everybody can't be James.
Well,
James
for
Kennedy
10 years,
for
10 years or more, that's exactly what happened. They let them go, and it just got to a point to where she kept going farther and farther and farther. And finally, they just said, hey, look, we're going to bring you up for disciplinary action. They gave her, they didn't just fire her or anything like that. They said, we're going to bring you before an academic review board or whatever, the disciplinary board, whatever it's called. But it went on like this for years. And they just finally said enough.
There was several different ways I could have addressed this, because you said that her philosophy is that
I didn't
she
talk
believes
about
that.
her philosophy at all.
I know.
She is a
I
race
get it.
realist. That's what I
Right.
said.
And she believes that it's biological. Wouldn't Jared
Most race realists do.
Okay, so Jared Taylor is a race separatist, right?
I don't know
He's
that
a-
much about him.
None
He's
of
a
that
separatist.
shit works, stinking Dave. I mean, you're not gonna have any of that shit because we are a melting pot. I mean, we gotta live here
Well,
together.
I don't think I think we're more a mosaic. Okay, we don't melt into each other. I found a better analogy is a mosaic.
No, I didn't mean we melt into each other by saying melting pot. And I mean, we all live here.
I like that Stanley split the hair on that, because if you do say melting pot, it implies one thing, and in his mosaic example also it doesn't imply anything. It says that we could understand each other, but that don't mean we have to merge. That kind
Right,
of
but
way.
I mean, it basically a mosaic. It all fits together. Okay, if you
Right.
go
Well,
close, you see the picture. If you back away from it a few feet, you see a bigger picture. I just like that.
speak English, so that's a good start.
But the bottom line, and I plan on watching this video, but the bottom line is that she is wrong on this one.
Well, I do.
Academic freedom and all that sort of stuff. You don't have to make a spectacle of it.
Yeah,
She has literally gone out of her way to push boundaries. And Dave, you may not know this, but I've discovered her on Glenn Lowry's show, and I've been following her for it. Like every time something new comes out that she puts on YouTube or whatever, I watch it. I've been following her for like 5 years.
Yeah. Hold your enemies close and your friends closer, or something.
Well, you know what? It's one of these things where I think if we ever talked about anything but race, it's like, well, I also said she is what Be Brave wishes he could be.
Well, help me remember this. Now, she was on this podcast, this dad podcast, a while back ago, and
She
said that
probably was. I think she's been on Richard Hanania's class or podcast. I don't remember her on the dad podcast, but it wouldn't surprise me if she was. Let me look that up.
I thought we reviewed it like that. I dropped the link a while back, and it was I believe it was her, but you said that she wouldn't go on a podcast that wouldn't agree with her stance or allow her to talk freely.
Oh, absolutely. I've never, other than Glenn Lowry's about as far left as I've seen her interview.
She's white and privileged and oppressed. Can you believe that shit, Stanley? Where she goes on about how
Oh,
she's
you
so
should,
oppressed
you know
and
what? You should hear her talk about the Asians. Oh my God. She's worse with the Asians than she is with the blacks, believe it or not. But one of her biggest problems with the Asians is they vote left. I think if they all voted, on the right, she would be fine with them.
Oh, so she is more right leaning.
Oh my God, she
Is
is
that
the
what
standard.
you're saying?
She is the standard bearer of the right. The racist right. She is the queen. She is the queen mother of the racist right.
She's right of me.
I think you.
And that's pretty far.
I think she's to the right of Jared Taylor.
You believe everything on the right except the intellectual is got some type of mental problem. That's what I get from you.
Let me put it to you this way. I understand the right better than you do.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. You've been around.
And not only that, I understand the right better than anyone in this little black conservative YouTube corner. CT doesn't know shit. John doesn't know shit about the right. There is no one in this podcast who knows more about it than I do. And I hate to sound boastful, but that is the truth. I've read more. I've listened to more. I can identify them by name.
Well,
That actually
Stanley,
makes me feel more comfortable.
I know
You know
more
what?
about the
I don't
right
mean to
around
make you
here
feel
than you
comfortable. I mean to make you you better be sure about what you're talking about when you want to talk about the right, because I probably have read it. And no, it doesn't look like Amy Wax
Well,
has been on.
I guess you do know about rural redneck, don't you, Stanley? You used to
Well,
live
most rednecks that I've known, and I actually have redneck in-laws, most of them are actually not that far right.
Yeah.
Right.
The ones that I know.
Yeah, I don't know how far right I am, but I think this woman is to the right of me, Stanley.
Well, I mean, she is, you'll hear her talk about bourgeois values, but when you hear her talk about immigration, and when you hear her talk about Asians, because she talks about it, I think it was a Glenn Lowry podcast, maybe, where she was talking about, a lot of the Asian residents and medical students at UPenn. She just has huge problems with them, but her biggest problem is they vote left. That's her biggest problem. And she is actually like Ann Coulter when she basically said, "I'm not going to vote for you, Vivek, because you're Indian." That is very Amy Wax. She feels that they don't have at root the right culture to run America.
This is
I
a different.
I think Ann Coulter said something like, if you were maybe third or fourth generation, something like that, with deeper roots in America. She doesn't think, these first couple, 3 generations of immigrants have deep. She thinks deep down there are some cultural problems with non-Northern Europeans. Amy Wax basically thinks that all immigration should come from Northern Europe, not even Southern Europe, Northern Europe.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, Amy Wax thinks that. She did. I'll go back and research it. She literally gave a talk about immigration, and she makes no bones about it. Northern Europeans, it should be limited to people who have the same values. Now, if you come from Britain and maybe you're African,
you know that black people don't have those values also.
I don't think Amy Wax's problem with black people in America is that they need to wait their turn. She doesn't think black people are ready to be like president.
We've already had one.
Too late for that.
Well, you know what? I've never heard her talk about Obama. I don't think she would have a problem with Obama's credentials. She would have a problem with his politics. Amy Wax doesn't. Amy, like Ann Coulter, actually, I don't think she actually has that big a problem with Black Americans, because I guess we've been here long enough that the right black is going to be acculturated enough. But Amy Wax will make your hair curl.
Stanley, let me tell you why I respect what I heard so far. Is you guys say she was leaning into this victim card. As I was listening to her, wait a minute. As I was listening to her, I didn't get the victim because of intersectionality. I'm a woman. I'm a white woman. I'm a this. I'm a that. She was literally saying how everybody who had an issue with what she was doing was too pussy to handle opposition, or they didn't want to extract anything from
Okay,
this weird
what she really meant
collaboration that
was
she put together. That's why I
everybody's
respected that.
everybody's too pussy because I'm a racist. They just
Racist or not, it's still something that you can extract from it.
no. Okay, again,
It's
you
like
aren't
weak shit. The angle that you guys are
quite
taking is weak.
absorbing. Basically, what she's saying is that there are a lot more racists, especially on the right, and they're just too pussy to admit that they're racist and agree with her.
I think
I like it. I think there's a shitload of racists on the left for sure.
Yeah, I say bring it out. I'm not scared of that. Some people are. They have a problem with admitting was blatantly
Okay, well,
obvious in front of them.
you're not scared of it because when it comes down to it, you're going to raise your hand and go, Massa, I agree with you.
Well, if he does agree,
know how to survive.
he's just
Some
going to
people
say,
know
I
how to
agree.
survive, and some people would prefer to live on their knees, crying and begging and pleading that they can't get what
you
they
know
want.
what? I know you would prefer to live on your knees.
And that's not true at all. That's not living on my knees. I know what matters. I can like ignore half of the shit that makes other people cry. That's not living on your knees.
Don't
That's not
lie.
living on your
You
knees. I
wouldn't.
think you're misdiagnosing what I'm saying.
You would not ignore it. You would either participate or you would at least encourage it.
You believe that everybody has the same things that affect them, and that's not true.
No.
It might affect you. It's not going to affect me the same way.
I believe you have the ability to embrace warmly a racist. I don't.
An honest racist, sure. If I know what you are, that's fine. You're not.
The problem
you
wouldn't be.
being racist
The problem
doesn't
wouldn't
even
be that
affect
they're.
my life.
The problem isn't that they're a racist. The problem of the there is no problem with a racist as long as he admits he's a racist. Gotcha.
No. What effect does that have on you?
Well, it depends.
None.
Most
Maybe
times,
for you,
I would
it
say
hurts your emotions,
99.
but it doesn't hurt mine.
99% of the time, it will not affect you, and I pretty much said that earlier today. But there's always that one Ahmaud Arbery.
What the hell does that got to do with it?
Hey, it's not a problem till it is a problem.
You're saying Ahmaud Arbery. You're not saying that like that's an example of that. I mean, I'm sure there's the opposite
No,
example.
I'm saying Ahmaud Arbery went running in that neighborhood probably for quite some time, if not years, and everything was okay until it wasn't.
And by the way, there's nobody that said that. No, I don't know one person that said, you know what, they should have done that. These rednecks should have done what they did.
You
right?
don't get my point. My point is that racism does not affect black people day to day until it does. You can go your whole life and never have a racist incident, but you got to admit it does rear its ugly head every now and again.
And I think racism is a loaded gun aimed at you all the time. That's crazy.
It's unpredictable.
You know, I like to think that the United States has come to a place where it's not gone, but it's definitely dying. And I think that
it is not definitely dying.
Okay.
I think this woman should have stayed in neurology.
Okay, we are literally listening to Amy Wax. She's not dead. She's very much alive.
I just wanted to say I don't believe she's on the right. I think she's
on the. Oh no, she is on the right.
In what sense?
Believe me.
In what sense?
In what sense is she? Have you heard her views on only?
All I've heard her is that she's largely a racist. However, that's not on the right.
Let me tell
that
you
just
why.
Means she's a racist.
Okay. Let me tell you why. Okay. She thinks only Northern Europeans should be allowed to immigrate into the United States.
Does she
For
believe in
starters.
small government and bigger, like more state government or more
Who gives
federal?
a
That's right.
dude? Do you think everybody on the right believes in small government?
Do you think that everybody on the
Do
right
you
believes in
wait?
military
Hold it.
training?
Listen. Answer my question. MAGA doesn't believe in small government.
MAGA's fucking stupid. I'm talking about the right left
MAGA is on
traditional.
the
Hey
right.
now,
MAGA is on the right. You didn't ask me if she was conservative.
Well, I'm not going to say that the left is all socialists just because they got a few of them in the party. I'm saying
Okay,
if you
I'm
traditionally think
not.
about the
I am.
right,
You asked me, is she really on the right? My answer is yes. I would go so far as to say she is a conservative. Not all conservatives are racists,
yes, and I think she's a
but I
college
think I
professor.
think she. I've never heard her talk on small government. People don't invite Amy Wax on to talk small government.
Well, she's bad PR for the school at this point. So she's bad PR for the school. I mean, it's like Columbia. There's some bad PR at Columbia. They got to get rid of her just based on that.
Well,
How are you going to sell?
she's at UPenn.
No, I know she's a Penn, but what I'm saying is, regardless of her views and her freedom of speech bullshit, for the institution of the school, if people are not going there because of perception, you got to kill her. You got to kill the king. Get rid
Well,
of her.
no, I mean, I'm going to tell you what. I, I'm actually surprised. Now, this interview is 2 years old. 2 years old. I don't know. I know she was going through. I think they went ahead and like suspended her for like 6 months or something like that. I don't know where she is now. I am actually very surprised that Donald Trump hasn't intervened.
Well, I think this, regardless of her views, she could be David Duke. She could be Martin Luther King. But if you're bad for business, you're bad for business, right? Like it's about the institution ultimately. You
Well,
gotta
she
go.
brings in academic freedom and all that.
Well, all I'm saying is, hey, listen, you could be the most, if you're killing the business, if you're killing the institution, then you're killing the institution
Well,
regardless of your personal rights.
Well, I do. I mean, look, Glenn Lowry and Amy Wax, like you can tell Glenn Lowry when he's interviewed her, and he's interviewed her within the last year. You can tell. You can tell he's he's always ready to cringe.
well,
Well,
Stanley, she's a poor, oppressed white woman that
Well,
had
no, no,
her
no,
rights
no.
taken away.
Dave is right about that. Her thing is that she's got a bunch. She thinks people are a lot of pussies because they agree with her, but they don't want to back her up.
Well, listen, I would say that's not unique to her. Like for example, Roland Fryer, they fucking killed him. He's a
Yeah,
black
well,
guy.
Roland Fryer's
They
problem
murdered him.
wasn't race.
Roland, that college did not want that narrative put out there, and they
You
killed
know
him because
what?
of it.
You know
Yeah.
what? He said he screwed himself.
How? The college shit on
Okay,
him.
he in his lab. There were a bunch of hijinks going on, and basically his suspension was for behavior. It wasn't
Yeah.
because of what he
Actually,
put out.
I think he was messing with some girl. Actually, you're right. Now that I think about it, you're right.
Yeah, and I
But
don't know if I don't know. I'm not gonna because his wife is gorgeous.
look,
I
I know
don't
they wanted
know.
to kill the
I
story.
don't know the details, but I do know there was some hijinks. I'm just gonna call them hijinks. There
Well,
was some
he
things.
said he was
There were
innocent.
some things that a tenured professor who's running his own lab. There's some familiarities there you just don't want to have.
Well, Stanley, let me just say this: they still went to the man and said, "Listen, we don't want to put this out there because it's against what's currently acceptable." And he actually set out to prove it, and then disproved it. Right? Like I'm
Okay,
talking just
what you need to do is separate yourself from his work. He might have been a little more vulnerable because of his work, but that's very arguable. There were some things going on in his lab, the the hijinks that young people will get into.
Yeah, I know that part.
He's not that young. And even then they didn't fire him. They suspended him for 2 years.
But what I'm saying is the college looked at his work and said, we don't want this to get out because it's bad for business. And he claims they went after him because of the hijinks, which wasn't true.
I don't think you're right about that. I think the work was the work. I think he hung himself.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is Amy Wax's situation is she's bad for business, and Roland Fryer, he wasn't bad for business, so you're right about that. But I do know the college said we don't want our college to publish this, right? We don't want that.
No,
and
I don't care about any of that.
They didn't publish it. Okay.
He was a tenured economics professor with his own lab at Harvard. Okay. Who gives a shit if they don't want to publish it? He was in the catbird seat. The students in his lab were running amok, and he, as head of the lab, let it go on, and he participated to some degree. I don't know what the degree was, but the college is invested in him. His wife I don't know if they're still married or not, but his wife was like some tenured professor there. So I mean, they were Harvard. Okay, don't go and blame Harvard for his bad behavior.
I'm not. What I'm saying is the college is an institution. If Amy Wax is bad for business, okay, or Roland Fryer or anybody,
you know what?
That's a business decision.
Well, the thing is they let it go on for like 10 years. Okay, this isn't a recent event with Amy Wax. It's been going on for like a decade. And at a minimum, I've known about her for 5 years, and they have written her up. They have said, "Hey, we won't let you teach freshmen anymore." They have worked with her. She, at one point, I think I read she was only teaching conservatism and the law. She was teaching like conservative classes, but she was doing shit like bringing Jared Taylor to talk to her class. She was doing all kinds of things, pushing limits.
When you say conservative, do you mean like economics, finance, and science-based classes?
Law. She's a law professor.
That was still funny.
Well,
though,
she's a law professor.
That was funny, Stanley. You know it was funny.
Okay.
Like economics, finance, and science-based stuff, not just literature and shit, which is the Democrat stuff.
Well, I mean, there is conservative law.
I'm just kidding, man.
I got you.
Can we get on to something like real quick? Is Dave still up here?
No, he ran like an Amy Wax.
I gotta talk about something. I gotta talk about something, right?
Well, go ahead. I don't know why he left.
You're gonna freak out probably, but it's honestly serious. And what I'm saying is this, okay? She's incorrect, and all humans have geniuses, smart, dumb, etc. Like there's a spectrum there, right? However, you can't, and I'm just talking about the fucking argument here. If you look at small hats, through almost a selective breeding process, they got some smart people. I'm talking prize winners of shit. So within a population, I believe a lot of it has been through natural selection in a sense, because a lot of them been killed over the years, right? There's only like 18 million of them left. Within a selected population, if you call out everyone but the smartest people, you end up with a lot of smart people, right? Small hats, as they're called, I call them Jewish because that's just normal. They got a lot of fucking smart people, Stan. Would you agree with that?
So,
what I'm saying is, I'm looking from a personal standpoint at my fucking retarded nephews with 10 children that are probably not going to be that fucking smart. And I'm looking at my children waiting to have children, and they're going to have probably 4 total out of 2 people, right? 4. These motherfuckers got 10 and they're dumb. Over generations, this is going to be a problem. And like, you have a child, you're very intelligent, you got 1 kid. And I think the United States is going to have problems because the dumbest are having a shitload of kids. And my kids are not.
Okay, but when has that not been the case?
Well, I think it's more of a modern, recent thing. And I'm truly concerned about
and
it.
you would be wrong.
Why do you say that?
Dumb people
Smart
have been
people.
marrying dumb people.
Well, I think they're
like forever.
But I would say historically, right? If you look at, like in days before, if you couldn't afford kids, you didn't have them, right? Now,
that's not true.
Well, I mean, look, man. Like,
I mean, they use poor people, like poor farmers and pioneer farmers and stuff. They would have shitloads of children just to help around the farm.
Well, I get that part, and all I'm saying is,
you go back to colonial America where most Americans weren't educated.
Well, it was agrarian society.
Educated and smart aren't necessarily the same thing. But what I'm saying is that I think that what you're describing, like dumb people marrying dumb people, that's never not happened.
And hammering out kids, just hammering them out, bam, 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 bam.
Okay, haven't you heard of 7 brides for 7 brothers? They've been doing this stuff for centuries.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't. I hope that you're right. Is all I'm going to say. I hope.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know.
I harass my children. You guys need to get fucking busy. Get some kids going here.
The bottom line is, I think one of my problems with the Amy Waxes of the world, what they have is a belief, but it's an unproven belief. Okay, you can be a race realist and think all this stuff is biological. Sure, that's a belief, but stop acting like you actually know this stuff. The problem with Charles Murray and Amy Wax and all these people is they don't have hard and fast proof other than statistics, but they want to do public policy. Okay, they want.
I don't like the idea. It's an ugly idea, right? I don't like it on myself.
These people basically want to have policy based upon what they think is true, but they don't have definitive truth that it's true. There are plenty of geneticists who will tell you we have no clue. We know trends. We know that smart people tend to have smart kids. We know that much, but we can't isolate why someone like I don't know. I'm thinking of what was the guy that they did the movie about, A Beautiful Mind? Wasn't he from like some backwoods place? Like he was.
Oh yeah, he was a break.
Right. So I mean, where does he come from? Okay, this dude wins a Nobel Prize, but he was from nowhere. They don't know. If they knew how to produce smart people, they would be doing it by now.
Look, Stanley, I agree with you to a degree. Listen, my wife, very intelligent. Her mom, probably mildly retarded. Okay, so believe me, I see it, right? I'm telling you, I swear to God. So, I don't disagree with you, but I do think if you just look at the heritability, there are heritability, whatever the fuck it is.
Okay, but the thing is you see trends, but you can't really predict it.
I don't disagree with that, but there is a correlation.
There is a correlation. Yes, there is a correlation. You can say honestly, hey, if 2 smart people get together and produce a child, that child will probably be smart, but it's not.
I guarantee you, your wife was smart. You're smart.
She was extremely smart.
Yeah, I like your son. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be smart. He's got a fucking scholarship, right? So it's pretty.
Well,
I mean,
obvious. he is smart, but it doesn't really matter. It's not predictable.
Yes, I don't know.
It's probable that he would have been smart, but it's not 100%. It's not predictable.
I'm going to bring my nephews your way. So I'm bringing them to Georgia. All in their mouth. And once you meet them, you're gonna go, oh, yep, I agree now. Them motherfuckers are dumb as shit. They got Beach Man in their mouth. They're fucking dumb as shit. Anyway, I don't know. Yeah,
Well,
I'll lose you.
No,
I'm bringing
I'm
motherfuckers down there, and you can
I'm
tell me.
looking at Slick Rick, something about Brave and Ben crashed out on Chaotix today. Yeah, whatever. You know
You
what?
can't even.
I've been
Chaotic
safe and
got
warm and
himself a new man. He's got a new man over there. He used to showcase Angel. Then he was showcasing what the hell is that guy? Dale. Now he's got Jay Prince up there. And he's pretending that it's not a mockery. And I'm like, come on, man. Like Jay Prince is fucking
a mockery of what?
Jay Prince is like pro welfare. He's like proud to be on welfare and
Oh,
shit.
I know who he is.
And I'm like, I just think Chaotic's trolling the shit out of him. You know, like he doesn't agree with the shit Jay Prince is saying. You know, he's like, you know what, Jay Prince, I think you should start a program to show people how to go down and get welfare as a man, able-bodied man. I'm like, Jesus, Chaotic's just playing this game with this guy. And I'm like, come on, man. You know, so, but, you know, then everybody's fighting with Jay Prince. I'm like, he's not gonna
Now
give
look
in.
at this. Look at Palomino here. He's saying that Jews breed for intelligence.
No, listen, but hold on, listen. There's something there, Stanley.
No, I
And
don't
here's
think
what.
there is.
Check this out, right? The women pick who's Jewish because the women carry the religion. So if the man runs off and gets with some goy woman, or I guess she'd be a shitza woman, they're not recognized because the men are poor pickers of people.
Okay, is this a recent phenomenon or has it been going on for millennia?
In their religion, yes. In
Okay,
their
listen
religion,
to what I'm asking.
yes.
Is this something that they started doing specifically to breed for high IQ, or
No,
have they been
2,000 years
doing
ago.
That's right. So Ricky talking about their breeding for intelligence, dude, you know what? That's just fucking racist. How about I just say that?
No. Listen, you're only accepted in that community if you come
Okay,
from the woman.
again. How long has this been going on? They didn't
2,000
adapt.
years.
They didn't adapt their religion to the times. Is my point.
I know, but okay. But what I'm saying is,
this was happening 2,000 years before we even knew what IQ was.
Yes, but if you think about who women pick, it's for security.
Okay,
and brains
I'm thinking
and
about it, and
providership.
my point is maybe they did it for another reason back then, but it has nothing to do with IQ or intelligence. And if it does, prove it.
I think the results ended up being the women pick better than men. I mean, they do.
And I am willing to say that's a happy coincidence.
No, I don't disagree. They got lucky in a sense, right? That they didn't direct it. It
Slick
just
Rick,
worked out.
I'm
nice.
going to go ahead and discount. I discount everything Palomino says, and this racist point in particular.
I don't know if it's racist. I don't think
It's racist.
Steven Pinker had a similar theory.
You don't pay attention what he does in the chat. I do.
Well, I
The dude's a
don't.
racist.
I don't.
He is one. The only thing that separates Palomino from Be Brave is a racist is Be Brave isn't in the chat as much. That's the only difference.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do know he makes comments, but I think a lot of it is to get your goat.
Oh,
I
he
think
does.
that's the
That's
whole
exactly
fucking
why
plan.
he does it. But you know
Yes.
what? From the mouths of trolls.
Yeah. But no, man, think about that Jewish thing. It's kind of wild, man. Like women pick better than men. We pick terrible. We
Okay,
pick for
I
butt.
just don't know why you
Titties.
spend that much. Why do you spend so much time thinking about that?
Steven Pinker wrote something up about like Jewish success. He's a Jew. And by the way, they smeared him for it. And it is an interesting phenomenon that this small percentage of people does very well. Like, what are the
It's
characters?
always
why?
weird to hear all these people who want to make race points, and Charles Murray has done some of this too.
It's actually
where
race.
they will go, I'm persecuted for revealing the truth. You know what? You don't have to talk about race. It's really not that necessary.
No, but I'm saying, like, it's an interesting phenomenon to say, why is this
I'm
breeding?
glad you find it interesting, but it makes me wonder why you get interested in such things.
Stanley, I just read a full write-up on liquefied
Of
natural
course you
gas.
did. Of course
I'm
you
an
did.
interest.
I'm
interested.
Why else would you read it? It's making some race point. Why else would
No,
you read it?
I just watched the whole thing about how to make nuclear energy. I'm a curious person.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
I heard somebody else make that point earlier today.
What,
Don't
nuclear
blame me
energy?
because I think about race so much. I think about a lot of things. I'm a curious person.
90% of the time I come up on your show, it's when you go to geopolitics, because the race is fucking dumb.
Stop making excuses.
No, I'm just saying.
Which one of you ran Wale off? That's who said it.
Wale been on here for quite some time. He's probably tired. Stanley, name me a culture that breeds for intelligence. Horse boy. You fucking gelding.
It was definitely not black women if Jay Prince got 6 kids.
Okay, all I have to say is I need Palomino Ricky Z to produce evidence that there is a culture somewhere on earth that says, hey, only smart people can breed with smart people. They literally sit down and they plan who's going to be smart and who's not.
Well, you're the one claiming everybody's idiots. I'm sure their parents wasn't breeding.
Oh, well, you know what? I wait for them to come up on the panel and prove they're idiots.
Yeah, but Stanley, I've heard you trash black and white and blue and everyone.
Yep.
You're actually pretty, you don't like the dumb behavior. When people talk about the dumb behavior, you speak out against it. You don't defend fucking dumb shit. So, you know what I mean?
Right.
You're actually pretty fair, believe it or not. You're just a little too liberal for most people.
Hey Ryan. Let's just game theory out 10 generations of people. If with this idea that Jewish women breed for intelligence on one side, and the Jay Prince is on the other side, in 10 generations, how big is that gap going to be? Let's not even say that they actually follow the breeding for intelligence rule. Let's say they will do every other generation. Yeah, the next generation, no, out of rebellion of the generation before, because one generation wants to follow the rule, the next one wants to say forget.
I have a feeling you're developing some AI protocol for this.
It's a bad thing. It's a bad thing.
It's a huge gap. It'll be a huge gap.
Yes. I think that's why, and think about this. Here's what the Jewish people have the ability to do. The Jewish man can go off and frolic with the blonde with a nice butt, and then that kid who's getting less energy, right? Like that kid is not even accepted in the community. The women pick, and women pick for security, providing, intelligence, not necessarily looks like we do. We're looking at the butt and the tits, I've never heard a man say, well, she's really smart. I'm really attracted to her. You know what I'm saying? So I think if you extrapolate, bullshit, Stanley, don't even start.
Oh, really?
But I'm telling you, what you say, wow, she's really hot because she's so smart.
I've said it several times.
Well,
especially sense of humor.
Well, you're a nerd like me, okay? But most men are like, man, did you see how she looks?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to date. I mean, attractive, physical attraction, of course, is part of it. But if you're I have had plenty of women over the years that, hey, you know what? After 2 dates, there's nothing to talk about. And the other thing that I don't like is if you get like sloppy drunk, I find that a total turn off. I don't care how.
I got to take care of you.
I'm just not. Yeah. If I'm not married to you, there's a good chance we won't be together if you do it too many times.
Yeah. And look, I mean, I need to be intellectually stimulated by the woman. I can't be with like a blonde bimbo, the prototypical, right? Oh, she's like, you think of like, oh yeah, she's a blonde bimbo. I've even heard men say like, what's the point of talking to the woman? They're just physical, right? But I'm telling you, this whole thing with the Jewish people, I think they got lucky in this because if you think about why women, get with men, it's usually very different
Look
than
at this weirdo.
who
So
is it?
Stanley, you're basically saying you breed with smart women. I have
He's
never called
attracted to
it
smart
breeding.
women.
I've never
He's
called it
attracted to them.
breeding. This dude, maybe he really is a horse.
Well, I'll just say that I do think I think it has implications long term, for sure, and especially with that group because the women are the pickers. But anyway, these are interesting things. I find them interesting. Maybe because there's probably statistics involved or some
Well,
nerdy
maybe
bullshit.
being a Torah scholar is how they weed the. maybe
A what
maybe
scholar? What is that?
that Torah
Oh,
scholarship is how
Torah.
they
Oh,
breed
yeah.
them out, how they weed them out.
No, I think it's crazy that the women carry the religion. That's the only group I know that happens, right? You're only accepted if your mom is Jewish. It lets the men go do whatever they want, and then there's no real penalty. So I don't think they planned it that way. It just ended up that way, and I think
It's
it's
not.
helped them.
It's not just Jewish women who do that. They have a saying in the black community: if she can't use your comb, don't bring her home.
Jewish people breed smart people over the millennia, and Black Americans were forced to breed slaves. Interesting.
Well, there may be truth to that, right? Like if there was husbandry going on, and you can, and it may be a similar situation in some cases, right?
That's another thing people don't know about. They literally bred slaves.
I know that. I know that. But you can make a similar argument if you can, back it up per se, and you have several hundred years of that. I don't think that
Okay,
was
well,
exclusive.
I can recommend a couple books talking about slave breeding. I haven't
Yes.
come across a book where they're talking about breeding smart children.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right, but I don't know. Like if it's reality, it's reality. I don't know how much did that occur.
It's all in the documentation.
Well, no, Stanley, how did that occur throughout was that selective? Was it occasional? Was it rampant?
You know what? Well, they had farms. You know how
Yeah,
they
but
kind of have where they have
was it
ranches
similar?
to breed
What
horses?
what I'm saying is that was it similar to, and I don't know, I'm asking you because you know history far better than me. Was this okay? Put this one with that one, like they do with
Yes.
friggin' thoroughbreds, or was it more so like okay, if let them pair off in any way they do it? I don't know.
No, I think it was much more deliberate than that.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't know the numbers. I don't know any of that shit. This whole thing with
You know what? I'm gonna have to do that research. I have
yeah, I
two
don't know.
books lined up.
It's an interesting thing though if you look at it, and then the whole Jewish thing. I was like, it's fucking crazy that it would work out.
Okay, I don't know why you're that interested. I think it's a happy coincidence. I honestly don't think 3,000 years ago they were talking about let's breed for IQ.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it happened like that. I think that they just got lucky in that sense, where only the women were picking the people. Anyway, it's just an idea. I don't know, but I do know this. There might be something to it because you're gonna meet my fucking nephews one day, and you're gonna go, "Yep, yeah, motherfucker, these motherfuckers should be. We got to do something about this shit." Scott wants to.
Okay.
Scott thinks putting up 30 hours a week's good when you got 5 kids. 30 hours a fucking week. I'm working, man.
I mean, is he
Motherfucker.
able to feed the kids?
Oh, fuck no. No, absolutely not. He goes home in the middle of the week because his wife is like, why don't you come home? And he's like, yeah, I think I'll just come home. I think I'll come home. I ain't got to fucking earn nothing. Stupid
Well,
bastard.
no, I mean, his kids aren't starving, right?
No, he's on every form of possible public assistance that you can.
Okay, well, then, you know what? All I have to say is maybe 30 hours a week is good. If he's making ends meet.
Well, I tend to disagree.
Yeah, well, you just have this old-fashioned Protestant work ethic. Not everybody has it.
Well,
I wonder,
Stanley,
can you breed Protestant work
let me
ethic?
ask you a question, Stanley. Are you okay, unless you're disabled, or like, would you be okay with you just working a few hours a week and your son? Because I know you're not. I know you're not. You're bullshitting right now.
Nope.
I know you'd go out there and get after it if you couldn't pay the bills, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah.
Exactly. Fucking that. So what the fuck is? Come on.
I mean, I wouldn't be on YouTube on a computer. I'd be doing something else with my computer.
You'd feel an obligation to your wife and kid to provide.
Well, I did.
Exactly.
I mean, if I had a wife and kids right now, yeah, I'd probably still be working.
Yeah. This guy thinks to go home and play video games is perfectly acceptable in the middle of the work week with 5 kids.
No.
So I'm just saying, man, it just really gets my goat because I'm like, dude.
Well, I think you shouldn't let it get your goat. It's his problem.
I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know how you do it. I mean, get 2 jobs. You got to provide for your children. I don't understand the mindset of this kid. So, playing video games.
Ricky Z, if there are hundreds of books that have information on making smart kids, can you recommend the ones your parents used?
Well, I don't think
they did a good job with you, boy.
I don't think it's a guarantee, but I think it's probabilities. You know what I mean? It's probabilities.
Mr. Book Boy.
And you're full of shit, Stanley. You're full of shit. You know what my nephew's doing is a fucking jerk off. You know it. Because I know you.
I don't know it. How would I know?
Bullshit. Because you know he shouldn't be home playing video games in the middle of the damn work week.
Oh, no. Well, you're talking to someone who could play video games and doesn't. I wonder why he's still interested in video games.
That's true too. I mean, just think of it as a leisurely activity that he enjoys instead of wanting to earn for his kids and be an example.
Well, the problem with video games now, the video games now are a lot more, you get to play with other people, so they're not so repetitive. But video games you used to learn like patterns to defeat games. Video games were really boring back in the day.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm mostly from your generation. I remember, Commodore 64. We didn't have one, of course, but I remember Atari. We didn't have one of them. But I go over to people's houses and play these video games. I was like, this is great. But nowadays, it's just people doing crazy shit, all online bullshitting, and he's a screw off. That's all. And I just think, man, you need to get out there and make some money to provide for your kids. I mean, do your best to do it. If you can't do it, I understand. But you should be working to better yourself, and he's just not. I don't think he cares. So, I don't know.
Palomino Ricky Z. There are books like How to Raise Smart Babies, and they had Baby Einstein. There are all kinds of things, but I don't really keep up with it. But I don't know that there's any one tried
Be an example
thing.
Be an example.
I mean, there are a lot of books out there.
Yeah, but Stanley, I guarantee your son saw his dad go to work, and mom and him were having fun, and you've told me that you were like, oh, glad you guys can enjoy yourselves.
Well, no, I was like, don't call me at work unless it's important.
Yeah, that's right. Right. So
I don't want to hear about your adventures at the lake.
Yeah. But your son also saw his dad do that. He knows I got to get up here and go earn.
Well, I don't know about all that. I mean, the only thing that I know for sure is that he picked up reading for me and his mother. He would literally pick up a book and read it. That and fishing. He picked those 2 up from his parents. He doesn't read like he used to, but he did for quite some time. I think.
But he knows his role.
He knows what?
He knows his role. He knows his role right now.
Well,
he knows I'm gonna get
he
out of
knows
school.
well,
I'm
he
gonna get
knows
married,
that he needs
and when I have kids, I know where I'm supposed to be. You know, he knows.
he
And
probably
I got to
knows.
tell you, look, I learned my role mainly from my uncles. Right, I saw what they did, because my mom was a single mom for a good period of time. But like I saw the uncles. Oh, okay, so you leave and you go to work. But there's a lot of people that don't see that, and they get out of high school and they go, what do I do now? You know. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of it's modeling. You know. I don't know. Just a thought. So
I never really thought about it, but coming out of, I mean, I knew what I was going to do pretty much by the time I got to high school. I mean, I knew I was going to college.
yeah.
And at the time, I knew, by after my junior year, I knew it was going to be chemistry.
You but you didn't your parents go to college?
My mother did. My father never finished.
Okay. But you so but you, oh, this is what I do when I get out of high school. This is what they did. You know.
Well, yeah, I knew that part, but you know what? It's kind of funny, and it's so funny. My like behind the house and over one house neighbors, the mother and father were chemists. They worked at Union Camp, the company. I don't even know that they're around anymore. They're probably Georgia Pacific. But these paper
Okay. Know
factory
that.
type places have chemists that work there. Both his parents were both the parents were chemists. And it's so funny because the youngest son is my brother's age, and
Yeah.
he lives in Japan now. And my brother, I don't even know if they're back, but my brother and his family went to Japan to visit his old childhood friend who literally was our neighbor. So it's funny. And I happen to know those two chemists. I never talked to them about chemistry, but I knew there were black chemists.
Yeah.
So it didn't seem like it was impossible. I mean, I knew two live black chemistry people who worked in the profession.
That's cool. That's cool. So you just
But I
oh,
never really thought about it. So I wasn't just in the hood going, well, I want to be a chemist, but I don't think black people can be chemists. Well, of
you
course
knew
they
it could
can.
happen.
I
Yeah.
literally could walk around the corner and talk to two of them.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that when you were doing when you were doing your shows where you were showcasing a lot of the success, I think it was really good.
Oh,
I think it
I
was.
continue to do it. Now, here, Palomino brings up an interesting point here. Stanley, I guess you've been talking about intelligence related to your kid a lot, and you act like no one in human history has ever thought about making a smart kid. Honestly, when we were making my kid, in quotation marks, no, I wasn't thinking about how smart he would be.
No. Men aren't thinking about it, but the women are.
It very
I
well
think the
could be
women are,
that.
man. Yeah, I
It
think
could very well be that.
well, and traits like protection, security. I never look at a woman and go, man, she's going to provide some security for me. I never look at that. You
Well,
know?
I will say that one of the things that I liked about my wife is if I had to be out of town, because every now and again I have to do a work trip or something, I knew shit wasn't going to fall apart.
Yeah, she had it together.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
no, yeah,
I told you when I was in the Navy, there were wives that would just fall apart. Just like my first ship, we used to have reservists ride us once a month. So we would literally leave on like a Friday morning and not come back till Sunday evening. And there would be women on the pier, like you would have thought we were gone on a 6-month deployment. These women were like, their husbands were gone for a couple days and they were just fucking, on the pier with tears. They'd be waving goodbye like we were going to war.
yeah. Your wife
And
wanted you, but she didn't need you. Whereas those women, they
no,
needed her.
it wasn't even that. I'm just saying, you know
Okay.
what? I want the fort to be there when I have to go on a work trip. I don't want to come
Yeah,
back
that's true.
and go, well, damn, I'm glad you're back because the shit fell apart where you were away. I don't
Yeah,
want
that's true.
that kind of woman.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't either. I don't want somebody that's dependent on me for fucking everything. So yeah, my wife she can run her own life. What's that? Why are you laughing?
IQ stroking. If I move this way, it's going to be a high IQ.
Who the fuck's saying that? Palomino?
No, free zone Lou.
Oh Jesus! Look, it's an interesting idea for sure. An interesting idea. So maybe I'm too soon on my fucking nephew.
Do we want to hear the rest of poor Amy Wax?
She's really kind of dumb. It's just
no. That's the problem. She is super smart.
I don't think she is. She draws some paints with a wide brush on a lot of dumb shit without really investigating
let me
anything.
Put it to you this way: she has a Harvard MD and a Columbia JD. So she's able to write a paper. I'll put it that way, and take a test.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Play her, man. Why not? Actually, I got to get out and cut up a fucking tree that fell. In about 3 minutes, I got to cut up a tree that fell in my friggin' neighborhood because I'm a sucker for this shit. So I'll be gone by the time you roll it. So why don't I get volunteered for this, man? Hey, do it.
Oh shit! She got a BA from Yale, an MD from Harvard, and a JD from Columbia. Wow!
Okay.
And she was assistant to the Solicitor General. She argued 15 cases before the Supreme Court. God damn! Do you know this woman right here on the screen has argued 15 cases before the Supreme Court?
She's smart, Stanley. That's to make her sexy, and by your standards.
You know what? She was not bad looking when she was young.
Well, I bet her parents weren't very attractive.
Nice. Stanley
I didn't realize that she had actually argued cases before the Supreme Court. That kind of changes things. I don't care what you say. She is smart.
I told you she was smart. You said she was a victim.
Somebody can be somebody can be real smart with economics and not very good on culture. I don't want to name names. So maybe she's smart about certain shit, but not other shit. Oh, here this guy comes. All right, I got to jump, man. I'll see you guys.
All right, take it easy.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
All right, don't do that. Don't be like that. Be nice, man.
I got to go cut up a tree. I'll see you guys.
Yeah,
Bye.
I'm sure. You got to make apple cider, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
What's up,
Hey,
Lou?
Zone 3. What up?
What up, man? Hopped in the whip on the way home, fighting a little bit of traffic. I was like, man, I got time today. Plus, I ain't talked to my man Stanley in a minute, man. Me and Dave, we talk up all the time, but I ain't talk. Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. I don't know why. I wish Ryan hadn't left. I don't know why Ryan assumes that just because somebody's smart in like one area, they're gonna be smart in another area.
No. He said just the opposite. That you can be smart in one area and dumb in other areas. He's big on that, actually.
Oh, okay.
My brother is that way. He's a dentist, right? Real book smart, but sometimes it's just common sense and street smarts. He does not have that. So he told me that he married somebody that reminded him of his mother, our dear mom. And I said, man, you should go out your way to not do that. Yeah, and I said I could only imagine because I know our mom, and if talking to his wife, yeah, she reminds me of my mom, bro. And it's I don't pity him. I told him, I said, man, any time that she reminds me of your mom, you got to eliminate her from the list, bro. I told him this a long time ago. He didn't. So now it's finally bearing fruit of what I suggested to him years ago. And he's 17 years in.
Oh, well, I mean, he's not coming out of it now.
Hell no.
They probably get along famously.
Yeah, I
Oh,
get
I
phone
see my
calls.
girl just started up a my girl just started up. You know
Who,
what?
Jane Elliott?
We'll listen to no.
So
The sis that don't miss, the one that our mutual girlfriend.
it's actually really, really simple. So
I can't say nothing bad about her because she comes through here sometimes. So,
you can pretty
but
much buy
yeah,
my vegetable soup. You're welcome to add tomato paste and other things like that.
She says,
Guys,
let's
I
chat
did
while I
a
do
vegetable
my
soup
leg
fast.
day.
It really
I think
wasn't
she
a
does
fast. What I
weights.
did was I fasted 18 hours, and my one meal a day was vegetable soup. To me, that's pretty much fasting. It's really
Who is the sis that don't miss? That
I
doesn't even
lost
ring
like
a bell.
13
She be over
pounds
She's
here.
my
in 2
she's
weeks.
she
Just
I
eating like that.
she's in the chat every now and
Funniest thing
again.
is, y'all, I was only eating like that because I was broke as hell.
Oh, okay.
I told her she reminds me of a female Paul damn it, Mooney. She is hilarious. Once she gets on a roll and starts like she'll start in on somebody, like roasting somebody. She honestly reminds me of Paul Mooney. She
I'm
is
still trying to
vicious.
figure out how and when does that happen because I haven't seen it. I'm just waiting.
Yeah. A funny woman. I'm here, bro. Let's get
Oh,
it.
you know what? I think the effects on people are what's funny. She may not be funny, but what she does to people is funny. Like
Stanley
every
is a
now and
roaster at heart, so he appreciates a fellow roast.
well, I
Oh,
do.
okay. Okay.
Every now and
I'm
again,
with it then.
every now and again, somebody will get, excuse me, will get in her chat because she'll get a lot of people like Palomino in her chat where they're basically calling her pro-black and the normal like stuff. People come in and call her like insinuate she's a racist or something like that. She's just like merciless. But I don't know, for some reason there's something about her that I just like. I think it's just that she's almost like a cat playing with a mouse. She just leave you alive just to fuck around, and then finally she'll kill you.
And to use PCOS.
I mean, I kind of like cruel women. If it's good for a woman to be a little cruel. little bit of a lioness. Oh damn, both of
Like a
y'all are
little,
on mute.
like a little spiciness to her.
Yeah, she's spicy. She's only 30 though. Oh wait, hold it. You know what? She has a title of a show earlier today that made me laugh. The title has to do with she had a black ex-boyfriend who like lost it when she started dating a white man. And she did a whole show. I haven't listened to the show, but I can only imagine how she was roasting that old black boyfriend.
So she's a divester.
Well, she was dating a black guy, then dated a white guy. So I don't know that she says. I don't think she's a divester per se. I think she's just dating a white guy.
Okay, let me hear it, man. Cause I'm trying to hear what the content is.
At least they think they are. Let your phone do its job. Okay, because when I started doing that, I instantly started.
Now, sometimes she comes on screen,
growing my
sometimes
own
she
things
doesn't.
at home. When I started getting my groceries and going to the store, and I would get cucumbers that didn't have seeds in it. Ma'am, I ain't never ate no cucumber that didn't have no seed. What you mean seedless cucumber, seedless watermelon? Did y'all grow up with that in the 80s and the 70s? Yeah, no, I'm over that, okay, because it's not real. Okay, you can't have a baby without somebody planting the seed in you, okay? So you can't have a product with no seed. That is abnormal and that is not natural. So I keep trying to remind myself I'm not crazy, because if you don't keep affirming yourself and reminding yourself what's going on around you, it's very easy to like get caught up in playing along with everybody, trying to be normal. you got to pretend like you don't notice the shit that's off because everybody else is, girl, what can we do about it? You know, I just try to, you know, like, no, okay. Hey, sis. Hey, Stanley, how you doing, hon? Good day. How you doing, brother? Thank you for stopping by. I enjoyed your live stream the other day. I just felt like I was kind of outnumbered, so I didn't want to steal from your vibe because I wasn't trying to take
You're
over the
Stanley,
show.
old number
Okay, it's
one
not my
fan
show,
ass
it's
nigga.
yours, buddy. But I appreciate you giving me a shout out and all that good stuff. Because, like I say, I don't think people understand. It's okay to join the conversation, but my goal is never
Stanley.
to overshadow people. So, like I said, I enjoyed it. I just kind of had some questions that I had for you guys because it's not very often you get a lot of Black guys in one space who can answer the questions with, you know, different point of views, different backgrounds, different experiences. And I always be curious because, like I said, as Black women, we don't really get the chance to be in spaces with other Black men now as of lately and ask those questions unless we're being ridiculed and talked bad to and shamed. And I'm, you know, I'm not one of those Black women, okay? I'm not one of the single mothers. And even if I was, I still feel like we should be able to have conversations out of love and not out of, you know, shame and disrespect. So, yeah, I really enjoyed it. I love that the fact that you are an older guy who's gathering other young Black guys to talk about stuff that's way deeper than just sex and drugs and money. And I fuck with that, okay?
He's got friend zone, Stanley.
When I start getting
Dude,
a little
she's
more,
30 years
I
old.
guess you could say
I am
technical on my
literally
channel, I'm
30
not
years
really
older than
that
her.
advanced
What
with
am I going to do with
technology
that?
because I haven't been on
Yeah,
that would be weird.
about 10 years since they booted me off of YouTube a while ago.
What's weird? Wait a minute. Both of y'all
But
tripping,
I
man.
always try to
That'd be
stay
weird of
tuned to
Stanley.
older Black guys, especially who are
You'd
these
be
younger guys on
surprised. I
game.
mean,
So, like I said,
now,
I enjoy
I
being
personally
a little
think
nosy on
she's
here, and I'm
attractive.
glad I was nosy and ran across you.
But look, you know what? 30-year-old doesn't need a
Okay, so if you're
60-year-old
a
guy,
younger
and I'm
guy
not
on here,
taking
or you're a
fucking
guy period,
Viagra
and
every
you
night.
into talking about grown men conversations, okay, y'all go check out Stanley's channel. Okay, just go sub to him. Don't
Yeah, she
just
gave
go
you
sub.
one hell of a
And some people need to understand as Black
promotion
Americans,
there. That was
you ain't
nice.
always got to agree with everything. You need to learn how to agree to disagree and still support your community. That's what
Well,
winning on
I
code
actually
looks like.
think she's smart.
Okay.
I haven't seen you
Yeah.
disagree with
feel pretty
her.
good.
You know,
Oh, thank you. I just saw
never
you
mind.
said
Never
you
mind.
said something. I show you are royalty. I love that. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. And don't worry, I'm gonna tune in again. If I catch you, I'm gonna tune in again. Sometimes YouTube just be
But the bottom
YouTube
line,
be iffy because certain days I get on here,
I
you'll
think
see like 80
she
people
is
on live
unique.
stream, but it'll never be the people you actually expect to see. And then when I end up catching some of the people that are sub to me that I sub
Problem,
back to,
you know,
it's very rare.
she's
And I'll be
right.
like, dang, where
She
y'all
is
channels at?
not.
Because I know y'all going live. Like,
She
I'll
is
end up
not.
coming on here.
She's not the kind of woman that's going to go back and forth with you. you know, I watch some of these shows, and the men will go after the women, and the women will go after the men. She is not like that. You know, she'll just do the one liner and be done with you. I've seen her do it to people in her chat. Now, I don't know. I just like the way she carries herself. I'll just put it that way.
I'm a fan of the one-liners myself.
I know
Okay.
a lot of things get heavy on us.
Yeah,
Okay, in the
you know,
Black
the
American
one and
community,
done, man. You know, screw all that back and forth. I do it too much on this show, to be honest.
Well, it is Stanley versus the world. It wouldn't be the same, you know, bunch of one-liners.
Well, Lou, you know, the thing is I haven't been up on any of these, you know, like CT. I've been over on CT's once in maybe the last month, but it was just me and him talking a specific point, and he was about to get off the air anyway. I'm just done with these 9-people panels where, you know, I just don't want to do them anymore if I can avoid it. You know, I've been on Drip's show once, and I haven't been on Freezy's show and I'll go on T's show because I like, generally she keeps it small, and I pretty much know everybody in the audience. Roz's show I haven't been up on. One of these days I'll go up, but she gets a lot of guys over there, and I troll the guys in her I don't like go I don't want to go up on Roz's show because these guys will come up and it'll start getting heated, and I'm not taking over her show. She's chill and she needs a chill vibe, and chill and me don't often get put in the same sentence.
No, they
You know
don't.
how it
Well,
is.
sometimes.
You know how it is, Free Zone, when a female has a live stream and then she drops the link, and then all the orbiters come up at the same time, and then they bump heads.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of like that. So Stanley's not. He's been marked as safe from having sex with the host, so he doesn't really. Plus, he's been spoiled by his own show. We're having the controls and dunking people in the back.
That's partly true. Now I will tell you, I'm gonna be honest. Mo is about as close as I'm like, God damn, I might just buy a ticket and go out and see her. There is something about her that I really like, but I also have self control. So I'm going to be polite and gentlemanly. But Mo is about, she is, I think a lot of Mo. She is she's the kind of person that, I'd spend, I'd go out and see her. But the other thing is she's also very religious, and I'm like the opposite of that. So, that's another kind of thing there that it would wind up being a problem, because not only am I not religious, I'm kind of blasphemous. And I don't want to be ruining somebody's life in that way.
That's okay to agree to. I just hate that it's so many people.
Also on boring panels, you can use them to play tic-tac-toe on the device with checker chips. What are you talking about?
Okay, we hear see all this shit online. We hear a lot of women come online. We ain't doing this.
Oh, the non-it factor has been on a roll today. He said it used to be Crystal Knocked. Now in Los Angeles is Taco Knocked. I thought that was fucking hilarious. Crystal Knocked for the Jews, Taco Knocked for the Mexicans. You don't get that joke? I thought it was hilarious.
That's a great title.
Oh, I've already nabbed it for Friday's show.
There you go.
That was comedy gold.
The rise of gay dating coaches. And you have
9 panels.
Because women are going.
But listen to her voice. She purrs.
Other women, you not still chasing men and male centered. Meanwhile, you're so male centered now. You are pretending with women you're not male centered and going to gay men and letting the whole world know.
Oh, she has a lot to say about black guys. She thinks most black guys are gay.
For some dating advice from the gay guy on here, and even he was shook. He was shook himself. He had
like in the world or on these panels.
I think on YouTube is where she
was like, I wasn't intending for this to go this far, but y'all
she thinks people like Kevin Samuels. She thinks he was DL or down low or whatever. Oh yeah, I've heard her go off on like the manosphere in general. Oh shit, she drags. Dude, they would put a bounty on her head if they were hearing some of the shit she's saying.
Thank you. Happy Wednesday to you too.
Maybe she should review one of Hood Conservatives' streams.
You really want to be in a space.
You know what? I would do pay-per-view. I would do pay-per-view prices to see that one.
Hey, you got contact with her. Just forward her a link where he's doing his misogyny best, you know?
Okay, I see you, Betty Boop.
Oh yeah.
No, I want to see them on a panel because I think and I'm not kidding here. I think she could fucking. I think she could probably have Hood Conservative crashing out.
how good Jesus is, how awesome. You want to
Nah,
hype
Hood's
everybody
good,
else that's
man. You're underestimating Hood conservative, bro.
everybody that's
I'm
not
gonna
living, and then
underestimate
you
because
turn
I
around
think
and be looking for where's my
she's
hype?
better.
You giving it all the way, baby, to people who are undeserving, and they know they're undeserving. That's why
I've
I
never
It's the
tell
seen her
glaze.
people, you
get.
hyping them up.
Now,
It's
They
your
it would
trying
be
to
glazed
hype you,
glasses,
curious
but
to
they
Sam.
still trying to
see
understand, what are you hyping? We trying to
once
get like
she's
you.
under
Keep
pressure.
doing you.
Her voice
Okay.
doesn't
I ain't
modulate
never
much
seen
past
a
this.
day and time where a lot of people
And
were trying to hate
sometimes she'll
black people
be
so
on
much, but
screen like
we live in a
smoking
world
her
where
little
every time we
spliff
walk
or
down the
whatever
street,
it is.
we see
No,
people
I
cosplaying
think
us.
she would take hood
Imagine hating
conservative
us
and
and
she
loving
would
us, and
bend
the
that
love-hate
motherfucker's
relationship
world.
is
At least I
literally
hope so.
honestly just creating a world full of
I like it.
confusion.
Yo,
And
bend
what the fuck
bend
is
his world
this?
is
Okay, because
insane.
that's what you see a lot of
Bend his
times. That's
world.
why I'm sketchy about people who come here
Well, the
standing
thing
tall
is,
America
is
is America, because
she's
if it was, America wouldn't be looking the way it's looking.
she has this weird confidence.
This ain't
I
just
just
the
don't
black
think
community. This is every
she
community. It
feels
seems like a lot
pressure.
of communities just full of lies at this point.
Her confidence
So they
comes
say
from
it
what's
to
in
the
her
world.
top
I'm gonna say
nightstand
it.
drawer.
I'm gonna tell you why it's scary to me.
You know what?
Because
Wherever
Americans
it
act like
resides.
the earth doesn't have a mind of its own.
You know where my
Okay,
confidence
the
comes
earth
from?
purges itself. Just
The
like we
fact
have
that
a
this is the
period, the earth
internet.
has periods too. The difference is the earth
Yo,
is like
same here, man. You know, at first,
Like
so she doesn't bleed anymore. She
at
purges
you see
first
what I'm
it used
saying?
to,
Like you
I used to be timid.
good.
she
At
purges
first,
differently.
I used to think
The
like,
earth takes blood.
well, let's just
Okay,
say I
we are
came
the
to that
earth blood at
conclusion.
this point. So imagine when you're not
Hmm.
doing what you need to be doing, releasing what you need to be releasing.
I will
It
say,
has to
Stanley,
come
I
in
have a
and
lot
show
of
up and show
clips
out because
that
it's
would
too much
prove that theory that a
unrecognizable
lot of these
energy,
dudes are
and
gay.
it's too much energy
They
of
just
ours that
they
has been
just
tainted with the spirit of
not
hatred,
only do they say too
okay,
much
and
gay
distraction.
stuff, but they're
So
way
imagine
too
still giving too
concerned
much
with
energy to the wrong things.
like
The only time
things
that the
they
earth
shouldn't
can
be
make you
concerned
gain
with
your
as
focus
straight men.
sometimes is by shaking
Lou,
shit up. And the earth
amen.
has to do
I
things differently.
sometimes
It ain't
I
just a
wonder,
little
like,
play
why are
with your
you
mind.
even
It's I
thinking
gotta
about
change your
this?
reality so that you understand. I'm the only thing you really need
Yeah.
to worry about. You worried about the laws. Them laws
Who
don't
I'm
mean
trying to
shit
think
if
the
the earth
other
get to
day,
shaky
and I don't
shaky
think
and
that,
say, now look
nightish is
around you, look
necessarily
outside, look how big I can change your
manosphere,
reality.
but
It
I'm
ain't
trying to
nothing.
think
It ain't
whether
no
it was
human being
me,
that have
Nightish,
power
and John,
more than the earth itself.
or maybe it
Y'all
was
know I'm
on
not lying.
Nightish's show, and I'm just like, why is he
So
even
stop
thinking
letting people
about
scare
this?
you about the Bible and fearmonger and all this
Some
other
of the
stuff.
things,
You need
like,
to understand the earth is
look,
purging
Yeah,
herself.
he's manosphere,
And the only
bro.
thing you
Like
need to be getting
if
right with
if
is
you're
the very
saying the
people who
points,
making up
if you're giving
religion.
out the talking
A lot of
points,
black people have walked
that's
away
the
from
team you
what it
rock with,
means to
man.
be
That's where I'm
one
at with it at this
in
point.
nature. Okay?
No,
Pretty
that's the
much
team
that's
we
well,
what
put
it
him
is
on
this point.
because
That's just
Stanley
the
would
truth.
deny that this is a manosphere
And
channel,
that's why
Stanley versus the
when
world.
white
But then
immigrants
he'll give
got here,
out
they
better
had to let us
advice
work
for
the earth.
women, like
Slavery didn't happen for no
than
reason.
the
They couldn't make
manosphere
anything
was.
grow. They didn't have to
Right after
touch.
he starts talking shit about the
Okay?
manosphere.
Y'all just seen the Great
But
Depression.
no,
Black
he's
people
not
couldn't
but
make shit
manosphere,
grow
right?
for nothing.
but let me put it to you this way.
Okay?
I
So
think
much
my
so they was like,
proudest
are you sure we
moment
should have ended
was
slavery?
actually
Okay, they had to create
um,
machines and merge with
telling a
technology
budding
to
young
continue
conservative
themselves.
how he could be a better
We didn't
conservative.
need that. We had something
You
called
talking about Jay?
the
Yeah,
Midas
I'm like, you know
touch.
what?
Okay, we
Be
nurtured the
a
land
better
because it nurtured
conservative, and I'll
us.
have somebody to
And it
go
only
back and
grew
forth
when we
with.
were nurturing it. So imagine people that still can't touch their hands in the earth. They still got to
Yeah,
use machines, and
Yeah.
the earth still
I could
cooperates
see how
more
you.
with the
Yeah,
machines
for
than
sure.
the touch
That's
of
like
their
the
evil hands.
kick in the ass on the way out the
That's
door
why
type of
farmers are
shit you like to
complaining
do. I
they
know.
can't make shit grow.
Well, here's the deal. He
This ain't
went
shit
on
new.
Be
Y'all
Brave
must forgot
show,
about the Great Depression,
and
World
he
War
was
II, and all that.
actually
The
kind of
only
con. He
people uncomfortable
said,
to
you
forget
know, because
the
be
history.
brave, you know, first
Okay, a
thing
lot of
he's
people
going
try
to
to
ask
forget
is,
Black history and the
you
things
know, did
Black
he
people
even
have
let
to
you
do with
speak?
history. But
Jay
white
said,
people
yeah, he
always
let me speak.
overemphasize when they
I,
feel
that's,
like
I could
they
feel
went
the
through struggle.
wind
Don't
go out
forget that they
of B
oppression was
Bray's
struggle simply
balloon.
because they didn't know how to grow
Yeah,
shit
because
and
I
they
know
didn't
you
have the
don't let
slaves to do
Brave
it for
speak.
them. So
Yo, Brave, shut
I
up.
think, dude, Brave is predictable, and he's not
that's
going to say
definitely not a
anything new.
flex. Okay. So if you don't understand, a lot of Black people are out of alignment with the earth, and the earth is going to wipe a lot of Black people out too, because a lot of
Yeah,
Black people
can't see how leg day
have
is
forgotten where
complete
they come
without
from.
a few squats.
Okay, if the earth can't make you remember, okay, because you won't take the time to stop being distracted. The only way the earth can
So
humble you is to literally destroy
just
what you
listen to
see
that
with your physical
purr.
eye and make you
It's the
think with your
purr of a
spiritual eye.
lioness.
Because only when the earth takes away your abundance do you realize how lucky you ever were for the earth to allow you to receive any of the things you had at first. Would you really be able to have your closet, your shoe collections, your groceries, all the things that you are collecting in your home if the earth didn't hold it up? If the earth
She
wasn't
sure is at
stable
the
for you,
gym with
would
a
you be
lot of
able to
breath.
brag about what you got? No. It's the earth that
She's
gives you
probably
all the
smoking a
stability
joint.
you need.
She says she
I
was
don't know
doing
that she.
legs.
I don't know that she's at her gym.
brick,
I got the impression that a lot of her equipment she has at
clay,
home.
the mud, the dirt, the wood, everything you use to build your outside comes from the inside.
Yeah, CKJ3, that was
I don't
really a
care how much you
compliment, to
get,
be
cut it
honest.
and
I
slice it,
appreciate it.
still comes from the mother. The things you're supposed to be eating, okay, they really come from the mother. Okay, this is why a lot of times they're always spraying the earth
Shoot,
and
that was a father
chemtrailing
talking to his
everywhere.
son.
Okay.
I mean, there's plenty
And
of
if y'all
times
didn't
I've
know
had
this
to,
thunderstorm
be
and severe
blunt with
weather
my
we're about to
son,
have,
but then you want to end it on a high
it's
note.
really them covering up the sky, because I guarantee
And sometimes,
there's something in the moon
actually,
cycles we need to see. And they're covering the sky.
yesterday, what it was is it finally, after going back and forth with him, I just got the bright idea to ask him, like, who are the conservatives that you're listening to? And as soon as he said Officer Tatum and the Hodge twins, I knew I had to do an intervention. It's like, dude, those guys aren't conservatives. They're clowns. The Hodge twins.
Stanley.
That's insane.
I'm like, these motherfuckers have biceps where their brains should be.
Oh yeah, let's do another episode. I can't stand these niggas, these niggas got the lamest fucking intros I've ever. Oh yeah, we gonna watch another video. What you got over there, Stanley? Well, Stanley,
Is it like a Randy
I'm like,
Savage
bruh,
thing?
I don't know, man. And then the worst one has to be that fucking black conservative perspective. I think that's his name. And
Oh,
boy, oh boy,
yeah.
oh
Oh,
boy,
wait,
oh boy, oh
is
boy.
that-
I'm like, nigga, if you
Now
don't
wait, is
get
that
out
the guy who does his show with his hat turned backwards?
No, that's who is that? You talking about Lucas?
No. There's a guy that Portia likes who does a show, but his hat is always on backwards.
Oh, ABL?
Is it
I don't even watch these guys anymore.
Is it Black Conservative Perspective?
Yeah, me either.
You'd know him if you saw him because he is pretty popular.
Oh, he's got the high pitched voice.
No, I don't think he does.
He's like a little dude or
Hey,
something.
let me show you this woman right here. I actually know Ada.
It is Black Conservative Perspective. Yeah, you're right.
I actually know this girl here. She is on a Discord I'm on. She and I have gone back and forth. She's a black Brit conservative woman. She's got Nigerian roots. She actually looks better than she used to in this picture. Shit, she actually looks good. Yeah, she and I have gone fucking back and forth. She is she's annoying. She just does not know shit, and she swears she knows about black life in the United States. What does she have to say?
She's just been like, poser. You fucking poser.
Weird
That's
current
a
shame
better
and
way.
taboo around Englishness. And then this happened.
She's
A
gained
12-year-old
weight.
girl dragged out of class, put in isolation, made to feel ashamed. Guess what? Simply
She's gained
for
a lot
wearing
of
a
weight,
dress
actually.
That shows pride
She
in the
got
country
married
where
like
she
a
was
couple
born
years
and
ago.
raised,
She may have even
Britain.
had a child
What
by now.
exactly is the crime here? Wearing the national flag on a day that's supposed to be about celebrating culture.
Look at those
It's
arms.
so ridiculous that in 2025, in a country that constantly talks
Her
about
father, I think she comes from a
diversity,
wealthy
you can
family.
get punished
Also,
for expressing your
Have you ever
own
called her a
cultural
motherfucker before?
that identity.
probably not.
We've
But
reached a point where
you know
everything
Charles,
is
the
encouraged
guy that I
to
do a
shout
a
proudly
Thursday
about who
show
they
with
are,
every now and
and rightly
again.
so. But
Yeah,
the moment
critical.
a British person
Yeah,
does
they
this,
know they know
suddenly
each other
it's
real well.
political, provocative.
No, I
unacceptable.
literally, if
Understand
I
what I'm
got on a
saying?
live
It's
and
got
she
to a
saw
point
me,
where
she
your
would know
very
who I am and
existence and
probably just
presence is
trash
an
me right
offense.
then and there.
How did we get here?
Oh, she
I don't
hates her
talk.
guts.
we're talking about.
I wouldn't say she
Childhood.
hates me.
A
She
child who was
probably
excited to
fears what
share
I
her
might
pride in
say.
the culture she belongs to. And instead of being celebrated for participating,
Oh,
she was
dude,
humiliated.
y'all
There's
think
a recurring message here,
I
a
don't
message
do
that
these
Britishness isn't
antics
allowed,
on other
that
people's
this
shows?
identity is somehow
I
dangerous or
even
shameful.
I even hit a
It's
like.
absolutely absurd that in modern day
Yeah,
Britain,
I don't know why I
wearing
didn't
the
get a
Union
pop-up for
Jack has
this.
become so controversial. These so-called adults are so terrified of appearing too nationalist. And I
Hey,
genuinely
Stanley.
believe that if
Mhm.
she and her family wanted
Yes.
to,
I gotta
they
get
should
some
take
homework
legal
done, but
action
I'm in the
because
chat
unless
and I'll be
Wisconsin
up next
Pedro
time you say some
listened here,
bullshit, all right?
this looks like discrimination,
Well, you'll be
especially if
back
no
soon.
one else was singled out or humiliated if
All
they
right,
wore
I
their
gotta
own
get to
national
reading.
dress
All
or
right.
attire.
All right.
Any
Take it
lawyers here
easy.
watching this? What
Yep.
are the
I'll be on
lawyers thinking?
tomorrow.
This is not just
I might
about
be
boys'
back up.
school. It's
So
about
just
a
hold your
Oh,
permanent
okay.
horses.
Well, you
sickness
know
in
what?
this
I'm at
country. People are
11:05,
so
so
desperate to
I'm
prove
not going
how
to be on past 12
anti-racist and
hours.
progressive they are that they've
Ah,
started treating
Orthodox
national
guy
identity
has
of
to
the
have the
majority
A
as
in it.
something
He's just a
shameful or
small channel
hateful.
where a
And
lot of
that's
us
deeply
go.
unfair.
He's on
Not just
too.
the English
Well,
people,
why
but
aren't
for
you
all
over
of us who
there?
live here. Because multiculturalism
You know,
actually
Orthodox
means
guy was up on
everybody
panel
belongs.
yesterday
And that's what
morning
makes
for a
this
few
whole thing
minutes
even
before he
more
started
tragic.
his
Because
show.
honestly,
So,
multiculturalism could
yeah,
have worked.
people,
British
you
people are
know,
some of the
Lou,
most
I'm actually
tolerant,
glad you're
welcoming,
here.
and
One thing that I've noticed with this show, especially this week, is people file in and out of here. They'll stay for like 10 minutes and then go. And I don't know. I will, like yesterday's show or the day before, I literally had like 450 views. Unfortunately, it was over 12 hours. But the thing is generally like the most people I had in the chat would have been around 25 or so. Oh, where'd he go? Well, I guess we'll just have to listen to my buddy here.
accepting people you will ever meet. That's why for decades, so many didn't mind living side by side with people from all over the world. Sure, it's true that some people didn't like it. There were tensions, there was racism. Of course, that's natural. But a huge number of ordinary British people, they built lifelong friendships with people from different backgrounds, invited each other to weddings, shared meals, formed new relationships, even married people from other cultures. But now things have gotten so out of hand because instead of multiculturalism, meaning cultures living side by side, it's become this twisted idea that the majority culture has to step aside, stay quiet, not exist too loudly so as not to offend anyone. British people, for the most part, have shown immense patience and open-mindedness. They've bent over backwards to welcome others, but you can't keep telling people that their culture doesn't count or that their national symbols are offensive and then expect them to keep smiling about it. Resentment is built. It makes people feel like strangers in their own country. Let me go back to multiculturalism. Actually,
okay, this silly woman wants to act like if you are a black person born in Britain, Britain is as much yours as it is any white citizens. Stop acting like if you're born in a country, you are a stranger in that country. That's the problem with these fucking anti-black blacks. You know, this kid getting on here yesterday about black people in America, oh, white people are dead of justice. For fucking what? The people like Ada, people like the anti-black blacks just automatically consider themselves second-class citizens, and I'm not having that bullshit. You know, you bow down and worry about what white people think, and if they might get mad. Motherfucker, their culture is bullshit. And you know what? I'm not going to back down, and I don't give a shit if they get mad about it. These anti-black blacks are fucking sad.
actually, no, it cannot work. A multiracial society with one cohesive culture, yes.
What these people want is a multiracial society with everybody on their knees worshiping the white people. That's what she wants. No idea what that means. Let's see. It started raining, didn't feel like it was going to, so I just made a pot of jollof rice. You make jollof rice every time it rains? Oh, that's funny.
It can work because multiculturalism, in essence, means everyone brings their own culture to the table. But a country cannot survive like that. Not if it wants to stay cohesive, stable, and united. It sounds lovely in theory.
My bad,
This
Stanley.
idea that every culture should have equal space.
No
That everyone
problem.
can.
That gave me time to fuss at Ada.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my Lord. You know what? This thing about, oh, we're afraid the white people are going to get mad if we don't tell them that they have a great culture and we want to be like them. They might get mad. I'm like, fuck that. You know what? If I'm born here and some white kid is born here, the country is mine as much as his and vice versa. And if you want to walk around like you are a second class citizen and you want to tell folks, oh, I'm lucky I'm here. Otherwise, I would have been born in Africa. If you want to act like that, that's fine. But don't get on fucking YouTube and lecture everybody else who isn't as subservient as you are. This is how they should be acting. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, I would refuse to internalize some shit like that.
I just don't get it. I mean, she's a smart woman.
Niggas don't want to be in Africa, bro. That's really what it boils down to.
Okay, well, you know what? If you've never been to America, look, that's a very presentist attitude. 500 years ago, Europeans were just as primitive as the Africans. So I don't get it. You know, when the Portuguese first started, the Portuguese, like every year they would get a few miles farther south down the west coast of Africa. They didn't boldly go down to Africa. The Portuguese crept down that coast because I guess they felt they were gonna run off the edge of the earth or something. I have to go back and look at it, but from the time the Portuguese started inching down the west coast of Africa, it was like 50 or maybe even 100 years, but it was some decades between the time they first started going to the east coast or the west coast of Africa and the time they finally got around the Cape of Good Hope. It was like 50 to 100 years before they even figured out how to get around Africa into the Indian Ocean. So it wasn't like they were that much ahead of every other society on Earth. And you know who enabled the Europeans to cross the Atlantic? The Arabs. Okay, literally, Europeans did not know how to tack. You know, the sailing. There's a technique called tacking, where even if you're going into the wind, you can tack. So you actually wind up in a straight line, but if it's 100 miles from point A to point B, you're gonna actually do 300 miles to get from point A to point B because you got to play with the wind. You got to tack back and forth in the wind. It was the Arabs who taught Europeans how to do it. So Europe basically They couldn't cross the Atlantic because they didn't have the sailing techniques. But no one ever tells you that. And I'm not making it up. It is a fact. Europe didn't invent algebra, the Arabs did. A lot of what the Greeks knew, they got all that shit from Egypt. People don't ever tell you that part. So, the great Western civilization, dude, where do you think they got it from? Half the shit they learned in the Middle East and Egypt. Yeah, broke genius.
Yeah, that's probably the presentist in me.
I never hear the anti-black blacks talk about, well, where did what these people act like all these great ideas were just hatched in an egg in England. England was the last of the European countries, maybe not the last, but I think they might have been the last, but one of the last countries to even get into slavery. Portugal was the first European nation that really got into slavery. Then it was Spain. Holland, the Dutch were enslaving people before the British. People don't know this shit. And you know what? People don't want to know this shit. Okay. People literally, I will say, look, there's all kinds of things. If you want to make these kinds of arguments, you should at least know when you're exaggerating and when you're not. Okay. And for all the smooth brains, is broke genius is using the term. You know what? You go and you tell Be Brave that, dude, all this math and algebra and tacking ships across the Atlantic, Europe had no clue how to do it until they learned it from the Arabs. So anyway, and you know what? I would have to go back and reread a lot of this stuff, but I highly recommend. There's a book called Born in Blackness, and there's another book I can't think of the name of it right now. And you know what? I didn't really even know the extent of how backwards Europe was until I started with this book, and then there are a couple other books that are actually really good. One of them is called The Dawning of the Dawning of the Apocalypse. The Gerald Horne book that he talked a little bit about earlier in that interview. Let's see here. Here we go. This book right here, Born in Blackness, basically it's called Born in Blackness, Africa, Africans, and the Making of the Modern World, 1471 to the Second World War. He actually starts back in the 14th century, but y'all need to go and start reading some of these books about basically kind of documenting the history of when Europe got involved with West Africa. The reason the Portuguese actually even got into Africa is they heard about gold down in the west coast of Africa towards the south, and they just needed gold to fight Spain. That was really the impetus of it. All these countries needed gold to fight their wars, and that was really the impetus. So that's people just don't know this shit. Semi-arid climates proven to be amazing. Yeah. That's true, Nanette. So there's another book that I cannot think of the name of it right now, but I would this is Howard French. If you have any clue about, wanting to know about how Europe got involved with Africa, this is the book that, where I got the information that, Europe couldn't have crossed, like Columbus couldn't have gotten across to the New World in 1371, because Europe didn't have the technology. As a matter of fact, the Chinese actually had better maritime abilities than Europe did. China actually made it all the way over to the east coast of Africa, I think. And for some reason or another, they wound up having to turn back or something like that. I don't remember whether it was storms or just what, but anyway, we'll go back to let's go back and see what Sis is doing.
You sick and giving you cancer more than these Asian hair shops and beauty supply stores. Nobody is here to take more from you than these immigrants. You're who they came to take from. That's why white people act like they're humbled by them, but immigrants are funny because how are they funny? They come here and make white people disalarmed because they say we take from the black people. You know, we make money. Okay, that's cool. Okay, but what they end up having to do is merge themselves with white people because white people don't know how to make money for real. So they merge with white people. We help you with technology. Yeah, from China, best technology, get a deal. Okay, they come here and they finesse white people because just like that, they in a contract. Okay, now you got to pay me 20% of your earnings for the next 15, 20 years. Okay, and I'm here with 5 years free tax for any business or anything I open or anything. Imagine people coming here and finessing you, and you don't want to swear to God you so smart. If you that smart, who the fuck got America trillions of dollars in debt? Who? The people that claim they smart. If you so smart, how the fuck somebody hit you for a lick like that? Trillions? Where is the treasurer? Who's the bookkeeper of America? Let me holler at him. The numbers is not numbering. Somebody lied on their resume. And I can almost smell who the fuck it is. I agree. You said that's what I said. What's productive about laughing at black women? Then facts bear out that we are the ones holding the community up and our money goes back into the community. Exactly. We're the only one who does. I'm going to be real. The Hispanic community got us beat or on par with consumerism now. I see it daily spending most of their income on shoes, clothes. Yes. You want to know why their consumerism is high? Because they're trying to be black people. So they're trying to do it even more than black people. So they're out here buying weaves. They're out here rocking fake ponytails. Don't even need a fake ponytail. Okay? So the same shit they try to mock black people for. When they say God should not be mocked, imagine the main people who came here trying to mock you are already then try playing in your face, and they already in the state of fighting for their longevity in this place. What do you expect? You should have mocked white people. You probably would have got farther. Yeah, I agree. Yep. You said all these darn wars taking care of people who aren't supposed to be here. I said, I agree. I absolutely agree. You said giving aid to countries and continents that aren't our business. Exactly. But the thing is, a lot of white people want access to those countries. They won't be honest, is because they want to have sex and sexual tourism and human trafficking. A lot of white people participate. Okay, it's not all, but it's the people that are in there in those iffy spaces. They participate in the crooked stuff. Okay, and a lot of these places, sex tourism and stuff like that is an open, non-secret. It's not even a secret. Even here, they try to pretend sex tourism is a thing, but like I say, prostitutes are the only people who can go to jail one day and get out the next. Okay, so tricks and hoes will always forever be an American thing, because it's always been a white woman, white men thing. Okay, they will never let that go out of style. OnlyFans will always be the most high paying career for someone of a pale skin tone. Don't matter if she looked like Mona Lisa or not, that's probably going to be her favorite occupation because a lot of people.
Yeah, she was dragging She was dragging the Mona
That image is going
Lisa
to be seen
the
one way, regardless of how it really is.
other
Okay,
day.
only people
It
who are
it
not
had me in
brainwashed can do that.
stitches.
Bitch, if you ever sit your ugly ass down, because if you ask me, bad baby look like Mona Lisa, ugly as hell. Okay, so to me, I'd be laughing when people just be like, "Oh, do y'all see what y'all looking at?" It's okay. Okay, that's all you can say. It's okay. Cause what else can I say? Nothing. So I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing my leg workout. I'm gonna stretch a little bit. Gonna stretch a little bit. I'm gonna wait about 3 more minutes, and while I do that, I'm gonna roll one. Okay, I'm gonna roll one. That way, when I finish my leg workout, I can smoke another and watch it storm. Okay, relax. I'll try to anyway. I
Well,
was
see,
thinking
Ada actually
just because I
has
don't
like
know how
almost
long. I really don't
2,000
know how long I'm gonna be on YouTube. I'm just gonna be honest
subscribers.
to you.
Interesting.
I done got real tough into the habits of preserving my energy, and one way I usually do that is staying offline. But I am here to build my community, so I'm gonna make sure I put out the things I need to put out. I'm gonna make sure I can do my members only, and the people that really want to resonate and get the things they need to get, they're not gonna be scared to participate. So I'm gonna do that for myself. I'm gonna do that for my spiritual tribe. Okay, and that's a way for us to stay connected as well because the people I really consider part of my spiritual tribe do understand. You will get an email, you will get a phone number, you will still be able to contact me regardless of if I do YouTube or not, because that's what your spiritual family is. We much deeper than the internet. So I don't need the internet or other people to tell me to
Whirlwind of
check on people you
verbiage.
really care about. When you care about people, you do your thing. Okay.
Come on now.
Oh, I didn't know that. Definitely didn't know that. When I tried to do it as an option to check my eligibility on here, they told me I had to wait. Like they told me I had my hours and I just had to wait, but my hours really ain't calculating. It's like I don't know. It's like they calculating more slowly than they giving me the updates. Like, yeah, YouTube is really on some bullshit, but I'm not surprised. Like I told you, I had a channel on here that got to damn near 20,000 subs, and as soon as they switched the presidency, okay, um, and they made it to where you couldn't say tranny or different words on here. They flagged like 136 of my videos. Um, them striking 3 videos will get you out. So imagine them striking 136 videos. I didn't even have a chance in my appeal. Okay, it was just way too much at one time. So I was like, man, I'm gonna lose. I done got monetized. I didn't. Nope, they took all that shit just because I was telling the truth about how they create a society of weak men and strong women, and it's because they really trying to usher in transgenders. So to usher in transgenders, that's what they're creating: feminine men, strong women. Okay, so after a while, I have plenty of people who literally just took over a lot of the stuff I was already talking about. So when I come back and I see people who were subbed to my channels, literally repeating all my same content, okay, about transgenders in the industry and stuff, it's just amazing to me because I'll be like, wow, a lot of these people saw me get offline and just took right over. Okay, if I don't see you online for 2, 3 years or this and that, not talking about this shit, they probably think I'm dead or something. No, it's just because they ban you for a while. They ban you. They won't let you come on. They freeze your funds. They were supposed to pay me. I had to literally get a disposition letter for them to release my funds. I was like, I already got a check for this month. Okay, that should say mailed out, and I never received it. I'm gonna need y'all to go ahead and drop them hundreds off, boo. Okay, they was trying to hold my money because they was mad about the videos. You can't get mad and not pay somebody. The fuck, this is legal. Go ahead and pay up. And that's crazy to me because I feel like that's how you know they on some crooked, offended about the wrong thing type shit. Okay, strange. That's why I say if you're gonna start a channel on here, be very careful. If you wanna come on here and make it easy for yourself, come on here and talk about the most basic things. Or come on here and do the very common things a lot of people do. But what the reason I say that, they'll run you on the algorithm when you do the same shit. Come on here and lie. Come on here and be like, I got 7 kids, 4 baby daddies. Okay, just come on here and lie. They'll push your stuff so
That's
quick.
funny.
Yes, girl. They like to push black ignorance, not black excellence. So if you want to come on here and get your shit out there and then change the quota, just come on here and be extra ignorant. Come on here and start twerking. You got a little rhythm, come on here and dance a little bit. Okay, put on the police girl outfit and get your views up. And then when you get your subs, drop your shit, drop your gems. It's sad, but that's how this world is. You damn near have to be a character for them to push you. Then after you reach the notoriety, you have to come on here and drop gems. That's sad, but I don't have the energy to do that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't have the energy for it. And I also don't want to ruin my spiritual tribe, putting people in the mix who don't belong. That's how you fuck up the energy. Okay, why would I want a comment section full of people who's trying to serve multiple masters and this and that? And yeah, no, I want a place that's a safe space for myself to think in, where the people there actually want to be there in abundance, agreeing and to disagree and still supporting one another. Okay, still wishing good things for each other, affirming each other. That's what community is about. So I'm not going to sit up here and just invite any and everybody. Sub to my channel, guys. I'm at 20,000 subs. Sub to my channel. Sub right now. So why would I come on here and just invite all them different type of energies to sub to me? It ain't never been that crucial. But one thing that is crucial is the wrong energy finding you. So imagine a lot of people being so open to attention and desperate and thirsty for attention. A lot of them be inviting their own death and they don't even know it, because that's how many people they be inviting around them to speak against them. Okay? They be up there telling all their hopes and dreams and wishes to people who only there to troll and talk shit about you in your comment sections and stuff. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people come on here to get spiritually tortured over a little bitty check. I never think that's worth it. That's why I say, if this ain't your type of energy, there's a lot of stuff maybe I can deal with just because I'm a Leo woman. So a lot of stuff, I don't even take it with a grain of salt. I sip it with some Kool-Aid. Okay, and like I said, I don't really care about the opinions of people that I would never want to switch roles with in life. I never want to be you, so why would I give a fuck about your opinions about me? Okay, if you want to be programmed and locked in and stuff, that's you. But don't ever come on here and act like you're going to make me not want to be me. Okay, I don't give a fuck how much you like celebrities and other people more than yourself. I'm main character energy. So I don't need no fake ass motherfucker trying to be a main character in my mind. My mind don't even allow that. Okay? You come in my mind trying to be the main character, my mind gonna be like, smack? What is that? A damn mosquito in here. Okay? My mind don't even allow that type of thinking about nobody, especially people I don't know from Jack and Jill. Okay? I wish I might come in here. Today we're gonna do an hour video talking about Kevin Gates, how he grew up, his home, and girl, fuck you and Kevin Gates. The fuck? Why the fuck I gotta talk about Kevin Gates? I'm literally Black American Puerto Rican. Why the fuck would I gotta talk about one that's only famous because he's a little suspect, a fake gangster, a puppet? Okay, get the fuck out of here. The real Black Puerto Ricans, a lot of Black people walk right past and act like we ain't this and we don't even understand our own self or something. But you love these people who are only famous or have the shine they have because they don't really like Black people. If they really like Black people, guess what? They will put you on. Which one of these puppets are putting Black people on? Yeah, girl. She said little. Okay, we're gonna be honest. He all the way suspect. He is the suspect. he's the most usual suspect. Okay, today. Like, let's be literal. You said YouTube screws over Black creators, especially if you're not talking about the standard stuff they want us to. I agree. A lot of creators have recently got strikes on videos on benign stuff like jobs, so they can change what they're looking for daily depending on who's in power. That's crazy. Here is the channel I told you about, the Black girl living in Japan. Sunday Love. Here, let me I'm gonna screenshot that. real quick. What? Let me. Yeah, I made me a cheesecake yesterday. This is so buzzing, y'all. It's really good, and I really didn't add too much to it. I didn't add lemon juice or anything. Just some cream cheese, condensed milk, whipped cream, and a little bit of oat milk. Okay, mixed it on up in there. Usually, I would put a little bit of Jello, vanilla Jello pudding or something up in there, stuff like that. Y'all, I didn't even put that in there, and it was so good. I was like, okay, then less is more. Next time I make it though, I want to make it like with protein. Yeah. Girl, yes, honey. I told you, I be so into myself. I don't be going to nobody to make nothing. Babe, we got cheesecake at home. We got General Soap at home. Okay? You want some lo mein? We got lo mein at home. Alright, man. Like, this is not no game. Like, I be so to myself, I be like, anything you can do, I can do better. Okay? So COVID taught me a lot about myself. I am Emerald. I am the most world renowned chef in my house. Okay. That's how I be feeling when I feel like the joke's on me. I ain't got nothing for free for people. People be acting like it's exciting to go spend money with these people. I ain't shit exciting to me. Okay, it's more exciting to be at home watching shows like First 48. Like, see, he tried to get over. He tried to rob the wrong person. And they came back and got him. Look at him. I'm almost done cooking this. Uh-huh. No, I'm just making some country fried steak. You good? You can pause it real quick. Hold on. I'd rather be doing that than somewhere wondering why the people who are serving me my food got an attitude. Okay, I ain't got to worry about that because I ain't got to be there. It ain't that crucial. That don't make me feel good. Okay, you can drop my food off at the door. I'll feel better. Order from a place that tie their bags up, um, like the knots in the bread you can't get out. Y'all ever open a loaf of bread and lose the little thing you tied with, and you put a knot in there and be like, God damn, I done tied this knot too tight. Can't even open the bread no more. This bread ain't gonna never get stale. Okay, so yeah, that type of stuff.
Listen, a little pony boy. Pony boy says, I prove you wrong a lot, and you just straw man and gaslight. Motherfucker, name one time you have proven me wrong. One time. Man, the audacity of these fucking barnyard animals.
I ain't gonna be there anyway. I think differently. When I was younger, I'd love to get my checks and be like, girl, I'm gonna go to Red Lobster, do this and do. After a while, I'd be like, fuck all of these franchises. Fuck every dime I get, you always in my pockets. Get out my pockets. I had to get people out my pockets, and they always was finding a way in. Ooh, shrimp. Ooh, don't nobody want this flavorless pasta. I can make this at home. Voila. Okay. Like after a while, y'all, I didn't have no chill. I didn't have no chill for nobody. Don't offer me nothing. Okay. I'm selling dresses. I can make a dress at home. Have a good day. Like I just didn't have no chill, y'all. Okay. When I started realizing what was happening for real, probably about 6, 7 years ago, when I feel like I was like, man, the energy shifted. The immigrants are getting real rowdy and disrespectful because their numbers are really high. So when I started watching the energy change, I leveled up too. I went about my land. I was like, the last thing I'm gonna do is go to war, and I'm surrounded by immigrants and racist white people. No, I need my land so I can see them coming. Okay, you can't outrun me in no wilderness. Okay, we only survived slavery because the animals was not eating our ass up like that. But some people have very bad experiences in nature. Okay, I don't know too many people um, in Florida who don't know how to smack an alligator with a frying pan. Okay, um, we weren't getting ate up. Like I be telling people, we used to be running from slavers and trying to escape slavery, and we would be out there wading in water and putting our heads and bodies underwater, holding our breath, and it was alligators and shit all around us, all types of deadly snakes and what black widows and brown recluse, all types of shit around us. And guess what? How many of us actually succumb to these things? Okay, nature knows. Nature just be looking at us like, run, run, run. Nature coexists. We the only thing that can't really coexist properly. Okay, if nature ain't hungry, it ain't trying to eat you. It's only certain people that exist, and they only live and exist and find pleasure in bringing everybody else uncomfortability. Okay, I wonder who that could be.
Here, let me comment on Palomino here. He says 8 viewers is terrible. Well, you know what, Palomino? You know it's worse than 8 viewers? 7 viewers. So if you're not here to make the 8, it goes down to 7. So thanks for being number 8, Palomino.
Are you hiring or are you not? Okay, imagine a time where you have to look at people and say, this is exactly why you probably finna watch another nation get destroyed and you're gonna have to go find a new home again. You never can sit still. Okay, why? Because everything you try to steal and build, it get destroyed. Sound very devilish to me. Okay, and that's how I feel about America. I feel like America is a place where if you're black, your whole life is people trying to play in your face. So unless you choose to kind of remove yourself, you be like, what? Oh no, I'm not dealing with this. Okay, you get to watching stuff, you get tired of seeing the propaganda and the programs and shit they push in, the fake, feel sorry. White people up here want you, we're getting rid of the immigrants, they're ruining the country. And then right after they do that, they the same people, the same ones that own the same network up there doing sad sob stories. Maria Sanchez and her daughters. My daughters have been in America. This is what they know. And, I don't know what's going to happen to them if we go back to Mexico because, they've never been there. And, bitch, don't nobody give a fuck about that. If I move to Africa, okay, and they say, okay, you got to go back to the U.S., you think I'm going to cry and whine because I got to take my black American child from Africa back to their home? What the fuck they is? You come here, every other comment, these the same people who be like, as a Mexican American, bitch, Mexican don't even go with American. It go with Mexico. So imagine still to this day trying to force something that will never be. I don't give a fuck who put it in paperwork. The people putting it in paperwork is an immigrant too. So y'all equally lying to yourselves. Of course you're gonna have conflict. Somebody gonna have to learn how to tell the damn truth. Yeah, I don't want to go home. Sound like some kids that want to stay at a sleepover. Bitch, if y'all get the fuck up, okay? Y'all done played and had fun and bought all your little toys. Go ahead and go home now. Because you ain't doing shit for the economy. You ain't doing shit for nothing. Imagine coming here and trying to act like the people you claim you better than. They can just keep the niggas. Go home. Okay? Nobody needs you to come here and act like niggas. Okay, you come here and just as rhythmless and talentless and everything else, uneducated. You act like Hispanic people coming here and running up the diploma rates. You're not. Okay, because in America, in the black community, the hardest workers usually have to have a degree. Okay, and usually have to deal with white people that make that degree hard as hell. Okay, so imagine acting like you the hardest worker. Was we the hardest worker when we worked at that same factory during using temp agencies?
Kelvin, no,
So why the
that's
fuck are you the hardest worker? Because now they push.
it's the sis that don't miss. She's been in the chat before. She I make the joke that she is the she reminds me of Paul Mooney. She's the female Paul Mooney. She is hilarious, and she's my newest internet girlfriend, I guess.
Some people don't even understand. Like, I don't care about you coming here and lying to nobody. As somebody who is Black American and Puerto Rican, I know how Hispanics move. I know how Hispanics think. So imagine trying to tell me why you here. I know why the fuck you here. And it's showing that because you like niggas. Okay? So don't come here and try to come over here trying to tell us what we, you know, I'm my baby daddy Black. I don't give a fuck, bitch. Shut up. They don't invite you to our spaces. You here to divide and conquer. Okay? And we Sharkeishan hoes over here. So you might just want to sit this one out because we tired, but still not tired enough to humble you. Okay? We ain't that tired. Okay? So I don't think a lot of Black men understand the energy we get from these women is not the same energy they give you. So I'm
Palomino, just to make you feel better, no, there are no books that are, well, let me put it to you this way, because this is a bit of a semantic game. There are no books that will teach you how to make kids smarter. That's it. There are no books like that. There are books that, will espouse theories. This is what we think will make a kid smarter. This seems to work, but there are no books that will give you step by step. If you do this, your kid will be smart. They do not exist. I win.
if they don't endear the Black people where they come from, how could they endear you? How? And the Black communities where they're from are smaller. So if they don't like the very few Black people they push into smaller cities, okay, and don't want to deal with them, why would they come to America and want to be all in your hood? They don't even like to share their hoods with the Black people where they from who speak the same language as them. Why would they want to be in your hood around you, not speaking the languages you speak? Or if they do speak the language you speak, they trying to speak it like you. They go to school. They know how to talk. They can talk like white Americans. The majority in America is white Americans. So Hispanics acting like they gotta talk like Black people when the majority of Black people are not the majority, is white people. It make you no sensey. Black people and white people been around each other for how long? How many white people still sound like they fucking self after being here hundreds of years? How you come here and in 5-10 years you sound exactly like me? Bitch, get up out your body before I get you up out it. Okay? Santeria, your dumb ass. Okay? Nobody got time to play with people who already know what type of time I'm on, because you know what type of time you on. This is why I come here and try to help Black Americans, especially Black women, understand you're going to have to get your witchcraft up, because you're dealing with a lot of Hispanic women and Asian women and other races who play with a lot of dirty witchcraft. Okay? This shit ain't to scare you. A lot of them curse everything you do. Okay? They damn near probably curse the application that you turn in. You ain't talking about nothing. Motherfucker probably go through your application, put a face to a name, and do what it do. Okay, fuck around, come to your house and be looking for shit to take out your yard to curse your ass. Stop playing with these folks. That's why you can't convince me. Most of them don't come here and go to church. They don't come here for nothing other than causing chaos. And a lot of them try to do it quietly because in America, y'all know we already had the Salem witch trial. So they can't come here and be open about their witchcraft the same way white people can. Meaning white people put it in scary movies and The Nun and The Conjuring. Okay, white people put we believe in witchcraft shit in Harry Potter. And okay, so but they can't come here and be like, well, I'm a witch, I'll curse you. Okay, they can't come here and do that to white people. What? Did you hear what she said? Oh my. Okay, they can't come here and do that. So they come here and hide what they do. That's also why a lot of them pretend they Catholic and stuff. And I don't care what you say. If you ever watch scary movies, who the fuck are the main people that always got to get demons exorcised out of them? It's not the Baptist church. It's usually who? The Catholic church. Okay, there you go. It's always the priest and the crosses and the weird shit. When y'all get through, it's really because a lot of them only turn to Catholicism and stuff like that after they have really bad experiences with witchcraft. And it's because they used to be doing fucked up shit with witchcraft. Okay, so imagine, and sadly, that's the same reason why a lot of black women turn to the church. Okay, they do bad witchcraft and then be like, I need something else because that didn't work. So they still, church is still witchcraft. Okay, it's just a different type. It's religion. Witchcraft doesn't have to have religion. You can do witchcraft without being tied to any type of spirituality. It's a means of protection. Okay, it's a means of enlightenment. Okay, it's a means of cleansing. It's a lifestyle. Okay, it's how you protect your spiritual energy. What's up, Deacon Dave? How you doing, love? Yeah, I don't trust none of them either.
Oh, look
When I
at
first
look at
learned
Deacon
Spanish
Dave.
fluently, I probably was like, how old was I? When I started being completely fluent, I probably was like 12. And at that time, the only people who actually didn't mind speaking Spanish back to me, a lot of times were the guys. A lot of the guys were perverts. So they wanted to talk to me. When they realized I spoke Spanish, it was the guys who talked to me. It was the girls who would be trying to fight me and stuff like that. So I'd be like, damn, y'all don't like that I speak Spanish, but I'm Puerto Rican. I thought I was supposed to learn this side of myself. Okay. So I was up here trying to learn these parts of myself because I wanted to understand myself, not because I wanted to compete. Imagine being a teenager, a young teenager, and you're like, now I can go chill with my cousins because I understand them better. Okay, I can say stuff to them the way they understand it. Okay, now I can, like most of my friends, like imagine a time where you think this is going to help you and the only thing it helps you realize is that Hispanics are racist.
Listen to this, dude. Palomino is asking, why do so many blacks lie freely? Palomino, why do so many white people not know the truth about themselves? And why do they think black people are lying? Black people aren't lying. White people don't know the truth when they hear it. That's why so many white people think black people are lying, I guess. Okay, Palomino, and I really do think you and Be Brave may be one of the very few. Y'all are too dumb and you can't handle the truth. Jack Nicholson in whatever A Few Good Men, whatever the name was of that movie, Jack Nicholson spoke the truth. He meant it for all white Americans. You can't handle the truth. We're not lying. You can't handle the truth. That is the real problem. So thanks for playing.
It wasn't an all the time thing. In the Hispanic culture, everybody I talk to, if I was to call y'all, if I was to call one of my cousins right now, my Puerto Rican cousins, she's gonna call me a color. Okay? I'm gonna like, hey, Kamaya. She's gonna be like, negrita. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué lo que? Like, imagine instantly calling me a color when you know my fucking name. Is that embedded in the Hispanic culture? That's why I think it's crazy when black people move to Mexico and all these other
Okay,
places,
folks,
like
y'all go ahead and
I guarantee you,
everybody please hit the like
you just
button.
don't understand what they're saying.
I actually may even start a new
No
stream.
one's trying to knock you. Nobody's trying to keep you from finding the love of your life.
I was going to cook dinner tonight, but I may just actually make a pizza since I already have the dough made. So that'll make it easier. And it's not like I'm doing a lot. So I'm just about at the 12-hour mark on this stream. And I think I may just start a new one.
And then I have another cousin
I guess I'm down in Savannah and I'm kind of bored.
Like 35
So let's see. I married a cyber witch, then forged a robotic son to keep me company. Yeah, I like cyber better than Uber. Well, you know what?
Okay, most of them, like I said, they kind of think
if you have the technology and the know-how, why not? You know, a cyber witch and a robotic son, they'll last forever. You don't have to worry about tragedies.
Makes sense. Like one of my Puerto Rican cousins.
Okay, yeah, CK. I'll go ahead and start a new one. I don't know how long I'll go, but you know,
the homosexual.
I might as well do it now because the only thing I have to do, I'd probably just make dinner and then read after dinner and go to sleep.